The young man woke up feeling groggy, his ears ringing from someone constantly calling his name. Lu Sheng hadn't even processed what was going on when his teacher stood above him and started chewing him out. His classmates turned around, snickering as they said, "Man, what is up with you? You're acting like such a zombie." They meant that Lu Sheng had been sleeping the entire day. The teacher was beyond frustrated with Lu Sheng's attitude toward his studies. With only 200 days left until the final exams, Lu Sheng just laid there, sleeping like a little piglet during class. This really pushed the teacher over the edge. He yelled so aggressively he was practically spitting fire. He warned Lu Sheng that with his current attitude, after graduation, he wouldn't even be able to find work hauling bricks. The teacher then tried to test him, asking if Lu Sheng knew the minimum blood energy standard for a construction worker. Thinking Lu Sheng was clueless, he was stunned when the boy sheepishly replied, 0.8. The teacher grew even angrier, asking if he had even reached that standard himself. The other students jumped in to mock Lu Sheng, laughing and sneering that his blood energy barely even hit 0.7. Besides sleeping, what do you even contribute to the world? The teacher shook his head, sighing in disappointment. You don't have a competitive bone in your body. Right as school let out, his friend Liu Kaming ran over to Lu Sheng, greeting him with a bright smile. He was one of the few friends Lu Sheng actually had. Lu Sheng nodded tiredly. He closed his eyes, thinking of the visions he saw in his dreams. They were always desolate, ruined wastelands, completely deserted except for strange, monstrous creatures. He complained to Liu Kaming, telling him to stop bringing it up. Those nightly nightmares had left Lu Sheng's mental state in terrible shape, and his blood energy had even dropped by 0.02. He'd had to take plenty of supplements and train hard just to recover a little bit, but that didn't stop the teacher from lecturing him every single day. Liu Kaming didn't really care much about things like blood energy. He advised Lu Sheng, don't sweat what the old man says. Just accept being an average guy. Let all the great heroes and saviors of the world go to the geniuses. Lu Sheng had hoped for some comfort, but his best friend just served up a bowl of total hopelessness. Once he finished speaking, Liu Kaming asked Lu Sheng to go to the internet cafe like they did every day, but Lu Sheng wasn't in the mood for anything. He just wanted to head home, so he turned down the invitation. Liu Kaming was surprised because the two of them were usually inseparable. He even generously offered to cover the cost of the internet and snacks for the whole day, but Lu Sheng kept shaking his head. Liu Kaming tried to push a little more to convince him, but his other friends were calling, so he eventually gave up, told Lu Sheng goodbye, and ran off to join the group. On the way home, Lu Sheng couldn't find any peace of mind because his thoughts kept drifting back to the nightmares he'd been having for days. He couldn't believe that even after transmigrating to a new world, he still had to worry about exams. Lu Sheng felt exhausted thinking about subjects like math, physics, and chemistry, along with keeping up with current events. It was clear that this new world wasn't much different from the old one. He was so lost in thought that a passerby shouted at him for standing in the middle of the road like a statue. The man reminded him while hauling a massive load of goods on his back. Lu Sheng watched him with envy, wondering when he would ever be that strong. The body he transmigrated into was as weak as a twig. 300 years ago, the world had undergone a massive change. Giant cracks appeared in the sky and on the ground, and gruesome monsters poured out, altering the fate of the world forever. Conventional firearms lost their effectiveness, but humans suddenly gained new power when a genetic lock within their bodies was broken. Their physical strength could easily break through to unimaginable heights. Because of that, humanity turned toward the path of martial arts, but even so, in their desperate struggle for survival against the monsters, humans were still at a huge disadvantage. It seemed like cities were falling every single day, and defeat was constant. Facing this reality, the teacher stood before the entire school to address the students. You were born in a volatile era, and you must shoulder the responsibilities of this age. You are practicing martial arts for the survival of humanity, and each of you is a spark of that martial path. Lu Sheng leaned against the cabinet, panting heavily. He had practiced his physical techniques 3 times in a row, yet his blood energy hadn't changed a bit. Unlike his younger sister, whose blood energy had quickly reached 0.9, he hadn't even been able to regain the energy he'd lost from the nightmares. Lu Sheng felt guilty thinking about how hard his parents had worked to spend money on his supplements. Even with heaven giving him a second chance by sending him to this martial arts world, was he just going to let these pathetic results continue? He muttered to himself, resolving to try harder and be more determined. If practicing 3 times didn't work, then he'd just keep going until 4, 5, or 6 times. Suddenly, everything in front of him blurred and then turned pitch black. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he had crossed over into another world. The scene here was unimaginably desolate. Corpses were strewn about everywhere. Lu Sheng, still naive, pinched his cheeks a few times, but there was no way to wake up. He was sitting there, assessing his surroundings without paying attention. Right then, behind him, a monster appeared, showing off its fangs. The shadow behind him attacked, lunging at Lu Sheng. Luckily, Lu Sheng wasn't completely clueless anymore and managed to block the monster just in time, or else he would have lost his first kiss to this ugly creature. Only now did he see that the shadow was actually a zombie. Seeing those razor-sharp teeth about to chomp down on his rear, he couldn't help but panic. Damn it. I've been running from you for so many nights, yet you still managed to catch me. The zombie lunged to kiss him, but Lu Sheng, being sharp and quick-witted, dodged to the side, and the zombie's kiss hit the dirt instead. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, telling it not to underestimate him. Even if his combat class performance was bad and his blood energy was only 0.7, and even if others saw him as a loser, he still walked half the path of a martial artist. With that, he kicked the zombie straight in the chest, making the creature feel like its heart was being pierced by 1,000 blades. After the kick, the zombie fell backward, tumbling onto the ground. Before it could even sit up, Lu Sheng grabbed a massive rock and rushed over to the zombie to give it a brutal makeover. After a few thuds, the zombie girl finally stopped moving and lay still. Lu Sheng also sat there, gasping for air, as that encounter had taken quite a toll on him. He stood up, looking down at the zombie corpse at his feet. Phew, I guess that's the end of that thing. Huh. I suppose the head is the zombie's weak spot. Suddenly, strange black objects appeared, floating and drifting from the zombie he just defeated, soaking directly into Lu Sheng's body. He was left completely bewildered. What the hell is this? More and more of these strange objects latched onto him, and Lu Sheng shouted out in confusion. Strange, unfamiliar memories suddenly flashed through his mind. A conversation between two men played out. One spoke about his dream of joining the defense squad. The other warned him that training there was brutally difficult and incredibly dangerous, but the muscular man didn't hesitate at all. Then came images of grueling training sessions and memories of when the riots broke out, with monsters constantly attacking everywhere. It was pure chaos. Lu Sheng realized these were the memories of the zombie he had just defeated, but he couldn't understand why killing it would give him its memories. His body started undergoing strange changes, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Just as he was losing control, another zombie lunged out at him. But strangely, Lu Sheng had become impossibly strong. He took the zombie down with just a few punches. Compared to Lu Sheng's power right now, the Incredible Hulk would be nothing more than a joke. The poor zombie collapsed instantly. Lu Sheng finally snapped out of it, stunned. The black objects swirled around him once more. He could feel raw, surging power flowing through his veins. Being a longtime fan of web novels, Lu Sheng figured that perhaps every time he defeated a zombie here, he wouldn't just gain memories, but their strength as well. He looked at his hands, finding the whole situation impossible to believe. Just a few punches, and he'd effortlessly gained someone else's lifetime of experience. It was an insane cheat. But thinking about it, if this wasn't just a dream, it certainly had its perks. Still, this dream world felt a bit strange. Is it really necessary for a dream to feel this real? As he walked, another corpse appeared, emitting a light that caught his attention. The skeleton began to dissolve, and that person's memories poured into Lu Sheng. In the memories, base 1359 appeared. Lu Sheng recalled seeing that base in the previous memories, too. It seemed he needed to find base 1359 to uncover the truth behind this bizarre dream. Absorbing this zombie's memories didn't feel as intense as the first one. Lu Sheng realized that if he wanted to inherit their strength, he had to fight them first. Suddenly, blue tentacles appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng's head started spinning, feeling dizzy and nauseous, just like when he was at home earlier. Everything went pitch black before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in his familiar bedroom. There was constant knocking at the door. Lu Sheng woke up drenched in sweat. Lu Sheng, come out and eat. How long do you plan on hiding in your room? Lu Sheng dragged himself out to open the door. It was Lu Qinghe, his only younger sister. His beautiful sister couldn't help but nag him. Don't tell me you were just in there training and completely lost track of time. But when she looked up and saw her brother drenched in sweat like that, her eyes widened in shock, especially when she saw his six-pack abs that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Lu Sheng, still dazed, tried to explain that he must have drifted off and lost track of time. Lu Qinghe turned around, telling him to hurry up and eat so he wouldn't keep their parents waiting. But even as she walked away, she couldn't stop thinking about her brother's toned physique. Suddenly, her face flushed red. After Lu Qinghe left, Lu Sheng thought back to when they were kids. Back then, Lu Qinghe used to be glued to his side, but ever since they entered the academy and saw the results of their first exam, her attitude had changed. Lu Sheng didn't blame her, because her blood energy had already surpassed 1.0, and her combat power index had broken through as well. At this rate, she would soon qualify for a prestigious martial arts university. To describe Lu Qinghe in one word, she was nothing short of a genius. Thinking of himself, Lu Sheng felt a bit helpless. He felt they were a mismatched pair, a loser brother and a genius sister. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes shifted to his reflection in the mirror. He didn't know when his body had become so defined. He actually looked pretty handsome, didn't he? Lu Sheng stretched and moved around. Even though he had just woken up from a nightmare, he didn't feel tired or lethargic. Instead, he felt more energized than ever. Not only that, he remembered all the previous zombies' memories vividly. Now, he even possessed various inherited combat skills. It was impossible to explain, and even his physical strength had increased. It made Lu Sheng wonder if he could really bring the power he gained in his dreams into the real world. Other people trained until their bodies ached, while he could just sleep and get stronger. It really was like hacking a game. Lu Sheng stepped out to the dining table, where his parents were smiling and greeting him. The table was piled high with food. Cooked by his mother, there was barely any room left. With parents who cared for him this much, he'd be a total failure if he didn't pass. Today's meal was weird. Lu Sheng was eating like a starving beast. He shoveled spoonfuls of rice into his mouth incessantly. As he ate, he wondered if his mom had upgraded her cooking, because why did the food taste so strangely good today? He couldn't help himself. He held out his bowl to ask for more rice, but there was nothing left on the table. The bowl he just ate from was already filled up again. Lu Sheng had really surprised his family today. Seeing that there was nothing left, he laughed awkwardly and pulled his bowl back. Never mind, I'm full. Even he didn't know when he had started eating so much. But his father grabbed the bowl from his hand and said, "What are you talking about? We can't have you going hungry in this house, can we?" His dad told his mom to go cook another pot of rice and make a few more dishes. It was rare for his son to have an appetite like this, so how could he let him go hungry? He happily patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. When his son starts growing, he's like this no matter how much he eats. He never feels full. Then it'll go up quite a bit. Besides, Dad said he's heading out tomorrow to pick up more supplies. Since you're hitting a growth spurt, this is the prime window to boost your vitality. We can't afford to waste this golden opportunity. Lu Qinghe, sitting nearby, chimed in with a snarky tone. Lu Sheng is already 18, and his last vitality test was only 0.8. It's not like it's just going to magically skyrocket. Their dad looked pretty annoyed at her comment. Hey, don't you go discouraging your brother. Even a small increase is still an increase. Being a martial arts major versus a regular major is like night and day. Lu Qinghe completely ignored him, just huffed and turned away, while Lu Sheng sat there feeling helpless. His little sister kept teasing their dad, and the old man looked like he was about to blow a fuse. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Could his vitality have actually increased for real like in his dream? But he was scared his gut feeling might be wrong. Whatever, he had to get to the gym and check for sure. By the time it was dark, he had arrived at Hong Shuyan Martial Arts Hall. The owner here is Ni Hongchuan, a professional trainer who taught a fighting style that reached the top 10 at the 23rd Bakha City Martial Arts Exchange. This guy is a level 4 warrior. By the Martial Arts League standards, the world of level 1 warriors requires a vitality standard of 1.5, with a combat power index of 150. Level 2 warriors require a vitality of 15 and a combat power index of 1500. Just moving from level 1 to level 2 increases the requirements tenfold. For level 3 warriors, the vitality standard starts at 100, and combat power reaches 10,000. To become a level 4 warrior, you need a vitality peak exceeding 200 and Ni Hongchuan's combat power reaches 100,000. Lu Sheng thought to himself, Ni Hongchuan's vitality of over 200 is like 300 times his own. The gap between warrior levels is huge. It's a disparity in life force. High-level warriors are basically real-life superheroes. Plus, only kids from wealthy families can afford to join these advanced prep classes. If Lu Qinghe wanted to join, their parents would probably scrape the money together for her. But for him, not a chance in hell. On the bright side, in his dream, he had a way to absorb zombies, so he didn't really need those expensive classes. As Lu Sheng walked into the lobby, he flashed a polite smile at the receptionist. "Welcome to Hong Shuyan Martial Arts Hall. Are you here to register for our advanced martial arts course?" Lu Sheng shook his head and replied, "No, I'm just here to check my vitality score." The receptionist kept her smile on, but internally, she was already judging him. He came here without a personal trainer, so he clearly wasn't from a wealthy family. She pointed him toward the hallway to reach room number 8. Inside was the testing equipment. She politely asked if he needed help, but Lu Sheng declined. Once inside the room, Lu Sheng took a moment to prepare, then placed his hand on the circular sensor to check his vitality. The screen flashed his current reading, 0.963. Seeing the number, Lu Sheng was ecstatic. The dream wasn't a lie. Beating those zombies really could boost his vitality. In just 1 hour, he'd already jumped by 0.2. At this rate, he might even catch up to his sister. But then again, Lu Qinghe was a genius to begin with. Regardless, Lu Sheng knew he could go much further on this martial arts path. But what about his combat power? Lu Sheng walked over to the combat power test machine, reaching out while trying to calm his nerves, telling himself it would be fine. All the fighting skills and experience from that zombie in the bodysuit were burned into his memory now. Lu Sheng threw a punch at the machine, and a second later, the result popped up. Surprisingly, Lu Sheng's power index had hit 113. His jaw dropped. This growth rate was even crazier than the vitality boost. He might actually have a shot at becoming a real warrior. It felt so surreal, just 1 hour of sleep and both his vitality and combat power spiked like this. What would happen if he slept for 8, 9, or even 10 hours? If this kept up, he could be a totally different person in just one night. But when nighttime finally came, Lu Sheng couldn't fall asleep to save his life. He angrily tossed his pillow onto the bed. Damn it, I want to sleep, but I can't. He figured maybe he needed to be in the zone like he was this afternoon, or maybe he needed to be in class to get some decent shut-eye. Lu Sheng got up, turned on the lights, and looked at the clock. It was only 9 p.m. If he went to bed now, it would be way too early. Might as well get some training in. Once he was exhausted, he'd drift off on his own. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, deciding to capitalize on his peak vitality to push himself a bit. The 30th promotional sports program officially began. Lu Sheng started with the first movement, but his limbs suddenly wouldn't listen to him. Instead of the usual first move, his body started performing some weird motions that even Lu Sheng didn't understand. He had been training the 24 movements since elementary school, so there was no way he was doing it wrong. The memories of that zombie started flooding back into Lu Sheng's mind again. It hit him because he had the zombie's memories. His body was practicing the physical arts that creature had learned. Most of the apartments were already dark and quiet, but one teenager was still working hard, moving rhythmically in his room. Lu Sheng threw a powerful punch, panting for air. He slowly realized these movements required 200 more steps than his previous training routines. As Lu Sheng swung his hand, a faint, powerful blue spark of energy seemed to flicker. He could feel it clearly himself. Moreover, every single time, he felt his internal energy surging like sweat pouring off his body. Lu Sheng gasped, realizing something was off. It wasn't just the physical techniques, it was his breathing patterns, too. The memories kept appearing, accompanied by a voice that kept whispering, reminding him how to breathe, how to move, and even how to eat and rest. He had to train anytime, anywhere. This was miraculous. With just a few moves, he'd already surpassed a year of his previous training, maybe even several years' worth of progress. So, the dream was the real genius school. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, folded his arms together, and channeled his internal energy. He gathered that surging power until it formed a perfect, seamless circle. The tension in the air suddenly broke with a loud, rumbling growl from Lu Sheng's stomach. He collapsed, clutching his gut, his face gaunt as if he hadn't eaten in 1,000 years, which, honestly, wasn't far from the truth. The hunger was unbearable, it was absolutely monstrous. Lu Sheng looked sunken, almost like a living corpse, thinking about dinner and drooling at the thought. Maybe it was because after his vitality spiked, his body's energy reserves couldn't keep up. The usual food barely has the nutrients I need. Lu Sheng figured he needed some body-strengthening supplements. He was already trembling from hunger, but his family's income couldn't cover the high cost of those supplements. If things kept going like this, his progress would definitely suffer. Lu Sheng looked around his room and suddenly remembered something. He had to find a way to make money for supplements. He remembered that every semester, there were awards for students with top academic performance. I recall the grade A scholarship at Bai Academy is 50,000 yuan. To get that kind of money, I've got to show some real talent and results. Lu Sheng's eyes were more determined than ever. He was set on winning that scholarship to afford food. The next morning, at the gym in the school locker room, Lu Sheng and the others were changing. Lu Kaiming zipped up his jacket and happily started chatting. It's rare that the teacher didn't give a pop quiz today, and it's been a while since we had a combat training class. Just as he was about to keep talking, Kaiming was shocked to see Lu Sheng's shredded six-pack. Whoa, old Lu, when did you build up such insane muscles? Man. Kaiming reached out to poke at them, but Lu Sheng quickly put his shirt on. Kaiming didn't seem to notice and kept gushing. I haven't seen you in a few days. How did you get this buff? I barely recognized you. Look at those pecs. Lu Sheng said coolly, yeah, I've been training hard lately. Keep your hands to yourself, you're making me uncomfortable. Lu Sheng smoothed back his bangs and muttered, come to think of it, my hair's getting long. Should probably get a haircut. Kaiming pouted. Yeah, right. I know you're just trying to look good for the girls in combat class today. I can see right through your shallow motives. Lu Sheng felt helpless at his friend's assumptions but didn't pay it much mind. The two of them draped their arms over each other's shoulders and left. As they walked, Lu Sheng wondered how he should show off his skills. Maybe this was the real opportunity at the martial arts hall. The combat instructor, Zhang Zhengguo, spoke up. Today's combat session is still about reinforcing the basic sparring techniques we covered before. Liu Kaiming whispered into Lu Sheng's ear. He heard that Mr. Zhang was an official level 2 martial artist who had been on the front lines and fought exotic beasts. He then told him to look at the scar on the teacher's hand. Sure enough, there was a huge, eye-catching scar right on Zhang Zhengguo's hand. Lu Sheng stared at him intently and thought, a level 2 martial artist? Huh. In my eyes, his combat techniques seem way too simple and crude. What I've learned in my dreams is far more sophisticated than this. At that moment, Zhang Zhengguo started warming up and demonstrating moves. A moment later, Zhang Zhengguo threw a few powerful kicks, higher, and pulled his leg back to finish. All right, focus on the key points I just mentioned. Then, Zhang Zhengguo pointed directly at a student in the crowd. Yang Yifei, come up and spar with me to demonstrate for the class. The crowd below looked on, clearly excited by his appearance, especially the girls. Yang Yifei stood up quickly. Yes, sir. He swaggered over past the admiring stares and compliments. One girl looked at him with hungry eyes and wouldn't stop talking about how Yifei was cool and handsome, not to mention strong. Her friend chimed in too. Right? He's the star student of our class. I'd love to spar with him. The crowd buzzed when the teacher called Yifei's name. The girls were already whispering amongst themselves. It wasn't even about training anymore. They looked like they wanted to devour him. Conversely, the boys, including Kaiming, scoffed in disdain. He sighed. It's this guy again. Every chance to show off goes to him. Not only is he good-looking, but he's rich too. Even his blood-strengthening supplements for each stage are the best money can buy. Last time, Yifei's blood energy check was already at 1.2, and the teachers were obviously biased, giving him special coaching. Liu Kaiming complained, how are commoners like us supposed to survive? While Kaiming was still grumbling and jealous, Yifei had already finished demonstrating a few powerful kicks. Seeing that, Lu Sheng thought to himself, if it were the old me, I'd just be wallowing in the unfairness of fate. But everything is different now. Even Lu Sheng's gaze emitted a new light. He had to go out and take everything for himself. On the mat, the two were still demonstrating for the class and finished with a hand strike. Zhang Zhengguo brushed off his clothes and praised Yifei. Good, the moves aren't bad, though your center of gravity was a bit off. I'll correct that later. Keep training hard, you have a bright future. Next, it's time for actual sparring. Pick some classmates to spar with. Yang Yifei cupped his hands respectfully. Yes, thank you for the guidance, sir. That was how it looked on the surface. But deep down, Yang Yifei felt nothing but contempt for the teacher in front of him, a measly level 2 martial artist who couldn't even compare to his own private tutor. Zhang Zhengguo, of course, didn't notice the sarcasm. He looked around, searching for a student who wanted to spar with Yifei. Any volunteers? Those below avoided Zhang Zhengguo's gaze, desperately trying to look anywhere else. Liu Kaiming sniffed in contempt. Who could possibly beat him? Going up there is just acting as a prop for him. Zhang Zhengguo frowned in disappointment at the students' reactions. Every time it came to sparring, these students acted like ostriches. How was he supposed to teach them? Although the school focused on blood energy cultivation and martial arts, once they graduated and entered the military, only the elite would actually continue on the path of a martial artist. Zhang Zhengguo looked around the room again and thought, everyone says I'm biased toward the top students, but these kids don't stop to think. Besides Yang Yifei, how many of them even dare to step up? Zhang Jingguo's sweeping gaze accidentally collided with Lu Sheng's intense, killing intent-filled eyes. Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but be shocked to see that the boy's eyes were full of a presence as if he had actually been in real battles before. The eyes are the window to the soul, so Zhang Zhengguo pointed directly at Lu Sheng, who was sitting in the back. All right, you there. Come up and spar with Yang Yifei. Lu Sheng stood up calmly and said, yes. Liu Kaiming grabbed his friend, worried. Old Lu, just admit defeat and get it over with. The exam is coming up. Getting hurt now will mess everything up. Don't force yourself just to save face, you know? Lu Sheng flexed his arm, showing off his muscles in a surprisingly charming way, and said to Kaiming, it's not that, man. I've just been training really hard lately. He strode proudly onto the training mat. The teacher started explaining the time limit of 10 minutes, noting that the rules were the same as in combat, safety first, and especially, don't forget the key points from the previous lesson. The two stood face to face. Lu Sheng suddenly thought about the advice he got before the match. You have to be extremely calm. It's so simple, so why didn't I think of it before? Well, of course, if I had, I wouldn't be in this situation in this life. The teacher asked Lu Sheng what his vitality level was. Even though he had tested at 0.963 just yesterday, Lu Sheng humbly told his teacher and classmates that he had only reached 0.8. Instructor Trung Kwok was a bit confused when he heard that number. He didn't expect Lu Sheng's vitality score to be that low because the way the boy looked right now didn't match someone with a vitality score of 0.8 at all. In the end, he just reminded the students to watch their strength, focusing on a friendly sparring match, and shouted to begin. Dat Phi openly looked down on Lu Sheng, asking if he was ready. He even postured, warning Lu Sheng not to land on his hands when he fell to the floor. Otherwise, he'd end up with broken bones. He said it was important to protect vital areas, especially the head. Lu Sheng didn't show any emotion, humbly thanking that guy Dat Phi. "I'm ready to. Please enlighten me." Dat Phi lunged forward without hesitation, bringing his fist right in front of Lu Sheng, throwing the punch while thinking with a contemptuous attitude. "Lu Sheng, do you even know what's most important in real combat? It's controlling the distance between you and your opponent, observing their movements, and predicting the techniques they are about to unleash." He ran through a bunch of theories in his head, but it all boiled down to one thing: the vitality gap. The classmates watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp at how quick Dat Phi was. Dat Phi pressed the attack like a storm, assuming in his mind that the outcome was already set. He was certain he would emerge victorious, but suddenly, the strike he put all his strength into hit nothing but air. Dat Phi froze instantly, his face stuck in shock, because Lu Sheng had easily dodged his move and was even countering. While Dat Phi was still looking for his opponent, Lu Sheng delivered a lightning-fast punch right to his cheek, sending him flying nearly 1,000,000,000 miles away. Dat Phi was knocked unconscious, crashing into the crowd, sitting behind, leaving everyone around him looking bewildered and anxious. Everyone was shocked by Lu Sheng's terrifying strength. With just one punch, he punched Dat Phi a one-way ticket to the hospital without any further fuss. Teacher Trung realized Dat Phi didn't have the strength to wake up anymore. He shouted at the stunned students to go call the medics. The student hurriedly nodded and ran off to follow the teacher's orders. When the medics arrived, they had to bring a stretcher to take Duong Dat Phi away. He looked absolutely pathetic now, all because of his own arrogance. Lu Sheng then walked over to Instructor Trung to explain that he hadn't intended for this to happen, but it had been quite a while since he practiced, so he hadn't been able to control his strength well. Trung Trin Kwok looked at Lu Sheng with a deep, thoughtful gaze. He placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, encouraging him by saying that injuries are hard to avoid in real combat. He told him not to worry since Duong Dat Phi's injuries weren't too serious, but then invited him to his office for some tea. Lu Sheng agreed and trotted after the teacher. But before leaving, he asked Kai Min to help him take attendance for the next class. Kai Min watched Lu Sheng's retreating back, his mind full of question marks. He wondered if Lu Sheng had taken some sort of substance to get that strong all of a sudden. He'd only tilted his body once and knocked Duong Dat Phi down until he was lying flat on the ground without moving a muscle. Was this really the Lu Sheng he used to know? Scene changed to Trung Tren Kwok's office. Lu Sheng was surprised to see bonsai trees in the teacher's workspace. He had no idea Instructor Trung had such a hobby. Instructor Trung gave a cold smile and said, "Everyone has their own hobbies and interests, not to mention everyone has their own secrets, right?" Every word the teacher spoke was incredibly vague, hinting at something. "Tell me, am I right?" Student Lu Sheng, who has a vitality value of 0.8. Lu Sheng wasn't surprised that the teacher said that. He calmly explained to the teacher that he had only asked about his previous test score, so that's what he had reported. The teacher's face immediately turned serious as he asked for confirmation that he hadn't used any vitality-boosting drugs and reminded Lu Sheng that such drugs were strictly prohibited in school because they were extremely dangerous to the human body. If an investigation were to reveal it, there would definitely be severe consequences. Lu Sheng's face turned surprised when drugs were mentioned. He swore to the teacher that he had absolutely never touched anything like that. Hearing Lu Sheng's firm answer, the teacher immediately opened a box containing a blue orb to test Lu Sheng's current vitality value. Placing a hand on it would make it easy to verify, because if drugs had been used, the vitality flow would jump erratically and the readings would fluctuate wildly. After checking the vitality value, they would also check his combat power score using the robot in the back. If Lu Sheng's combat power and vitality value matched up, it would fully prove his strength. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate to accept the teacher's offer. He placed his hand on the orb, and it began to glow with blue light, quickly showing the results. They were shocked when Lu Sheng's vitality value reached as high as 1.5, making the teacher's jaw drop so far his teeth practically fell out. The teacher sat staring at the screen, completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself, a value of 1.5 means he's reached the level of a rank 1 martial artist. But a martial artist at 18 years old like this, not only in this school but in the entire Bakha city, he'd be called a genius. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had already walked over to the robot to finish the test and really shocked the teacher. Sure enough, he didn't do things by halves. Once he started, he made the teacher's eyes pop out. Lu Sheng just gave it a light tap and sent the teacher's robot head flying off. The teacher couldn't sit still anymore. He slammed the table, jumped up, and shouted, "What's wrong? What happened?" Not only did Lu Sheng break the teacher's robot, but he also wiped out Trung Tren Quox's bonsai tree. From a lush green plant with leaves covering every branch, it was now just a bare, pathetic stem that couldn't look any worse. Tears flowed down Tren Quox's face. The tree's life had ended. The teacher cried out in pain, his hands trembling as he called out to his beloved tree. "Oh my God, my precious bonsai. Why did you leave me?" Hoo-hoo. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, was just peeling the robot head off the wall, feeling panicked. "I'm sorry, teacher. I went a bit overboard. But who told you to keep insisting on a test? If you hadn't done anything from the start, wouldn't the bonsai still be intact?" Trung Tren Quox hugged the tree while thinking about Lu Sheng's power. That robot might have only been a student version, but it should have been able to put up a decent fight against the attack of an official martial artist. The more he looked, the more he realized this kid, Lu Sheng's combat power was definitely not just at the rank 1 martial artist level. Once everything was settled, the two men stood face to face, looking at each other. Lu Sheng sat down carefully, keeping his legs close together, bracing himself for whatever reaction his teacher might have. After all, he had just caused quite a stir. The teacher spoke first. "Didn't you say your last blood energy test came back at 0.8? How long ago was that?" Lu Sheng calmly replied that it was half a month ago. This answer left the teacher even more stunned. "Are you telling me that in just half a month, you went from 0.8 blood energy to surpassing an official martial artist? That's just insane." Zhang Jianguo asked Lu Sheng which major clan he was a descendant of, or which grandmaster he was training under to make such monstrous progress. Lu Sheng gave a forced smile, saying his background was nothing special, no big clans here. He didn't have any master guiding him, either. As for why his strength had improved so quickly, well, that was a secret he couldn't reveal. Zhang Zhengguo fell into deep thought. In less than a month, his blood energy had nearly doubled. Plus, his combat power was far beyond the standard of a rank 1 martial artist. Back in his student days, his own performance was decent. He had suffered through years of grueling training to break through to rank 2 before joining the military. It was only after stepping onto the battlefield that he realized the truth. Humans simply can't defeat monsters. Facing such absurd power, he realized how helpless and mediocre humans truly were. The only people capable of defeating those monsters were those just as unbelievable as they were. They were unfathomable beings. In other words, they were monsters themselves. Giving himself a headache thinking about it, Zhang Zhengguo decided to let it go. He leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. "I see. With your performance, you really should be in the elite class where the best teachers can guide you. I'll contact the administration office." When Lu Sheng heard the teacher mention the elite class, he jumped in surprise. He thanked the teacher for his kindness but declined to join that class. Even with professional guidance, it wouldn't be as fast as his own training method. Zhang Jingguo was quite surprised by the refusal. "You don't want to, but for a genius student like you, the school would go all out to support you. If you run into any difficulties during training that require school assistance, don't hesitate to speak up." Seeing the teacher open up, Lu Sheng stopped being modest and made his requests. "In that case, I won't hold back. I have 2 requests. First, I want to receive the martial arts scholarship. And second, I hope the school can be flexible with my class schedule." Zhang Jingguo agreed to Lu Sheng's terms. He promised to apply for the most exclusive scholarship for him, about 30,000 yuan. As for the class schedule, he would talk to the administration later. It would take 2 days for the scholarship to be approved, but he couldn't let that delay Lu Sheng's training. Zhang Jingguo pulled out a black card, handed it to Lu Sheng, and said, "Take this card for now. You can pay me back once you're more settled." Lu Sheng happily accepted the card. This was a black martial arts card. It held at least 100,000 yuan, far more than any scholarship. "Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang." "Haha, don't slack off on your training. I hope you'll bring glory to the school. All right, head back to class now." With that, Lu Sheng turned and left Zhang Zhengguo's office. Once Lu Sheng was completely out of sight, the teacher suddenly burst into laughter. "My Baihe Academy suddenly has a Lu Sheng, not even 18 yet, with the strength of a rank 2 martial artist. Before the final exams, I have to keep him hidden well. I'll turn him into the school's secret weapon and give the other academies the shock of a lifetime." So, the teacher was actually quite the show-off. After venting his excitement, he remembered he needed to report this news to his superiors immediately. But it seems Zhang Jingguo's goal went beyond just that. He wanted even more. After all these years, they finally had someone who might be able to reach that place. The scene shifted to a supermarket. Staff were advertising the newly released Langson wine from the Renton Hall's blood-nourishing line. It was best used for stabilizing blood energy once it reached 0.8. Plus, it was specialized for female martial artists and it was currently on sale for 30,000. A woman immediately told the staff to wrap it up for her. Her daughter happily hugged her mother's arm, promising that in the upcoming simulation exams, she would definitely take first place in her grade. Lu Sheng watched them walk away, lost in thought. That bottle of wine cost 30,000. His parents worked themselves to the bone day and night, yet they could only afford the 3,000 yuan supplements. The stronger a martial artist is, the more money they make. And with more money, they can further cultivate their strength. It was easy to see how difficult it is for a kid from a poor family to excel. Lu Sheng thought of his younger sister, Qingye. She was the true genius, possessing the innate talent to change her own destiny, but she was being held back by a brother like him, having to share what little meager resources they had. He thought about how in his past life he couldn't accept his mediocrity, yet he didn't put in the full effort to change his fate, living his days in a dull, flavorless haze. Just then, two students walked by, talking about gaming. The one with the round head was bragging, "I'll carry you to gold rank today. A rookie sword hero like me will lead the way." Just slash randomly. The boy next to him, clearly a sheltered kid, was completely starstruck by this street-wise guy, who was always hanging out at internet cafes. Lu Sheng watched them chat and suddenly had a realization. Right, the hunger for knowledge is something people in this martial arts world can't fathom, yet I was hiding in games, clinging to the petty comforts of my past life. This was just like those poor fish stuck in a pond, wanting to swim in the vast, infinite ocean but too scared to leave the safety and comfort of their little pool. However, that was just the past. Everything had changed now. The Lu Sheng of today had stepped out of the water and seen the outside world. Once again, he had been given the chance to change his destiny. In this life, whatever he wanted to do, or whatever he should do, he certainly wouldn't make the wrong choice again. Lu Sheng looked up at the sky, filled with hope and ambition. Something seemed to trigger inside him, and his eyes suddenly widened. His body began to show familiar signs. Lu Sheng realized that he had absorbed a massive amount of combat memory in a short time, and in a flash, he understood so much. The bottleneck in his fist techniques had shattered. From now on, he would make these techniques his own. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, determined to succeed. On this new path, he had just taken yet another step forward. Lu Sheng thought of his family, his younger sister, Lu Qinghe, and his parents then promised himself he would keep getting stronger to seize everything he had always wanted. The scene shifted to Lu Sheng's next training session in his dream. A zombie with a rather toothless grin lunged at him, but its attack failed. Lu Sheng was now so powerful that a mere flick of his hand was enough to send those amateur zombies flying hundreds of meters away. The zombie collapsed after just one punch, unable to even lift its head to counterattack. After taking it down, Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain. Just a zombie that used to be a martial artist in its past life. Yet, even after turning into a monster, it could still use fighting techniques. As soon as he defeated it, the creature's memories immediately flooded into Lu Sheng's mind. Based on those memories, base 1359, which Lu Sheng had been searching for, was right in front of him. He cast his gaze into the distance. This base must have been destroyed by the black mist and the endless waves of strange beasts from before. Even the creature he had just encountered was a bit bizarre. Speak of the devil. No sooner had he thought it than a few more creatures rushed out, showing off their pearly white teeth, charging right at Lu Sheng. But they didn't even make it halfway before they were beaten into silence. With those taken care of, his vision cleared up. As they fell, base 1359 finally revealed itself to Lu Sheng. He had finally found it. The sight of a city that must have once been incredibly beautiful, now completely devastated, lay before him. The city was surrounded by an immensely sturdy wall. Lu Sheng slid through a gap in the rampart to get inside. Standing there, he finally realized just how massive the wall was. Compared to it, Lu Sheng felt like an ant standing next to an elephant. He couldn't help but marvel. Such a massive wall. But this was only entering the city. Where exactly was the base? He wondered if he would even be surprised if some giant, ridiculous beast crawled out of here. Lu Sheng continued to explore. The further in he went, the more surprises he found. The walls here were 20 meters thick. It was hard to imagine what kind of war could have breached a base of this scale. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. Whether in terms of martial arts or the level of civilization, this world was far beyond his own. For such a powerful civilization to perish under the claws of strange beasts, what would their future have looked like? Lu Sheng noticed that one building looked different from the rest. It was surely a military base or a command center. In the middle of the building, there was a huge hole caused by some kind of attack. Looking closely, someone was sitting in a corner inside, looking like a zombie. Before Lu Sheng could even get a good look or think about it, a mysterious surge of power struck him, leaving him no time to react. Lu Sheng collapsed just like that. He didn't know what it was. The person back there had used a shockwave to attack his mental strength. But who on earth could have such a powerful presence? If he could defeat that guy, he would surely get much stronger. But to save his own skin, it was best not to get too close, so he put that dream aside for now and focused on finding his target. First, he had to observe his surroundings. All around him, zombies were just mindlessly wandering about. The city didn't seem particularly threatening. These things were so weak, they fell over at the slightest touch. Lu Sheng walked around, kicking each one down. They all went tumbling. When they were human, they got bitten by zombies. Now that they were zombies, they couldn't bite anyone and just got kicked by humans all day long. Maybe the most miserable ones in all of this were these mindless zombies who didn't even know what was happening. After finishing them off, Lu Sheng leaped onto the wall. Entering an apartment, he was surprised to find no signs of zombies. But the house was now nothing more than a dump. After examining it, Lu Sheng guessed that this family had been eating dinner when the apocalypse suddenly struck, as the bowls and chopsticks on the table hadn't even been cleared, and even the windows showed no signs of being broken. Lu Sheng was skeptical. Could it be that nobody, not even ordinary people, was spared when the black mist turned everyone into zombies? Turning back, he spotted a round object emitting a blue light that caught his attention. Curious, he placed his hand on it to see if it was of any use. The moment he touched it, a flurry of light danced around, and then a beautiful young woman appeared, dressed in light clothing. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise, guessing this must be a 3D virtual reality projection. Text began to appear on the machine. Lu Sheng realized the language was the same as his own. Wait, was this a trap? Lu Sheng was bewildered that the language used here matched his world. He wondered if this was just because they were more advanced and had high-tech equipment that automatically translated for the user. The machine began its introduction. It was a scientific achievement of Thian Hang, an artificial intelligence integrated with 16th-generation neural lightwave technology named IE. She was responsible for managing the base 1,359 server network. Lu Sheng marveled at this truly future technology. He called out to IE, then asked the machine to show him the latest news from the past week. The machine took the command, pretended to scan and connect to the data for a moment, and once the connection was successful, it provided a series of important updates. Among all the information, the thing that caught Lu Sheng's attention the most was the 10th level martial artist, currently in the year 11,024. He thought, if the ranking system of this world and his own were this similar, he couldn't even imagine what realm their martial arts had reached. Suddenly, an image of a massive dragon with a terrifying face appeared before Lu Sheng, lunging at him. Even though it was just a recorded video, it still made Lu Sheng feel fear. No matter how you looked at it, the martial arts and technology of this world were absolutely terrifying. It had developed at a speed he couldn't even fathom. However, whether it was 10th level martial arts or high, sturdy city walls, under the shadows and claws of the strange beasts, nothing could be protected. There were even those who decided to abandon their home planet to send a search party on a journey among the stars to find a second habitable planet. Yet, on the day human civilization completely collapsed, not even a single piece of uplifting news was left behind. Lu Sheng walked over to the chair and thought to himself, as expected, this planet couldn't escape the fate of destruction. He felt regret that such a powerful and magnificent civilization could not continue to develop. After sitting down comfortably, Lu Sheng asked the AI to show him the world's history. The AI acknowledged the command and began retrieving the historical data. In just a split second, Lu Sheng had all the information he desired. Watching and pondering, he thought, this world is so strong, yet it still couldn't escape extinction. He wanted to look at this world's history too, perhaps learn something from their experiences and then help his current world avoid such a fate. The display panel began to narrate the world's history. In the first year of the martial era, massive rifts appeared all over the world, giving birth to countless extraterrestrial creatures. In the 34th year of the martial era, the Gulong nation produced the world's first internal force martial artist, and in that same year, the Global Martial Arts Alliance was founded. The more Lu Sheng heard, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this information the history of the world he was living in? Lu Sheng hung his head, looking thoughtful. So, that's how it was. Having the same language and the same martial artist grading system wasn't just a coincidence. What he had just seen wasn't the destruction of a different world, but the future of his own world 10,000 years later. But Lu Sheng suddenly had another realization. He realized that what he had just assumed might not necessarily be the same world. It could also be a coincidence or a parallel world. Lu Sheng hurriedly called out to the AI to ask if he could search for information on a specific human. The person he wanted to find was himself. Very quickly, the AI gave Lu Sheng the answer he wanted. The screen displayed 36 results for Lu Sheng. He didn't expect to actually find information about himself. But surprisingly, the information stated that he would only live until the age of 28 and would remain just an ordinary person. His marital status was still happily single with no partner. His historical evaluation was also non-existent. After searching for himself, Lu Sheng couldn't sit still. He remembered he had to find out more about his younger sister, too. He continued to command the AI to keep searching for Lu Qinghe as of March, year 299. Unexpectedly, when it came to Qinghe's name, the AI didn't have enough authorization. The system notified him that the visitor could not query information about this martial artist. The system requested genetic blood samples to create a user profile. Lu Sheng stared blankly at his hands. How was he supposed to provide a blood sample now? Was there at least a syringe or something in this strange machine? Before he could figure out what to do, the AI had approached Lu Sheng at some point, and then closed its eyes, biting his finger. Perhaps it was because the sensation felt so real, combined with the fact that he was being touched by a beautiful girl, that Lu Sheng blushed fiercely. After some effort by the AI, the necessary drops of blood appeared on Lu Sheng's hand. The system announced that the collection of the blood sample was complete, and it was currently being analyzed. Everything was finished, but Lu Sheng still couldn't shake off the embarrassment from a moment ago. He thought to himself, people in the future really go all out. Even if it's just a virtual character, why does the feeling have to be so real? Suddenly, the AI's appearance changed. Her expression also became different. The information displayed was no longer blue but had been replaced by red. The system announced, human genetic blood sample detected. The plan has been officially initiated. The system is connecting to the resources of Fire Seed Library number 1359. After the connection was successful, Lu Sheng's access permissions were unlocked. Lu Sheng was curious about what the Fire Seed plan was. Could it be a plan to leave Earth and find a new world? The screen displayed Lu Sheng's personal information again. This time, the data was no longer the same as what he had received initially. All the information about him was finally fully revealed. Lu Sheng suddenly understood that his future had changed. The information board was no longer as sparse as it was before. His martial strength at that time was a level 4 martial artist. His usage authorization had reached level 2, and his life experience had become much richer. He graduated from Baihe Academy in Baihe City, ranking number 1 in the school and number 23 inches the entire city. After that, he was admitted to Baihe Wushu University. After graduating from university, he joined the military district and later served in the Tian'an military district. But there was one thing that didn't change much compared to the old information. Lu Sheng was still dead, while still young, except this time, he died at age 37. However, his marital status was still unmarried, and notably, his historical evaluation had gone from none to 2 stars. Lu Sheng was stunned. Could it be that, after he became stronger, his future changed as well? He couldn't believe his eyes, so he dug deeper into the data from this AI. But according to the data, even the trajectory of his life before age 18 was exactly the same as what was shown here. Even the increase in his strength before the college entrance exam was recorded. But when faced with the weight of history, that small shock didn't even ripple. In the massive human database, there was no such thing as a genius. Lu Sheng smiled faintly, thinking that over 10,000 years of history, there had been too many geniuses to count. Therefore, the so-called names in history were just a select few. However, this data still had flaws. The data stated that Lu Sheng's blood chi score was 2.012 during the college entrance exam, and his combat power index was recorded as 257. But if one ignored the dream space, based on his current speed of training, physical conditioning, breathing techniques, and maintaining existing resources, it would take him over 200 days to achieve this result normally. But if Lu Sheng added his training and gains from the dream space, then his achievements should be much further along. Thinking about the fact that he only ranked 23rd in the city was unacceptable to him. He wasn't even listed on the national ranking. Lu Sheng couldn't let this go. His name had to be known by many more people. Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with determination. His future definitely wouldn't end like that. If he continued to become stronger, he could change the future. Human civilization could not just walk toward a future of extinction like that. Lu Sheng clenched his hand into a fist, determined. He would definitely change this history and turn the tides. Back in the real world, Lu Sheng's mother was setting out food for the kids for breakfast. Seeing Lu Sheng still lounging around in his pajamas, she asked, "Little Sheng, why aren't you dressed yet? Are you not going to school today?" Lu Sheng unwrapped a steamed bun and said, "The teacher gave you permission to study from home from now on, so you don't have to go to class anymore." Both his mother and Lu Qinghe found this whole thing a bit surreal, especially since Lu Qinghe attends the same school and had never heard of anyone being allowed to study from home. Her brother was definitely getting harder and harder to understand. Lu Sheng, having finished his meal, stood up to leave. "I'm heading back to my room to train now." Seeing her son training so diligently lately, his mother was incredibly excited by the change. She even urged him, Go. You have to keep this enthusiasm up. Lu Qinghe frowned, watching Lu Sheng's back as he walked away. She had also felt lately that Lu Sheng was changing more and more. He no longer had that dull, sluggish look from before. He was becoming increasingly calm and mysterious. Just as Lu Sheng returned to his room, his phone on the desk started ringing. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. It was likely Teacher Trung. Lu Sheng picked up, and sure enough, he was right. The teacher called to inform Lu Sheng that his scholarship was ready and he could come to the school that afternoon to pick it up. Lu Sheng politely thanked him. The teacher didn't forget to ask, "By the way, why didn't you come to school today? Didn't we need to discuss your attendance schedule?" Before the teacher could finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, saying that his time was limited and he couldn't afford to waste any more of it. Since it wasn't convenient to explain everything to his teacher right then, he told him they would be in touch later and hung up immediately. Lu Sheng thought there was no more time to worry about the fear of being too talented and attracting jealousy. He had to train quickly and reveal his true potential. He had to shock everyone. To do that, he needed to manifest as much innate talent as possible to secure more resources. Lu Sheng imagined himself standing at the foot of a mountain, needing to climb to the summit at top speed to find a way to change that future. The scene shifted into Lu Sheng's dream, where he ordered the Y system to reveal his permissions, then searched for all martial arts techniques, insights, and records. Receiving the command, the Y system immediately began searching for the information with everything it had. After a successful search, it returned a total of 465,715 results. Facing such a massive amount of data, even Lu Sheng felt overwhelmed. He continued to command the Y system to filter for the most suitable techniques for first-level practitioners and to highlight the most valuable content. The Y system filtered again, limiting the scope to first-level practitioners as requested. It returned 34,521 results. After ranking them by potential, it narrowed it down to the final 3 results. These were the best techniques in the last 10,000 years. First was the stellar body refining technique, created by Vuong Hang, the strongest 10th level martial artist, which had been included in the seed plan. Next was the natural breathing method, created by Duong Nat Dan, the strongest 11th level martial artist, also included in the plan. And finally, the crystal meditation method, created by Don Wai Fong, also the strongest 11th level martial artist. Lu Sheng was shocked to realize the creators were all at the 11th level. At the moment, the strongest humans hadn't even passed the 9th level. Having things here at the 11th level seemed completely impossible. Even though they were only introductory versions, the value of these techniques was beyond words because they were all part of the seed plan. It seemed the powerhouses of the martial union had long predicted this fate, but knowing they lacked the strength themselves, they could only pass down their life's work, hoping that future generations could continue the seed plan. But unfortunately, they could never have expected that the one to find this seed wouldn't be their descendant, but Lu Sheng. Setting that aside, Lu Sheng's main purpose for being here was to train. He started with the stellar body refining technique, turning his body into a miniature universe. Lu Sheng clenched one fist and held the other hand to his chest. The first movement was calm heart, clear mind, spirit unbound. Refined blood energy strengthened the body, while a tempered spirit delved into every single cell. Every cell would become a planet of invincible power, turning the blood flowing in his body into galaxies. Internal energy became a star field. The body density of a martial artist who reaches the peak is unimaginable in both strength and defense. The blood energy would be as powerful as a star and as boundless as a galaxy. After a grueling training session, Lu Sheng was drenched in sweat. He recalled the exercises he used to do. If the old techniques had an efficiency of 1, then the efficiency of the stellar body refining technique had to be 1,000 or perhaps even higher, even though it felt like basic calisthenics when he first started. Since that was the case, he had to move on to the next one, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and performed it for the first time. He took a deep breath, and it felt as if thousands of flames were radiating around him. After finishing, Lu Sheng felt as if countless fires were burning within his body, and he could even feel himself heating up from the inside. And this was only the first level of breathing. There were many more powerful attributes to this breathing method later on. Next was the crystal meditation method. This technique helps tame the mind and strengthen the will. It involved the most mysterious energy aspect of martial arts cultivation. Lu Sheng sat down and crossed his legs to see how it worked. This move was likely for training mental strength. A blue light began to radiate from around him, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, Lu Sheng fell into his own private space. This was likely his mental world. Inside, he saw Lu Sheng wearing only his pants, hugging himself, his eyes tightly shut. Mental will is extremely important in martial arts, so a martial artist must have a firm will without distractions. Whether it's combat power or cultivation speed, it far exceeds that of a martial artist with a weak will and too many desires. But after looking around and exploring for a long time, Lu Sheng still didn't know how to cultivate this. Finally, he sighed in frustration, looking at his motionless statue-like self, and gave up for now. It seemed he would have to save this for later and practice slowly. Ending today's training session, Lu Sheng gradually opened his eyes. Waking up, he had to take deep, ragged breaths because he was so exhausted. Even though it was just training inside a dream, the lingering fatigue felt incredibly real, nothing like a normal dream. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something foul. Yang Yifei looked down at his arms and saw they were absolutely covered in grime. If a pretty girl happened to walk in right now, he'd be so embarrassed, he wouldn't know where to hide his face. He held his hands out, inspecting the fruits of his training, wondering if all this filth was just sweat expelled from his body. It was true, the training effects in the dream really did carry over to his physical body in reality. This was beyond anything he had ever imagined. But first things first, he had to go wash up. The effects of the stellar body refinement technique and the natural breathing method were surprisingly effective at purging impurities from his system. Yang Yifei walked over to the table, picked up a bottle of wine, and thought about how his cultivation had been progressing rapidly lately. Once he got his scholarship money tomorrow, he could push his training even further. The bottle in Yang Yifei's hand contained a precious medicinal formula from 10,000 years in the future. This wasn't just some regular tonic. It could enhance a user's power and completely flip the pharmaceutical landscape of this entire world. Yang Yifei couldn't help but grin at the thought. Meanwhile, at Baihe Academy, Yang Yifei had arrived to collect his scholarship. He might not be that fast in class, but when it came to getting scholarship money, he could outrun a lightning bolt. Mr. Zhang, seeing Yang Yifei sneak in quietly like this, couldn't help but nag him. Next time, at least give me a heads up before you show up. Yang Yifei replied with practiced politeness. I understand, sir. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang stopped lecturing him, only telling Yang Yifei that he could go if he had things to do. But he had to promise to show up at school at least once a week. He couldn't just keep disappearing like a ghost. Yang Yifei nodded like a good boy and took off immediately. Mr. Zhang watched him walk away, feeling that even though it had only been 2 days, he could no longer read Yang Yifei at all. The kid radiated an aura that made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. On his way back, Yang Yifei kept thinking about how he needed to solve his blood energy deficiency as soon as possible. Now that he had the money and the secret formulas from the future, refining his own medicinal supplements was the best way to go. Yang Yifei recalled the prescription he had found in the Fire Seed Resource Cache. In this era and at this stage, the most suitable formula for him was the Spirit Energy Blood Strengthening and Marrow Nourishing Elixir. But realistically, no matter how simple the recipe was, it required professional equipment. Even a slight difference in heat or dosage would completely change the outcome. Yang Yifei needed a professional lab, but building one from scratch was out of the question. The money he had on hand wasn't nearly enough for that. Yang Yifei looked up at the pharmacy in front of him, thinking that if he couldn't build his own lab, he might as well try to rent the equipment here. But reality wasn't a dream. The pharmacy owner flatly refused him. Are you joking? The lab is the most important part of the shop. You think I'm going to let you come in and steal my shop's secret formulas? I'm not that stupid. With that, the owner slammed the door shut and shooed Yang Yifei away. This was the 7th pharmacy that had rejected him and kicked him out. Clearly, this approach wasn't working. Yang Yifei looked at his backpack. He had already bought more than enough ingredients for the Spirit Energy Blood Strengthening Elixir. He looked at the card in his hand. It didn't just have the 30,000 yuan Mr. Zhang mentioned. There were 80,000 in there. Yang Yifei guessed the teacher must have felt 30,000 was too little and decided to give him a bit more. Yang Yifei walked while he thought, and before he knew it, he had wandered into a desolate, quiet area. He was just about to give up and buy some cheap tools online to test things out when another pharmacy appeared in front of him. Having lived here for 18 years, Yang Yifei had no idea a pharmacy existed in such a deserted area. Yang Yifei opened the door and walked in, but the owner couldn't have cared less, busy listening to music and ignoring anyone who walked in or out. The guy with blonde hair and 3 shaved stripes on his head just told Yang Yifei to go ahead and pick what he wanted, then bring it over for him to ring up. Yang Yifei tried to explain he wasn't there to buy medicine, but before he could finish, the guy just repeated his previous line, completely ignoring his customer. Don't even think about stealing stuff. I've got cameras everywhere. They record in high def. Yang Yifei narrowed his eyes and frowned at the idiot in front of him. Every other pharmacy he'd visited, no matter how bad their attitude, would at least have the decency to ask the customer what they needed. This guy, on the other hand, had a face that clearly said he didn't want to do business, which made Yang Yifei extremely annoyed. The guy was still busy watching girls dancing on TikTok, smiling so hard his eyes were squinted shut, completely unaware that his customer was about to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Yang Yifei pressed his hand down on the blonde guy's phone, killing his vibe instantly. The guy jumped up, ready to start a fight. What the hell is your problem? You want to die? But before he could even flex, Yang Yifei leaned in, immediately sucking the air out of the room and making him shut his mouth. Unless you want to be eating nothing but baby food for the rest of your life. The guy finally realized he was in trouble, sweat beading on his forehead, and he timidly asked Yang Yifei what he was looking for. Maintaining his intensity, Yang Yifei slammed his hand on the counter and said, "I'm here to ask you one thing. Does your pharmacy have a lab?" The guy was terrified, his face pale, but he still mustered the courage to ask, "So what if I do, and what if I don't?" Yang Yifei did a complete 180, smiling as he said, "If you do, I want to discuss a business deal." The guy compromised and led Yang Yifei to the pharmacy's lab, but before entering, he blocked the door to make one thing clear. He'd only give Yang Yifei 3 hours, and there was one more thing before he could finish. Yang Yifei cut him off, pulled out the card smoothly, and said, "Payment up front, right?" The blonde guy's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. "Please, come right in, sir. Make yourself at home, huh?" Once inside, he put on his gloves and donned a professional lab coat to start his first refinement session. This was his first time ever refining medicine like this. He had to start by prepping the raw materials. Lu Sheng held a mutated green lizard in his hand. The first step was to remove its scales, then dissolve it, followed by adding a neutralizing agent to create a 35% concentration formula at a stable temperature. Next, he had to condense the moonstone by using a laser to adjust the visible light radiation. He divided the raw materials into 2 forms, mobile and liquid. Then he collected them and began the cooling process. Finally, he chopped up 30 grams of rock-hard mutated toon tree roots, but he had to be careful with the dosage. Once the materials were processed, he moved on to the sequencing stage to adjust the medicinal properties. He mixed them based on the specific ratio and reaction order. After those steps, he finally obtained the blood-enhancing spirit tonic. Lu Sheng held up a glowing, galaxy-pink solution. This was his masterpiece. It actually worked. He couldn't believe he succeeded on the very first try. This was a supplement from 1,000 years in the future, but whether it really worked or not remained to be seen after testing it. Lu Sheng downed the entire concoction he just made in one gulp. After drinking it, he didn't feel anything, and it didn't have any particular taste. Lu Sheng wondered if his experiment had failed, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his body started to change. Lu Sheng collapsed to the floor and let out a loud shout, then slumped to the ground, completely exhausted. He hadn't expected the medicinal power to be this intense. In just a short moment, it had already filled the deficiency of qi and blood caused by leveling up too quickly, with even more to spare. Lu Sheng thought it was unimaginable that something so effective wouldn't cause any harm to the body. And that wasn't all. Not only did this blood-enhancing tonic have such strong effects, it also beautified the skin by increasing elasticity and shrinking pores. This was clearly the crystallization of 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. Just as he was reveling in his success, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Lu Sheng opened it and bumped into a blonde guy. "It's not time yet. Why are you knocking?" The blonde guy looked terrified and yelled, "There's no time to explain. Get out of here. Leave through the back door. Our boss is home." Outside, a wealthy, gorgeous woman dressed in a stylish outfit was strolling into the shop. The blonde guy had really messed up this time. The woman carried a box of test tubes containing liquids in blue, red, purple, yellow, pink, orange, and gray-white. She picked up a blue tube and took a sip to test it. She was deeply disappointed after drinking it. "This won't do. It's undrinkable. The chemical reaction is too weak. It doesn't trigger the medicinal properties at all." She felt utterly helpless. Martial arts were developing rapidly, and the medical industry was growing right along with it. New, better prescriptions were being developed every day, leaving old ones to be discarded. She was the young lady of the Ha family, but the family was declining due to their conservative, outdated mindset, clinging to the old and refusing to accept new ideas. The prescriptions at the Han Xian pharmacy were all hundreds of years old. They simply weren't competitive in the market anymore. If she couldn't find a new prescription soon, the business her father had personally entrusted to her would be gone for good. The more he Lingzhu thought about it, the more desperate she became. Since she didn't have the talent to research new formulas herself, she had no choice but to partner with a veteran pharmacist. She had to get the new formula that Mr. Zhang, the old master, had just invented. Whether the Ha family could make a comeback depended on this. Just as He Lingsu walked in, the blonde guy had managed to push Lu Sheng out. He rushed over to greet her. "He Lingsu, aren't you supposed to be at the neighboring market today?" He Lingsu didn't even pay attention to him and walked angrily straight into the lab. Although the blonde guy looked terrified on the outside, he was completely head over heels for her. In his eyes, He Lingsu was always beautiful, charismatic, and elegant. Her appearance was beyond compare. She was his forever goddess. He was even delusional enough to imagine a life and kids with her. Just as he reached the peak of his daydream, A shout brought him back to reality. Ma Fei, did you sneak someone into my lab? The guy still wasn't fully out of his trance, and he muttered that even He Lingsu's angry expression was beautiful, which made her so furious she almost blew a fuse. Ma Fei tried to lie his way out of it, but He Lingsu didn't have time to argue. She slapped her forehead and fired Ma Fei on the spot. Get out. Don't come back tomorrow. Now in the lab, He Lingsu was so frustrated she wanted to pick a fight with someone. She threw the jacket Lu Sheng had been wearing into the trash and started cleaning up, grumbling to herself. Because every test tube now had to be washed and sterilized. The more she cleaned, the more mess she found. Suddenly, the box containing the mutated green lizard caught her eye. He even used active qi to stimulate the lizard. This is actually something of value. But then she thought, maybe that was just a pipe dream. The guy was probably just trying to research a drug on his own. But to do research, you need deep pharmacological knowledge. She figured Lu Sheng didn't even have a proper lab, so was he just dreaming of getting rich overnight? But looking at herself, she was also pinning her hopes on these intangible things. After finishing the cleanup, she looked down and saw a broken test tube. She felt even more helpless inside. Not only did you break into someone else's lab and use their equipment without permission, but you also left a mess for me to clean up. She leaned down to pick up the shards and realized something was off. The way the chemicals had reacted, along with the scent, could it be moonstone and mutated toon tree roots? It was the first time she'd seen those two combined. She touched a drop and tasted it. The reaction was beyond her wildest imagination. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was dragging his suitcase away after being heartlessly fired by his goddess. He sighed with regret. That brat ruined me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone for that small bit of money. He didn't expect his connection with the goddess to end just like that. Regretfully, Ma Fei turned back to look at the pharmacy and pleaded with the heavens, "Oh heaven, let me see my goddess one more time. Just once is all I ask." And as if his wish was granted, He Lingsu came running toward him in a panic, waving for him to stop. Ma Fei, don't go. Stop. Seeing He Lingsu calling for him, Ma Fei was so moved, he nearly teared up. Ma Fei, don't go, wait up. Seeing He Lingsu calling out to him, Ma Fei was so moved he teared up. He immediately dropped everything in his hands and rushed toward the beauty. I knew you had feelings for me deep down. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right by your side. You're my eternal sanctuary. Ma Fei spread his arms wide, ready to lunge in for a hug, but He Lingsu suddenly grabbed his collar and screamed furiously. Who exactly came into my lab earlier? I need to see that person right now. Ma Fei was shaken so violently by He Lingsu that his soul almost left his body. He Lingsu demanded that if he could track down Lu Sheng, he could keep his job, and his salary would even be doubled. Caught off guard, Ma Fei luckily managed to say he had Lu Sheng's contact info. Hearing that, He Lingsu grabbed his phone like she'd struck gold and ruthlessly shoved him into a corner. Heaven only knows how desperate she was to find Lu Sheng. The formula he just created had blood-nourishing effects 10 times stronger than the products currently selling for $100,000 on the market today. Plus, after testing, she realized it also had benefits like skin beautification and muscle building. The main ingredients were all common materials. The production cost was less than 5,000 yuan. This could very well be a new global breakthrough. She called Lu Sheng. Finally, she had found the person she'd been searching for. This was the moment for the Ha family. At that moment, Lu Sheng was still, training hard after being recharged with energy. That star core body refining art really lives up to being a level 10 or 11 technique from 10,000 years in the future. It's unimaginable. It's a massive invention for the potential of the human body. If he keeps this up, his body might actually form a star core. Not only that, the natural breathing technique is also incredible. It has such immense power. If he didn't have this breathing method combined with the technique, the effects of the body refining wouldn't be this good. His blood energy has increased significantly. The effects of the spirit essence blood-bathing soup are also working great. He had just made 12 bottles. With his physique, drinking 2 bottles a day is enough, and in 6 days, he'll need to figure out how to brew more. His phone rang incessantly. The ringtone was Thien Lai Oi, Ko the O Lai De Kong, by the nation's favorite husband, worth about 5 million. Lu Sheng stepped out, picked up the phone, and hit answer. As soon as the connection was made, He Lingsu hurried to speak, as if afraid he would hang up. Hello, master. Sorry to bother you. I am He Lingsu, the manager of Han Tian Duong. I've seen the medicine you left behind. It's a product that opens a new era. He Lingsu expressed her wish to collaborate with Lu Sheng. He agreed immediately, but insisted on meeting in a week, then hung up, leaving her completely stunned. Get a grip, pull yourself together. He Lingsu was dying to meet this mysterious person, but he was still acting so aloof with her. Remembering something, she shook Ma Fei awake and demanded he go find Lu Sheng immediately. Starting now, you are in charge of finding this master for me as fast as you can. If you find him before 6 days are up, for every day early, you get a 10,000 yuan bonus. Hearing about that generous reward, Ma Fei's spirits were instantly lifted. Boss, you better keep your word. But recalling Lu Sheng's appearance, Ma Fei asked He Lingsu if she might be mistaken. The person who borrowed my lab looks like he's only in his teens. He looks like just a student. That left He Lingsu feeling confused. She imagined a nerdy male student with glasses sitting there researching herbs to create high-quality medicine. He Lingsu began to doubt reality. If Lu Sheng is just a student and he already concocted that kind of medicine, then who on earth is he? Lu Sheng kept training diligently every day. The work of fighting zombies in his dreams was repeated. Day after day, one more zombie knocked out by Lu Sheng with an uppercut. The pain must have been indescribable, but that wasn't Lu Sheng's main goal for today. His goal today was that massive giant zombie over there. In terms of size, Lu Sheng barely reached its knees, but he wanted to test if a level 1 martial artist like him could battle a level 4 zombie. Before he could even react, the zombie lunged, landing a loving punch that left Lu Sheng slightly injured. The zombie was truly strong. Its power was at least twice that of Lu Sheng. The zombie charged again, but this time, Lu Sheng dodged the attack and, in return, taught it a lesson about the real world. Lu Sheng had somehow gotten behind it and landed a powerful kick to its back, making it squeal like a stuck pig. Attacked from behind, the zombie turned to glare at Lu Sheng, but he was faster, raising his leg and slamming it with full force onto its head, knocking it out instantly. Finally, he took it down. Thought it would be easy. Turns out it really was. This zombie was once a soldier who died on the battlefield. Because these zombies weren't magical beasts, Lu Sheng easily gained experience. They were just dead people. Like a daily occurrence, the zombie's memories from when it was alive began to flow into Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, absorbing the memories and strength like a machine. Fight over, absorption complete. Lu Sheng realized this zombie was actually a level 5 martial artist. No wonder that punch earlier left him feeling so wrecked. Thinking back, if it hadn't been missing an arm and lacking brain function, relying only on the residual combat instincts in its body, Lu Sheng clearly wouldn't have been able to defeat it. He had been practicing the star core body refining art, the natural breathing technique, and the crystal visualization technique for nearly a week. Through the rapid increase in blood energy in the spirit essence blood-bathing soup, plus the martial arts he gained from absorbing memories if he could combine the secret techniques of the star core body refining art and the breathing technique, his power could erupt 10, maybe even 100 times over. Just then, other zombies smelled a human and started creeping closer, unaware that this was the end of their world. What brainless creatures. They just threw themselves at Lu Sheng. He was just warming up his new energy, preparing to unleash it to show them what a real party looks like. Lu Sheng punched the ground, and it was enough to make all the nearby zombies cry out in agony. I warned you not to come close, but since none of you listened, you have to suffer the consequences. What else can you do? Back to the daily grind. Today, Lu Sheng headed back to the martial arts gym to check if his recent dreams had helped boost his stats at all. As soon as he walked in, the receptionist recognized him right away. She rested her chin on her hand and teased, "Hey kid, what brings you back here again? With the vitality exams coming up, you know you can't just raise those numbers overnight, right?" I know, Lu Sheng replied, though he understood that reality better than anyone. But that logic applied to normal people, not to him. He scratched his head and gave the receptionist a polite, modest answer. Haha, fair point. Just trying to see if I can make a bit of progress. The receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of such a handsome guy, thinking to herself that this was the second time this month she'd seen this cute kid, Lu Sheng. Most people only came in for a checkup every 2 weeks or even every 6 months. Even for students, with all the pressure to keep their grades up, they only really show up for the monthly exams. Haha, room 2 is open. Go ahead and head in yourself. Good luck. As she walked away, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, if my strength wasn't growing so fast, I wouldn't be coming here to get tested so often either. First things first, let's check the blood vitality. Surprisingly, he hit a 5.6. Even Lu Sheng was taken aback. He didn't think his score would jump that high. He even surpassed the standard for a Tier 2 martial artist. Lu Sheng thought happily. It made sense, though. After all, he was combining top-tier martial arts techniques from 1,000 years in the future with advanced futuristic supplements. It would be weirder if he didn't improve. After the blood test, it was time to move on to the combat power test to see if there was any real progress. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves, getting ready to give that poor robot a real beating. He landed a strike on the machine that made it seem like the gym would have to buy a replacement. The screen flashed 3,137. That number was way too high, even over triple the standard. Lu Sheng was stunned by his own power. Part of it might have been his technique, but that wasn't the whole story. If that were all, his ultimate combat potential would be limitless. Lu Sheng decided to test one more time to see if he could push it even further. This time, Lu Sheng went all out for the test, and the results were absolutely terrifying. Everything finished, he headed out to go home. The receptionist saw him leaving and quickly struck up a conversation. He was a good-looking guy. After all, if she missed this chance, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Done with your test, kid? You look pretty happy with the results, huh? Lu Sheng replied with a smile. Yeah, I'm very satisfied. Then they said their goodbyes. The receptionist was so happy she was practically beaming. After Lu Sheng left, the receptionist chuckled to herself, thinking that for a guy who usually acted so cool, he looked pretty handsome when he smiled. Every single expression of hers had been watched by two people behind her. The girl with pink hair was Ni Yang, the daughter of the Hong Chuan martial arts gym owner. Following her was her younger brother. Ni Yang teased the receptionist. I just got back from taking the kid to soak in his medicinal bath, and I see you're already swooning. The receptionist, caught red-handed, quickly denied it, saying, he's just a normal high school student, I wasn't swooning. But I have to admit, Lu Sheng really is a magnet for girls. The younger brother behind them heard them talking about a handsome guy and shook his head, saying, being handsome is useless. It doesn't put food on the table. In this society, only martial arts matter. The kid looked down on Lu Sheng, saying he could tell by looking at him that he came from an ordinary family, and all this testing was just a waste of time. Ni Yang glanced at her brother. Since he was little, the kid had been fed all kinds of expensive supplements, and even though he hadn't started formal training, his vitality was already twice that of a normal person. Now, he was training in various techniques, constantly widening the gap between him and his peers. It was easy to see why he was so arrogant. Ni Yang found her brother's attitude annoying, so she gave him a smack on the head and scolded him. Don't compare yourself to ordinary kids. She then sternly reminded him that with better resources, he should be working even harder, not walking around all day acting smug about a few minor achievements. The pink-haired boy had a bump forming on his head from the hit, and he could only sit there, crying, not daring to fight back. Then, suddenly, his competitive side took over, and he started smiling again, grabbing Ni Yang's arm. Hey, sis, do me a favor. I want to see the test results of that guy from before. Ni Yang wondered why he wanted to see Lu Sheng's results, so the kid explained that Lu Sheng looked a few years older than him. He figured since he was just a student, he wanted to see if all that hard work actually paid off. Ni Yang couldn't say no when he acted like that, but before opening it, she warned him to remember that the guy was just an ordinary person. She told him not to be so full of himself. The receptionist brought over the results, saying that since he was the only one who came in today, she could pull it up for them right away. Ni Yang took the tablet and read Lu Sheng's name aloud. He really was just a student, but her expression changed in an instant. The three of them looked at Lu Sheng's score, and everyone looked shocked, especially the cocky kid, who was so stunned he couldn't even stand and fell flat on his butt. Is the machine broken? The receptionist insisted that couldn't be right. The machines at the gym were maintained regularly. Plus, it had just been serviced yesterday, so there was no way there was a mistake. Ni Yang's face turned serious. That meant these stats were actually real. She immediately shouted, Ling, do you have his address or phone number? But unfortunately, Lu Sheng wasn't a member, so there was no registration information. He just came to the gym to test his stats. The receptionist rushed off to look, guessing that Lu Sheng must live somewhere nearby. Ni Yang ordered her to contact any available staff to collect all information on students in the area. They had to find Lu Sheng quickly. Ni Yang looked at the tablet screen again and muttered, Lu Sheng, I will find you. By this time, Lu Sheng was already sitting in a taxi heading elsewhere. Before he got out, the driver seemed to take quite a liking to him. Lu Sheng, I will find you, no matter what. Lu Sheng was already settled into a taxi, heading to his next destination. Before he got out, the driver seemed quite fond of him. He gave a thumbs up and said, Haha, it's been a pleasure talking to you. If we ever get the chance to meet again, I'll definitely introduce my daughter to you. Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, shaking his head as he thought, this uncle is way too enthusiastic. If I'd known, I would have just told him from the start that I was here to take the level 2 martial artist exam. That way, he would have definitely thought I was crazy and wouldn't have bothered talking to me. Reaching the entrance, he was about to step into the building when someone ran out, sounding like they were about to burst into tears. No way. My combat power at home was clearly over 150. How could this happen? This guy just knelt right in front of the building, hands pressed together in prayer like he was cursed. The onlookers started gossiping about how the equipment at the Martial Arts Association is official. It's obviously more accurate than those machines outside. That guy is probably so used to being flattered that he came here today and got a reality check he couldn't handle. Lu Sheng was hyped to hear the machines here were more accurate. Finally, he had found a place where he could accurately measure his strength. Lu Sheng walked into the lobby and approached the front desk. "Excuse me, could you tell me where to go for the martial artist certification exam?" The receptionist didn't even look up at the client, her eyes glued to the stack of documents she was frantically signing, and handed Lu Sheng a form, telling him to fill it out and then head to room 203 for the evaluation. Lu Sheng obediently followed instructions, but when he reached the room and opened the door, he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. There must have been at least 100 people ahead of him. This line was ridiculously long. He'd expected to be the only one here, but who knew everyone else would be rushing to test themselves too. Lu Sheng walked in feeling frustrated. He had no time to waste, and coming here was already eating up so much of it. He really didn't know what to do. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he overheard two people talking about a beautiful girl who was also present. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw that she was indeed very young, but it looked like her skills were probably far from average, way beyond that. Lu Sheng observed the people around him. Most of the people in line were around 15 years old. He was already considered young, but surprisingly, that girl looked even younger than him. The room was quiet until a massive, towering giant walked in, forcing everyone to look up in awe. "Excuse me, let me through." Right then, it was one guy's turn for the evaluation. He was confident he would get the best results to make his girlfriend proud. His girlfriend standing nearby was cheering him on enthusiastically. But while they were lost in their own little world, the giant from earlier pushed them aside with just one finger, leaving them completely stunned. The guy turned around and saw the giant who'd shoved him. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Not just him, but everyone around them gasped at the guy's insane, muscle-bound physique. The girlfriend was incredibly annoyed seeing this guy being so arrogant. She rushed up to demand justice for her boyfriend. "Hey, who do you think you are? Don't you know about lines and taking turns? You have to wait in line, don't you?" The big guy didn't even bother to respond. The boyfriend behind them couldn't hold her back because he knew he stood no chance against that monster. Better to just swallow his pride and keep the peace. The girl couldn't take it and shouted, "Don't think that just because you're big, you can break the rules." She was in the middle of a tirade when the staff member there shut her down because he had just seen the guy's form. He should be the first to be tested because he's a level 3 martial artist. Hearing that, the woman froze, and the boyfriend looked like he was about to throw up blood out of sheer terror. A level 3 martial artist certification is incredibly rare. Even in this entire Baihe city, there were only about 10 people who had reached that level. Lu Sheng thought to himself, in the martial arts world, the strong naturally have the right to special treatment. The giant stepped onto the platform to start the test. The girlfriend still felt indignant for her boyfriend and kept muttering under her breath. So what if he's a level 3 martial artist? It's not like taking the test makes you special. What's he so cocky about? But as soon as the results came out, she was stunned all over again. The man's blood energy value had reached a staggering 107. The staff member in charge was breaking out into a cold sweat as he recorded the information, but due to professional requirements, he had to keep going. Next is the second category. This second round was even more intense than the first. With just a single punch, he sent everyone present reeling. It started to get chaotic below. No matter what happened, Lu Sheng stood firm, just as he had from the start. All that hard training really hadn't gone to waste. The combat power test result was 10,831. The staff member congratulated Zhao Changfeng. "From this moment on, you are officially a level 3 martial artist in Baihe City, recognized by the Martial Artists Association. You will receive 30,000 yuan every month." Finished, he turned and looked down at the crowd, seeing that everyone else had been knocked down, leaving only 2 people still standing. The beautiful girl from before couldn't help but praise that man. Lu Sheng, standing behind them, suddenly spoke up. "Is this the level of a level 3 martial artist?" Hearing this from Lu Sheng, the girl was stunned and thought, this guy is way too arrogant. He just managed to stay standing after a punch. It's not like he's actually done anything impressive. Lu Sheng stepped forward to ask a nearby staff member, "Can I go next?" Since there's no one else in line, and everyone else is still reeling from that punch and not in any shape to test. The staff member was intrigued to see Lu Sheng so calm and praise his strong composure. He smiled and said, "All right, next person." Lu Sheng, begin the test. Lu Sheng started the process by placing his hand on the glowing orb. The staff member behind him kindly reminded him, "Don't be nervous. Just keep your state as natural as possible." The screen displayed Lu Sheng's blood energy value, 15.7. The staff member who had just given him advice now felt a chill down his spine. Even those watching below, especially the girl from earlier, had her eyes wide, jaw dropped as if it were about to hit the floor. Wait, this guy is only 17 or 18, right? What the hell is this? Zhao Changfeng, standing in the corner, had to rethink everything. A kid who's only 17 or 18 and already reached the level of a level 2 martial artist. Is this some kind of sick joke? He's so young. and he already has this kind of blood energy. Next up is the combat power test. The staff member tells him not to let Zhao Changfeng's punch from earlier get to him, just to punch as hard as he wants until he's satisfied. But the staff member is left stunned by Lu Sheng's response. Haha, thanks, but I don't need to. Once is enough. With that, Lu Sheng channels all his strength into delivering a lightning-fast strike. The entire room suddenly flashes purple, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. Could that punch of his? How many points did Lu Sheng reach to make everyone look at him like that? After Lu Sheng slammed his fist into the combat power testing machine, the device shattered into pieces. A terrifying sound erupted, accompanied by such an immense shockwave that it knocked the level 1 martial artists on the scene right off their feet. Countless screams rang out, and the scene descended into total chaos. Zhao Changfeng, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but furrow his brow at Lu Sheng's monstrous power. Yang Yan, who hadn't even given him a second glance earlier, now had to struggle just to stay standing against the force of it. Just then, the display panel flashed the combat power score. The Martial Arts Association staff member's jaw dropped in shock when he saw Lu Sheng's score, and he stuttered. 15,709. Seeing the number, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, the fist technique. After breaking through the bottleneck, combined with the starburst force and the natural breathing technique, my combat power has jumped to 10 times the standard for my blood vitality. Is this the appeal of martial arts techniques? The staff member finally recovered from the shock, and he said with a tremble, Student Lu, congratulations on passing the level 1 martial arts exam. No, that's not right. His strength is clearly enough to surpass a level 2, maybe even a level 3 martial artist. The more the staff member spoke, the more panicked he became. Finally, he said excitedly, I'm so sorry. I can't grade you properly right now, but don't worry. I'm going to report this to the association's higher-ups immediately. The Martial Arts Association won't let any talent go to waste. No, a genius, especially a genius like you. I'm going to file the report now. I'll bet my entire career on it. I will definitely get you a satisfying answer. Don't you worry. Lu Sheng watches the staff member rush off with the results sheet, confused and lost. Huh? What's going on? Seeing the staff member vanish, Lu Sheng wonders, so, can I go home now? Suddenly, a massive figure radiating killing intent appears right behind Lu Sheng. He turns around cautiously and asks, so, did you need something from me? It's Zhao Changfeng. He looks at Lu Sheng with a gloomy face and reaches out a hand. Seeing this, Lu Sheng is a bit confused by the gesture. Zhao Changfeng makes a fierce face and introduces himself. Seeing the man's expression, Lu Sheng doesn't say a word, just looks at him with a provocative gaze. Lu Sheng reaches out, ready to show his strength. But unexpectedly, the man with a fierce face, Zhao Changfeng, after shaking Lu Sheng's hand, breaks into a friendly smile. The crowd in the stands starts scrambling to shake hands and take photos with Lu Sheng. Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm Wang Demeng. Shake my hand. Mr. Lu, I'm Hu Changming. Could you spare a few minutes? Mr. Lu, look over here. Mr. Lu, please stop. Seeing the crowd swarming him so aggressively, Lu Sheng gets scared and runs for his life. The whole mob refuses to give up and chases after him. Damn it, that Zhao Changfeng guy beat me to it. A level 3 martial artist's brain really switches fast. They scream his name while chasing after Lu Sheng. Outside the Martial Arts Association, Lu Qinghe and 2 friends are waiting for their friend to finish the test. She asks anxiously, has Senior Yang Yan not come out yet? I wonder if it went smoothly. Feng Fan says confidently, haha, don't worry about it. Getting a level 1 certification is a piece of cake for a genius like her, isn't it? Lu Qinghe agrees. Just then, she sees Lu Sheng walking out of the association building and is quite surprised. Huh, Qinghe calls out. Lu Sheng turns around, sees Qinghe and her friends standing nearby, and quickly walks over to ask, Lu Qinghe, what are you doing here? Lu Qinghe crosses her arms and frowns. I should be the one asking you that. You don't go to school. You just spend all day sleeping at home. What are you doing at the association now? Lu Sheng thinks to herself. Not going to school is one thing, but how does she know I spend most of my time sleeping in my room? Lu Sheng feels a bit awkward and covers his mouth with his hand. Ahem. I'm here for some important business. How about you guys? What brings you to the Martial Arts Association? Feng Fan smiles and says, hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Lu Qing, his friend. My name is Feng Fan, friends call me Fan, and this is Xu Ruo. We're here with Senior Yang Yan to take the test today. Struck by Lu Sheng's handsome looks, Feng Fan can't help but shower him with praise. Mr. Lu, you're so handsome. You're nothing like what Qinghe described. Seeing Feng Fan forgetting their friendship for a pretty face, Qinghe yells in anger. Hey, you too. Lu Sheng laughs happily at the compliments. Ha ha ha, thank you. Lu Qinghe stands to the side and threatens, "You guys are in big trouble. Have you forgotten who has been helping you with everything at school?" Feng Fanfen apologizes hurriedly. "Of course it's you, our dear mother hen." Seeing Lu Qinghe arguing with her friends, Lu Sheng reaches out and pats her head. "All right, I'm heading back first. Goodbye." Qinghe's friends also wave goodbye to Lu Sheng. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu." As Lu Sheng walks away, Feng Fanfan teases her, "You two actually have a pretty decent relationship." Seeing her best friend defending her brother, Lu Qinghe is fuming. "It's not good at all. Are you two traitors blind or something?" Just then, Shu Ruo shouts, "Oh, Senior Yang Yan is coming out." The students stop arguing and run toward Yang Yan, asking with concern, "Senior Yang, Senior, how did it go? Did you pass?" Yang Yan sighs in frustration. "Sigh, don't even ask. Something happened, so the whole test had to be stopped. We probably have to wait until this afternoon." Anxiety appears on everyone's faces. Feng Fanfan asks hurriedly, "Huh, what happened? What kind of accident could stop the whole exam?" Yang Yan remembers the young man from earlier. His strength and ability, it was terrifying. He's not a human, he's a monster. That guy is clearly the same age as me, but his blood vitality value is 15.7, and his combat power even surpassed a level 3 martial artist, reaching over 10,000. Ha, what a waste of time. I always thought my talent wasn't bad, but meeting that guy made me realize my so-called talent is just a joke. The group gasps in shock at Yang Yan's story. Feng Fanfan asks hurriedly, "Senior Yang, wait, do you know that guy's name? Do you know who he is?" Yang Yan thinks for a moment, then frowns. "Ah, his name is Lu Sheng." Hearing the name Lu Sheng, the group led by Lu Qinghe stood there completely stunned. They couldn't believe it. Huh. She recalled her brother's carefree attitude and whispered to herself, "My brother?" Lu Sheng was walking home, munching on a hot, steamed bun. Suddenly, he noticed a group of people in black outfits searching for something, causing a commotion throughout the city. "Did you check over there? Go now." Some ladies returning from the market gathered around, whispering to each other. "Who is it causing such a stir? I heard the Hongshuan Martial Arts Hall is looking for someone. Who on earth did they tick off? What a stroke of bad luck. Those martial artists are vicious. If they find whoever they're looking for, they'll probably get their legs broken." Lu Sheng thought to himself while eating his bun, "The Hongshuan Martial Arts Hall must be looking for the person from the exam earlier. The people there are just as aggressive. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me." Right then, his phone started ringing incessantly. He wouldn't answer anyway. What good would it do to keep harassing him? The caller was Ma Fei, a clerk from the Han Thayan Medicine Hall. Lu Sheng thought, the Han Thayan Hall is calling again. I need to keep them at arm's length for now. After all, every single pharmaceutical formula in the future could be exchanged for a massive fortune, but whether they deserve that is something I need to investigate further before deciding. Getting home, he entered his room and decided to open his future AI to check things out. Lu Sheng activated the device. A blue light emerged, quantum brain, initiating. Lu Sheng gave his command to the AI. Investigate my life's background. The AI quickly displayed a basic information panel for Lu Sheng. Understood. Searching for basic information for Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June, year 297. Martial Dao, July, year 383. Martial strength, level 6 martial artist. Authorization level, level 2. Life experience, became a level 2 martial artist at 18, causing a shock in Baihei City. Later, under the recommendation of the Baihei City Martial Arts Association, participated in the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp, placing in the top 20. That same year, ranked first in the city, 32nd in the province, and 145th in the National College Entrance Exam. Entered Dongming Martial Arts University and graduated 3 years later. 5 years later, promoted to an officer rank, established a martial arts hall in Baihei City. Promoted to a level 6 martial artist at age 45. At age 50, attempted to break through to level 7 Grandmaster but failed. July, year 338, Martial Dao timeline. Died in a beast attack in Baihei City. Reached age 87. Marital status, married, with 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest rank, first lieutenant. No significant contributions. Historical rating, 2 stars. After reading the summary of his life, Lu Sheng was quite surprised. Seeing my own future like this, he murmured to himself. At 18, I became a level 2 martial artist, shocking Baihei City, then under the recommendation of the Baihei Martial Arts Association. Participated in the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp, made it into the top 20. 3 years later, graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University, served in the military. 5 years later, became an officer. founded a martial arts hall in Bai City. Promoted to level 6 martial artist at 45 and at 50, I tried for level 7 Grandmaster but failed. In July, year 338, died during a beast attack in Bai City at the age of 87. After recapping his life, he silently concluded, "Just as I thought, the future can be changed. At the very least, my future can be changed." A week ago, I was just a level 4 martial artist, destined to live to 37. Now, I've already become a level 6, I'll live past 80, and I even have a glimmer of hope for the level 7 Grandmaster realm, though that's still a long way off. This little change doesn't mean much for the world or the future. To alter the destiny of humanity and guide the development of the entire world for the next 10,000 years, it requires immense power. A mere level 6 isn't enough. Even a level 7, or a level 8, or even a level 9 martial saint isn't enough in that kind of future. To shake fate and change the ending, I have to reach the peak of martial arts, breaking through to level 10 or even 11. That's the only hope. Even if it's a slim chance, I've chosen this path and I'm not turning back. At the office of the Baihe Martial Arts Association president, Xiao Yuhua was intently practicing calligraphy, with a chat screen open on his desk facing the old superior. The old superior spoke, serene spirit, soaring movements, chi and form flowing together, intention guiding the spirit. Your brushwork is beautiful. It's clear President Xiao has immense mental strength. Entering the 7th stage Grandmaster realm is likely just a matter of time. But if you put as much effort into your teaching duties as you do into this, it would be even better. Seeing the old superior criticizing him, President Xiao's hand slipped, ruining the stroke. He laughed lightly and said, "Haha, old boss, stop teasing me. Why wouldn't I want our Baihe to produce more martial arts geniuses? But you know, Baihe hasn't had a major martial arts family legacy for years, and we don't have the vast resources to support them. Any seed with talent tries to find a way out. I'm truly helpless." The old superior's tone suddenly deepened. He fell silent for a moment before saying, "President Xiao, the training camp is starting soon. We haven't sent anyone in many years. A city as big as Baihe can't just have no achievements. Not being able to send anyone is our greatest shame. This time, no matter what, you must save face for us. Do you understand?" The old superior gave his cold order to President Xiao and hung up immediately, not letting him get a word in. After the call ended, Xiao Yuhua angrily crumpled the paper in his hand and shouted, "Damn it, why wouldn't I want to develop talent and achieve better results?" He sat at his desk, grinding his teeth, hands trembling with rage. He thought, if he could sit in a higher position, possessing those resources, who would be sitting here writing calligraphy? Promotion felt hopeless. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his secretary rushed in. "Bang!" she shouted urgently, "President." Something happened over at the Martial Arts Examination Center. President Xiao frowned and barked, "Why are you in such a rush? Don't you even know how to knock?" "What happened?" The secretary hurried over, clutching a stack of files, and handed a survey form to President Xiao. "I'm sorry, this is really urgent. The examiner just brought back a very important piece of news. It appeared a level 2 martial artist, 18 years old, and their combat power has already reached 10,000. President Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He snatched the tablet from the secretary's hand and yelled, "Quick, show me the video right now." The secretary was a bit startled by her boss's reaction and quickly said, "Oh, yes." Chairman Xiao stared at the surveillance footage in amazement. On the screen, Lu Sheng was taking his martial artist certification exam. After verifying it carefully, he exclaimed in shock, "This is the perfect realm of fist technique." The secretary standing next to him didn't understand what was going on and hurriedly asked, "What does that mean?" Chairman Xiao kept his eyes locked on Lu Sheng's movements and impatiently explained, "It's a technical term in our martial arts world. You're not a martial artist, so you just need to know one thing. There aren't even 10 people in the world who have trained their fist technique to the perfect realm like he has." Suddenly, Chairman Xiao realized something and thought to himself, "That's not right. Even with perfect realm fist technique, there's no way his blood vitality value of 15.7 could result in a combat power of 15,000. Even if perfect realm fist technique boosts combat power, it only doubles it at most. 18 years old, 10 times the standard combat power for his blood vitality level, from an ordinary family." As if he understood something, Chairman Xiao became delighted. "That must be it. It has to be that, otherwise it's impossible to explain." "Ha ha ha." The secretary standing nearby found it quite confusing to see him muttering to himself and then laughing out loud, so she quickly called out to the chairman. Suddenly, the secretary was lifted off her feet. Chairman Xiao joyfully hugged her and spun her around, laughing. "Ha ha. Kid, this is a rare martial arts prodigy. To think one could appear in our Baihe city. Ha ha ha. The secretary, being spun around by the chairman, felt dizzy and shouted desperately, "Chairman, what is a gifted martial artist?" Chairman Xiao, having finally found a talent after so many years, couldn't stop smiling. In the path of martial arts, some people are blessed with a natural gift. Once they awaken, they possess immense power that far exceeds the imagination of an ordinary person. After awakening, their blood vitality surges and they possess unique innate talents with astonishing explosive power. Sometimes they are fast as lightning. They are called gifted martial artists. Chairman Xiao hurriedly put on his coat and rushed out. "Ha ha ha, hurry up. I want to pay a personal visit to Lu Sheng's house to see his parents. Thank them for giving birth to such a talented son. Ha ha ha." The secretary, still feeling a bit dizzy from being spun around, hurried to follow. "Yes, sir. I'll go inform the driver to get ready immediately." At the Hongchuan martial arts gym, Miss Ni Yang was also mobilizing her staff to find Lu Sheng. Just then, her junior brother rushed over, shouting, got him, found him." "Nai, senior sister." Ni Yang asked urgently. "Well, how is it?" The junior brother panted as he said, His name is Lu Sheng, a student at Bai Academy. His father is a delivery driver at Shengxing Logistics. His mother is a cashier at Jiaijia Supermarket, and he has a younger sister in her first year of high school. The family lives in the Bilan 15th residential complex. Ni Yang said seriously, preparing to leave. "Good." Seeing Ni Yang about to go find him, the junior brother panicked. "Sister, why are you looking for this person? Did he offend you?" "I'm telling you, senior sister, he's just a kid from a poor, ordinary family. There's no need to go this far." Ni Yang, seeing her junior brother misunderstood, snapped angrily, "Shut up, it's not what you think." Just then, Ni Yang turned away to take a phone call, looking quite tense. "Hello, I know. I knew it would be fast, but I didn't expect them to move this quickly." The junior brother stood aside, brooding. "It's not what I think." "Then what is it? Is she scouting for a son-in-law?" After hanging up the phone, Ni Yang turned back and quickly ordered, "Go immediately and buy some expensive, appropriate gifts for parents, elders, and a young girl." The junior brother was stunned for a few seconds before rushing off. "Huh? Oh, yes. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Is it really scouting for a son-in-law?" Ni Yang gripped her phone, whispering, "I finally found you, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng was training in his room when his younger sister, Lu Qinghe, called out anxiously, Brother Lu, come out quickly. There's someone outside looking for you." Lu Sheng stood up and said calmly, "Got it. I'm coming." Lu Sheng threw on a shirt and stepped outside. It had been a long time since he heard Lu Qinghe call him brother. "Someone looking for me? Could it be?" As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw his family chatting with some strangers. Seeing Lu Sheng come out, his mother reached out to introduce him. "Little Sheng, come here. This gentleman is." Before Lu Sheng's mother could finish, the man introduced himself. "Hello, student Lu." Chairman Xiao stood up and politely extended his hand. "I am the chairman of the Baihe Martial Artists Association, Xiao Yue. I have come specifically because of your examination." Lu Sheng thought to himself. The chairman of the Martial Arts Association is at least a grade 6 grandmaster. Lu Sheng shook his hand in return. "Nice to meet you, Chairman Xiao. I am Lu Sheng." Seeing Lu Sheng's calm demeanor, he felt impressed. "Not bad, very calm. Just based on this temperament, it's rare." Lu Sheng pointed to the girl sitting next to him and asked, "And this person is?" Lu Sheng's mother introduced her. "This is Miss Ni Yang from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Gym." Ni Yang introduced herself briefly. "Hello, Lu Sheng. We met at the martial arts gym. I wonder if you remember." Lu Sheng nodded in greeting. "Yes, hello, Ni Yang." After sitting down, Lu Sheng got straight to the point. He asked Chairman Xiao, "However, I can't accept things without earning them. The association is giving us so much, I must give something back. I wonder if there is anything Chairman Xiao needs us to do." Chairman Xiao was quite surprised by Lu Sheng's directness, then sighed. "You really have opened my eyes." He pulled a card from his jacket and said, "Then I will be direct. We hope you can join the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp." Ni Yang stood up in shock. "Chairman Xiao, you mean the Genius Training Camp?" She said helplessly. "It is indeed a training camp that gathers the most gifted martial arts talents, but it is also a place that ruins geniuses. Our martial arts gym previously had a senior brother who joined this camp. He went in with high spirits, but after coming back, he became a total failure, fading into obscurity." Ni Yang hurriedly discouraged him. "Lu Sheng, your future is very bright. There is no need to take such a risk." Chairman Xiao hurriedly advised, "That's true. There is indeed risk. It is just a place that chooses true champions. They are the top geniuses of the entire city, and they might become stumbling blocks for others, but you are not like them. From the strength and potential you have shown, your future height will absolutely not be limited to here. But Lu Sheng, I respect your choice. What is your answer? Lu Sheng thought in silence for a moment, then reached out and took the card. But Lu Sheng, I respect your choice. So, what's your answer? Lu Sheng fell silent, thinking it over, before reaching out to take the card. You're right, President Xiao. I also believe this isn't my limit. President Xiao let out a sigh and said, Very well, I'll come to pick you up in 2 days. I won't bother you any further now. President Xiao stood up to take his leave. I'll see you in 2 days, Lu Sheng. After President Xiao left, Lu Sheng turned to Nge Duong and asked, So, Miss Nge, now would you mind telling me why you're here? Nge Duong turned back, and seeing how handsome Lu Sheng was, she blushed in embarrassment. She thought to herself, he's even more handsome than he looked in the photos. Nge Duong covered her mouth with her hand and cleared her throat. Ahem, I came here to invite you, Lu Sheng, to become an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan martial arts gym. Lu Sheng asked calmly, what does it mean to be an honorary disciple? Nge Duong quickly explained that it just meant he wouldn't be required to attend as a regular student. Of course, you can come by whenever you like. All classes and equipment are completely free, and you could even have my father teach you personally. You get top-tier training privileges, but it's really just for show. You don't have to bear any obligations at all. Nge Duong calculated internally. If we show off our brand with an 18-year-old second-level martial artist, maybe even third-level, our gym will become famous throughout Bai City, right? I can't even imagine how many parents would scramble to bring their children here. At this point, Lu Sheng coldly shattered Nge Duong's beautiful dream. No way. Nge Duong hurriedly stood up and added, We can negotiate the benefits. Please, don't rush to refuse me. Lu Sheng said, Honorary member is fine. You can advertise that I train at your gym, because that's actually true. Anything else is a no. I'm not your disciple. Even if it's just for show, I won't do it because I don't need it. If you can accept that, then fine. If not, then I'm sorry. Of course, I'll still come to your place for assessments later on anyway, since it's quite close to my home. Yi thought for a moment and eventually compromised. All right, but we're buying out this honorary title for the Hongchuan Martial Arts Gym. I'll send your monthly salary to you directly, about 100,000 per month. Once everything was settled, Nge Duong stood up to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The sound of the door closing echoed. Slam. Seeing that Nge Duong was gone, the whole family looked at Lu Sheng with pride. Little Sheng, is this not a dream? A bonus of 1 million and a salary of 100,000 every month. Lu Sheng's father couldn't believe his eyes. He asked again, was that really the president of the Martial Arts Association? And they came to visit us personally. Little Sheng, when did you become a second-level martial artist? What is actually going on here? Lu Sheng hurriedly took his mother's hands and said gently, It's all true. I really have become a second-level martial artist. Mom, you won't have to work night shifts anymore. At your age, staying up late is very dangerous for your health. And Dad, you don't have to do hard labor anymore. Your back has been suffering for long enough. I can earn money now, so everyone doesn't have to work so hard. The whole family hugged Lu Sheng happily. The scene was so warm and blissful. At the medical clinic, Ha Ling-tu bit her finger in frustration. It had been a week, and she still hadn't found his appearance, let alone his name. She pulled at her hair, searching through book after book. The piles of manuals on her desk left her feeling helpless. Second level, I've searched everywhere for the registered pharmacist files recently, and I can't find anything at all. Where on earth did this pill-making genius come from? How can I not find a single piece of information? Ha Ling-tu gritted her teeth, thinking of the supplement Lu Sheng had crafted. The medicine he refined. The more she analyzed the data, the more shocked she became. It wasn't just several times stronger than a first-level supplement. By the standards of the Pharmacist Association, it even surpassed most third-level supplements. The accompanying effects reached dozens of types, with almost zero side effects. The duration of the medicine's effectiveness was terrifyingly long, yet it cost less than 3,000. Third-level medical products could reach 100,000. This is a monumental new medicine that opens a new era. Ha Ling-tu slammed her hand on the desk, shouting, Damn it, where is this guy? Did he just vanish into thin air? Ma Fei, standing to the side, shivered in fear. Suddenly, Ma Fei gasped in surprise. Miss Ha, I've found that master. Ha Ling-tu jumped up and asked, What? Where is he? Ma Fei quickly pointed to the TV, stammering, It's him. On the news, there was a young man who was just 18 this year. Yesterday, a remarkably talented martial arts genius appeared in our city. At only 18 years old, he passed the official second-level martial arts exam. His combat power index even surpassed the standard for a third-level martial artist. This achievement has far exceeded and broken the records for his age at our city's martial arts association. Let's celebrate and cheer for him together. And this genius is none other than student Lu Sheng, who is currently studying at Baiyi Academy. Ha Lingtu was so stunned after seeing Lu Sheng that she nearly fell over, stuttering for a long time before she could speak. He's just a student? In Shuhai City, at Guhu Mountain, the high peaks were covered in dense foliage and swirling white mist. The mountain scenery was poetic, with peaceful streams. Suddenly, a snowy white bird perched on a branch felt as if something dangerous was approaching and quickly flapped its wings to fly away. A beam of light appeared, moving many times faster than that bird. If one looked closely, they would see the silhouette of a person running. That person was Lu Sheng, running like the wind. He surged forward like an arrow, freely displaying his martial arts techniques, quickly weaving through the dense forest to the mountaintop. While running, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I didn't expect that the Star Force technique could also be used for movement skills. Combining the fourfold Star Force technique with the Dreamscape Absorption, my movement skill level has reached a new height. My speed is now 5 times faster than a regular second-level martial artist. Let's call it cloud-chasing steps. Lu Sheng stood on the peak of the mountain, looking out into the distance. The surroundings were covered in mist, with 5-colored sunlight illuminating the fresh air and the abundant energy. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, feeling every sense in his body, and used all his strength to throw a punch. Lu Sheng's inner energy caused the surroundings to tremble, blowing the mist far away and revealing the majestic natural landscape below. Lu Sheng breathed a satisfied sigh of relief. I've broken through. My vitality has clearly increased, and my Star Force has also improved. Perhaps I can now exert up to 6 times the power. Lu Sheng quickly harvested some herbs. He thought to himself, this is a real surprise. My trip to Guhu Mountain was originally just to gather ingredients for the drunken pill. I didn't expect such a massive breakthrough in my cultivation. The vitality pills and blood-strengthening pills are all gone. The effects get weaker as you go on. I need to start refining marrow-cleansing pills. The true value of this medicine hasn't even been discovered in this era yet. If the system hadn't told me, I'd never have found these. The other herbs should be ready at the foot of the mountain by now. It's time to head down. Let's see how fast I can make it. Lu Sheng activated his movement technique and bolted toward the base of the mountain with incredible speed. As soon as he reached the bottom, Lu Sheng saw the herb merchant waiting there. He hurried over to greet him. Excuse me, I'm the one who ordered the herbs. Are they ready? The merchant, holding a pipe, chuckled. Ah, the young lad is here. Don't you worry, everything is packed and ready to go. Lu Sheng inspected the herbs Yanglian grass, Luxun leaves. Looks like everything is here. They're fresh and the quality is spot on. Lu Sheng stood up and took out some money. Great. I need 10 of each herb, 500 yuan per plant, just like we agreed. Here is 5,000 yuan. The merchant sneered, hold your horses. He gave Lu Sheng a malicious look. It's not 500 yuan each anymore, it's 1,000. And you're buying every single basket of herbs I have here. He pointed to the surrounding baskets, threatening him. Lu Sheng realized the merchant was trying to rob him in broad daylight. Lu Sheng asked with a cold expression, what is this supposed to mean? The merchant flashed a sinister, shameless grin. It means exactly what I said, kid. You're not a local from Tree C, are you? Around here, you play by our rules. Suddenly, nearly 10 thugs jumped out from their hiding spots. They brandished knives, walking toward him with twisted, menacing faces. Did your parents never teach you to be afraid when you're out in the world? Lu Sheng's face turned stern. He let out a cold, mocking laugh and began to unleash his power. Oh, so you've decided to try some forced sales, huh? The lead thug walked up confidently, oblivious to the impending danger. They approached him aggressively. Heh, I'd advise you not to try anything funny. We're all Tier 1 martial artists here. You want to call the police? There are no cameras here, and they aren't going to believe an outsider like you anyway. So, if you know what's good for you, don't make us make you suffer. The leader signaled for his goons to swarm him, but halfway there, they slammed on the brakes, turning pale and trembling with fear. With a single punch, Lu Sheng had cracked a massive boulder. Those thugs, who had been so eager to bully him, were now frozen, breaking out into a cold sweat after seeing the extent of his power. Pulling his hand back, he asked them, so, tell me, is this the kind of situation where I should be afraid? He crushed a piece of the rock like it was tofu, leaving them utterly terrified and silent. It took them a moment to snap out of it, and they scrambled to their knees, bowing frantically. We're sorry. We're so sorry, master. We were blind. Please, have mercy. Lu Sheng picked up the herb basket and asked, are you done? Good, I'll be taking these then. Seeing Lu Sheng didn't intend to finish them off, they quickly started groveling. Yes, please, take it all. Don't leave a single coin behind. Lu Sheng hoisted the basket and turned back, saying, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. If you're going to do business, be honest. No more scamming." Feeling like they had just escaped death, the thugs wagged their tails like obedient puppies, raising their hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the lesson. We promise to turn over a new leaf and start fresh." Seeing their sincere expressions, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I actually wanted to pay them, but they refused." Well, the materials are ready, time to head to the training camp. As Lu Sheng walked away, the leader's eyes were wide with shock. What kind of world is this? Are students these days really this much of a monster? Honestly, I should just go find a new job. Barehanded, crushing a rock into powder. He's at least a tier 3 martial artist, right? This is just unbelievable. A day later, Lu Sheng arrived at the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp. Seeing the military checking documents, he thought, so this is the training camp? It looks more like a military base. Lu Sheng noticed the other students all wearing medals, which made him feel a bit uneasy. "Do you have to wear a martial artist badge here? My mom put mine away in storage, and I forgot to bring it. Is that a big deal?" He helplessly thought of the medal sitting behind glass at home. Just then, an officer walked over. "Which city are you from? Why are you all alone?" Lu Sheng replied, "White River City. I had some business to take care of, so I'm a bit late." The group of youths whispered amongst themselves when they heard White River City. "White River City? Didn't their people arrive yesterday? How is there one left over? Must be a backdoor hire. The guy doesn't even have a badge. Strange. White River City hasn't sent anyone in years. And yet 2 show up this time." The officer checked his list and said, "One arrival. Are you the Lu Sheng that the president of the White River Martial Arts Association mentioned?" A gossipy guy nearby laughed. "Ha, no wonder. So he's the one the president personally cares about? Impressive. Having connections with the association president is even better than being a tier 3 martial artist. Who knows how many gifts he's got waiting for him later?" Seeing the youths getting more and more out of line, the officer pointed at them and barked, "Everyone, silence." After shutting down the gossips, the officer signaled to him. He joined the group from Than Win City and headed in. Once inside, they began the orientation ceremony. "Leave all your luggage on the ground. Someone will come by shortly to collect it." Lu Sheng quickly agreed. "Understood." As he entered the barracks, Lu Sheng thought, they need to go in by groups for the orientation. This doesn't seem like a normal ceremony. Slam. The door suddenly slammed shut, shocking everyone. What the hell? What's going on? Are they trying to trap us? Is there some kind of mistake? The crowd erupted into chaos. The officer's voice boomed to suppress the noise. "All right, shut up and listen carefully. Your mission is to make it to the exit on the other side of the hallway. If you succeed, you pass the orientation test. Fail, and you're sent straight back. Good luck." With that, the officer left, leaving them screaming in the dark. "What? I thought this was an orientation ceremony. Why is it a hallway test? What kind of hallway is this? Explain yourself." The group was still in shock when they suddenly plummeted into a secret tunnel. What the hell? What kind of place is this? Fortunately, Lu Sheng had prepared for this and landed safely. But others weren't so lucky. Some landed on their butts, others face planted. One guy slammed his chin hard against the ground. Rubbing his jaw, he yelled furiously, "Ouch! Where the hell are we? That hurts like hell." What kind of trap is this? Lu Sheng looked toward the end of the base, using his spiritual sense to scout for traps. The result didn't surprise him at all. As I thought, this isn't just a normal hallway. What are these black shadows? The efficiency of spiritual power was truly miraculous, almost like a superpower out of a novel. As he observed the hallway, he heard Lin Xiaowu say confidently, I thought they had some special tricks up their sleeves, but that's it. How boring." At this, the guy who had face-planted shouted at him angrily, "Lin Xiaowu, you knew there was something wrong with this entry ritual, didn't you? Damn it, you couldn't even give us a heads up? You let me fall like that." Lin Xiaowu sneered at him with a smug expression. "If you don't even have the reflexes to handle this, what nerve do you have calling yourself a full-fledged martial artist? Don't go around telling people you're a genius from Qingyuan City at this training camp. You're just embarrassing yourself." The guy was just as furious and started to lunge at Lin Xiaowu, but the others jumped in to stop them. "Damn it, Lin Xiaowu. Everyone, just calm down. Stop fighting. We all came from the same city. It wasn't easy to get into this camp. We should be sticking together. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to pass this entrance exam." Lin Xiaowu then chimed in with a suggestion. You're right. We from Qingyuan City should stay united. If anyone loses out, it's bad for all of us. This legendary genius training camp, their entrance exam can't be that simple. Since we have a spare person here, why don't we have this kind soul go ahead and scout the path for us?" Lin Xiaowu turned his target toward Lu Sheng, wanting him to go in and be the guinea pig. A kind-hearted girl spoke up. "That's not right." But others seemed to like Lin Xiaowu's idea. "Haha, Great idea. It'd be fun to see a lab rat test the traps. Lu Sheng just snorted and stayed silent. Seeing him quiet, Lin Xiaowu mocked him. If you're not planning on going, then get out of the way. Lu Sheng brushed his hand aside and prepared to enter. Lin Xiaowu looked at him with contempt as he walked in. Oh, even know how to take the initiative. Huh. Listen, kid from Bai City, you better perform well. If you do, we might consider dragging you along for a bit. Lu Sheng walked into the tunnel and glanced back with a cold, sinister smile. Hey, predators always travel alone. Only cattle form herds. Seeing Lu Sheng insult him, Lin Xiaowu stood there, frozen in shock. What did you say? Lu Sheng looked back at Lin Xiaowu with a provocative glare, then flashed a mocking grin. Ha! The provocation made Lin Xiaowu go ballistic. He pointed straight at Lu Sheng and roared. You little brat, you dare call me cattle? I'll castrate you. Before he could finish his threat, the tunnel's mechanism triggered, and dozens of pink spheres came rushing out. Lu Sheng remained completely calm, while someone like Lin Xiaowu panicked, backing away and screaming, What is that? Once those pink iron spheres hit the ground, they automatically transformed into dozens of robots with strength far exceeding that of first-level martial artists. They were mechanical puppets. Seeing their true form, even Lin Xiaowu was terrified. The weakest of these mechanical puppets had strength surpassing a first-level martial artist. With this many, are the people at the training camp trying to kill us? Everyone in the group started panicking. The space is so narrow, we can't even run. What do we do? It said these puppets can execute various high-level martial arts techniques. At their best, they're equal to a fourth-level martial artist, but they cost way more to build than training a real person. This is my first time seeing one. Lin Xiaowu looked at Lu Sheng and sneered. Is this hick from Bai City a total moron? These mechanical puppets are set to automatically attack anything living that gets close. These first-level puppets are made of special alloy. Even hard fists would shatter against them. The guys standing outside watched, excited to see the show. That brat isn't even a first-level martial artist. One punch and he's going to be turned into an idiot. The kind-hearted girl saw a robot approaching and shouted, Look out! The robot sensed the human and unleashed a devastating punch with 1,000-pound force, aiming to smash Lu Sheng into pulp. Yet, Lu Sheng stood perfectly still in front of the robot's fist. He just sneered. The punch slammed into Lu Sheng, kicking up a cloud of dust. The area became chaotic. Everyone covered their faces because of the sheer impact. Seeing the power of that punch, Lin Xiaowu smiled smugly, convinced that Lu Sheng was now crushed like an ant. But then, as the dust began to settle, everyone stared in shock. Lu Sheng had caught the robot's fist with just one hand, leaving everyone paralyzed with amazement. They gritted their teeth, faces dark with anger. He actually blocked it. Lu Sheng didn't just block the punch, he confidently tightened his grip on the robot's fist. That's it. Lu Sheng then lifted the robot high into the air with one hand and slammed it violently into the ground. The robot was instantly totaled, falling apart into scraps and broken parts scattered everywhere. After witnessing Lu Sheng's power, the people from other provinces didn't dare mock him anymore. They whispered to themselves, Holy crap, is he even human? What do we do now? He looks incredibly strong. Suddenly, the idiot Lin Xiaowu started laughing loudly, scratching his head. I almost got fooled by this guy. First-level mechanical puppet my foot, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Its real combat power is probably close to a wooden training dummy. It just looks a bit scary. If there were really that many dangerous puppets here, how could anyone ever pass the exam? Besides, with that level of power, this loser who got in through connections isn't even a first-level martial artist. Could he really take a hit from a real mechanical puppet? In everyone's eyes, Lin Xiaowu was just an optimist, coming up with all sorts of crazy scenarios. Someone spoke up. I don't think so. These puppets look. Lin Xiaowu saw they didn't believe him and looked at them with contempt. Forget it. Explaining things to a bunch of idiots like you is just a waste of energy. If you don't get it, then open your eyes wide and watch how I clear this stage. Yang Yifei confidently gathered his momentum, leaped high into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to the switch on the robot's body. Whoa! Everyone gasped, impressed by his lightning-fast moves. Haha, this puppet is a total fake. Yang Yifei stood before the robot he thought he defeated, spreading his arms and boasting with total confidence. Ha! Didn't I tell you guys? Before he could even finish his sentence, the robot behind him swung its fist. Yang Yifei, still busy gloating, was sent flying by a single punch. He was slammed so hard against the wall that it left a massive dent and spiderweb cracks all over the surface. His face was a bruised mess and he lost a few teeth, but he still managed to choke out a few words. What the? This isn't some level 1 mechanism puppet. It's a damn level 2. After gasping that out, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. One of his teammates rushed over. Yang Yifei, wake up. Are you okay? Yang Yifei was out cold. His handsome face was swollen and bruised on one side, and his teammates dragged him into a corner. Some of the others were sweating bullets, clearly terrified. A level 2 mechanism puppet. Just how strong is that guy? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still casually and effortlessly dismantling the rest of the robot puppets. Lu Sheng sighed as he fought. Tesk. Every mechanism puppet has a core weak point. One light touch, and they're done. But there are just too many of them. This is so boring. After a while, Lu Sheng finally cleared out every single robot in the tunnel. The final door stood right in front of him. The officer in charge of the robots stared at the control panel, his jaw literally hitting the floor. What the hell is going on? All the mechanism puppets are malfunctioning. Aren't these all brand new? Alarms kept blaring one after another, reporting that Unit 99 had lost all signal. The officer gripped the console, panicking. They're all broken? How could a bunch of kids who just hit level 1 destroy level 2 mechanism puppets? The officer was completely losing his mind. Suddenly, a shattered robot chassis was tossed right in front of him. Lu Sheng said coolly, "The second gate is open. I've finally reached you." The officer looked at the console, seeing total system failure, and then heard Lu Sheng say, "Come on, gatekeeper." The officer was beyond confused. Wait, since when did I become the second gatekeeper? He thought to himself. Lu Sheng's eyes were sharp, fully focused and ready to go all out. He looked like a grim reaper come to collect a soul, speaking coldly, "I hope you don't disappoint me." Lu Sheng unleashed his full-power cloud-chasing steps. His strength, amplified tenfold, surged past the officer's own, leaving the man with no choice but to surrender in the face of such overwhelming power. A shrill scream echoed out. In the central monitoring room, notifications kept popping up. Candidate lost qualification. Number 8 lost qualification. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue was intently watching the surveillance feed. Her fingers flew across the keyboard clack, clack, clack as the machines hummed around them. Beep, beep. Major Qin Tiaojun strolled in with a coffee, humming a tune. "What a wonderful, happy day," he murmured. When Qin Tiaojun looked up and saw Dong Qingxue glued to the monitor, he greeted her. "Oh, you're here?" Dong Qingxue turned around, frowning as she corrected him. "Don't call me that, Major Qin Tiaojun. If you've got nothing to do, come over here and help me read these files." Qin Tiaojun happily pulled up a chair. Sure. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue. "So, how's the quality of the geniuses in this training batch?" Dong Qingxue held her head and sighed. "Nothing to write home about. There are only 8 seeds who actually meet our standards. All of them are official martial artists who've already awakened their talents. 5 of them are pretty average, mostly strength-based talents, and there are 3 others, some speed types and defense types." Qin Tiaojun asked, "What about mental types?" Dong Qingshue's tone was much higher when she spoke of them. "The mental type is the most outstanding one. Ha Lin, 18 years old, awakened her mental talent less than 2 years ago, and she's already nearing the standard of a level 1 mentalist. Her martial arts talent isn't bad either. She's about to hit level 2. Qin Tiaojun joked, "Isn't that pretty good? Just like you back in the day, a total genius." Seeing Dong Qingshue's icy glare, he knew better than to keep joking and immediately shut his mouth. Better stop talking, he thought. Her eyes are already turning freezing cold. Dong Qingxue warned him with a frown. "Don't mess around. I've already marked her as a key trainee for this program." Qin Tiaojun quickly forced a laugh and switched the subject. "The others aren't so bad either." His hand hit the screen to switch camera views, and suddenly, he froze. His expression contorted as he saw the scene, and he ended up spitting out his coffee. Confusion and shock were written all over his face. "What the hell? What is this?" Dong Qingxue noticed and started watching with a serious expression. Meanwhile, in Competition Zone 7, a robot appeared right behind Ha Lin, trying to sneak attack her while she wasn't looking. But Ha Lin was quick. She used her mental powers to engage the robot, blasting it away until it slammed into the wall, creating a massive crack. After taking care of that one, she let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was the last one, right? She saw the pile of robot scraps and the thick iron door ahead, but she didn't rush in. Ha Lin used her mental power to scan the surroundings, thinking to herself, "There's something really dangerous in there. It's at least level 3, but it hasn't come out to stop me. Maybe it's not part of the test, perhaps it's some staff member monitoring things." But as soon as Ha Lin stepped through the door, she stopped dead in her tracks. The chaotic scene inside immediately made her tense up. Inside, there were officers wearing tactical vests and holding riot shields, looking absolutely terrified. Weapons were drawn, all of them focused on another gate, on high alert, as if a monstrous beast were hiding on the other side. Ha, Lin thought, what is going on here? This is a huge setup. What are they so afraid of? Ha Lin was curious about what was behind that gate, so she used her mental power to peer through it. Is something happening in there? Ha-Lin wondered as she saw two figures fighting inside. Are those two people fighting? Why is the opponent a human? Isn't the point of this exam to fight robots? Ha-Lin saw a dark, demonic figure lunging toward her with a wicked smile. She couldn't help but wonder, who is that guy? Just as she was observing, she was suddenly spotted by the devilish figure. Those eyes were locked onto her with such intense pressure that a wave of sheer terror washed over her entire body, leaving Xia Lin paralyzed with fear. Xia Lin let out a panicked scream and slammed the iron door shut, bolting into the tunnel and using her mental power to seal it tight so it couldn't be opened again. The officers outside looked on, bewildered by her panic outburst. Meanwhile, Xia Lin huddled in a corner, shivering uncontrollably, her eyes welling with tears. Ha ha, what was that? That sense of dread was terrifying. Just then, Dong Qingxue and Qin Xiaojun arrived in the control room. The officers' faces lit up when they saw them. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue, Major Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun asked urgently, "What's the situation inside right now? Where is the surveillance officer?" The soldiers rushed to report. A few cameras near the door were destroyed. It's unclear for now. We lost contact with the surveillance officer 3 minutes ago. We were just about to report it to our superiors. Qin Xiaojun immediately ordered, "Everyone, get me all the data from Sector 12. Suddenly, Dong Qingxue interjected, "That won't be necessary." A massive, earth-shattering blow hit the door, creating a small crack. The officers gritted their teeth, bracing for a major threat as they gripped their weapons. Lu Sheng smashed through the door and the surrounding wall, then stepped out casually with an expression of complete indifference. Seeing it was just him, everyone let out a sigh of relief and lowered their weapons. Huff! What? Just a student? But before they could celebrate, their faces went pale, and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Sheng was dragging an unconscious person behind him. It was the missing surveillance officer. Everyone immediately went back on high alert. Dong Qingxue asked, "Aren't you a student from Qingyuan City? May I ask who you are?" Lu Sheng dropped the officer on the ground with a thud and introduced himself. By his city, Lu Sheng. Qin Xiaojun chuckled and praised him. "Not bad, kid. A high-end training puppet like that, you dismantled it like it was nothing. Not to mention you even took out the instructor. You're really something, aren't you?" Lu Sheng scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "It was a misunderstanding. I thought it was all part of the test. He was very strong, so I didn't hold back." Dong Qingxue suddenly used her mental power to scan Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stood there, perfectly still, showing no reaction at all. Only then did Dong Qingxue retract her mental scan. After confirming everything, she congratulated him. "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam. Student Lu Sheng, go get some rest. A staff member will take you to your dormitory." Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Thank you." He quickly followed the guide. Once Lu Sheng was out of sight, Dong Qingxue said, "This kid is truly insane." Watching the footage again, that Tier 2 training puppet looked like a toy in his hands. Qin Xiaojun picked up the file, disbelieving. The results say his vitality is only 15, but his combat power is 15,000. How is that possible? It's hard to believe. Dong Qingxue recalled the earlier situation. "I tried to probe him with my mental power, but I couldn't sense anything at all, and he didn't even flinch." Qin Xiaojun asked, "So, how do you plan to handle this monster?" Dong Qingxue pondered before saying, "I haven't decided yet, but his file values are definitely inaccurate. For now, let's list him as a top prospect, just like Xia Lin. It looks like this competition is going to get a lot more interesting." On the way to the dormitory, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Was that a mental probe just now? Instructor Dong Qingxue's mental power is at least 5 times stronger than mine. I kept my mental energy completely shielded. I wonder if she noticed." Lost in thought, his stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. The staff member noticed and kindly led him to the cafeteria. "Student Lu Sheng, it's mealtime. Please, head into the dining hall to eat, and afterward, I'll take you to your dormitory." Lu Sheng thanked him sheepishly. "Sorry to be a bother, but if I may ask, is there enough food to go around here? The portions recently have been a bit." The camp staff laughed. "Haha, don't worry about that. Your first meal is all you can eat." The kitchen staff brought out the best dishes they had for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's face lit up. Even after eating 20 or 30 plates, he kept ordering. "This is delicious. Bring me 5 more plates. No, 10. And I need some of this too." The officer standing nearby watched him eat with wide, bewildered eyes. As he was focused on devouring the food, a pretty girl walked up and greeted him. "Your student, Lu Sheng, right? My name is Yang Yan, also a student participating in this training from Baihei City. We met at the martial artist exam, remember? Do you mind if I sit here?" Reflexively, Lu Sheng quickly hugged his pile of food and with his mouth stuffed, said, "The food here is unlimited. You can go find a spot over there." Yang Yan thought angrily, who wants to eat your leftovers? Besides, it's all you can eat. What are you doing? Lu Sheng asked while eating. I remember the academy president once said that students from Bai City haven't been here in a long time. What's that about? Yang Yan explained, maybe you misunderstood. Students from Bai City come here every year, but for many years, few have been able to pass the entrance exam. Even if they pass, they usually get kicked out shortly after because they can't earn enough credits. After all that hard work, they just end up as background characters. Nobody wants to put that on their record. Lu Sheng seemed to grasp the situation and asked, I see. So, what exactly are credits? Yang Yan added, credits are the currency here. If you want to use the training camp's resources, you need credits. Using training machines, asking instructors for advice, getting supplements, and even living in the dormitory requires spending credits. Even the beast meat you're eating is meant for the military. You can only get it by spending credits. And as of now, only 3 people in the training camp actually have credits. Lu Sheng asked, only 3? How did they manage to get them? Yang Yan didn't hold back and said, you can only earn them through exams. Those 3 earn their credits during the entrance exam. There's Cao Yang from Yanglin City, a Tier 2 talent martial artist with a strength-based ability. The second is from Donglin City, a Tier 2 talent martial artist named Meng Jianhe with a speed-based ability. And the last one is even rarer than a martial artist, a psychokinetic awakened individual. They say these recruits have the strongest potential and talent in the camp's history. As Jia Lin, a psychic, went to grab some food, she caught a glimpse of Lu Sheng eating nearby and completely panicked. Her whole body started shaking uncontrollably, and she let out a startled cry. Seeing Lu Sheng right there, she immediately turned around, terrified. Her hands trembled as she forced herself to focus her mental energy to keep the food on her tray from flying off. Breaking into a cold sweat, Xia Lin rushed away as fast as she could. Lu Sheng was chatting with Yang Yan while eating when he spotted her and remembered who she was. Huh? Oh, it's her. Yang Yan asked, what? You know her? Lu Sheng took a sip of water and said casually, met her once. He then asked, didn't you say only 3 people passed the entrance exam? Yang Yan had heard some rumors and began to explain. Word is, there's a 4th person, but the rumors sound pretty exaggerated. Not only is this guy incredibly strong, he supposedly destroyed nearly all the level 2 training dummies with his bare hands. To top it off, he's got a crazy temper. He even beat up a proctor so bad they had to be hospitalized. Total loose cannon. Lu Sheng choked on his water. He quickly played along. Haha, that's wild. Sounds like a huge exaggeration. Yang Yan thought to herself that this training camp really lived up to the hype. Everyone here was a genius. Even that monster Lu Sheng, who had caused such a stir back in Bai City, was getting overshadowed by all these people here. Seeing Lu Sheng choke, she kindly handed him a napkin and comforted him. Don't worry, Lu Sheng. I believe in you. With your talent and strength, as long as you stay in this camp for a while, you won't necessarily be worse than them. Lu Sheng took the napkin, stammering, not knowing what to say. Cough, cough, thanks. Before he could finish, a group of people approached with serious expressions. Are you the student, Lu Sheng? Given that you destroy 18 training dummies during the entrance exam and hospitalized an instructor, we need to take you in for questioning. Please cooperate and come with us. Yang Yan finally realized that the legendary 4th person she had just been talking about was Lu Sheng. Her jaw dropped in total shock and she froze. The people around them were just as stunned, completely blindsided by the revelation. Food dropped everywhere. What? Lu Sheng stood up calmly. I understand. He then asked the officers shyly, but I haven't finished eating yet. Can I pack this to go? The officers were so taken aback they stood there for a few seconds before nodding. Fine. After packing up his food, Lu Sheng politely said goodbye to Yang Yan. Sorry about that, I'll be heading out now. Yang Yan still hadn't recovered from the shock and just stammered. Huh? Oh, sure. Once Lu Sheng left with the officers, the cafeteria erupted. The rumors were actually true. Oh my god, a monster like that actually exists? Holy crap, the legendary 4th person is Lu Sheng from Bai City. Yang Yan fell into a deep silence, her heart chilling as she replayed all the stupid things she had just said in front of Lu Sheng. She wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Haha, loose cannon. Crazy, exaggerated, overshadowed, insane, what have I done? Meanwhile, in the control room, Lu Sheng was in a private meeting with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingshu. She held an incident report in her hand and said coldly, quite impressive, Student Lu Sheng. Your little display of talent just wiped out our entire budget for the next 6 months. Lu Sheng tensed up as he saw the cost. Dong Qingshu pondered for a moment. Each one of those dummies costs tens of thousands, and they are impossible to repair. Impressive, truly. But after some discussion, we decided not to hold you accountable for now. After all, it was just a standard performance during the evaluation. You're not at fault for the damage." Relieved that he didn't have to pay for the damage, Lu Sheng let out a breath. Just then, Major Qin Xiaojun walked in with the first 3 recruits who had passed the exam. As soon as the door opened, Qin Xiaojun said with surprise, "Oh, you're here already? Good. The ones who passed are all here now." Lu Sheng turned to look at the 3 people. Meng Jianhe looked at him with pure disdain, not even bothering to hide his contempt. Cao Yang glared at him with anger and scorn. As for Xia Lin, the moment she stepped in and saw Lu Sheng, she panicked, wishing she could just curl up into a ball and run away. Dong Qingxue glanced at the 4 outstanding recruits and began to praise them. "Good. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the entrance exam. Well done." Dong Qingxue held 4 cards in her hand like a reward, explaining that in this camp, the stronger you were, the more resources you could access. "Since you passed the entrance exam, I'm giving you all rewards and corresponding merit points. Once your points reach a certain value, you'll store them on your merit card. This is your merit card." Using her mental energy, Dong Qingxue distributed a gold card to each of them. Cao Yang held the card, thinking happily, "This is the gold merit card the teacher mentioned earlier. It has 100 points in it." Meng Jianhe was also beaming, making a victory gesture, thinking, "Yes, I'm already in the lead." Xia Lin held her card, thinking with excitement, 100 points. Enough to have the legendary senior psychic grandmaster give me private instruction. Suddenly, everyone noticed Lu Sheng was holding a white card, drawing everyone's curious gaze toward it. "Huh? Why is his card white?" Lu Sheng looked at his card for a moment and asked, "Never heard of a white merit card. Does it mean it has 0 points? A meal of spirit beast meat cost 5 points. Using the training room for 1 hour cost 10 points. A session with a regular instructor costs 30 points. A session with the Grandmaster or Vice Grandmaster costs 100 points. After reading the card's terms, Lu Sheng made a shocking comment. "Well, this really only seems useful for buying meat." As soon as he said that, Qin Xiaojun, who was sitting in his chair, fell over in shock. "What?" The other students were speechless. Qin Xiaojun pointed at the card and said, "Hey, kid, what is that supposed to mean? Don't act all humble when you've hit the jackpot. You have 1,000 points in your hand. If our instructors hadn't held back the higher-ups, the damage you caused would have put you in deep debt." When they heard Qin Xiaojun, everyone gasped in astonishment. "What? 1,000 points?" Cao Yang sneered, "Ha ha. And here I thought this training really just comes down to raw skill. I can't believe he's resorting to special privileges. It's honestly so disappointing." Tian Ha stood nearby, arms crossed, sighing in frustration. Just how deep are his connections? That's actually terrifying. Ha Lam covered her mouth in shock. "Huh? You guys don't know what he did during the exam?" Tao Dung, looking for an excuse to teach him a lesson, growled, "Of course I do. Rumor has it he bribed the fellow students and the instructors, right? The exam instructors are at least grade 3 martial artists. To defeat him that easily, you'd need to be at least a grade 4. Even with the highest natural talent, no one should have been able to pull that off, especially since there wasn't a single trace of physical strain or blood energy depletion on him. If the training camp's whole purpose is to provide resources to the strongest, then go ahead and prove it to me right now." The instructor watched them getting ready to fight, and Qin Xiaojun started to step in to stop them. Hey, you guys." Dong Qingxu quickly held him back. "I want to see what Lu Sheng's true strength really is," she said. Lu Sheng calmly asked back, "Ha ha, are you sure?" Tao Dung lunged forward aggressively, shouting, "Enough talk. Today, I'm gonna see if you can even scratch my stone-skin talent, if I take even one step back." Before he could finish, Lu Sheng casually flicked his finger. It was the Stellar Grasp, version 2, boosted by the strength of his youth. Tao Dung didn't even get a chance to attack. He was sent flying by that single flick, punching a massive hole through the thick base wall before collapsing on the spot. The scene unfolded so fast that the spectators screamed in shock. "What?" Lu Sheng, feeling like he might have gone a bit overboard, said sheepishly, "He asked me to hit him, don't make me pay for the repairs." After seeing Tao Dung flick through the wall, Ha Lam and Tian Ha were completely stunned, their minds blown, stuttering for a long time without being able to form a complete sentence. Lu Sheng didn't want any more trouble. He just wanted to go back to his room and train. Qin Xiaojun looked away, whistling as if he predicted the outcome all along. Lu Sheng calmly asked, "Can I go now?" And with that, he left quickly. Seeing Lu Sheng heading out, Dong Qingxue called after him, "Student Lu Sheng, what's your training plan moving forward? If you use your accumulated points, you can get private guidance from me." Lu Sheng lightly pushed the door open. "Thanks, Chief Instructor, but that won't be necessary. I've got something more important to do." Qin Xiaojun asked, curious. You have something more important than guidance from the chief instructor? Tian Ha and Ha Lam listened in, tense, wondering what could be so important. Lu Sheng confirmed, yeah, I'm going back to take a nap. Hearing that completely unexpected reason, Tian Ha and Ha Lam were left wide-eyed in sheer amazement. What? Qin Xiaojun laughed until he was doubled over. Ha ha ha, this kid. Dong Qingshui's face went blank. She was speechless. After everyone left, she checked the surveillance cameras and saw that Lu Sheng had actually gone back to his dorm to sleep. Qin Xiaojun couldn't believe it. This kid really went back to sleep. Ha ha ha. Dong Qingshui couldn't figure out what he was thinking either. What is he doing? There aren't any resources in the dormitory. Qin Xiaojun said, just enjoying the show. This is the first time I've seen such an interesting genius. Let him do whatever he wants. Dong Qingshui said in a low voice. You don't understand. He's a perfect whetstone, one that can push everyone else to grow much faster. Qin Xiaojun remarked seriously. A whetstone? I'm afraid this whetstone is sharper than all the blades here, right? Dong Qingshui recalled a memory. Do you remember our class? The guy who was on par with us? Hearing that name, Qin Xiaojun stood up, clutching his chest. Of course. Mentioning him makes my chest ache. In that training camp, he put so much pressure on all the geniuses, stepping over everyone. He was the undisputed king. Dong Qingshu mused, that's right. People with strength-based talents used to have a massive advantage. They could easily output tens of thousands in combat power and even fight opponents above their grade. But techniques, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, strategy, real strength isn't just power. It's built through constant growth and accumulation. Martial artists who rely solely on their innate strength talent end up just having a flash of brilliance. This is likely the dead end for Lu Sheng. At that moment, in his dreams, Lu Sheng was going all out, fighting a blonde zombie with a muscular build. Both sides were evenly matched, trading 100 blows without an inch of gain. The zombie lunged with a powerful punch, but Lu Sheng caught it firmly. He quickly grabbed a metal pipe nearby, skewered the zombie's thigh and foot to pin it to the ground, and seized the chance to unleash his ultimate, the Stellar Strike, hitting the zombie square in the face. That one punch sent the zombie straight to the afterlife. As it died, Lu Sheng absorbed its skills and memories. Lu Sheng exhaled, relieved after the long struggle. Phew, when it was alive, it was a quasi-master at grade 6, on par with the level of Martial Arts Association Minister Tiu Ing Gak Ha. No wonder it was so strong. If I hadn't used my full mental power to hold it off, I might have. Lu Sheng began the process of absorbing martial arts techniques, combat maneuvers, and battlefield experience, which was even better than just increasing blood energy. These were the real benefits of his dream world. Footwork, fist techniques, palm strikes, kicks, spear fighting, swordsmanship. A person's potential is limited. No matter how hard you try, you can't master everything. But by standing on the shoulders of countless others, he could be all-rounded, with no flaws. This was his martial way, the way of perfection. After absorbing the techniques of the grade 6 zombie, Lu Sheng sat down to rest, focusing on his mental power. If it weren't for my mental power earlier, I wouldn't have been able to block even one strike from that zombie. It's a shame I'm still using my mental power in such a basic way. I can only use it like this against zombies for now. If I face a real grade 6 expert, who knows? I need to further refine my mental power. After that, Lu Sheng dove deep into his own consciousness, focusing his intent, centering his mind, and condensing his spirit. Once the condensation was complete, Lu Sheng used his focus to touch the apex of his mental power. The stone shell surrounding his mental core began to crack, emitting a mystical light. Suddenly, a force ripped Lu Sheng outward, his whole body racked with tearing pain. Finally, your mental power has been completely unleashed. The energy release was enough to shatter every window in the building. After that total energy release, Lu Sheng stood there, weakened, like a husk drained of all strength. Panting, he couldn't hide his joy. I've broken through again. After recovering his stamina, Lu Sheng eagerly activated AI to see if his future self had made any more breakthroughs. It had been a long time since he checked his own life trajectory. Wonder what it looks like this time, Lu Sheng muttered, then commanded, AI, show me my personal profile. Retrieving data now. Please wait a moment. Soon, Lu Sheng's full biography appeared. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June, Martial Era 297. April, Martial Era Patrasuta Chinzech Shidoi. Martial Strength, Level 7 Martial Artist. Clearance Level, Level 3. At age 18, he became a Level 2 martial artist, shocking all of Baihe City. Afterward, recommended by the Baihe Martial Arts Association, he joined the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and took first place. That same year, He ranked top 1 inch the school and the entire province, and top 53 inches the national college entrance exam, securing his spot at Dongning Martial Arts University. 3 years later, he graduated from Dongning Martial Arts University and enlisted. 5 years later, he was discharged with the rank of Major General. He founded the Sheng Martial Arts Gym in Bai City. At age 65, he reached level 7. In July, Martial Era 452, old wounds flared up. He lived to be 156. Marital status, married, 2 sons and 1 daughter. Highest rank, Major General. Historical rating, 3 stars. Seeing his stats had improved again, Lu Sheng was ecstatic. A level 7 Grandmaster. I can actually reach the Grandmaster realm within my lifetime. If this were ancient times, I'd be a regional lord. Even today, I'm a major influential figure. Lu Sheng thought to himself, right, if I'm a Grandmaster now, my rating clearance must have gone up, right? Lu Sheng commanded, AI, search for the Starlight Body Tempering Art, Natural Breathing Method, and Water Crystal Mastery. AI, report quickly. Understood. A moment later, countless techniques appeared before him. Starlight Body Tempering Art, created by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Wang He, included in the Seed Project. Natural Breathing Method, created by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Yang Yizhou. Water Crystal Mastery, created by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Duan Yufeng, included in the Seed Project. Lu Sheng sighed, so with level 3 clearance, I can access higher level technique. Suddenly, a strange book caught his eye. Curious, Lu Sheng quickly opened it. He was stunned by what he saw. Divine Illumination, Ming Wang Sutra. The description read, created by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Duan Yifeng, included in the Seed Project. After scanning it, Lu Sheng exclaimed, this is a complete cultivation system. Lu Sheng opened the sutra and was blown away. This is the Divine Illumination Ming Wang Sutra. Unbelievable. No wonder it wasn't in the combat reports. This is a technique designed specifically for mentalists. It doesn't just cover combat essentials and mental power techniques. Most importantly, it's completely different from any other mental power art. The core of the Divine Illumination Ming Wang Sutra is using the martial artist's internal mental power to build a second body, a second self. And the level of detail for this body can reach the muscle fiber, cellular, and even genetic level, all for one purpose: omnidirectional growth without a single blind spot. The first level of the sutra uses mental energy as an organ to strengthen the physical body, thereby boosting blood qi. This is exactly what I'm lacking. My combat power couldn't improve because my base blood qi value couldn't be changed. My blood qi has always been the bottleneck. If I can break through this, I can boost all my attributes. Using mental power to influence a martial artist's blood qi, incredible. I truly underestimated the wisdom crystallized over 10,000 years of martial arts. A technique like this, you couldn't even dream of it, let alone create it. Duan Yifeng. I will remember that name. A genius of this caliber is rare in any civilization. He must have been a top-tier existence among level 11 experts. Yet, even a character like that couldn't stop the destruction of humanity. I still have so much to do, a long road ahead. Every minute, every second, I must push myself to become stronger. A month later, in the training room, Xialin was intensely honing her mental power. She stood in a testing room surrounded by automated target firing systems. Xialin's mission was to use her mental power to control weapons and destroy the incoming balls. She closed her eyes, sensed the trajectories, and controlled several flying daggers to strike them down. The targets shattered in an instant. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingxue, observing from outside, stepped in and praised her. Not bad. You're improving fast. You've mastered 3 flying daggers. Once you can control 6, you'll have stepped into the first level of mentalist training. Xialin bowed. Thank you, Chief Instructor. It's thanks to your guidance. Dong Qingshu replied politely. It's also due to your own talent and effort. Then, frowning, she said, but I've noticed something. There's a huge crack in your mental willpower. Someone left a deep psychological trauma on you, didn't they? Xialin immediately recalled Lu Sheng's gaze when they first met, which still made her shiver. Biting her lip as cold sweat broke out, she trembled. Yes. Chief Instructor, is there any way to resolve this? Dong Qingxue said coldly, simple. Find the person who caused this trauma and defeat him, or kill him. The trauma will naturally vanish. Hearing that she had to defeat Lu Sheng, Xialin panicked. She cried out in fear. What? Seeing her reaction, Dong Qingshu frowned, clearly disappointed. What's wrong? You're in a period of rapid growth. Surely a small thing like this shouldn't be holding you back. Xialin thought to herself, hearing that terrifying man's name. During this time, he's still in a slump. If his strength has stayed the same, maybe, just maybe, I might actually stand a chance. Ha Lam seemed to reach a major decision, her eyes growing more determined. She was hell-bent on beating Lu Sheng. After finishing Ha Lam's training session, Qin Xiaojun was lurking nearby and asked, "Done already? How'd it go?" Dong Qingshui sighed, looking a bit disappointed. Her talent is decent, but her personality is a bit too soft. Qin Xiaojun chuckled. "You think everyone's like you? Besides, could anyone possibly have a better personality than the one I'm teaching?" Dong Qingshu replied, "You mean Man Tian Ha? I've already committed to teaching him. We've only got a month or two left, so I'll just grit my teeth and get through it." "Right. How is he doing, by the way?" Qin Xiaojun recounted with a frustrated sigh. "Same as always. Every time I deliver his food, I find him sleeping. I think he's a lost cause." Qin Xiaojun then turned to mock Dong Qingshu. "Remember what you said when you were training students? As long as you like, no one's going to manage you if you just sleep in your dorm every day." "Hey!" Dong Qingshu buried her face in her hands and sighed. "I really shouldn't have said that." Being the persistent instigator, Qin Xiaojun wanted to poke the bear a bit more. "So, do you still want to use him as a whetstone?" Dong Qingshu snapped, her temper flaring. "You jerk, give me a break." She stormed off in a huff, leaving him behind. "Go ahead and teach your precious Man Tian Ha properly, or else when the test comes, Ha Lam is going to crush him." Qin Xiaojun stuck his tongue out, muttering, "Who's afraid of who?" Meanwhile, in the gym, Duong Dian was cleaning up with a few friends, sweeping the floor while sighing with exhaustion. Just then, a friend ran over and called out cheerfully, "Duong Dian, not done yet. Let me help you out." Duong Dian was relieved to have the help and thanked her. "Oh, thanks." Her friend replied, "Don't mention it. You helped me out the same way last time." The two of them swept while chatting. "Man, I really envy them. Those who managed to get 100 points. That's enough to last them these 2 months." Duong Dian agreed sympathetically. "Poor people like us have it rough. We have to skip a meal or two just to barely make ends meet with our points. Sigh, there's no comparison." Suddenly, her friend asked, "Duong Dian, what has that Lu Sheng from your city been up to lately? Aren't you two pretty close?" Mentioning Lu Sheng made Duong Dian curious too, but she said sadly, I don't know." Her friend continued the gossip. "I figured you wouldn't know. That Lu Sheng, he was so strong when he first arrived, pushing around the Tone guys. But look at him now. He fell off the very next day. Lu Sheng has been locked away and hasn't stepped out once. He's probably been overtaken by everyone else by now. Seriously, do you think he's just scared?" He realized his talent couldn't keep up, and his strength is fading, so he decided to act like a turtle hiding in its shell to keep up some mysterious reputation. Remembering what Lu Sheng was capable of, Duong Dian stood by him completely. She thought to herself, "No way, Lu Sheng isn't that kind of person." Duong Dian hurriedly snatched the broom back from her friend and turned away. "You should rest. Leave the rest of this to me." Seeing Duong Dian insist on doing it herself, her friend looked puzzled, not quite getting it. Just then, a crowd gathered on the balcony, gossiping loudly. "Hurry up and go look. Apparently, Tao Dung is about to test the 4 times gravity setting." "Really?" Hearing such shocking news, her friend shouted, "Oh, did you hear that? 4 times gravity? Is that for real? That's insane." Duong Dian said, disbelieving. "Last time I went into the 1 times gravity room, I couldn't even last 20 minutes. I almost died. And he's doing 4 times? Her friend, excited for the gossip, grabbed Duong Dian's hand and started pulling her away. "Let's go check it out." Duong Dian was caught off guard as she was dragged along. Ah. As she walked, Duong Dian kept wondering, "Lu Sheng, what on earth are you doing right now?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had just woken up from a long, deep dream, his strength having increased significantly. He gently opened his dorm door and stepped outside, his face looking colder and more composed than before. At the gravity chamber, Tao Dung was focused on training under 3 times gravity. He braced himself against the crushing force, his muscles tensing up. People watching from outside exclaimed, "Amazing! He's at 4 minutes already. That's 4 minutes longer than last time." Finally, after holding out for 4 minutes, Tao Dung quickly hit the stop button. As soon as Tao Dung stepped out, he was showered with praise. "That's seriously impressive. I can't even last 10 minutes at 2 times gravity, and Tao Dung just did 4 minutes at 3 times gravity." Tao Dung walked out looking quite confident, letting out a relieved breath. "Phew, that feels good." Seeing everyone fawning over him, Tao Dung said smugly, "You're all scared by just this level of intensity. What will you do when I hit 4 times gravity?" "Hey." A sycophant ran up to him and said, "Brother Tao Dung, it looks like you'll adapt to 4 times gravity in no time and break through to a level 3 martial artist. By then, I don't think anyone in the training camp will be your match." Hearing that name dropping made Tao Dung remember his rival. He instinctively touched his forehead, feeling a phantom pain. He asked, "How is he doing now?" The flatterer laughed. "That guy, Lu Sheng, he's the same as always. Every time someone delivers his food, they find him sleeping on his bed, probably dreaming of something." "Ha ha ha," Tao Dung sneered. "Humph, arrogant fool. Even if I wasn't his match at the beginning, the slow turtle will eventually catch the sleeping rabbit. Especially since he's been asleep for over a month now, wasting 1,000 points. I'm not so sure I'll lose to him anymore." As Tao Dung was busy daydreaming, a figure suddenly zipped past him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Lu Sheng walked by, saying, "Move aside." Once Tao Dung realized who it was, he shouted in shock, "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng stood before the gravity chamber, casually saying, "So this is the gravity training room. Doesn't look too bad." Tao Dung leaned against the door and mocked him. "So you finally decided to come out? What's wrong? Did you finally remember the training room after sleeping for a month?" Lu Sheng didn't even bother to listen to Tao Dung's nonsense. He swiped his card to activate the chamber, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect the food to cost so many points. I'll start with 3 hours." After checking the system, Lu Sheng chose the 3-hour session. 3 hours at level 2 gravity. Points were deducted. After starting the machine, Lu Sheng stepped inside. Before entering, he turned back to taunt Tao Dung. "A month, huh? Perfect timing to test out how much my strength has grown." Tao Dung yelled in anger. "Damn it. You've been sleeping in the dorms every day, and you still want to improve your strength? Are you kidding me?" The door slowly creaked shut, and the system notification began the countdown. Tao Dung poked his head in, pretending to be helpful. "Hey, you're going into the gravity training room without even turning it on first?" The system continued its alert due to gravity effects. "Please use the physical button." 3, 2. Wait, is he really going for level 2 gravity? Tao Dung watched from outside, excited to see the show. The gravity training room isn't a toy. If you don't follow the startup protocol and suddenly get hit with external pressure, when you're completely unable to move, you'll easily suffer internal organ rupture and hemorrhaging. Whether he's ignorant or just arrogant, he's a dead man this time. Tao, Dung, and all the other onlookers peered inside, but nothing seemed to be happening. Lu Sheng just stood there, motionless, making the air feel strangely tense. Tao Dung crossed his arms and asked, "The gravity system is already active, right? Why is he not reacting at all?" Lu Sheng punched the ground hard and began performing a martial arts routine. His strikes so sharp they left Tao Dung and the others staring in stunned silence. Tao Dung couldn't believe his eyes and stood there frozen. The sycophant from before now had legs like jelly. He was trembling and stammering. The students training nearby, seeing Lu Sheng casually working out in the gravity room, were completely wide-eyed. "Wait, is that really Lu Sheng? Look, everyone. Lu Sheng is actually making cracking sounds with his movements under this gravity." People flocked to watch, some still stubborn, refusing to believe it wasn't a fake. They panicked and started shouting, "What's going on? Holy crap." After finishing a set, Lu Sheng felt quite refreshed and said with satisfaction, "This feels pretty new." Lu Sheng walked over to the control panel, wanting to test higher gravity. He curiously watched for a moment, thinking, "Is this the button?" Tao Dung watched from outside as Lu Sheng pressed something on the panel. He frowned, thinking to himself, is he finally at his limit and wants to stop? As soon as Lu Sheng pressed the button, the gravity room suddenly emitted an incredibly piercing, high-pitched sonic wave. The sound was unbearable for everyone watching. Everyone covered their ears in agony. Some people even collapsed, unable to stand up because of the noise. "What's happening?" Tao Dung gasped, cold sweat pouring down, stammering. This is. Outside the room, the display board read, Lu Sheng, level 4 gravity. Tao Dung realized Lu Sheng had cranked it up to 4 times gravity. Feeling the intense pressure, Lu Sheng thought, so this is what it feels like when the gravity is amplified. Very good. Let me test this. Lu Sheng knelt on one knee, pressing his hand firmly into the floor. The crowd outside laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, he can't take it anymore. But then, Lu Sheng gathered all his strength, lifting his hand until he was balanced on just 2 fingers. Just then, Xiaolin returned, exhausted from a long training session. Man, that instructor is so strict. Passing the gravity room, she saw a crowd gathered, whispering in awe. Being naturally curious, she wanted to see why there were so many people there. Xiaolin quickly moved in to join the spectacle. When she got close, she saw everyone wearing the same stunned, open-mouthed expression at the horror unfolding inside. Not yet realizing the problem, Xiaolin asked, "What are you all looking at? Is it really that interesting?" After getting a good look into the gravity room, Xiaolin shrieked in shock. Ah! Lu Sheng is doing a handstand on 2 fingers in a level 4 gravity room. This was just too insane. She made the same speechless expression as the rest of them. Her mind was filled with giant question marks, laughing on the outside, but crying on the inside. Ha ha, Lu Sheng. Tao Dung wasn't much better. He collapsed to the ground, slamming into the wall. Thump. He was having an existential crisis. A minute ago, he was full of confidence that he would defeat Lu Sheng, but now he realized the gap between them was immense. Why? Why is he so strong? Tao Dung felt like he was going insane, grinding his teeth, unable to accept the truth. Hasn't he been sleeping for over a month? Lu Sheng was the hare who had been sleeping, while Tao Dung was the turtle stuck at the bottom of the abyss. The turtle Tao Dung rolled on the ground, crying. Didn't I already surpass him? After nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Sheng thought, level 4 gravity is all right. This familiar feeling is about right. Lu Sheng quickly walked to the control panel to adjust it. The people outside realized the gravity had increased and shouted, level 5. Oh my god, call someone here, quick. Lu Sheng felt the gravity and immediately began executing his techniques, the natural breathing method, the exchange, the breath of the earth. Hearing that Lu Sheng was challenging level 5, all the students in this batch scrambled over to watch. Everyone's faces showed undisguised panic. Hey, did you hear? What? Hurry up. Is it real or fake in the gravity room? Lin Chengwu, who had initially mocked Lu Sheng, now gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, that guy. He's back. Don't tell me. The area outside the gravity room was already packed. It really was him. Lu Sheng really knew how to keep people surprised. Tao Dung's eyes were bulging so hard they looked like they might pop out. He pressed his face against the glass, utterly bewildered. Under 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng was still casually jumping around, showing absolutely no signs of discomfort. Lu Sheng thought to himself, level 5 gravity is just right for training in my current state. Maybe I can barely perform the movements of the star refining technique. Anything higher might be too much if I try to move. After throwing a punch, Lu Sheng sighed. Not enough, nowhere near enough. I need more pressure to force my limits. Seeing Lu Sheng head to the control panel, everyone let out a sigh of relief. What is he trying to do now? Finally couldn't take it and getting ready to turn off the gravity, right? Level 5 gravity lasting this long is already legendary. If it were me, I wouldn't last a second. But unexpectedly, Lu Sheng didn't press stop. He increased it by several levels. This action struck every student present with utter disbelief, blowing their minds. In the command center, Dong Qing sat bored, lost in thought. 2 more today? Are this many trainees really quitting the camp after just a few days? Qin Xiaojun handed Dong Qingshu a glass of cold lemonade and said softly, they've all been pampered at home. These heavenly prodigies aren't used to suffering here. It's normal they can't handle it. Dong Tingtu sipped her lemonade and sighed. They can't even handle this little bit of hardship? What's going to happen when they hit the battlefield and face real, life-or-death combat against alien beasts? She took another sip and frowned slightly. She added a bit too much sugar. You're just too hard on them, Tan Xiaojun said. Honestly, this batch of recruits isn't half bad. I'd bet 80% of them make it to the end of camp. Tan Xiaojun glanced at the control panel and grinned. Look at that. Someone just smashed the records in both the gravity and footwork rooms. Mid-sentence, Tan Xiaojun suddenly froze, completely stunned. Wait, someone just set an all-time record in the gravity room. Dong Tingtu said calmly, the record was held by Cao Yong, right? I remember he was just about to reach 4 times gravity. Tan Xiaojun replied with a strained smile. Hey, it's not him. It's someone you'd never expect. Lu Sheng 8 times gravity. Hearing the name Lu Sheng, Dong Tingtu was so shocked she crushed the cup in her hand. What did you say, Lu Sheng? Tan Xiaojun praised. Just what level is this kid at now? Dong Tingtu replied, I don't know, but we finally found the one we've been looking for. In the zero-gravity training room, Lu Sheng was pinned down by crushing pressure, unable to even straighten his back. Grr. Huff. His body was nearing its breaking point. 8 times gravity is too much of a burden with my current blood vitality, Lu Sheng thought. I'm reaching my limit. My stamina is running dry. Time to test the new technique, he decided. Lu Sheng quickly focused his mental power, visualizing a perfect heart down to the very last molecular detail, and used it to envelope his own, creating a powerful, protective layer. As the process finished, a surge of terrifying power ripped through Lu Sheng's chest and down his veins, knocking him flat on his back. He stood up to gauge the new strength. Huff, huff. Just by completing part of the cardiac structure, his blood vitality had already jumped by nearly 10%. So this is the Shen's Hao Mingwang Sutra. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, a grin spreading across his face. Let's see what my real limit is. He marched toward the control panel. Seeing him head back to the console, the crowd panicked. What is he doing? He's already at 8 times gravity. Does he want more? Just then, the glass of the gravity room began to crack. Students were instantly flattened against the floor by the escaping pressure. Cao Yong, now genuinely terrified, shouted, Lu Sheng, what the hell are you doing? Beep. The system announced 10 times gravity. Under this crushing force, Lu Sheng was pinned to the ground, unable to move. His clothing began to shred under the immense strain. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. So heavy, my bones are screaming. It feels like my blood is about to stop flowing. I can't even move. And just staying conscious is taking every ounce of my strength. 10 times gravity. This is beyond anything I can handle. Yet, Lu Sheng felt a rush of adrenaline. Driven by a thirst to conquer, he pumped himself up. Perfect. They say the one who changes the future and averts catastrophe is a master of top-tier techniques, or a genius with infinite resources, or someone with heaven-defying talent. But who is it really? Pouring every ounce of power into his stance, Lu Sheng roared. It's the person who breaks their limits. Finally, after a monumental effort, he stood firm, releasing a massive wave of energy. Everyone watching could feel the sheer intensity. No one dared to stand their ground against him. Lu Sheng's power was unparalleled. Watching him face it so fearlessly, Yang Yan thought to herself, Lu Sheng is back. As he stepped out of the gravity room, everyone looked at him in awe. They parted ways, clearing a path for him. Lu Sheng walked out, drenched in sweat. A pretty girl nervously stepped forward and offered him a towel. Lu Sheng. Here. Thanks. Lu Sheng looked at her, confused, while the girls around them watched her with envious eyes. Lu Sheng calmly took the towel, acknowledging her kindness with a smile. Yeah, thanks. As he walked away, the girls behind him jumped for joy, though he didn't pay them much mind. He checked his phone, thinking, if I'd known it would be this fast, I wouldn't have wasted 3 hours worth of points. What a waste. A moment later, a notification popped up on his phone, and Lu Sheng was surprised. Huh? I get bonus points for breaking records. A chime sounded, record broken, points awarded. On the leaderboard, Lu Sheng was now in the lead with 4,335 points. Seeing his balance, everyone was floored. One student looked at his own 6 measly points and lamented, what, 4 digits? We don't even have half of his total points combined. I haven't even had meat for 3 days. Lu Sheng was happy about the points. 4,000 is enough for some decent meals, he thought. He headed toward the training hall. Nearby students imagined he was walking toward them. Wherever Lu Sheng went, people automatically stepped aside to make room. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lu Sheng strolled along, hands in his pockets. Seeing he wasn't planning on stopping, the students scrambled to follow him. That's Lu Sheng for you. Where is he going? Let's follow him. Yang Yan stood still, watching his retreating back. His presence is just overwhelming, way above everyone else. The people around her whispered, 10 times gravity. He's not human. That's terrifying. Yang Yan looked at him with profound admiration. His silhouette was like a tiger stalking through the jungle, with 100 beasts trailing behind. Yang Yan's friend sighed. Lu Sheng is a pure power-type genius, and he just broke Cao Yong's record in the gravity room. Could his blood vitality have already broken through to the 4th stage? Seeing her friend compliment Lu Sheng, Yang Yiru immediately guessed his power type and the path he was taking agility training. Inside the agility room, Meng Tianhe was training hard, using his natural speed to quickly and flexibly dodge the dense laser beams. Although Meng Tianhe was agile, the long session had drained his energy, making it hard to move. Despite his best efforts, a laser hit him. The system announced the training was over. His result, 2nd stage completion, 87%. Seeing the stats, Meng Tianhe let out a relieved sigh. Phew. The system display popped up. Congratulations to martial artist. ID number due 284363. Your agility has surpassed the trainer by 52%. Seeing his results, Meng Tianhe felt quite proud, laughing out loud. The agility results from the training room are broadcast throughout the entire martial arts academy. At any moment, I could rank on the world agility leaderboard. I've already surpassed half the people on Earth. That's at least hundreds of millions of people. As expected, there really is a gap between people. I awakened a speed-type talent and even got personal instruction from Instructor Qin. The gap between me and the others is incomparable, and anyone who just watches my training can see how extraordinary I am, right? Meng Tianhe smugly opened the door. He was waiting for everyone's praise. He expected everyone to cheer for him like a one-in-a-million genius, but reality hit him like a bucket of ice water, leaving him frozen for a full minute. There wasn't a single soul around his training room. Everyone had flocked to the room next door. Meng Tianhe wondered, what's going on? Where did everyone go? Instructor Dong and Instructor Qin are here too. What are they watching? Are the instructors demonstrating something? He quickly ran over, grabbed a friend, and asked, hey, what's going on? What are you all looking at? The friend, annoyed at being grabbed, said, huh? Obviously, we're watching Lu Sheng. Who else would it be? When Meng Tian heard it was Lu Sheng, he sneered. Lu Sheng, the sleeping god of Bai City. You guys don't actually think that Sleepyhead can break my record, do you? Are you crazy? Seeing Meng Tian being so arrogant made the friend angry. He retorted, What? Who the hell do you think you are? Caught off guard by the sudden insult, Meng Tian stood there, confused about what he said wrong. Just then, the answer to the mocking words Meng Tian had just spoken appeared before their eyes. The friends shouted in shock, Damn, what is happening? Meng Tianhe saw the scene inside and panicked. No way. Are those all the lasers at full power? Inside, Lu Sheng calmly started the system, observed the surroundings, and understood the training method. He thought to himself, so that's it. Just need to dodge the lasers, right? It seems impossible to predict where the beams will come from, which is supposed to be one of the hardest parts of agility training. But for me, this difficulty doesn't even exist. The system was ready, the lasers activated, firing at a dense intensity. The room looked like a tangled spiderweb of light, but with his extreme agility, Lu Sheng easily dodged everything with lightning speed. Meng Tian saw this and trembled, screaming, How is this possible? How can this be? There are thousands of lasers appearing in the room. No one should know what happens in the next second. How can he handle that kind of density and frequency? Terrified, Meng Tian grabbed a friend by the collar and lifted him up. Are you sure this is really Lu Sheng's first time in the agility training room? The friend, trembling, replied, It's true. We all followed him here. Before coming here, he even broke the historical record in the gravity room 10 times gravity. Hearing this, Meng Tianhe looked like he was about to collapse. His eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe it. Meng Tianhe slumped to the ground, thinking in agony. Lu Sheng. Isn't his talent strength-based? Didn't he sleep for a month and 2 days? How is this possible? The gap is so huge. People around him saw him slumped on the floor and asked worriedly, Hey, what's wrong? By now, Meng Tianhe had completely lost his fighting spirit, feeling nothing but despair and helplessness. Watching Lu Sheng's technique, Dong Qingshu was suspicious. She thought, Lu Sheng, is this really his first time doing agility training? That's not right. Even after hundreds of tries, it shouldn't be this easy. His movements don't look like reactions, they look like he's predicting the future. Could he be? Lu Sheng was like a fish in water in the agility room, showing his full potential, reflexes, and judgment. He moved through the dense laser beams, step by step, gracefully and effortlessly. Watching from outside, Dong Qingshui couldn't help but want to probe Lu Sheng's mental energy. Seeing her prepare to use her mental energy, Qin Xiaojun asked, What are you doing? Dong Qingshu quickly pulled her mental energy back, feeling frustrated and wanting to check again. But her willpower made her stop. She thought, There's nothing strange about me. Didn't I already probe him last time? He had absolutely no reaction to mental energy. Why do I want to try again? Am I being stupid? The system in the training room showed a completion notice. Agility, Stage 2, 62% complete. Lu Sheng thought to himself, This training isn't bad. I feel like my movements could be a bit faster. Soon after, the system announced that he had passed the second stage of agility training. Everyone watching was in awe of the terrifying speed. Damn, it's only been a few minutes. Did he really just finish the second stage? Yeah. Lu Sheng's second stage seems especially simple. Why doesn't it feel like the second stage we've seen before? Seeing the students calling the challenge simple, Qin Xiaojun spoke up to show them the real gap, to let them know what a true genius is and why it only looks simple. It was just that Lu Sheng's performance was flawless. His agility had reached a perfect state. Dong Qingshui stood with her arms crossed, her expression challenging. I want to see just how far he can go. Seeing her stubborn look, Qin Xiaojun laughed out loud. Haha, Dong Qingshui. I think this is the first time the two of us have had the same thought. Just then, the system began to announce. And now for the third stage of movement training. Thousands of spheres are hurtling toward me at breakneck speeds, leaving almost no room to dodge. On top of that, thousands of lasers are firing down. Everyone watching is terrified by this overwhelming display. Beams of light flash incessantly, making the whole room glow with blinding intensity. Even standing on the sidelines, people have to cover their eyes and squint against the glare. Wow, is this really just the third stage? Meng Tian has completely lost the drive to keep up. His jaw drops in shock, and he's actually trembling, thinking to himself, this is way too hard, right? With thousands of balls flying at Lu Sheng, combined with the laser barrage, the difficulty has ramped up significantly, and the speed is just insane. Now, clusters of lasers are firing at once, looking like a downpour of light. Lu Sheng thinks, it's only getting tougher from here. This time, they're even using the beams to cut off my escape routes. Fine, I guess I'll have to use some real effort to break through this. Lu Sheng unleashes a burst of power, detonating everything heading his way. A massive explosion echoes through the room, and he quickly darts out of the blast zone. Qin Shaojun, seeing the power rippling behind him, is stunned. He grits his teeth, muttering, "Damn, that's the realm of subtlety. Did he just break through right here?" Even for a veteran like me, a Tier 4 or 5 battlefield fighter, hardly anyone can refine their movement to the realm of subtlety. I didn't reach that level until I was 22. Dong Qingxue adds with a sigh, I was 25. Qin Shaojun, still in disbelief, shouts, "That's different. I'm a speed-type martial artist." Speed-type? I was born with a massive advantage, and this kid is only 18 years old. The system announces once more. Movement training, 3rd stage, 15% complete. Just then, a laser grazes right in front of Lu Sheng's face, missing him by mere millimeters. Yet, Lu Sheng manages to slip away instantly. The lasers are getting faster, making him break a sweat. Dodging frantically, he thinks the difficulty is peaking. Relying solely on mental projection is becoming exhausting. Seeing Lu Sheng start to slow down, Qin Shaojun speculates. It's not as easy for him now. The lasers are weaving a spiderweb, just waiting for Lu Sheng to get trapped. Realizing the situation is dire, Lu Sheng quickly executes his technique, wind breathing. His speed suddenly surges to a shocking degree. He's almost invisible now, just a blur of light streaking past. The system chimes in. Movement training, 3rd stage, 62% complete. The people watching outside can't keep up with his pace, pointing and whispering, "Where'd Lu Sheng go? Did he just vanish?" The system updates again. Movement training, 3rd stage, 81% complete. Qin Shaojun, watching the situation intently, realizes this kid is moving so fast. The naked eye can't even track him anymore. That's why it looks like he disappeared. Finally, it's over. The system displays 3rd stage, 100% complete. Inside the training room, Lu Sheng is drained. He stands there for a moment to catch his breath. Qin Shaojun thinks it's finished and turns to leave, full of praise. The youth of today are truly formidable. He really showed us everything he's got. Level 10 gravity in the 3rd stage of movement training. He looks wiped out. Let's head back. Dong Qingxue stands silently, and when Qin Shaojun tries to nudge her to leave, she frowns and says, "No. I think Lu Sheng wants to keep going." Hearing this, Qin Shaojun is puzzled, but his curiosity gets the better of him, and he turns back. Right then, the system voice echoes through the room. 4th stage, 0% complete. Qin Shaojun is shocked and yells, "Are you kidding me? Even I only just started the 4th stage. Is he really going to just keep breaking through like this today?" Dong Qingxu watches in silence. Once the mode activates, Lu Sheng accidentally brushes against a strange machine. Suddenly, countless strange machines rise into the air. Each one fires 4 lasers, which link together to form a giant web surrounding Lu Sheng. The web is woven so tightly that there's almost no gap left. The entire structure begins to descend, closing in on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng grits his teeth, feeling the pressure. The onlookers are horrified and start cursing. "Holy crap, what kind of sick trick is this? Is that even dodgeable?" Meng Tianhe stammers, unable to find the words. Even so, after a moment, Lu Sheng slips through perfectly. The system flashes. 4th stage, 30% complete. Seeing the intensity ramp up, Qin Shaojun leans his chin on his hand and says solemnly, "So it's reached this level at last. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles this." The challenge started as a small web, but now the system has upgraded it to a whole new level. The lasers are woven into a massive, tangled mess, leaving almost no way out. Lu Sheng thinks, "My wind-breathing speed is almost at its limit." In that case, Lu Sheng decides to unleash the spiritual power of his God manifestation scripture. His spiritual energy flares up, coating his body like a blazing fire. With a single move, Lu Sheng bends the space around him. Everything in his eyes seems to come to a standstill, even the lasers. Lu Sheng senses his surroundings and thinks, it feels like time is slowing down. If I recall correctly, the professional term for this among spiritual psychics is time sense. Utilizing this warped perception of time, Lu Sheng easily weaves through the barrage of lasers. Right now, he's moving at the speed of light, too fast for the human eye to perceive. This is the manifestation of a qualitative change in spiritual power, and this kind of breakthrough only happens to a 3rd-tier spiritual psychic, which means, have I finally officially joined the ranks of the 3rd-tier spiritual psychics. Dong Qingxue is terrified by his power, sensing an immense surge of spiritual energy. The force is so strong it cracks the reinforced glass of the training room. Not only that, but even the floor begins to fracture under the sheer intensity of his aura. Standing before the shattered glass, Dong Qingxue smiles brightly and says, "So, you're actually a spiritual psychic." Lu Sheng and Qin Shaojun turn to look at her, completely stunned and frozen in place for a long moment. Dong Qingshui has fully unleashed her own spiritual power, and a translucent figure begins to manifest from her energy. Seeing such terrifying mental power, everyone around backed away in fear. Qin Xiaojun shouted in panic, "What are you doing, teacher? Are you crazy?" Dong Qingshui ignored everything and directed her mental power straight at Lu Sheng. With a dead serious expression, Dong Qingshui said, "I want to test him one more time." She quickly commanded the manifestation to move. The figure didn't hesitate to charge toward where Lu Sheng was standing. Lu Sheng, who was currently struggling to dodge the lasers, saw the mental projection of Dong Qingshui rushing toward him with a terrifying force, as if it were about to tear him in two. Lu Sheng didn't panic. He calmly parried and dodged the lethal strikes unleashed by the projection under Dong Qingshui's control. Spotting an opening, Lu Sheng quickly delivered a powerful strike, sending the projection flying. The figure dissipated, turning into a growing vortex before vanishing, leaving Dong Qingshui severely injured. As the mental power snapped back, Dong Qingshui clutched her chest in pain. Lu Sheng's last attack left her unable to even stand straight. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she managed to say, "Lu Sheng, he really is a spirit master, and his mental power is no less than mine." Standing nearby, Qin Xiaojun was equally shocked by Dong Qingshui's confirmation. Watching her recent actions, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Testing is fine, but getting handsy like that is going too far." Looking back at the messy tangle of lasers, he felt annoyed. "But I've hit my limit. I didn't expect the activating sense of time would consume so much mental energy, and then having someone interrupt me. My progress in stage 4 is only halfway done. The temporary boost from Breath of the Wind and the Chi blood from the Divine Manifestation Sutra can only do so much. Whatever, forget it." Lu Sheng moved toward a laser to let it hit him. The system displayed a notification. "Training complete. Completion rate for stage 4, 56%. Congratulations to martial artist ID Do 285632. Your movement technique has surpassed 97% of trainees." Everyone standing outside, watching the leaderboard, erupted into cheers. "My God, is this actually a student's score?" Lu Sheng had surpassed hundreds of millions of people in the movement category alone. Meng Jianhe stood there like a statue, smiling while his heart was weeping. Tears were falling. The game was over. "I only just reached 52% proficiency. He's 45% higher than me. Ha ha ha. Is he even a power-type genius anymore?" Lu Sheng walked out of the training room nonchalantly, looked at the rankings, and thought with a sigh. So there are still 3% of people out there better than me at movement. 3% of the entire world must be tens of thousands of people, right? I'm still too weak. I need to keep training harder. Dong Qingshui led the applause to congratulate Lu Sheng. "Congratulations, student Lu Sheng. You just broke the historical record for the gravity room, and you've refreshed the base's movement room record once again. What are your plans now? Going to the combat training room or the mental power room?" Lu Sheng truly kept surprising everyone. He replied flatly, I'm not going anywhere. It's almost lunchtime, so I'm heading to the cafeteria." As he spoke, he checked the canteen's notification for today's new dishes. Seeing his indifferent expression and the awkward look on Dong Qingshui's face, Qin Xiaojun burst into manic laughter. "Ha ha, he's still the same kid." 3 hours later, after a full meal, Lu Sheng was summoned to the command room. He stepped in and greeted, "Chief Instructor, did you need me?" Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingshui were already waiting for him. Come over here." Lu Sheng offered a respectful greeting. "Hello, Instructor Qin." Qin Xiaojun replied, "We called you here mainly for a quick strength assessment, and then we have something to discuss with you." Lu Sheng answered quickly, "Yes, sir." Dong Qingshui held up a blood sampling needle and asked, "Every dorm has issued these. Have you checked your Qi blood levels lately?" Lu Sheng answered honestly, "I haven't. The needles in the dorm can't even pierce my skin." He remembered how annoyed he was that no matter how he tried, the needles would always break. Qin Xiaojun laughed. "Ha ha ha, I told you. This kid definitely hit tier 3. Without this level of physical conditioning, how could he have broken the gravity room records?" Dong Qingshui, bring out the needle. She pulled a high-end, gold-plated blood sampling needle from her pocket. "This is meant for tier 5 martial artists. It should be enough for you." Lu Sheng held out his hand. After drawing a sample, the Qi blood value appeared on the needle's display. Qi blood value, 24.65. Tier 3 martial artist. Both instructors were stunned. Qin Xiaojun forced a smile. "This kid. It's been over 10 years since I've seen a tier 3 martial artist this young." Qin Xiaojun pointed to the combat power machine and said, "All right, let's see what your combat power is." Lu Sheng became serious. He thought, if they want to test me, I have to go all out and see what my limit really is. Lu Sheng channeled all his strength into the punch, combining various martial arts techniques simultaneously. He unleashed a shockwave, breath of the burning flame, perfected realm fist, and star-crushing force at 8 times the power. The punch was terrifying, and the machine quickly displayed the reading. Combat power, 271,920. Tier 4 martial artist, Qin Xiaojun stared at the numbers in a daze for a long time. 270,000, he thought. A Tier 3 martial artist with the combat power of a Tier 5. This kid is a monster. Qin Xiaojun rushed over, slapping him on the shoulder with endless praise. All right, you've graduated from this training camp. You're free to do whatever you want now. Just remember to report your martial artist tier to the association to get it recorded. Lu Sheng, feeling flattered, politely replied, "Thank you, Instructor Qin." Suddenly, Dong Qingshui stood up and said, "Wait a moment. Lu Sheng, there's one more test. This is called Mind Essence, a special kind of crystal mineral discovered over 100 years ago in the Answer Ravine of the West Kingdom. It has an extreme absorption rate for mental power. Once refined, it becomes a tool specifically used to test spirit masters. You just need to touch it and channel your mental power into it to measure your mental strength." After she finished explaining, Dong Qingshui quickly reached out and touched the stone with her mental energy. It lit up instantly, displaying her information. Seeing her mental energy intensity stats, Qin Xiaojun immediately praised her. "Whoa, your strength has really gone up. Even the purity of your mental energy has leveled up quite a bit. I recall last time you barely had over 3 points, your intensity was 143.2, and your purity was 4.2. Dong Qingshu looked at him with pure disdain. "Do you think I'm like you, only knowing how to eat and wait for death all day?" Qin Xiaojun retorted quickly. "Dong Qingshui, you can insult me, but you cannot insult my lifestyle." Lu Sheng then took the stone from Dong Qingshui and cautiously touched it with his own mental energy. Both of them watched him with serious expressions. Suddenly, Qin Xiaojun leaned over to Dong Qingshui and whispered, "If you told me Lu Sheng had half your talent, I'd believe it. But if you say he's on par with you, I honestly can't accept that." Dong Qingshu, focused on Lu Sheng, snapped at the constant buzzing in her ear. "Shut your mouth. Stop bothering me." As soon as Lu Sheng held the stone, a layer of golden energy enveloped his surroundings. The stone emitted a brilliant, blinding light that genuinely shocked Dong Qingshu. She gasped in surprise. How is that even possible? The stone now displayed Lu Sheng's stats: mental energy intensity 113.56, mental energy purity 20.3. Dong Qingshui completely lost her composure, her jaw dropping in shock. How could it be, she thought? His purity of 20.3 was more than 5 times her own. For a psychokinesis master, refining even a little bit of energy is incredibly difficult. It's like taking a standard towel and constantly folding and compressing it, over and over, until it becomes a dense, hardened block, let alone reaching 5 times that level. I've been training hard for 2 years and only managed a slight improvement. He's only 18 years old this year, his strength is just too outrageous. The word genius doesn't even begin to describe him, it's only. As she was lost in thought, Qin Xiaojun next to her started squealing like a stuck pig. He's a beast. A total monster. An absolute legend. He's so good, he's about to ascend to the heavens. Dong Qingshui's face went dark at his behavior, and she immediately fired a bolt of mental energy that slammed into his mouth, forcing it shut. Qin Xiaojun took such a massive hit that his eyes nearly popped out of his skull, and he let out a strangled shriek. After silencing Qin Xiaojun, Dong Qingshui asked, "Lu Sheng, you have a master, don't you? You studied mental energy cultivation techniques before, haven't you?" Qin Xiaojun sat there, rubbing the bump on his head, quietly nursing his pain. Lu Sheng replied calmly, "Yes, I have a master. My master taught me a unique mental energy cultivation method, along with techniques and ways to utilize that energy." Dong Qingshui let out a sigh of relief. Phew, she thought, that makes sense. It's normal if he had a master teaching him. If Lu Sheng had reached this level relying solely on his own talent without a mentor, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. Dong Qingshui praised him. Even with a master, it proves your innate talent is incredibly strong. You haven't awakened your talent for very long, have you? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and replied, less than 3 months. Hearing Lu Sheng's answer left them both in a stunned silence. This fact was earth-shattering, truly insane. Qin Xiaojun scratched his head with a grin. Damn. Even Dong Qingshui needs a moment to process this. Whoa. Awakened for 3 months and his mental intensity already reached level 3. And that kind of purity, even in the Psychokinesis Association, you'd be hard-pressed to find a monster like you in decades. Lu Sheng was curious. Is there an association for psychokinesis masters? Dong Qingshu replied, Yeah, it's a completely different system from the Martial Arts Association, because awakening as a psychokinesis master is extremely rare. Even though the population of our dragon kingdom is massive, those with the talent to awaken are less than 1%. Your master probably kept it from you on purpose, afraid it would distract your training after all. The more you know, the more distracting thoughts you have, which lowers energy purity. But as a talent like you, I really hope you join the association. The association will provide more resources to help your growth. Dong Qingshu pulled out a necklace. The pendant was a glowing, sparkling stone. She gently handed it to Lu Sheng and said, "This is my token. Take it to the association, and they will provide you with the corresponding support." Lu Sheng took the necklace and said, "Actually, I've never seen my master's face. Every time I receive his guidance, the methods are always quite mysterious." Dong Qingshui nodded. "Your master must be someone incredible," she thought to herself. Someone with talent like Lu Sheng is a hidden gem that will be highly sought after sooner or later. The master he describes wants him to develop on his own and doesn't even want to reveal himself. Only someone at the very top would have that kind of style. Indeed, there are no geniuses in this world without a reason. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "It's getting harder and harder to use innate talent as an excuse. Maybe I should just admit my master comes from 10,000 years in the future." He reached level 11. His name is Duan Yifeng. Qin Shaojun interrupted. "Ahem, I know you guys are having a great time, but I need to cut in for a second. We came to see you today because we have a few things to discuss." Lu Sheng politely gestured for him to speak. Qin Shaojun pulled out a card. "The first thing for you, there's 5 million here. Even though the training camp isn't over, you're likely to be the top performer this time. This is a bonus for your exceptional performance." Lu Sheng was startled by the amount and raised his voice, asking, 5 million? Seeing his stiff expression, Dong Qingshu frowned. "Don't be unhappy. This is the absolute limit we could scrape together. The military budget for the Eastern Military District has always been tight. Most of the funding for this training camp went into the 3 daily meals for you students." Lu Sheng was still stuck on the 5 million reward. Qin Shaojun ran over and patted his shoulder. "Kid, you're the most famous bottomless pit in the training camp. Add up all the food you've eaten, and it's cost around 7 to 8 million. Hearing that, Lu Sheng cried out, 7 to 8 million. He froze, his face turning pale. "So those meals were actually that expensive? Does this mean I won't be able to eat like that in the future?" Dong Qingshui said sincerely, "Lu Sheng, although this amount isn't massive, it's enough to show the sincere intentions of our Eastern Military Region. This is the second order of business." Lu Sheng held the card in his hand and asked, "The Eastern Military Region, is this considered a recruitment offer?" Qin Shaojun praised his intelligence, saying it could be interpreted that way. Dong Qingshui said seriously, "You probably understand that a martial arts prodigy like you, no matter what happens, will eventually have to head to the battlefield to slay the enemy. Swords forged in blood and iron, sacrificing enemies to the souls of heroes' safe zones can never raise a true dragon warrior." Qin Shaojun added, "The country and the Martial Arts Alliance give martial artists so many privileges and support, but not for you to just sit back and enjoy it, right? Sooner or later, you'll reach that point. We hope that when you eventually face the choice of which military region to join, you'll prioritize our Eastern region." Qin Shaojun moved closer, gripped Lu Sheng's shoulder, and said warmly, "Heh. Besides, our Eastern region has another perk. The female soldiers in our military region are, dare I say, the finest in the entire country. That beauty, that physique, every one of them has killer curves and long legs." As he was rambling on with spit flying everywhere, suddenly, Qin Shaojun was hit by a chair flung straight at his face, controlled by Dong Qingshui's psychic power, sending him flying. After handling that, Dong Qingshui turned to Lu Sheng and said, "There is one final matter. We have decided to have you represent the geniuses of Dongning Province to participate in the Eastern region's Kaiming General Star selection." Lu Sheng was surprised. "Kaiming General Star?" Dong Qingshu immediately explained, "That's right. Every year, the entire Eastern region organizes training drills for geniuses. The main goal is to pick 1 out of 10,000 reserve geniuses who truly has the potential of a General Star. You probably know what a General Star represents, right?" Lu Sheng replied with a solemn face, "Yeah, it's someone who holds high rank, a genius among geniuses, someone standing at the very peak, a Grandmaster." Qin Shaojun added, "A Kaiming General Star is a future Grandmaster, a General Star in the making. Such a person appears only once a year in the entire Eastern region, and they are chosen from among all the top prodigies." Lu Sheng, think about it. Lu Sheng didn't need to think twice. He immediately agreed. "I'll go." He thought to himself, "If I'm living in this era, there are some things I just can't avoid. If I want to use my own strength to change the fate of my people, I must try to turn the tide and ignite the flames of change." Qin Shaojun patted his shoulder and praised him. "Both General Director Dong and I have immense faith in your ability. If even you can't do it, then I can't think of anyone else in the current batch from Dongming province who could. Also, I forgot to mention, the rewards for this selection are issued directly by the Eastern Military Region. They're much more generous than anything a small training camp like ours could offer. Lu Sheng replied, I understand. He also secretly calculated that the more talent he revealed, the more resources he would get. Dong Qingshui stepped forward to give a reminder. The Kaiming General Star selection was only a few months away, and it would only officially begin after all the provincial training camps had concluded. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't let you miss your college entrance exams, Qin Xiaojun said casually. With your skill level, whether you go to college or not doesn't even matter. Any martial arts university in the entire eastern region is yours to choose. Lu Sheng asked. Then, can I stay at the training camp? Qin Xiaojun said, whatever you want. Didn't I tell you that you're free to do as you please? You can leave whenever you don't want to stay anymore. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and then quickly left. Looking quite happy, he muttered to himself as he walked away. In that case, I'll stay for a while longer. Since there's nothing else, I'm heading back. Qin Xiaojun turned to Dong Qingshui and said, Humph, I bet that kid is only staying for the food. Seeing Lu Sheng walk away, Dong Qingshu sighed and said, Ha, I never thought Dong Qingshu, would one day be jealous of someone else's natural talent. Qin Xiaojun also lamented. True, but he's not like us. He's destined to be extraordinary. I'm certain Lu Sheng will definitely bring about an earth-shattering change to this era. Early morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the Baihe City Martial Artists Association. He entered the building, holding a folder, looked around, and thought, it's been a while since I've been here. I remember Director Xiao's office is on the 6th floor. As he was looking for the office, Lu Sheng heard shouting from inside a room. Humph, enough. Old man Xia, are you doing this on purpose just to piss me off? The assistant standing outside, seeing Lu Sheng walk up, gave a forced smile and said, Lu Sheng, you're finally back. Lu Sheng pointed inside the room and asked, Is that? The assistant hurriedly opened the door to invite him in. Go inside first, then talk. As soon as the door opened, the assistant announced, Director Xiao, Lu Sheng is here. Lu Sheng walked in casually. Just as he entered, an old man walked up cheerfully and shouted, Oh, while Director Xiao sat there angrily, not saying a word. The old man walked over excitedly and said, Old Xiao, is this the top-tier genius you were always bragging to me about? Not bad, not bad. Truly a gifted youth. I told you. Old Xiao, don't be so angry, keep an open mind. Not everyone can be as excellent as my precious granddaughter. Director Xiao was so infuriated by old man Xia that he was trembling. His whole body shriveled up, and he couldn't even hold his teacup steady. Old man Xia continued to gloat. He took out his phone wallpaper, patting Lu Sheng's shoulder less to comfort him, and more to show off. There are plenty of people who aren't even half as good as my Xia Lin. There's no shortage of them in Baihe City. Lu Sheng handed the documents to a branch director of the tiny Baihe City Association for approval. Old man Xia saw the folder in Lu Sheng's hand and mocked him even more. Young man, did you get into some big trouble at the training camp? Trying to make my friend Xiao take the fall for you? You can't joke around with things like this. Director Xiao quickly stepped forward, grabbed the folder, and turned purple with rage as he looked at the smug old man Xia. He scowled, ripped open the envelope, and glanced at the contents inside. After opening it, Director Xiao was stunned by Lu Sheng's results. He leaned in close to the paper to see if it was actually true. Old man Xia saw him standing there frozen and laughed gleefully, pouring more oil on the fire. Old Xiao, don't pass out from all that anger. Director Xiao didn't even bother with him and shouted, Lu Sheng, since when did you break through to a Tier 3 martial artist? Old man Xia heard what Director Xiao said and his eyes went wide with shock. Lu Sheng stood there and calmly added, Maybe it was about a month ago, at the training camp. The chief instructor, Dong Qingshui, personally helped me verify it. She said the military has the authority to recognize a martial artist's strength. She told me to just find you afterward to get it stamped. Chairman Xiao beamed, his face lighting up with such a wide grin he couldn't close his mouth. Authority? Of course. I have the authority. Ha ha ha. Your chief instructor represents the entire Eastern Military Region. I'll stamp it for you right now. But before he could even reach for the stamp, old Xia grabbed the report from his hand, fuming. Let me see that. Is this real or fake? Old Xia began reading the paper intently, but the more he read, the more he broke into a cold sweat. Tier 3 martial artist, 18 years old, combat power 270,000. Old Xia still couldn't believe what was written on the page. He held it up, then glanced back at Lu Sheng with suspicion. Did you forge these documents somewhere? Chairman Xiao snatched the document back, successfully getting a bit of payback against old Xia. Give it here, Give it here. A forged document? Why don't you try forging one yourself and see how far you get? The embossed seal of the Eastern Military Region is right there. Can't you see it? Chairman Xiao pointed at the red seal on the paper, grinning triumphantly at old Xia. Stung by the humiliation, old Xia barked. I don't believe a kid who got kicked out of the training camp early like you. How on earth could you have a combat power of 270,000? Lu Sheng sighed. Look, I never said I was kicked out of the training camp. That's just what you kept assuming. Oh, and by the way, Chairman Xiao, the chief instructor wants you to call her back. She was worried you wouldn't believe the paperwork, so she wants to verify it face to face. Chairman Xiao chuckled and patted old Xia on the shoulder with the look of a winner. Hee, why wouldn't I believe it? Do I look like the type to be so suspicious? Right, old man Xia? Old Xia was so infuriated he couldn't even speak, glaring at Chairman Xiao with pure hatred. Chairman Xiao hurriedly connected his computer, eager to talk. But we really should make this call. Word is that Chief Instructor Dong Qingxue is a legendary genius in the Eastern Military Region. It'd be great to get a look at her over a video call. The call connected quickly. Dong Qingxue asked, Lu Sheng, have you arrived yet? Is that Chairman Xiao from by his city? Chairman Xiao hurried to greet her. Yes, it's me. Greetings, Chief Instructor Quan. By now, old Xiao was sweating bullets, his whole body trembling. It was really Chief Instructor Quan. Xia Lin, who had been training with her, leaned into the frame. Wait, is that Grandpa's voice? Grandpa, where are you? Why are you on a video call with Chief Instructor Quan? Dong Qingxue threw a sharp, annoyed glance at the camera and turned back to scold Xia Lin. Xia Lin, have you hit the targets I set for you yet? Why are you losing focus? Your training quota for today just doubled. Xia Lin grabbed her head in terror, trembling. Yes, Chief Instructor. Watching the scolding, Lu Sheng and Chairman Xiao looked at old Xia with disdain. Chairman Xiao quickly pushed old Xia aside and laughed. All right, let's get down to business. The two of them were still bickering. Chief Instructor, the documents you told Lu Sheng to show me. Everything will be handled quickly. Old Xia was shoved to the side, his face dark, completely powerless. Dong Qingxue replied with satisfaction. Good. Don't let anything mess up the events of next month. After all, Lu Sheng is representing the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp in the upcoming Qiming General Selection. He is the strongest genius in this training cohort. He doesn't need to continue the basic training anymore. Chairman Xiao froze for a few seconds after hearing that, completely shocked. Qiming General, the strongest genius? Chairman Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. He even pulled old Xia back in, throwing an arm around his shoulder to gloat. After hearing what Dong Qingxue said, old Xia felt his body go limp. He collapsed into a chair, looking utterly defeated, thinking, this is a disaster. So, the monster my granddaughter was complaining about in her video calls, it was this kid, Lu Sheng. On the screen, Dong Qingxue was still yelling at Xia Lin. Xia Lin, get back up. You can't even handle this much difficulty. Do you still want to beat Lu Sheng or not? Xia Lin sobbed timidly. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chief Instructor, I really don't want to. I can't beat him. Can't I just run away the next time I see him? Chairman Xiao happily chimed in, preparing to hang up. I understand, Chief Instructor. I won't take up any more of your time. Chairman Xiao thought, beaming, old man Xia, who would have thought you'd end up like this? Seeing that Chairman Xiao was about to disconnect, Dong Qingxue quickly added, Chairman Xiao, don't hang up yet. I have a few things to say to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, you asked me to help find materials for your custom psychokinetic weapon. I found almost everything. I'll put the list and prices in a spreadsheet and send it to you. Just tell me what you want me to buy. And one last thing, hurry up and pass the psychokinetic exam. That way, you'll have access to the spirit web and can buy things yourself. I'm hanging up now. The moment Dong Qingxue disconnected, Chairman Xiao rushed over, grabbing Lu Sheng by the shoulders. Lu Sheng, what was that about just now? Lu Sheng replied gently, oh, it's just because I was tested at the training camp and discovered I have psychokinetic talent. So, the chief instructor wrote me a recommendation letter telling me to take the exam when I have time. That's all. Seeing Lu Sheng so calm, Chairman Xiao patted him on the back, grinning so hard he couldn't stop. Getting one over on old Xia felt absolutely fantastic. Good, good. Lu Sheng, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You truly are the once-in-a-century genius of our Baihe city. Old man Xia was no longer the arrogant man he was earlier. His spirit was crushed. He just sat there, laughing while crying on the inside. 270,000 combat power. A psychokinetic. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he could only laugh and admit defeat. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, Chairman Xiao personally walked him out, being incredibly attentive. Are you sure? I don't need to call a car to take you home. No need. I have somewhere else to go. Chairman Xiao gave a final piece of advice. Come by my house for dinner whenever you're free. I'll introduce you to some friends. They're about your age. You'll probably have a lot to talk about. I'll even cook a few dishes myself for you to try. Finally, the taxi arrived. Lu Sheng stepped in and said with a smile, I'll keep that in mind. He thought, man, it really is great to be a powerhouse in the martial arts world. Respect follows strength. As he sat in the car, the driver asked curiously, Kid, what are you to Chairman Xiao? How come I saw him being so polite to you? Lu Sheng looked outside, thinking, even the driver can see how good a mood he's in. Looks like Chairman Xiao finally got to save face today. Lu Sheng replied dismissively, It's nothing, just an acquaintance. President Xiao has always been very polite. As the car was moving, a signboard suddenly fell from above. The driver didn't even understand what had happened. Wait, what is that? Lu Sheng quickly stepped out of the car to check the situation. Seeing the martial arts gym sign shattered to pieces and the place in ruins, Lu Sheng frowned and asked, What happened to the Hongchuan martial arts gym sign? Inside the Hongchuan gym, everything was in shambles. Ni Hongchuan had been seriously injured, and his disciples were all struggling to hold on. A group of arrogant thugs marched in, acting like they wanted to tear the place down. Leading the pack was none other than Lin Tishan. He said arrogantly, Master Ni Hongchuan, haha, we're not here for business today, only to talk about martial arts. I, Lin Tishan, am here specifically to challenge your Hongchuan gym. Ni Yang supported her father, trembling with rage as she pointed at the thugs. You should be ashamed. You're a level 4 martial artist, yet you take advantage of my father's injury to trash our gym. Lin Tishan, you really are shameless. Ni Hongchuan, battered and bruised, had already given up, choosing to concede. He spoke with a trembling voice. Lin Tishan, our Hongchuan gym has already agreed not to take on any new students for a year. What more do you want? Lin Tishan was like a cunning wolf, his immense greed fueling his ambition. Ha ha ha, so what? If your Hongchuan gym was bold enough to hang up a sign, you should have been prepared for someone to smash it at any moment. Ni Hongchuan realized that Lin Tishan's true intent was to destroy his gym and cut off his livelihood. He would never yield to such a greedy wolf. He seemed to have made a decision, even if he had to risk his life to protect the gym. You're right about one thing. If you're going to put up a sign, you need the strength to defend it. 20 years ago, I came to Bai City all by myself, and I built this legacy with these 2 fists alone. Naturally, I can still do it now. Seeing her father ready to risk his life against these thugs, Ni Yang worriedly tried to stop him. Master Ni Hongchuan's fighting spirit surged, and he said seriously, It's fine. Lin Tishan mocked his display with a sneer. Haha, if you don't have the skills, don't talk such big game. Look at yourself now. You've been beaten to a pulp. This is all your own doing. That 8-year-old level 2 martial artist, is that really a student that someone like you could train? Ni Yang hurriedly explained. I've already said it before. Lu Sheng is not my father's student. Lu Sheng is just a member at our gym. Lin Tishan stomped his foot hard against the ground, creating a long crack. The whole building shook violently. He shouted, I don't care about that. I only know that you used that kid Lu Sheng's reputation to steal business from all of our gyms for half a lifetime. If you dare dip your hands into our pockets again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ni Yang replied coldly. The students chose to come here themselves. That's not our fault. A malicious glint appeared in Lin Tishan's eyes. I know. That's why I'm here today, to tear this gym down for good. Once your gym is gone, the students won't have anywhere else to go. Wouldn't they just become my students then? Seeing Lin Tishan's aggressive tone made Ni Yang furious. Regardless of the fact that he was a level 4 martial artist, she stood her ground and said, I'll fight you. With that, Ni Yang prepared to risk it all. Lin Tishan not only showed his bottomless greed but also stared at Ni Yang with a disgusting, perverted look. He grinned at her with a hungry expression. Oh, in that case, I'll have to play dirty. Ni Hongchuan immediately stepped in to stop her. You're no match for him, you don't stand a chance. Lin Tishan's body tempering techniques are top tier, and he's a level 4 martial artist. If I weren't injured, I'd at most be on par with him, let alone you. Ni Yang turned back to her father. Dad, I'm a level 3 martial artist too. He's only a level 4. If we team up, it's not like we'll definitely lose. Seeing them whispering, Lin Tishan lost his patience and beckoned them with a wave. Hey. How long are you two planning to talk? If you drag this out, the Martial Arts Association is going to shut you down anyway. Why not just come over here and die already? Do I have to beat you again tomorrow? Ni Yang refused to back down. She rushed forward. Just wait. I'm going to make you crawl on the floor. I'm going to make you carry our Hongchuan gym sign and walk all over the streets. Lin Taishan had run out of patience and struck back. Sharp-tongued little brat, you really are annoying. Lin Taishan unleashed a tentacle-like technique, his power completely overwhelming Mi Yang. As Lin Taishan lunged at Mi Yang, intent on landing a palm strike, Mi Hongchuan suddenly shouted. He threw his own body in the way to take the hit for her. The situation unfolded so quickly that Ni Yang couldn't react, only able to stand there and let out a piercing scream. No. Ni Hongchuan was struck by Lin Taishan's attack and sent flying into the wall, leaving a long indentation in the ground as dust filled the air. Lin Taishan's eyes turned cold as he wore a sickening grin. Ni Hongchuan, you really are a piece of trash. You couldn't even take one palm strike. Ha ha ha. Ni Hongchuan coughed up blood after taking the hit. He struggled to stand, exhausted, and wheezed. Lin Taishan, you've broken through to level 5. Lin Taishan laughed, his face full of smugness. Surprised, are you? Humph. Ni Hongchuan, you've been hiding in this gym teaching kids for way too long. Must have been a while since you fought a real master like me, right? Ha ha ha. He pointed at himself arrogantly and challenged. Who else is left? Ni Hongchuan felt completely helpless now. Trembling in pain, he said, Enough. Isn't this what you wanted? For the Hongchuan gym to shut down? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Arts Association and close it down right now. Hearing this, Ni Yang burst into tears and collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Seeing that his goal had been reached, Lin Taishan smiled with satisfaction. He said lightly, I still trust your word as a gym owner, Master Ni. Since that's the case, I'll be going now. The group prepared to leave with triumphant smirks. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lu Sheng walked in and said softly, Wait a minute. The gym was doing just fine. Why close it down? Where am I supposed to train now? Lu Sheng's sharp gaze swept across the room, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ni Yang, her face covered in tears and snot, sobbed, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's gaze turned sharp as he swept the room, his eyes filled with a chilling aura. Ni Yang was sobbing uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lu Sheng waved his hand in greeting. Long time no see, Ni Yang. One of the lackeys muttered, So he's the one who made our students run over here. Seeing his henchmen acting like fools, the guy stepped toward Lu Sheng with a greedy glint in his eyes and barked, Shut your mouth. Lin Taishan glared at Lu Sheng, then slapped his shoulder and said loudly, Not bad, not bad. You got real guts, kid. A real talent. Little brother Lu, are you worried you won't have a place to train once the Hongchuan martial arts gym closes down? Don't sweat it. Our Taishan gym would welcome you anytime. I mean, look at them. Everyone at Hongchuan is a total weakling. They couldn't even take one hit from me. What could a place like that possibly teach you? Come to my gym, and I'll personally teach you the Taishan secret techniques. No holding back. Lu Sheng tilted his head, asking, Oh, Taishan secret techniques? Lin Taishan started showing off, puffing out his chest. He opened his jacket to reveal a body as hard as rock. He bragged. That's right. The Taishan secret technique is our gym's exclusive technique. Once you master it, you're practically invincible. I'm not just blowing smoke. In our tier, hardly anyone can break through my defense. Ni Hongchuan couldn't do it, and neither could anyone else. Sitting in the corner, Ni Hongchuan silently swallowed his pride. Lu Sheng widened his eyes, looking innocent as he asked, A technique that powerful. You're really willing to teach me? Seeing Lu Sheng's interest, Lin Taishan lured him further. Of course I am. As long as you join our gym and take me, Lin Taishan. As your master, I'll definitely teach you. Lu Sheng replied with a mocking smile. So, how exactly do you plan on teaching me? Lin Taishan still didn't sense the danger, just laughing it off. Wait, he thought, why is this kid talking so much? He started. If you come, I'll before he could finish. Lin Taishan was in such agony that sweat poured down his face like rain. He grit his teeth, trying to endure. He braced himself, hands up in a defensive stance, his feet planted deep into the ground to stay upright. His muscles were tense to the limit. Seeing he could still take a hit, Lu Sheng gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. You're actually pretty tough. With that, Lu Sheng threw another punch. This time, Lin Taishan truly collapsed. He flew backward into the wall, shattering it into rubble, and fell to his knees. Unable to get up, Lu Sheng remarked, Didn't you say you'd teach me? How are you supposed to teach me while kneeling? Just like that, Lin Taishan had been defeated by Lu Sheng in only 2 punches. After finishing him off, Lu Sheng shouted, Lin Taishan, you lost. The lackeys watched their master go down so fast that they just stood there, gapping like a bunch of flies. Didn't you say this was just an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist? Why are you still standing there like idiots? Grab your master, and let's get out of here. As they hauled their master away, They didn't forget to threaten him. Just you wait, kid. Watch your back. Ni Yang hurried over to help her father up. Lu Sheng stepped forward. Are you okay? He reached out to politely help her up. Na Yang bashfully took his hand, blushing. Yeah, we're fine. Lu Sheng said sincerely, don't let the gym close. If you do, I'll have to find somewhere else closer to home, and that'd be a huge hassle. Ni Hongchuan gripped Lu Sheng's hand, his eyes filled with immense gratitude. We won't, I promise. Thank you so much for this. If you ever need anything, just let me know. If it's within my power, I'll do it. Lu Sheng waved him off politely. Don't worry about it. Besides, this all started because of me anyway. But this is a one-time thing. Next time something like this happens, you all need to rely on your own strength to protect yourselves. You know how it is in this world? Might makes right. After saying that, Lu Sheng quickly walked away. The father and daughter watched him leave with lingering gazes. Ni Hongchuan murmured, a semi-fifth-tier martial artist, with a mastered external technique, yet he was left critically injured by a single blow from Lu Sheng. That's terrifying. To take down Lin Tishan that easily. Isn't that something only a peak 5th-tier martial artist could do? Ni Yang whispered in fear. 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was just a 2nd-tier martial artist. What exactly is his strength level now? Arriving home, Lu Sheng walked in with a happy smile. I'm home. His mother quickly stepped out to welcome him. You're back? Xiao Sheng, why are you so late? Didn't you say you'd be back this afternoon? He gave a vague explanation. On the way home, I saw some people bullying the weak, so I stepped in to help. His mother panicked and checked him over, asking, What? You got into a fight? Did you get hurt? His father called out from inside with pride. Your son is a full-fledged martial artist now. Mom, he's definitely fine. His mother still looked tearful, clutching his face to check him. Are you hurt here? Or here? His father took a satisfied sip of his drink and said, That's how a martial artist should be. When you see an injustice on the road, you have to step up. Helping the weak against the strong is what makes a real man. My son, Lu Dahai's boy, will eventually head to the front lines to kill beasts and protect the country. Lu Qinghe whispered to him, Big brother, what kind of meat did you send back? Dad's health is way better now. My blood Qi even hit 1.1. This meat is better than any supplement. Did you steal this from the training camp? Seeing his little sister thinking the worst of him, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek and said playfully, Why would you think that of your big brother? Huh, relax. I earned all of this myself. Lu Qinghe yelped, Ow, 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 that hurts. His mother came out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice piled as high as a mountain. She asked with concern, Xiao Sheng, is the training camp tiring? Don't push yourself too hard. Staying safe is what matters most. His father interrupted from the kitchen, fully supporting him. What do you know? Shenger, I can see it. You've had that spirit in you since you were little. You're destined to become someone great and achieve big things. Even if you fail, our whole family will always have your back. He puffed out his chest proudly, making Lu Sheng laugh along. Yeah, I know, Dad. Lu Sheng was enjoying these precious moments with his family. The warm, peaceful atmosphere made him think, that's right. To keep these normal, peaceful days going, I have to keep getting stronger. Strong enough to block every catastrophe and protect all of this. After dinner, Lu Sheng headed off to continue his training in his dreamscape. Now, for the zombie wolves. All the zombies in Lu Sheng City are easily handled. These zombies are no match for him anymore. Suddenly, a zombie lunges at him from behind. Lu Sheng quickly finishes it off in a heartbeat, sending it straight to heaven. Lu Sheng raises his fist. Phew. Now, even a level 6 martial artist zombie can be taken down with a single punch. This time, Lu Sheng has reached the center of the city. Inside the building, a strange, eerie blue light is glowing. Lu Sheng stands before the entrance, peers inside, and wonders, is this really the center of the base? He thinks to himself, the zombie with that massive aura was encountered right here. He doesn't know if he can handle it now, so he decides to sneak in and scout the situation first. Suddenly, Lu Sheng notices the shadow of a zombie watching him from above, which catches him off guard. Wow, that zombie is so fast that Lu Sheng can barely react, only managing to block and retreat. This zombie exudes the presence of a grandmaster. Lu Sheng breaks into a sweat, feeling that overwhelming power, thinking to himself, the density of its blood chi and physical body is like unyielding steel. Even a level 6 martial artist couldn't possibly have this kind of oppressive presence. In a state of a grandmaster, it has absorbed too many memories of combat, and desires for destruction keep flooding its mind. Only by circulating the crystal visualization technique can he suppress the agitation. But right now, he doesn't want to lose his fighting spirit. Let's fight. Lu Sheng unleashes a series of strikes. Wind breathing, 6th gear, stellar force. After Lu Sheng executes his skills, the zombie remains completely unscathed, It can easily shatter all of Lu Sheng's techniques with a single move, leaving him stunned. Lu Sheng thinks to himself, "What? Even though I wasn't using my full power just now, I was using 6 times the force, plus the perfect level footwork techniques, so my combat power should be over 100,000. Yet, I couldn't even make it move its fingers. This is what a Grandmaster is." Lu Sheng grits his teeth and goes all out, unleashing a flurry of new moves: flame-breathing, 10th gear, stellar force, followed by a massive explosion and 2 direct strikes on the Grandmaster zombie. All the surrounding rubble is pulverized into dust from the impact, but when the explosion ends and the smoke clears, the sight before Lu Sheng leaves him frozen in shock for a long time. What? The Grandmaster zombie is surrounded by a powerful force field. No matter how many attacks land, they all get absorbed by that shield. I haven't even touched a single hair on that Grandmaster zombie. Lu Sheng stands before the zombie, thinking to himself, "This must be the legendary passive force field. Even bullets can't penetrate it. So this is the Grandmaster's force field." Lu Sheng stands there helplessly, observing for a long time, seeing not a single opening. The zombie just stands there, waiting for him to make a move. No pursuit, no intention to attack. He sighs in frustration and sits down on the ground to regulate his blood chi. Huff. "No, I can't win. My full force attacks hit that thin membrane, and the power is 99% dissipated. I don't even have the right to make it move a single step. This is just the lingering force field of a dead Grandmaster outside of its body. Thank goodness, this Grandmaster-level zombie doesn't really consider me a threat. It just passively defends when attacked and doesn't counterattack. Otherwise, I would have died on the spot. I finally understand why there's such a massive gap between level 6 and level 7, like heaven and earth. Level 7 is called a Grandmaster, while level 6 is still just a martial artist. The gap is truly too vast. I can't even force a single point of damage right now. What should I do? Give up." Lu Sheng thinks for a while and decides he will find a way. No, there must be a way. As long as I kill it, I can access the Grandmaster's memories. Once Lu Sheng makes up his mind, he charges again. This time, he uses all his strength, gritting his teeth, determined to smash that protective shield. Hundreds of punches are thrown with destructive force. After launching the punch, the shield finally retaliates. Lu Sheng's power is reflected back, sending him flying backward. Lu Sheng is finally exhausted. He sits down to recover and thinks about his next move. Huff, huff. I felt it just now. A Grandmaster's force field isn't invincible. The field is weakening a little bit, even if it's just a tiny bit, almost imperceptible. But it is definitely weakening. If I keep wearing it down like this, maybe there's a chance. But I suspect I'd need to attack 1,000,000 times to make this force field fade away. And my stamina is almost depleted. If it weren't for the fact that I'm still using the natural breathing method to recover, any other level 3 martial artist would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. What should I do? Should I retreat first and wait until I'm stronger to deal with this tough nut to crack? But my mental power, ever since reaching level 3, allows me to mow down zombies below level 6, like cutting grass. A single sweep clears a huge area. Lu Sheng suddenly thinks of something. Wait, I haven't tried using my mental power yet. I'll attack directly with it. Because I haven't practiced the combat techniques of a psychokinetic master, I've always used mental power as a support tool, using it like the Mingwang Sutra to enhance blood chi. I almost forgot I'm also a level 3 psychokinetic master. Compared to my martial arts, my power as a psychokinetic master might actually be stronger. Thinking it, he does it. Lu Sheng quickly utilizes his mental power, creating large, condensed crystal blocks. Holding the crystals in his hands, Lu Sheng thinks to himself, I still can't condense mental power into a blade or spear, but this should be enough. Then, Lu Sheng launches himself toward the zombie along with the crystal block using his mental power. The crystal impacts the shield, causing it to vibrate and shake, but it still has no significant effect. Seeing that he has managed to make the shield waver, he pushes himself even harder. It's working, but it's not enough. Lu Sheng condenses another crystal, exerts maximum force, combines it with his power, and hurls the crystal with all his might, aiming to shatter the protective barrier. The barrier, under such incredible force, begins to crack. Seeing that the barrier hasn't shattered completely, just cracking slightly, makes Lu Sheng feel like he's going crazy. He frantically creates countless crystal blocks. Is this still not enough? Then flame-breathing, mental power, 10 times the stellar force, perfect fist technique. Lu Sheng combines every technique he has learned with all his strength into this final, decisive punch. He screams, "Take this!" Finally, the shield shatters, revealing the Grandmaster zombie inside. Perfect essence fist. Lu Sheng combined every technique he had learned with all his strength for this finishing blow. He roared, "Take this!" Finally, the shield shattered, revealing the master-level zombie inside. The zombie showed almost no intent to fight back, gazing at Lu Sheng with hollow eyes. Perhaps it had been longing for release for a long time. Lu Sheng raised his fist, preparing to end it. The spirit is immortal. I inherit your will. As the blow landed, the zombie smiled with relief, its wrinkled face smoothing out. At that same moment, Lu Sheng absorbed the memories the zombie carried. He gasped in shock. What? Within the memories was a scene of everyone happily congratulating Master Shi Shengning on his breakthrough. From this day on, you are a Grand Master. The scene shifted to news of alien creatures swarming into the city. The situation was critical and rapidly deteriorating. Although the top-tier experts were rushing everywhere, bases were falling one after another. The bases numbered under 100 were located at the heart of the Martial Arts Alliance. That is the safest place on Earth. I've arranged a canoe. You can depart this afternoon. Father, aren't you coming with us? Shi Shengning bid a lingering farewell to his wife and daughter, staying behind to face the alien beasts. He had secured a safe refuge for them. For the sake of the nation's fate, he had to stand on the front lines to protect his country and his family. He gently stroked his daughter's hair, sharing his final words. Father is a grandmaster. I must remain at the front to shed my last drop of blood for humanity. The memory shifted again. Before him stood a rank 9 alien beast, a creature with the power to destroy an entire city. Even just looking at it from afar made him tremble. I am a grandmaster with an iron will. I have nothing to fear. Why am I afraid? Why? Just as Shi Shengning was bracing himself to face it, Master Wang, he stepped forward and pushed the monster back in an instant. Eastern Pole setting sun, a casual strike from Master Wang. He is truly too powerful. With a being as strong as Master Wang humanity definitely has hope. Success. Ha ha, Master Wang. He took action and I've grasped an entirely new martial technique. Reaching the peak of an 8th rank Grandmaster in this life is not impossible. Just as he was rejoicing in the victory, Shi Shengning was suddenly backstabbed by an alien creature that pierced straight through his abdomen, causing him to collapse. He lay on the ground, watching the monster approach, thinking, so cold. Is this what it feels like when death is near? I heard the Martial Arts Alliance has activated the seed plan, meaning they are pouring the strength of all humanity into fostering a rank 12 powerhouse, something unprecedented in history. Is there still hope for mankind? It's just a pity that I won't be able to see it. After Lu Sheng finished watching the memories, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Huff, huff, huff. Is this the life of that martial arts grandmaster? It's much more intense than any memory absorption I've experienced before. His life was truly legendary. The grandmaster's name was Shi Shengning. In life, he focused on fist techniques. His skill, the essence of his fisticuffs, and his combat experience are now merging into my body. My level of fist mastery is skyrocketing. Entry level, advanced, peak level. Lu Sheng looked at his palms in fascination, thinking, Control Realm, this is what Grandmaster Shi Shengning spent his entire life learning. Then, Lu Sheng turned to the old zombie slumped on the ground and said, Wang He. In Shi Shengning's memories, apart from his wife and daughter, this name was mentioned quite often. And Wang He happens to be the name of the founder of the profound star body refining technique. He looked at the corpse thoughtfully. Wang He has been in the martial arts world for 1,000 years. He is clearly a super-tier figure. His nickname is Eastern Pole Setting Sun, and his power is terrifying. Even a 7th-rank grandmaster like Shi Shengning was his fanboy. But it seems Shi Shengning only saw Wang He fight once, and he was so inspired that he created an incredibly powerful martial art. Lu Sheng wondered, so why didn't I find it in his memories? He began tossing everything around, trying to search deeper into the memory layers. After a while, Lu Sheng was drawn to a glowing yellow gem. He sat before it, wondering, what on earth is this? As he touched the strange object, Lu Sheng was suddenly sucked inside. Inside, he found it difficult to move, feeling as if he were being completely invaded. Behind him, countless eerie red eyes flared. He frowned. Was this the enemy Shi Shengning once faced? I have stepped half a foot into the Grandmaster realm. I shouldn't be afraid. So why am I so terrified? Watching the scene before him, Lu Sheng was deeply unsettled. What is hidden in that darkness? Is that Shi Shengning? Up ahead stood Shi Shengning in the midst of a blinding sun, surrounded by thick smoke. Suddenly, from where Shi Shengning stood, strange rays of light erupted, piercing through and shattering the massive bones above. Lu Sheng recalled ancient mythology, the son of the heavenly emperor, the Golden Crow. Every Golden Crow had its own responsibility. Each Golden Crow represents a sun. When 10 suns appear in the sky, rivers dry up, the earth cracks, and the terrifying heat consumes everything. No living creature can survive beneath 10 suns. Lu Sheng thought with reverence, this is what Grandmaster Shi Shengning poured his entire life's effort into. He even intended to use this to reach the status of an unparalleled Grandmaster. He named this 8th rank technique 10 Suns Illuminating the Heavens. Now, Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his body radiating abundant energy. He punched forward and shouted, "It's mine." Lu Sheng looked imposing and formidable. The next morning, the early sunlight sparkled on the flowers, and the city was incredibly peaceful. Lu Sheng sat on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. He looked at his hands, wondering, my mental energy seems to have undergone a qualitative change. He raised his hand, his gaze focused, and a source of purple energy gathered. Lu Sheng was stunned. I actually did it. I can feel that the total amount of my mental energy hasn't changed much, but its quality is miles ahead of what it used to be. He looked out at the sky. It's a feeling that ordinary martial artists could never imagine. I can feel that, in a way, I have truly stepped into a superhuman tier of existence. Lu Sheng's gaze was full of resolve. I am absolutely certain. Just the pressure of my mental energy alone could crush a third-rank or even a fourth-rank martial artist. Not only that, a Grandmaster's aura has appeared around my body, although it's only a very thin layer. But by releasing more mental energy, I can become much stronger. It's just that even if I push my current density to the absolute limit, it's not even 1% of that zombie Grandmaster's. Compared to him, I'm just a chicken egg while he's an ostrich egg. In front of the room, Lu Sheng's hands radiated a golden aura. Holding that stance is like having the embryonic concept of a Grandmaster's intent. Even though it's just a seedling right now, Lu Sheng clenched his fist. The seedling grew rapidly, his face full of confidence. One day not far off, it will become a great tree, transforming into a true martial arts will of his very own, worthy of a Grandmaster. Switching scenes to the Hai Tian Shangyan restaurant, Lu Sheng was waiting for someone. He messaged Feng Tian Shang, who apologized and arrived shortly after. Lu Sheng thought calmly, now that I've left the training camp, I don't have beast meat supplied every day, and more importantly, I desperately need medicinal supplements to support my cultivation. It's time to make contact with the people from Hang Thien Duong. Just then, Ha Lintu ran over, panting, sweating like a downpour. Seeing Lu Sheng, she was a bit surprised the person she was meeting was just a student, but she quickly regained her composure, a smug look on her face. This will be easy to handle. Lu Sheng quickly invited her to sit down. He opened the menu and said, I hear the steak at this place is pretty good. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. You don't mind if I eat while we talk, do you? Ah Lin gave a warm smile and replied, not at all. Then she handed her coat to the staff to be hung up, looking hospitable on the outside, but inside, she was quite flustered. How should I bring this up? Lu Sheng turned and said, Waiter, bring us the highest quality steak you have. Give me 40 servings. The waiter, quick to serve, replied, Yes, right away, sir. She was delighted to hear him order 40 servings. But Ha Lintu looked confused. Is he a pig? Eating 40 steaks at once. She swirled her glass. Well, it makes sense. Lu Sheng is a martial arts student. Having a huge appetite is normal, but one serving of steak is 1,280. 40 servings will cost over 51,200. Ha Lintu wondered, if he eats all that alone, won't he be embarrassed to ask me to pay? Lu Sheng looked up at her and asked, would you like to eat? But she humbly declined. Thank you for the kind offer, sir, but I've already eaten. Hearing her refusal, Lu Sheng quickly told the waiter, she's not eating. Just bring the order. I'm hungry. Ha Ling judged him silently. What a gluttonous pig. Then she said hypocritically, I'll cover the bill this time. Suddenly, Lu Sheng flicked a piece of paper toward her. On it was written, Ha Lin, to 22 years old, from Ba County, Hong'an Province, Quanglam City. He told her, your grandfather Ha Te Min started out as a mere apprentice at an old pharmacy called Te An 15 years ago, when martial arts started to become widely known. Relying on decent martial arts, talent, and pharmaceutical skills learned from many masters, he became a level 5 pharmacist and founded Hang Thien Duong. Hearing this, Ha Lintu's face darkened, her eyes grew cold, and her brows furrowed as she looked at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't care about her expression and continued. The branches spread across more than 20 cities in Dongning Province, totaling 213 stores. Even though Hang Thien Duong has been quite famous over the years, she snapped a sharp U, but was quickly interrupted by him. Lu Sheng looked at her seriously, but because of poor business later on, it quickly declined under your father, Ha Hak Chi. Ha Lintu's expression soured. She frowned at Lu Sheng and asked, Mr. Lu, did you come here just to recite some public information from the internet to show off? Pretty good memory, right? Lu Sheng asked mockingly. Soon after, the waiter brought out 40 plates of steak. Lu Sheng looked eager. He started devouring the first plates of steak. Before long, a pile of empty plates was on the table. Lu Sheng chewed and said to Ha Lin, to know, I even know about your mother, Tran Lam. Because of family reasons, for 20 long years, she never returned to Dongnin Province, not even meeting her daughter once. And the reason why Hang Thien Duong of the Ha family collapsed so quickly in your hands besides the outdated business philosophy and poor management. The harsh words stabbed into her heart like knives. Ha Lin, too, could only force a smile. Lu Sheng interrupted. The most important reason is that your mother has been secretly squeezing your Hang Thien Duong for years with the help of the Tran family. Ha Lin, too, couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table, and stood up, shouting, "What, Mr. Lu? Do you have any proof for saying that? Don't just spout nonsense." Lu Sheng spoke in a tone that made her even more curious, real or fake. "Just go back and ask your father, Ha Hak Chi, and you'll find out immediately." Inwardly, he was pleased. The meat quality was good, high in nutrients, and the energy it provided him was quite stable. Hearing Lu Sheng say that, Ha Ling fell silent, lost in thought. "My mother left with my father when I was 2, and for so many years I haven't seen them once. How cold-blooded could they be?" Thinking about this, Ha Lin gritted her teeth. The decline of the Ha family's Hang Thien Duong really did start when my mother left and my father took over the stores. She began to recall the past. At that time, it seemed like a branch of the Ha family went bankrupt every single day. They managed to hold on for a few months. Even if my father wasn't good at business, it shouldn't have been that catastrophic. Suddenly, Lu Sheng asked a question that caught her off guard. "Does it always seem to disappear without a trace every time a partnership deal is finished?" Lu Sheng continued eating while saying, "He Lingsu, don't blame me for investigating so deeply." But Lu Sheng's words forced Ha Lin to think. Branch stores going bankrupt, partnerships falling through, the strange occurrences didn't stop there. If it was really like Lu Sheng said, that her mother was behind the sabotage. Pushing that thought aside, Ha Lin said to Lu Sheng, "I will verify what you said myself, but for now, let's discuss the partnership." After finishing 40 plates of steak, Lu Sheng agreed. "Fine. I'll be responsible for providing the prescriptions and the corresponding technical guidance. Your Hang Thien Duong will be responsible for production and sales. As for the final profits," Lu Sheng said seriously, "I want 90%. Hearing this, Ha Lin looked extremely indignant. 90%? Why don't you just ask for everything?" Lu Sheng rested his hands on the table and said playfully, "I thought about it, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree. You're really trying to make me angry." Ha Lin too started bargaining. 60%. At most, I can give you 70%. Naturally, Lu Sheng wouldn't agree. He continued, "The extra 20% is mandatory. 10% is to ensure our long-term partnership." He stood up and declared clearly, "And the other 10% is my fee for helping you, He Lingsu, deal with some of your troubles." Hearing this, Ha Lin too was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng replied, "The Ha family has been suppressed by the Tran family of the capital province for so many years." Lu Sheng started to entice her. "Miss Ha, haven't you given any thought to that?" Then, his eyes turned a jade green, and using a demonstration for her, he added, "Take it back, reclaim everything that belongs to you." Lu Sheng used his power to control the drops of water that had spilled from the cup just moments ago, making them float in midair. He asked her, "Miss Ha, look at this. You surely understand what this is, right?" Seeing the droplets of liquid floating before her eyes, Ha Lin too was completely stunned. She asked him, "Are you a psychokinetic?" Deep down, she thought to herself, a second-grade martial artist at only 18, the #1 martial arts talent in Bakha City, plus the legendary talent of a psychokinetic. Even if I'm not a martial arts practitioner myself. Lu Sheng quickly condensed the water back into the cup. Ha Lin seemed to grasp the significance of this and the caliber of such power. After a moment, Lu Sheng asked her, "Miss Ha, you mentioned those people earlier. It seems you don't really think I researched that prescription all by myself, do you?" Ha Lin stammered. "Could it be that you have someone behind you?" Lu Sheng gave her a compliment for being smart. "Exactly. So, the remaining share is in exchange for me, and the backing power behind me." He pushed hard to build her trust. "Is there any deal in this world more profitable than this?" Miss Ha Lin stood there, filled with inner conflict. If everything were as honest as Lu Sheng claimed, she would sooner or later have to face the people from the Tran family. She stared intently at the glass of water in her hand, thinking to herself that even if she hadn't harbored any resentment or thoughts of revenge for the past 20 years, the other side would absolutely never let her off the hook. Because the prescription she and Lu Sheng were collaborating on was the perfect excuse for them to make a move. Holding a treasure leads to trouble, she thought. It means having something valuable often invites jealousy and greed. Ha Lin gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Sheng, thinking, "My goodness, this extraordinary talent, combined with the cunning way Lu Sheng handles interpersonal relationships." Ha Lin said, "Fine. I agree to give you 90% of the profits." Hearing this, Lu Sheng was overjoyed. He took out a USB drive and said to her, The prescription for the spirit blood fruit is saved in here. Ha Lin happily accepted it and replied, I hope everything Mr. Lu has promised will come true. You must keep your word. Deep down, Ha Lin held a conviction. If that day ever comes, just how far will Lu Sheng have progressed by then? Once finished, Lu Sheng waved his hand and told her, you should go to the Apothecary Association to register the patent soon. If you have any questions during the formulation process, feel free to ask me at any time. As for other matters, I'm not concerned. I trust your ability. Also, I'd like to borrow your pharmaceutical lab for a bit soon, so please arrange a time for me. I'm full. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. With a pleasure doing business with you, he closed the door and left. After Lu Sheng left, Ha Lin let out a long sigh, thinking she had expected Lu Sheng to just be a student who would clumsily sign the contract. As it turned out, it felt like the person she was facing wasn't an 18-year-old high school student, but rather some high-level big shot. She looked at the glass of water in front of her with unease, noticing that even his address for her had changed from Miss Ha to just you. Just as she was deep in thought, the waiter spoke up. Excuse me, miss, would you like to settle the bill? Seeing the mountain of plates on the table that Lu Sheng had finished, she felt extremely annoyed. He had eaten everything, and even left her with the bill. But what else could she do? So Ha Lin asked, all right, how much is it? The waiter quickly punched in the bill and said, 90 premium portions for a total of 115,200, but I'll round down the change, so 115,000 total. This news struck Ha Lin like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the pile of plates and asked, what? How could it be 90 portions? You guys only served 40, clearly. Seeing that Ha Lin didn't believe him, the waiter quickly produced the receipt, saying, the gentleman earlier ate 40 portions here and then packed 50 portions to go, saying he wanted his family to try them. Cash or card? Ha Lin trembled, hating that she had to use her own card to pay. Her hands shook and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Deep down, she cursed 2 words, Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the waiter was still happy about making such a big sale. Thank you for your patronage. Scene changed to Lu Sheng's home. Ding dong, he's here. Lu Sheng stood at the door hugging 50 portions of steak, leaving his mother completely wide-eyed in shock. Who? What is this? Lu Sheng replied, this is all premium steak. Mom, you don't need to cook tonight. Let's just eat this. His mother took the steak, stunned. Each box had a piece in it. Isn't this from that super expensive restaurant? Are all these boxes steak? If you want to eat, just tell me. The restaurant is so expensive and the portions are small. How much of your money did this cost? Lu Sheng smiled wickedly and explained, it's not my money. A wealthy friend offered it to me. She's very rich. I said no, but she insisted. Ha Lin, too, currently paying the bill, sneezed repeatedly. Hearing this, his mother felt relieved and brought the stack of steaks inside. That's fine then, but don't do this again, okay? Even if someone offers, taking things for free isn't good. Oh, by the way, Teacher Trung from school came by the house a few times asking about your situation. That teacher is such a good man. Lu Sheng fell silent, deep in thought. Teacher Trung, it's been a long time since I've been to school. I'll go tomorrow. The next morning, at Back Ha High School, in Teacher Trung Tran Quok's office, hearing a knock at the door, the teacher said, come in. As he asked who it was, his eyes fell upon Lu Sheng. He called out in surprise. Lu Sheng stood there holding a potted plant and replied, Teacher Trung, long time no see. Lu Sheng happily presented it to Teacher Trung and said, I remember breaking your potted plant last time, so I bought you a new one. Trung Tran Quoc took it, looking both surprised and embarrassed. Oh, you're very thoughtful. Seeing Lu Sheng's confident demeanor, he remarked, but truly, it's no surprise. It hasn't been long, yet you make others feel like you're not the person you used to be. Trung Tran Quoc invited Lu Sheng inside. Come inside first, then we'll talk. Trung Tran Quoc lit a cigarette and started. The school is preparing to stop instruction. After this meeting, perhaps in the future, I'll only be able to see you on television. He asked Lu Sheng, right, what are your plans next? Lu Sheng didn't hesitate and replied, I'm preparing to go for the Kai Min General Star selection, and then I'll head to the Psychokinetic Association for the examination. These words made Trung Tran Quoc's jaw drop in shock. He stood up abruptly and shouted, what, you said the Kai Min General Star and the Psychokinetic Association? Lu Sheng calmly answered, that's right. The instructor at the training camp recommended me to go. It was also at the training camp that I discovered my psychokinetic talent. Trung Tran Quoc sat down with a wry smile, finding it hard to believe. Suddenly, he turned, placed a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, and spoke with a tone of pride. That's great. I haven't really taught you much anyway, so just do whatever you want. Build a world of your own, and I'll always be cheering you on. Lu Sheng replied happily, "Thank you, Teacher Trung." A moment later, Lu Sheng left. They waved goodbye, as if promising to meet again. Trung Tran Kwok stood there, thinking to himself, I really misjudged him. This kid isn't just the pride of Bak Ha High School. He has successfully become the pride of all mankind. In an 11th grade classroom, a teacher was lecturing passionately, reciting, "Stubbornness is hard to drop, ease is hard to find, truth is simple, yet eloquence is complex, speech is nothing, stillness and movement are everything. Only the void is the true teaching." After finishing the poem, the teacher slowly adjusted his glasses, then angrily slammed his book onto the desk. Veins bulged on his hands as he shouted, "Wake up! Everyone wake up and focus on me." He tapped the blackboard repeatedly while yelling at the students. I have told you all before, do not underestimate the importance of academic subjects. I know many of you in this class are planning to apply for martial arts university, but don't forget that your academic grades are factored into the total. It's possible that missing just 1 point could cause you to fail admission to martial arts university. That single point, if converted into blood energy value, could take you weeks or even months of training to earn. But if it's an academic subject, it's just a matter of a few big topics. Xiao Tin Cat sat in class, yawning repeatedly, bored out of his mind. When is this class finally going to end? It's boring as hell. Then, Xiao Tin Cat turned around and said to Kai Min, "Hey, Kai Min, want to go play some games after class? I'm about to hit platinum rank." Kai Min, who was writing, quickly refused. "No, you guys go ahead. I've signed up for the martial arts sprint class. I have extra studies after school." Hearing that, Xiao Tin Cat was stunned and said, "What's with you lately? Trying this hard doesn't sound like you at all." Just then, the teacher shot them a death glare. He shouted, "Xiao Tin Cat, Lu Tu Min, what are you two whispering about? Stand up, both of you." The two jumped to their feet, looking nervous. The teacher continued, "You two. Do you think what I say goes in one ear and out the other?" Suddenly, a voice came from the classroom door. "Teacher Hong, I'm here." Everyone in the room gasped when they heard that voice. Standing in the doorway, Lu Sheng smiled and waved. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see." The classroom erupted into a chaotic buzz of gossip. "Holy crap, that's Lu Sheng. Is Lu Sheng coming back to school? Oh my god, I thought we'd never see him again." I heard Lu Sheng was taken in as the final direct disciple by the association president, and he's been training hard at the association headquarters, preparing to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Near Lu Kai Min, someone spoke up. "I also heard the mayor wanted to marry his daughter off to Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng refused because he wanted to focus on his martial arts. Can I get an autograph? It's so hard to catch Lu Sheng for once. I definitely need to get an autograph to frame and hang on my wall." Teacher Hong hurried to the door to welcome Lu Sheng. "Student Lu Sheng, you're here." Lu Sheng looked at him and replied, "I'd like to attend this last academic lecture. Is that okay?" Teacher Hong said happily, "Yes, of course, absolutely." He quickly turned and told the class, "All right, students, hurry up and open your books." Teacher Hong was full of energy. "Come on, let's start the lesson." Lu Sheng walked to his seat and opened his book. Xiao Tin Cat whispered to Lu Kai Min, "Is this for real? I can't believe I'm actually in class with Lu Sheng. His presence is so overwhelming. Is he really in our class? And I heard he's already a tier 2 martial artist." Lu Kai Min looked at Lu Sheng and thought to himself, Lu Sheng has really changed a lot. Ring, ring, ring. The bell signaling the end of the lesson rang. Teacher Hong sighed in relief and closed his book. "All right, class dismissed." Lu Sheng stood up, turned his back to the class, and smiled at everyone. "Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget you all." Having said that, Lu Sheng turned toward Lu Kai Min, while everyone else continued to gossip. "It's the first time I felt so honored to be a classmate with someone. I swear I'm going to pass the martial arts university exam." "Yeah, me too. I can't let down the honor of being in the same class as Lu Sheng." At this moment, Lu Chai Min stared blankly at Lu Sheng. Suddenly, Lu Sheng threw an arm around his shoulder and encouraged him. "Keep it up, Kai Min. If you're free, let's rank up together." Hearing that, Lu Kai Min teared up, his eyes brimming with moisture. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating back, Lu Kai Min made a resolution. "Even if I have to risk my life or work myself to death, I will pass the martial arts university exam and make it back home." Lu Sheng sat at his desk, typing on his keyboard while thinking, "I already told Ha Lin to buy all the ingredients for the spirit-nourishing and marrow-cleansing pills. These two types of tonics are extremely effective for tendon and bone training, but they are quite expensive. If I have enough, it should be enough to last me until Tier 4. Next is the issue of my Psychic Master weapons. I can't go to the 6-star network to buy weapons until I've officially passed the Psychic Master exam. Before the Kai Min Star General selection, I have to find time to take the Psychic Master exam. Otherwise, every time I want to buy something, I have to bother Dong Qingxue, which makes it easy to leak my secrets. Then, he checked the price list, but he was completely taken aback by what he saw. The void-piercing blade was priced at $37.5 million, and the silver space needle was $29.5 million. Lu Sheng was stunned. The void-piercing blade and the silver space needle. These prices are just insane. I thought the $5 million reward would be enough for me to splurge, but it's actually not much at all. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, crossing his arms to think. To forge the void-piercing blade and the silver space needle, I'd need almost 9,100 grams of solid iron. A single blade piece alone needs more than half a kilogram, so 5 million isn't nearly enough. That's not even counting the other auxiliary materials. I'm not just forging one blade piece, and my psychic quality is far superior to an ordinary person's. Regular solid iron blades aren't good enough for me. I need high-quality silver ore to forge my weapons, but the cost for that is more than 10 times higher. The money in my pocket isn't even enough to make a single part. Lu Sheng touched his mouth, deep in thought. There's no other way. I'll have to do it myself. Lu Sheng opened his desk drawer, which contained a badge and a rolled-up piece of paper. Lu Sheng picked up the paper and thought, luckily, I found this map of 3-year martial arts resource distribution from the Fireseed repository. Now I finally have a chance to use it. Lu Sheng opened the map and realized the thick silver mineral vein that no one had mined yet was right here, at New Dao Mountain. Lu Sheng thought confidently, I'll go dig up all that unmined silver ore. Then I can use it to find a blacksmith to forge my weapons. Plus, if I find a lot of silver or solid iron, I can sell the excess for money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once I get the marrow cleansing pills from Ha Lin, too, I can head out to Ngu Dao Mountain to get the materials. A week later, at the healing hall, Ha Lin, to pace back and forth in the room. She pulled out her phone and grumbled, why isn't this Lu Sheng guy here yet? What time does he think it is? Just then, Lu Sheng arrived carrying a lab coat and said, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. Ha Lin, to snapped, look who finally decided to show up. Lu Sheng put on the lab coat, looking incredibly serious as he asked, I was held up by something. Have all the necessary ingredients been prepared? Seeing Lu Sheng like this made Ha Lin to blush, and she shyly replied, yeah, I've got everything ready just like you asked. Lu Sheng put on his gloves, standing before a table, covered in various ingredients. He asked Ha Lin too, how much did all these ingredients cost? Ha Lin, to answered, about 200,000. Lu Sheng picked up a medicinal herb and said with interest, the quality's not bad. Log the receipts first, then deduct the profit later. Lu Sheng put on a face mask and continued, I'm going to start now. Would you mind stepping outside? He Lingsu. Ha Lin, to looked annoyed at his request. Fine. Whatever. As she stepped out, Ha Lin, to glance back at Lu Sheng, thinking to herself that the commercial sale of the spirit blood strengthening liquid hadn't even started yet, and she hadn't made a single cent, but the ingredients for Lu Sheng had already swallowed up nearly $1 million. Closing the door, Ha Lin, to thought, at least the data Lu Sheng provided was very thorough. She would definitely be able to successfully formulate a perfect batch of the spirit blood strengthening liquid. Was he researching new medicine? He'd been coming to the lab every single day this week. Just how many more secrets was he hiding? 3 hours later, as Ha Lin too sat waiting outside, a voice called out, It's done. He Lingsu. The refinement is complete. Lu Sheng told her, I need to go away for a couple of days. Don't worry. Once this period is over, I'll return the initial capital for the spirit blood strengthening liquid to you. Ha Lin to looked away and replied coldly, Fine. Seeing her reaction, Lu Sheng teased her about being such a grumpy girl. Afterwards, Ha Lin, to watch Lu Sheng leave, then rushed to the lab curtains, pulled them open, and went inside. She gasped in surprise. It's actually here. In front of her were test tubes in all sorts of colors. Ha Lin, to picked up a blue test tube, thinking nervously, it really is that nameless new drug. She had tested the effects of this type of medicine before. It was extremely potent. The side effects could directly refine the bones. Similar bone-refining supplements on the market were 4th or 5th grade and cost millions, yet Lu Sheng managed to concoct this using ingredients that only cost a few $100,000. What kind of profit margin is that? Ha Lin too frowned. And his backpack probably held even more of this new medicine. Suddenly, a blonde guy ran up to her. He Lingsu, I've done what you asked, he continued, but while I was checking the camera footage, I couldn't see a thing. The cameras were all glitching out. Everything returned to normal right after Lu Sheng walked out. The security footage seemed broken and only restored itself once he was gone. Ha Ling sighed helplessly. I should have known. In front of a spiritual mind master, these little tricks were just embarrassing. Ha Lin, To stared intently at the blue test tube in her hand, then threw it into the trash can and said, "Forget it, I'll just focus on cooperating with him. No matter what, he's the hope for the Ha family's rise." Scene shift to Dekalman City, a place with majestic hills. On a mountain path, a bus was driving along. The tour guide on the bus told everyone, "Dear guests, our destination is the Teen Lam Camp, located deep in the Gudao Mountains. It's got beautiful scenery, far from the city, and is one of the 5 grade A scenic areas in Dongnin Province. You can experience the warmth, simplicity, and folk customs of the people living in Tien Lam Camp, taste unique traditional dishes, gaze at the gorgeous and magnificent mountain scenery of Ngudao, and you might even get a chance to buy some exquisite and mysterious traditional handicrafts from the camp." A woman in a red shirt said with a grimace, "Traditional handicrafts? Are they going to force us to buy that stuff? Stuck in such a remote corner of the mountains, where are we even staying tonight? There must be bugs all over the place up there." The tour guide replied, "Ma'am, we are a famous travel agency. There will absolutely be no forced fees. Rest assured, tonight we will be staying in local village houses with excellent conditions, air conditioning, and TVs are all provided." On the bus, Lu Sheng sat in a corner looking out the window. He thought to himself, "I've refined 93 neuro-nourishing pills this week. That should be enough to last me for a while. But this place is really remote. It's likely a hidden silver mine that hasn't been discovered yet, one I could potentially claim for myself." As he was thinking, a yellow ball rolled over, interrupting his train of thought. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick it up. She happily asked Lu Sheng, "Big brother, want to play with me?" Right then, a young, pretty woman hugged the little girl and said, "Stop playing around. Don't bother other people." "Yes, I'll sit still." The girl then turned to Lu Sheng and said, "I'm really sorry." Lu Sheng nodded and replied, "It's fine." Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. He saw a guy wearing glasses sitting next to the mother and daughter, laughing and joking. The man was surrounded by a faint purple aura. Lu Sheng smiled with interest, his whole body emitting a faint blue power. He thought to himself, "How interesting, I'm not the only spiritual mind master on this trip." On the Engu Dao mountain tour bus, Zheng Dandan was constantly waving her hand, trying to fan herself to cool down. She said boredly, "This sucks, and it's hot as hell, too. What did I even do wrong to have to come to this godforsaken place with you? There's still 3 days and 2 nights left. How am I supposed to survive this?" Lam Tusen, sitting next to Zheng Dandan, was the complete opposite. Even though it was hot, she remained incredibly calm, holding a fan in her hand as she replied, "Zheng Dandan, I didn't force you to come. You're the one who wanted to." Hearing that, Zheng Dandan got annoyed, snatched the fan from Lam Tusen, and said loudly, "Give me a break. Wasn't it because you, Lam Tusen, got your heart broken? I was afraid you'd start overthinking things if you came to this deep mountain wilderness alone. No good deed goes unpunished." Seeing Zheng Dandan so angry, Lam Tusan quickly tried to reconcile. All right, I know you're my best friend. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. It's just been a long time since I went on a trip, so I just wanted to take this chance to relax a bit. This tour group is a bit subpar, but the New Dao Mountain scenery is pretty nice. You won't regret coming on this trip." Hearing that, Zheng Dandan was still unhappy and gave a half-hearted reply. Fine, I won't regret it." Suddenly, a child's happy laughter rang out from behind where Lam Tusen and Zheng Dandan were sitting. The adorable little girl was having a blast, playfully slapping the ball before saying, "Hey, catch. And look, our main character is right over there." Lu Sheng caught the ball with both hands and complimented her on the nice throw, flashing a charming smile. Zheng Dandan turned around and was instantly mesmerized by the sight. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Sheng. Lam Tusan sat nearby, looking completely confused and clueless about what was happening. Suddenly, the ball was hit off course, making the little girl panic. "Oh no! The ball is flying toward Zheng Dandan." She hurriedly reached out to catch it, looking surprised and tense as she said, "Help me catch it." Then, looking at Lu Sheng, she shouted, "Here, catch." Lu Sheng easily snatched it with one hand. Holding the ball, he looked toward Zheng Dandan and offered a sincere smile. "Thanks." Zheng Dandan was captivated by Lu Sheng's handsome face, and hearing him speak to her, her face turned bright red, and she shyly replied, "Don't mention it." Seeing Zheng Dandan's bashful expression from afar, Lam Tusan couldn't help but tease her. "Hee, look at that lovesick face of yours." After 2 hours on the bus, everyone finally arrived at New To Mountain. Zheng Dandan looked around at the mountain scenery and remarked, "Isn't this just a regular mountain? How is this even considered one of the top 5 scenic spots?" In contrast to Zheng Dandan's complaints, Lam Tusen wasn't surprised at all. Checking the map, she said, "It actually looks pretty good. I heard there's a waterfall too. We'll see it once we head up tomorrow." Even though Zhang Dandan wasn't thrilled, as long as it made Lam Tusen happy, she was happy too. While scanning their surroundings, Zhang Dandan's face suddenly lit up the moment she saw Lu Sheng. He's over there. Just as Lu Sheng had stepped off the bus, the little girl he'd been playing with earlier ran up, grabbed his hand, and asked, "Can you play with me again tomorrow?" Seeing it was her, Lu Sheng knelt down, patted her head, and said, "Sure, I'll play with you tomorrow if I have the time." The little girl was overjoyed and beamed. Hee hee, that's great. Seeing them chatting so happily, Zhang Dandan walked over to join in. "Little girl, can he and I play with you tomorrow?" Behind Zhang Dandan, Lam Tusen was carrying their bags, looking at her best friend with a disgusted expression. The little girl didn't like Zhang Dandan trying to join in, so she stepped forward, hugged Lu Sheng's arm, pulled down her eyelid, and stuck her tongue out to refuse. "No way. You're the mean lady who stole my ball. I don't want to play with you. I only want him." Everyone was stunned by her words. Suddenly, a voice called out to the girl, "Nam Nam, come here quickly. We have to enter the camp." Nam Nam looked toward her mother but kept holding onto Lu Sheng's arm. Then, she held her mother's hand and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Lu Sheng. At the same time, standing with Lam Tusan, Zhang Dandan was smiling, but she was fuming on the inside. That brat. As if I even wanted to play with you anyway. Seeing her friend's reaction, Lam Tusan covered her mouth and couldn't stop laughing. Lu Sheng noticed Zhang Dandan's annoyance and said, "She's just a child speaking without thinking. Don't let it bother you." The moment Zhang Dandan heard Lu Sheng speak to her, all her anger vanished. "Haha, how could I hold a grudge against a kid?" She then shyly pulled out her phone and said to Lu Sheng, "By the way, handsome, can we add each other?" Lu Sheng was a bit surprised by the request, but after a moment of thought, he smiled gently and agreed. "Sure, why not?" A ding sound followed, signaling a successful friend request. The three of them, Lam Tusan, Zhang Dandan, and Lu Sheng, all exchanged contact information. After successfully adding Lu Sheng, Zhang Dandan saw his name and complimented him. Lu Sheng. That's such a bold and powerful name. Even though she was infatuated, she didn't forget her main goal of cheering up Lam Tusen. Zhang Dandan hurriedly pulled her best friend away, happily waving at Lu Sheng. "All right, handsome. See you next time." Zhang Dandan looked at her phone screen, grinning so wide she couldn't keep her mouth shut. "You don't even need to add that handsome guy." "Hee hee, I thought this independent trip would be boring, but who knew it would turn out to be so interesting." Seeing Zhang Dandan so happy, Lam Tusan felt happy too. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Behind them, as Lu Sheng watched them leave, the approachable smile on his face suddenly vanished. His expression turned cold and intimidating. Lu Sheng recalled the people on the bus, thinking, "Interesting. This trip doesn't just have a rare level 2 spiritual master. I also ran into 2 level 2 martial artists." Thinking of Nam Nam's father, Lu Sheng was certain, but that spiritual master hasn't discovered my true identity yet. At most, they probably only sense that I practice martial arts. Lu Sheng looked at the waves of power around him and pondered. After forming my Grandmaster will, I can control the release and suppression of my spiritual power at will. As long as I don't actively release it, ordinary people won't detect my immense spiritual power. I just wonder if there are any stronger martial artists on this mountain. Thinking back to everyone from the bus, Lu Sheng decided that whatever their purpose for coming to New Ta Mountain was, if they got in his way, it wouldn't matter. Just then, Lu Sheng spotted a beast in front of him. Without hesitation, he destroyed it. He might as well just snuff it out while he was at it. At the same time, on a highway hundreds of kilometers away, a luxurious white car was speeding down the road. Inside, a man named Wu Jijing held a glass of wine, looking down at someone kneeling at his feet. To his right sat a woman in a red cheongsam, sitting timidly. Wu Jijing swirled the wine in his glass and asked, "How is it? Have you found the trail of Tang Mulin yet?" The man kneeling in front hurriedly raised his head and replied, "We found him, sir. He's at Quming City, New Tu Mountain. He brought his wife and child. They're likely planning to hide in the mountains." Wu Jijing heard this and glanced out the window, his face twisting into a sneer. "Oh, Tang Mulin is quite smart, isn't he? If he stays hidden in the forest and won't come out, I really have no way to drag him out." The man kneeling below quickly added, "Don't worry, my lord. We have already sent people to track them. Even if Tang Mulin wants to live like a wild animal, I guarantee we'll find the rat hole he's hiding in." Wu Jijing laughed loudly. "Haha, good. Well done. You just need to be responsible for tracking him. 2 level 4 martial artists like you are no match for him. Wait until we get to Niu To Mountain. I will deal with him personally." The person kneeling on the ground understood exactly what Wu Jijing meant and replied, "Yes, sir." Throughout the entire conversation, the only girl in the car hadn't moved or made a single sound. It was truly bizarre. Wu Jijing thought of the moment he would finally capture Duong Maolin and felt a surge of joy. He tilted his head back, downing the entire glass in one go, not even noticing as the wine spilled down his chin. Duong Maolin, don't blame me for being ruthless, you crossed the wrong person. If I don't kill you, others will think this Wu Jijing is an easy target. After polishing off the drink, Wu Jijing's face twisted into an incredibly menacing expression. He mused, if I don't, every small fry will think they can mess with me. He then held the wine glass out toward the silent girl. The girl finally stirred, slowly lifting her head. Suddenly, a strange purple liquid, the exact same color as the wine Wu Jijing had just consumed, began flowing from her tear ducts and her mouth. It poured out in increasing volume, flowing right into the glass in Wu Jijing's hand. After taking a sip, he remarked, absorbing the naive love and the unique, youthful essence of a 28-year-old. It makes the nectar taste so intoxicatingly sweet. The purple fluid kept streaming out, making the girl's beautiful face look absolutely terrifying. Looking at a photo in his hand, Wu Jijing muttered. Duong Maolin even brought his daughter along. The photo showed a small, happy family of 3. A scene no one would want to shatter, but Wu Jijing was different. He found it delightful. Ha, looks like I've got another toy to add to the collection. Nam Nam was being led into a room by her parents, the little girl looking around in constant wonder. Seeing her daughter so happy and skipping about, her mother said, slow down, sweetheart, you'll trip. Meanwhile, her father, Duong Maolin, was glancing around on high alert. He quickly activated his ability, his energy rippling out to cover the room and the entire building. After a quick scan, he told his wife, the room is clean, no one has tampered with it. His wife replied, you're being way too cautious. Even with Wu Jijing's massive influence, could he really reach all the way out here to Ngudao Mountain? Duong Maolin frowned, anxious. Better safe than sorry. I have you and Nam Nam with me. There's no harm in being careful, is there? Don't forget we're on the run. Wu Jijing has been a famous level 3 psychokinetic master for a long time. He's small-minded and vengeful. Everyone who offends him ends up dead. Duong Maolin put an arm around his wife to comfort her. I just hope we can slip past his reach this time. We've been hiding for over a year and a half. Maybe it's over now. Even if he does hunt us down here, your father and I are both level 2S. We could team up. Who knows? We might even stand a chance against him. Duong Maolin's wife looked worried. I hope so. I haven't seen my father in so long. I wonder how he's doing. His martial arts cultivation isn't weak at all. He's a peak, level 2 psychokinetic master. Duong Maolin pulled her into a hug. Maybe he's even hit level 3 by now. With his strong physique, he'll be fine. Don't worry. I won't let those people hurt you or our daughter. He pulled her closer. The couple lost in their own world, leaving Nam Nam to stare blankly out the window. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng was using an ability similar to Duong Maolin's to scout his surroundings. His ability was far superior, quickly enveloping the entire city. From the people walking on the street to the person using binoculars to watch something in the woods, he saw it all. Lu Sheng looked outside, thinking, other than that watcher, there's nothing unusual. He's not bothering me, so let him be. Lu Sheng reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial, opened the cap, took out a pill, and popped it into his mouth. With the help of the medicine, his progress in forging his bones for the immortal master body was truly much faster. At this rate, I'll likely finish the first stage of the immortal master body in less than 2 months. As he began to generate internal energy and officially step into being a level 4 martial artist, his phone suddenly chimed. 2 messages appeared in the family group chat. Make sure you're careful while you're out alone, dress warmly, and don't eat too much cold food or you'll get a stomach ache. A voice note followed. Reading it, Lu Sheng smiled, thinking, I'm not a kid anymore. Another notification popped up. This one was from Lu Qinghe. Out playing again? Hemph, Senior Naiga Dian is back at school today, and she even asked if you were free to meet up. She teased, tell me the truth. Are you two dating? Attached was a picture of an apple holding a gun, an impossible threat. Being teased by his sister, Lu Sheng started typing furiously. Focus on your own cultivation and stop worrying about other people's business. And make sure you're drinking the supplements I left for you every day. If your blood value hasn't broken through to 1.3 by the time I get back, don't blame me for disciplining you. He sent the message along with a meme of a cat pointing a finger. Lu Sheng set his phone down and slumped onto his bed. He lay there, thinking about testing his training results from the past few days. Lu Sheng lay down, closed his eyes, and drifted into a dream state. Not bad, huh? A master-level technique learned from the 10-day grotto. The zombies charging at him were quickly taken down by Lu Sheng, forming the early concept of a master's will. As I am now, no one can stop me. Lu Sheng landed a lethal punch, the force exploding like a bomb. A zombie was sent flying. its body charred black. Suddenly, sharp ice blades shot through the path. Lu Sheng stopped. He wondered, something is there. The aura is too strong. A pair of feet stepped out, someone with curly hair, wearing a helmet with wings. She swung a spear, and the area was encased in icy blue. It was an incredibly powerful sight. An ice barrier rushed toward Lu Sheng. At a glance, he realized it was a master-level zombie. The ice shards began to hover. Lu Sheng grew hazy, and his vision suddenly vanished. The zombie had disappeared. His psychic sense triggered, and danger warnings flared all around him. Lu Sheng panicked, asking himself, what exactly is the danger of this avalanche? Just then, the master-level female zombie launched an attack from above. She charged toward Lu Sheng with her spear. Her power swirled around the weapon. Lu Sheng finally realized that this strike was a master-level skill. An image of Lu Sheng appeared but was slashed in two. Her immense power crashed down with terrifying force. Lu Sheng woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, his expression one of pure panic. It hurts. He clutched his chest, wincing in agony. His body felt like it had truly been torn in half. Is this what it feels like to die in a dream? Lu Sheng sat up, gasping. Clutching the chest area that had just been torn open, he was drenched in sweat and gasping for air, desperately trying to calm himself down. Thank goodness it was just a dream. It wasn't real. He sat up and let out a long sigh, relaxing his body. If that had been real, his life would have ended so easily in there. He clutched his head, shivering as he recalled the scene where he was killed in a single blow. I gave it everything I had, using all my mental energy to block, but I couldn't even withstand a single strike. The power of that woman's attack was beyond anything I've ever encountered. I always thought my exploration of the dreamscape was going pretty well. I've even managed to navigate high-level map areas by relying on my own wit to outsmart those mindless high-level monsters. Lu Sheng settled into a meditative posture. He realized the dreamscape wasn't the paradise he imagined. In the ruins of a fallen civilization, only blood and fire could forge a true savior. Lu Sheng felt uneasy thinking about that girl, that female grandmaster. She was truly powerful. Her combat instincts far exceeded those of Qi Chengmin. She must be an incredibly strong grandmaster, or perhaps even a level 8 grandmaster. Just the thought of it made Lu Sheng break out in a cold sweat. He looked at his hands, his expression a mix of fear and a hint of excitement. That brilliant glacier, perhaps that represents the grandmaster's will of the Valkyrie. If I could obtain it, I can't even imagine it. If I had reacted instantly in my full power state, relying on my control stage fist techniques and grandmaster skills, maybe I could have held my own against her for a bit, or maybe I should try again. With that thought, Lu Sheng dove straight into it, his back straight, falling into deep meditation. Lu Sheng intended to enter the dreamscape, but suddenly, he was struck by a splitting headache. He clutched his head in shock. I can't enter the dreamscape right now. Could it be that I died in there? And now I have to wait for a cooldown period. Looks like I won't be going back into the dreamscape tonight. As he rubbed his temples to soothe the pain, his phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Sheng picked up his phone to check, and it was a message from Zhang Dandan. The messages were filled with flirty energy. Little brother, are you back in your room? Are you out collecting supplies? Do you want to go together tomorrow? I'm an official martial artist. I can protect you. She sent a picture of Uncle Kim wearing glasses, trying to look cool and trustworthy. Little brother, it's dinner time. Do you want to eat together? Sob, sob. Why aren't you answering me? Are you not checking your phone? She attached an image of a dog with puppy dog eyes. Lu Sheng looked at the cheesy messages on his screen, feeling a bit annoyed. He slightly regretted adding her as a friend, but feeling his stomach rumbling, he decided to let it slide. Forget it, I'll just go out and grab something to eat. As he walked into the hostel's dining hall, he heard a call. Lu Sheng. It was Zhang Dandan waving at him. Over here, over here. In front of her, the little girl, Nam Nam, and her father, Duong Maolin, also called out, Big brother. Lu Sheng smiled and waved back at the little girl, while Duong Maolin gave a polite nod. Ignoring them, Lu Sheng headed toward a different empty table, not the one where Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusen were sitting. Just as he sat down, Zhang Dandan rushed over. She asked nonchalantly, why didn't you sit with us? It's much more lively when there's a crowd, right? Lam Tusan looked at her friend, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts done with her antics. Lu Sheng gave a dry smile. Haha, have you two not eaten yet? Seeing him ask, Zhang Dandan happily replied, not yet. But at the same time, Lam Tusan chimed in, saying they had already eaten. These two best friends are really in sync, huh? Zhang Dandan glared at her, then quickly turned back to Lu Sheng with a smile. I wasn't in the mood to eat earlier, I only had a little bit. Now I'm hungry again. It's the perfect time to eat with you. Lam Tusan teased. Just looking at you is enough to make me full. You clearly have other motives. You're basically saying Lu Sheng is so tasty that you don't even need a meal. Haha. Over at the other table, Nam Nam wanted to eat with Lu Sheng, so she looked at her dad with big, sparkling eyes. Daddy, can I go find that big brother and eat with him? Seeing this, her mother wiped her mouth with a napkin and tried to coax her. Nam Nam isn't eating here the same thing. Nam Nam gave her mother a pleading look. But I want to eat with him. Duong Malin smiled gently at her. Haha, go ahead, but make sure you don't cause any trouble for other people. Nam Nam jumped up, her eyes bright as stars. Thanks, Daddy. In contrast to Duong Malin, her mother looked worried as she watched Nam Nam grab her bowl and excitedly head over to Lu Sheng's table. She scolded her husband, why let her go to a stranger's table? Look at the situation we're in right now. Duong Malin calmly took a sip of soup and comforted his wife, saying she was being too cautious. I think you're the one overreacting. He continued, I already scanned the area with my mental energy. They're all just tourists. There's no threat at all. As Nam Nam reached Lu Sheng's table and he welcomed her warmly, Duong Malin praised him. That young man has a good temperament. His eyes are very clear. He's not a bad person. The father also meticulously observed Lu Sheng's pale face, his slightly unsteady gait, and his fluctuating aura. Even if he's a martial artist, his strength is likely just average. Nam Nam didn't forget to stick her tongue out and tease Zheng Dan, who was frustrated but couldn't do anything about it. Nam Nam's father added, besides, those two girls are just students. To be level 2 martial artists at that age, they have decent talent. Duong Malin wiped his mouth and said confidently, within my range of observation, I could kill him with a single thought. Nothing unexpected will happen. His wife finally let out a sigh of relief. I guess I was just overthinking it. Back at Lu Sheng's table, the server brought out a table full of food, along with a stack of steamed buns. Your order is all here. Please enjoy. Nam Nam and Zheng Dandan's jaws dropped as they looked at the mountain of food Lu Sheng had ordered. They asked in shock, little brother, you're going to eat all of this? Lu Sheng replied calmly, yeah, I've been eating quite a bit lately. He casually reached over and handed Nam Nam 2 pig-shaped buns. Seeing them, Nam Nam squealed in excitement. Wow, so cute. Lu Sheng smiled at her. Hey kiddo, let's see who can finish eating first. Nam Nam looked determined. Okay. As the race started, Nam Nam had only just taken a bite of her bun, but when she looked up, she saw Lu Sheng shoving an entire tray into his mouth, leaving her frozen in shock. Lam Tusen watched Lu Sheng eat so much and sighed to herself, thinking, only someone from an average family background, who hasn't even become an official martial artist yet, would eat like that, right? Normal martial artists, once they reach a certain level and have the resources, rely on medicinal supplements to replenish the energy they burn during their daily training. Those who don't have the means will choose high-quality food as a substitute. For example, Zheng Dandan and I both carry beef jerky with us. A level 1 martial artist only needs a few bites to be full. If you ate that much, you'd spend half the day in the bathroom. Lam Tusen looked at them eating, feeling frustrated. Zheng Dandan, meanwhile, was completely captivated by Lu Sheng. Wow, he eats so confidently, he's so handsome. Realizing something was off, Lam Tusen leaned in and whispered into Zheng Dandan's ear, Hey Zheng Dandan, you don't actually like this guy Lu Sheng, do you? Zheng Dandan replied innocently, Of course I do. Isn't it obvious enough already? Just then, Nam Nam pulled Lu Sheng away from his seat, saying, Big brother, there's food over there you can grab yourself. Come with me. Okay. Lu Sheng indulged her and followed along, leaving some space for Zheng Dandan and Lam Tusen. Hearing that, Lam Tusen was stunned and hurriedly tried to reason with Zheng Dandan. But he's younger than us, and he's only a high school student. You saw how unstable his aura was, didn't you? I bet his martial arts aptitude and background aren't anything special. You're a top student at Dong Nin Martial Arts University, an official level 2 martial artist. Zheng Dandan remained unfazed. It's only a 3 or 4 year age gap. Age isn't a problem. When you're a pilot, the first thing you look for is someone young, right? I believe this is fate. You leading me to Gu Dao Mountain to meet him this time. It's clearly destiny. Lam Tusan kept trying to talk sense into her friend, but if they started dating, how would they even live together in the future? Long-distance relationships rarely last, no matter how deep the feelings are. Besides, don't the starting salaries for official martial artists after graduation only come out to 5,000 or 6,000 a month? And then there's the cost of housing to consider. Seeing Dan still didn't react, Lam Tusen persisted. Dan, love isn't just about a spark. It's about the reality of life and bills. As your martial arts cultivation gets stronger, the gap between you two will only grow. It'll build up over time and eventually, it's going to explode. Zheng Dandan gently explained to her friend, Everything you said isn't a problem. As a level 2 martial artist, I can guide Lu Sheng on his path. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Martial Arts University, I can still catch a bus to see him every week. If he doesn't have a car or a house, I do. At this point, Zhang Dandan clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. And taking a step back, even if Lu Sheng just remains an ordinary person, then I'll just be an ordinary person with him. If I could just live an ordinary life, I wouldn't have to train every single day. Wouldn't that be great? Lately, I feel like all my training is just making my calves look thick. Zhang Dandan watched Lu Sheng and Nam Nam playing happily, her face slightly flushed. Besides, who said Lu Sheng is ordinary? In my eyes, he'll always be dazzlingly handsome. I believe Lu Sheng's future won't just stop here. Hearing that, Lam Tusen whispered in shock into Zhang Dandan's ear, "You've completely lost your mind. Giving up the martial path you've stuck with for over 10 years for a high schooler?" Lam Tusen pointed at Lu Sheng, looking confused. "Just look at his crooked walking posture. I honestly don't know what you're thinking." Zhang Dandan sighed sadly at Lam Tusen. "Sigh, look, aren't you worrying about me a bit too early? Nothing's even happened yet. Wait until I actually successfully pursue Lu Sheng before you say anything." Because of his own strength, Lu Sheng had actually heard the entire conversation between the two girls from a distance. Lu Sheng scratched his head, feeling awkward, and muttered, "That's way too extra." Nam Nam looked up and asked, "Big brother, what does extra mean?" Lu Sheng smiled sheepishly. "It's nothing. Just a way to say those ladies are beautiful." Nam Nam seemed to understand something. She ran over to Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusen, pointed at them, and said, "Big brother says you two are being extra." Lu Sheng felt so awkward he wanted a hole to crawl into, while Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusen were left confused about what it meant to be an extra lady. The next day, as the guests were getting ready to board the bus, everyone was complaining. The beds at that place were hard as rock. I couldn't sleep at all. And there were so many bugs. I was bitten so much last night, I didn't sleep a wink. I'm never coming back to this dump. Suddenly, an old man asked, "Why don't we see that family of 3 today?" The bus is about to leave, clearly. The tour guide looked confused as well. "Huh? They aren't in their rooms? Everyone, please help me find them. Their phones aren't connecting either." The old man noticed Lu Sheng was missing too and piped up, "There's also a young guy who's nowhere to be seen." The older women kept worrying. "How can so many people just go missing in one night? This is so strange." The tour guide hurriedly made calls and tried to stay calm. "Everyone, just rest for a moment. I'll go find the rescue team." Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusan overheard the commotion and were confused. Why are Lu Sheng and that family of 3 missing? Lam Tusen mused, "The family of 3 isn't anything to worry about. The father isn't an ordinary person. But Lu Sheng missing? That really is strange." Zhang Dandan said, feeling anxious, "I don't care if they're ordinary or not. Look, the tour guide is busy searching for people. The next part of the trip is probably going to be cancelled." With that, Zhang Dandan raised her hand and ran toward the forest, yelling to everyone, "I'm going into the mountain to find Lu Sheng." Lam Tusan, trailing behind, couldn't just abandon her friend. "Hey, don't be so impulsive." The two of them headed into the woods, leaving the crowd buzzing with talk. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a cute squirrel was turning a nut around when it was startled by someone rushing past like a gust of wind. It turned out to be Lu Sheng, running at full speed. He thought to himself, "After resting for a night, the pain from dying in the dreamscape has faded quite a bit." Reaching a high cliff, Lu Sheng leaped up effortlessly. Not wasting any time, he dropped to one knee and used his mental power to scan the area. After a moment of searching, he finally found the ore he was looking for. He used his mental power to lift a large slab of earth, and the ore fell out along with it. Lu Sheng moved his hands quickly, pointing at the pile of ore. As it fell, he refined the large chunks into small, pebble-sized pieces that hovered in his hand. He wondered to himself, "Is this dense silver?" Curious, he channeled his mental energy into it. As soon as he did, Lu Sheng realized, sure enough, dense silver changes form randomly once you infuse it with mental energy. The pebbles shifted into a long, thin string. Lu Sheng happily swung the string of silver in a circle, thinking, "The bit of dense silver in my hand must be about 4 or 5 pounds. If the price matches what was in the handbook, this is already worth over 2 billion. However, this is just raw dense silver. To use it to craft weapons for a mental spirit master, it still needs to go through dozens of stages of metallurgical processing. It's only considered high quality if, after refinement, 4 units of thick silver ore yield 1 unit of pure energy. I still need to test the purity of this deposit." Lu Sheng stared intently at the thick silver mine and sighed. To call this a thick silver mine is already an exaggeration. Calling it a mini deposit would be generous. It's already been about 70% mined out. If anyone else came along, they'd finish it in less than a week, right? He turned back to look at the massive chunk of ore. "How on earth am I supposed to move this thing? A block this size is bound to attract attention. I originally thought I'd just mine a little bit and leave, but once I started, I couldn't stop. It looks like I'll have to find someone to help me haul it out. Lu Sheng put the silver ore back where he found it. He covered it with dirt and packed it down until it looked undisturbed. Then, Lu Sheng started thinking. He remembered there was a small ethnic village a few kilometers away. He could go there and find some help. People living in such an isolated place must be honest and simple-minded, right? A bit of a generous tip should make things go smoothly. He wondered if the money might tempt them to turn greedy. He imagined himself hiring them to help, transport the goods, only for them to get greedy and try to rob him. A sinister smile played on his lips as he gripped the ore. Well, if they try that, I'll just have to snuff them out. Suddenly, he caught himself and tapped his own head, feeling ashamed. Damn it, why am I getting so violent and ruthless? We live in a society governed by law. A society governed by law? He stood on a high vantage point, looking down at the village. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, feeling a bit nervous, and told himself, keep it civil, no violence. I must win people over with virtue. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Lin Tishan and Zhang Dandan were still searching for Lu Sheng. Zhang Dandan looked around anxiously. It's so deserted out here. Is Lu Sheng really going to be in a place like this? Lin Tishan complained about all the insects. He said he wanted to look around. Don't give up already. Suddenly, Lin Tishan noticed something. She stopped Dandan and pointed. Look, what is that? Zhang Dandan curiously looked where she was pointing and saw Nam Nam's yellow plastic ball. She gasped in surprise. Wait, that's that little girl's ball. She always has it. Just as Lin Tishan was distracted looking around, Zhang Dandan instinctively reached out to touch the ball. Suddenly, a swarm of black spiders and webs burst out. They quickly bound the two of them tightly. What's happening? I can't move. Back at the village, a young man came running, shouting at the top of his lungs. Village chief. Village chief, the big sister is back. He burst through the door, announcing loudly, her whole family is back. Inside, an old man was whittling wood. He was the chief of the Immortals' hamlet. Before he could process what was happening, Nam Nam happily ran up. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Oh, Nam Nam! Seeing her, the old man let the wood drop as she slammed into his arms. Even though the impact hit his chest, he laughed. Hee hee, are you doing well, Grandpa? Even though he looked a bit frail, he patted her head and replied, cough, cough, I'm doing just fine. At that moment, Nam Nam's parents walked in as well. Her mother greeted her father with a hint of worry. Father, we're home. Duong Maolin felt awkward and said, Father-in-law. The old man looked at them in silence. Two young men from the village came out to greet them as well. Big brother, big sister, brother-in-law. What are you all doing back here? The old man's face darkened, but he answered, we're just here to visit this old man. What else could it be? You two, go hunt some game, catch something big. We're going to celebrate tonight. The two young men quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Seeing Nam Nam so excited, one of them hoisted her onto his shoulders. Nam Nam, let's go catch some animals. Nam Nam cheered, yay, forest animals. I want bird soup. The last time I had it, it was delicious. The old village chief lit a cigarette and said, all right, you wouldn't be here if there wasn't a reason. Tell me what's going on. Hearing this, his daughter looked at her husband with concern. Maolin. Maolin looked at his father-in-law seriously. Father-in-law, we. The three of them began to talk. After hearing their story, the old man choked on his smoke. He coughed and sputtered, cough, cough. Third rank? You provoked a third rank, my master. He angrily scolded Duong Maolin. I knew nothing good would come from you, kid. From the very first moment you burst into the village and took Minghua away, I knew a day like this would come. Seeing this, Minghua quickly stepped in to defend her husband. Father, please help Maolin. Just consider it helping me. Duong Maolin added nervously, Father-in-law, I remember you reached the third rank mine master breakthrough a long time ago. Is it? Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. I failed, and I sustained internal injuries. My cultivation has regressed. If that third rank mine master really comes here, I can only buy you a little time. Take the child and run, find someone else to help you. Both of them were shocked. Minghua covered her mouth in silence, while Maolin jumped up. Get help? Who could I possibly find to help us? The old man's eyes reddened as he blew out a cloud of smoke and shouted, Who? Go to the local authorities. Go to the police. The couple stared at him, confused. He continued, We live in a society governed by law. Even if he is a third-rank mine master, you think he can just go around killing people in the streets? Duong Maolin clutched his head and gritted his teeth. If calling the police worked, would I even be here? Suddenly, another villager ran in, shouting, Chief, an outsider is here. The three of them froze, assuming it was the third-rank mind master. Their faces turned pale with terror. Outside the village, Lu Sheng was checking his map and heading up the stairs. Seeing the wooden fence and the people walking about, he wondered, is this the village marked on the map? It's pretty secluded. Thwack. A dart was thrown at him, but he easily dodged it, letting it embed itself in a tree behind him. A young man holding another dart looked at him cautiously. Hey, who are you? How did you find this place? Lu Sheng said nothing, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking ready to attack the one who threw the dart. Suddenly, Nam Nam popped her head out. Oh, big brother. She ran into Lu Sheng's arms, cheering, Big brother, you came to the village to play with me, right? It caught him completely off guard. At the same time, her parents, Maolin and Manhwa, along with the old chief, came out and sighed in relief. Oh, it's that kid. Thank goodness, the old man thought, looking at them with surprise. Oh, you two know each other? Duan Maolin asked, what brings you here? Lu Sheng quickly replied, I didn't want to go with a tour group, so I went up the mountain alone and accidentally got lost. I wandered around and ended up here. He looked at them. Big brother Tang, did you guys get lost here too? Mao Lam cheerfully replied, haha, this is my wife's hometown. We come back to visit every year, and this time, I just tagged along with a tour group. I see. Lu Sheng didn't find that suspicious at all after hearing the answer. The old man smiled at him with genuine delight. Well, you have honest eyes, kid. I like that. Welcome to the real Tien Lam village. The young guy who was holding the darts and trying to stop him earlier realized they were acquaintances, so he patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. It turns out they all knew each other. My bad, man. My reaction was a bit much just now. You came at the perfect time. Right when Big Sister's whole family is back. Wait a bit, I'll go catch some wild game myself. Someone like you from the city has definitely never tasted this before. Haha, yeah, thanks, man. Lu Sheng let the guy off the hook. An old woman walked up and asked, Young man, would you like to buy some of our village's handicrafts? No thank you, ma'am. He thought to himself, this Tien Lam village is no ordinary place. Looking at that family, he realized that while psychic masters are usually rare, this village has 3 of them. That old man is even at the peak of the 2nd level. Little Nam Nam, currently in Lu Sheng's arms, shook her head helplessly. Being psychic masters themselves, they must know the value of the silver thread. How should I bring this up? Should I really threaten all these people just to grow my own strength? That doesn't feel right. Suddenly, Nam Nam became sad and said, Big brother, we can't play ball together anymore. I lost my ball. Lu Sheng asked gently, You lost it? Let me help you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Sheng sensed something, this energy's signature. Zheng Dandan and Lam Tusan are here too. Could it be that they're just here on vacation? Feeling like something was off, he channeled his psychic energy into his eyes. No, it wasn't just the 2 of them. Nam Nam pointed behind her. Ah, there's the ball. That's my ball. The ball rolled toward Lu Sheng, and a voice sneered, Well, never thought you guys would run off to such a desolate, deep forest like this. Zheng Dandan and Lam Tusan saw Lu Sheng, but they could only emit muffled groans, signaling for him to run away. They were being carried by a burly man, and in front was none other than Wu Jijing. He smirked and said, That really took a lot of effort on our part. When the old man, Duong Mao Lam, saw him, he broke into a cold sweat and asked, Is this the trouble you two brought? We're in real trouble now. Seeing the power radiating from Wu Jijing, the old man had to be cautious, because this wasn't just a 3rd-level psychic master, this was a peak 3rd-level master. He took a fighting stance and warned Duong Mao Lam. Mao Lam, take the kid and the villagers and go, now. Dozens of darts, controlled by his mind, flew toward Wu Jijing. The man didn't even bother to look at them. With a flick of his hand, he froze the darts in midair. An ambush? He asked the old man. Is this really all the tricks you've got? Or is this old man your backer? Duong Mao Lam and the old man gasped in shock. Wu Jijing mocked them. Humph, that kind of weak psychic energy is an insult to the title of psychic master. The village chief was furious. Wu Jijing advanced toward the 2, gathering his purple smoke energy, and added, Whatever, this time I'm going to shatter all your hopes, so you can taste what true despair feels like. Duong Mao Lam knew he had no way out, so he decided to fight to the death. He braced himself to engage. Wu Jijing, I'll fight you to the end. Duong Mao Lam channeled his energy, launching iron cannonballs toward Wu Jijing. Despite the number of iron balls, Wu Jijing didn't panic. He stood there leisurely with his arms crossed, watching. A moment later, he just flicked his hand, and strands of spider silk sliced the iron cannonballs into tiny fragments. They clattered to the ground at his feet. Mao Lam was stunned. What? My solid iron cannonballs didn't have any effect. Wu Jijing picked up a steel marble and scoffed. Ha! You dare to compete with me using solid iron weapons. Himph! You truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Jijing extended his hand, and a barrage of silk threads shot out. It bound everyone. Manhwa, filled with worry, tried to reach for Nam Nam, who was crying out for her mother in fear, but it was no use. Mao Lam shouted, Wu Jijing, if you have a problem, take it out on me. What kind of hero bullies women? Wu Jijing laughed excitedly. Haha, you're about to die and you're still talking tough. He twitched his hand, tightening the silk threads wrapped around Mao Lam and the old man, causing them to scream in pain. Wu Jijing looked at Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusen, revealing his plan. Originally, I intended to kill the two students behind you to frame you. The space around them was filled with his spider silk, and he continued, I didn't expect this place to be so perfect isolated from the world. It's perfect for me to take my time. He licked his lips in a truly perverted way, then looked at Nam Nam and said, and as for you, don't worry. I'll save a cup of daughter's wine for you from your own daughter. Then he laughed like a maniac, while little Nam Nam trembled in sheer terror. Duo Mao Lam realized what he meant by daughter's wine turning people into jars of wine. You animal, you bastard. Mao Lam was so angry his blood was boiling, struggling to break free, but it was all in vain. Wu Jijing laughed with delight. Ha, that's exactly the expression I wanted to see. Ha. Lam Tusan witnessed everything, her eyes filled with tears, thinking in despair. It's over. He's a peak third-level psychic master. I'm afraid I'm really going to lose my life here on Nu Dao Mountain. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have come here to clear her head. Zhang Dandan looked at Lu Sheng standing still before them, feeling hopeless. Are we all going to die here today? I can't accept this. Lu Sheng, if there's a next life, I hope we meet again. Wu Jijing ordered the two brutes, hurry up and drag those girls over here. The two brutes obeyed and cruelly dumped Zhang Dandan and Lam Tusen on the ground. They arrogantly strode forward toward Nam Nam. The little girl trembled in fear, looking up at the two monsters in front of her, feeling helpless. Just at the most critical moment, Lu Sheng decided to make a move, cutting through all of Wu Jijing's spider silk in one strike. The villain was stunned. How did my thick silver spider silk just break? Lu Sheng continued to use his psychic energy to sever all the threads. Now Nam, finally able to move, ran to grab Lu Sheng's arm, saying she could move again. Big brother, please save my parents and everyone else. The two brutes saw this and rushed forward angrily, saying, hand her over. Let's see if you dare to refuse. Lu Sheng smiled nonchalantly, showing no fear, and delivered a punch to each of them. With just that, he sent them flying. Wu Jijing was shocked and asked, what is this? Are you a fifth-level martial artist? But as soon as he asked, he immediately dismissed it after looking at the kid's weak appearance. No, with that weak look of yours. No energy projection, no internal technique. There's no way you're level 5. How on earth did you do that? He started reactivating his silver threads and hissed. Could it be that you were the one who snapped my high-density silver threads earlier? Duong Maolin, so this kid is your real ace in the hole. Huh. Maolin was bewildered, just letting out a confused grunt, but the guy remained arrogant. Without energy protection, you're nothing but a kid with a bit of superhuman strength. Under my thick silver threads, your soft body will slice through like butter. I can't wait to hear you screaming in agony. Lu Sheng confidently pulled Nam Nam closer and said to Wu Tijing, don't be afraid. I'm here. Go ahead. Give it a shot. Wu Tijing was boiling with rage, waving his arms and shouting, you don't know your place. A massive spider formation shot straight at Lu Sheng, but with just a wave of his hand, Lu Sheng tore the formation apart. Wu Tijing was stunned. Master. Master level martial arts? Lam Tusen looked up in shock. Master level? What does that even mean? To control things with a single hand. Oh my god. I've only heard of that level in legends. It's beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Like a god. Wu Tijing's face went dark, paralyzed by the thought. How is this possible? How? Before he could even finish his shock, Lu Sheng grabbed his threads and yanked him forward. Wu Tijing, being dragged along, was incredibly confused, thinking, why can he even control my high-density silver threads? Damn it. Seeing there was no escape, he decided to detonate his mental power. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. His body began to swell as he flew toward Lu Sheng. The village chief shouted, it's over. He's going to detonate his mental energy. Everyone here is going to die from the mental shockwave. Trindan looked at Lu Sheng, her eyes welling up. Lu Sheng, what do we do? Lu Sheng stood before the impending explosion, unmoved, and said with disdain, I have to say, your mental power is pathetically small. Then, Lu Sheng expanded his grip, easily catching him in the palm of his hand. Boom! Lu Sheng squeezed his hand shut, causing him to explode. Wu Taijing really was nothing but trash. He collapsed in front of Lu Sheng and quickly vanished, a fool who brought his own destruction. Poor little Nam Nam, she just witnessed something terrifying. Lu Sheng then gathered up the threads and complimented them. Not bad loot. At that moment, Zheng Dandan and Lam Tusen finally relaxed, though their faces were still pale with fear. Lu Sheng quickly retracted the weapon. Mental master weapons made of high-density silver were rare. Collecting them all could still be useful. Nam Nam was thrilled, hugging Lu Sheng. Wow, big brother, you're so amazing. Thank you for saving everyone. He replied gently. Duong Maolin and this village chief finally caught their breath. Maolin remarked that the martial arts level Lu Sheng displayed was terrifying, but his mental power was even more frightening. The village chief sighed. Look at him. How old is he? He looks just like a regular student. He praised Lu Sheng endlessly. 17 or 18 years old, possessing cultivation equivalent to a level 5 martial artist and mastering master-level martial arts. He's a monster. And he even suppressed a level 3 Wu Taijing with ease. Talent really does pass from one generation to the next. Our country is about to have a dragon rise among us. Lam Tusen was dazed. How did Lu Sheng get this strong? Wasn't he just a useless guy who did nothing but eat and sleep? Trin Dan looked at her friend and gave a wry smile. Lu Sheng was handsome and powerful. Turns out he was the real genius all along. Good thing I didn't misjudge him. Haha. Duo Malin walked over, holding his arm, feeling awkward. How should he address him now? He stuttered. Mr. Lu, this time. Seeing Duong Malin being so formal, Lu Sheng said, Brother Tang, I just took care of a freak who didn't know when to quit. No need to thank me. Suddenly, Lu Sheng remembered the high-density silver mine and said, Now that I think of it, I have a favor to ask. Before he could even say what it was, Duong Malin replied with a determined gaze. Don't worry, I'll do everything in my power to help. 3 hours later, on the bus, Lu Sheng looked outside, deep in thought. The main goal of this trip to Niutu Mountain had been achieved. He looked relaxed and satisfied. He'd handed all the silver matters over to Duong Maolin. Since he had officially passed the Level 2 Mental Master exam, he had a private channel to handle all that silver. Next, he needed to sign up for the formal Mental Master certification. Lu Sheng looked at the pile of Wu Taijing's high-density silver with joy. Plus, getting a high-density silver mental weapon was an unexpected bonus. It must weigh about 4 or 5 pounds, a truly pleasant surprise. Lam Tuzin looked at Lu Sheng with embarrassment. She never expected him to be this strong. If it weren't for him, she would have died on Niutu Mountain. Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Sheng and asked, Where are you heading next? He answered honestly, the capital. The Mental Master Association is there. I have some business to handle. Lam Tuzin was surprised and Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up. The capital? What a coincidence. We're heading to the capital too. We can travel together. Lu Sheng gave an awkward smile. Aren't you two students at Dong Nin Martial Arts University? Why are you going to the capital instead of heading back to Dong Nin Province? Zheng Dandan was speechless, not knowing how to reply, leaving Lam Tusen dumbfounded. She sighed and covered for Zheng Dandan. Dandan's family actually lives in the capital. Before she came to Niutu Mountain, she told me she planned to visit home. Zheng Dandan grabbed onto that lifeline and chimed in, Yeah, exactly. I was just about to go home anyway. Lu Sheng didn't question it further and replied gently, Sure, let's go together then. I'm not familiar with the city. It's good to have someone to ask. Zheng Dandan laughed. No problem. You can even stay at my place. As Zheng Dandan kept chattering away, Lu Sheng sighed to himself. Phew, what am I doing? Am I really thinking about dating her? Forget it, I have so much left to do. Once I reach the capital, I'm out of here. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lu Sheng answered, Hello? On the other end, Dong Qingxue replied, Lu Sheng, it's me, Dong Qingxue. Recognizing her voice, he said, Hello, Instructor Dong. Is there something you need? Dong Qingxue frowned and informed him. The selection for the Kaimin General Star is happening early. Where are you? I'm coming to pick you up right now. Lu Sheng was surprised, but answered firmly. Arriving early? All right, I'm almost at the capital's transit station. Hearing Lu Sheng say that, she agreed immediately. Got it. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me. At the capital's bus transit station, the three of them walked out together. Lu Sheng then announced to everyone, I've got something to take care of, so I won't be heading into the capital for now. Let's part ways here. Zheng Dandan looked upset and asked, Wait, where are you going? I'll call someone to take you. Suddenly, the crowd around them began to buzz, everyone staring in complete shock. Holy crap, look at that. It's the Imperial Heart model from the Martial National Series. It's the new edition too. My god, it's actually real. That's the rich life for you. A luxury car pulled up right in front of where Zhang Dandan was standing. A girl ran over, hugged Dandan tightly, and chirped, Dandan, Dandan, you're finally back home. Zhang Dandan looked slightly surprised to see the girl in front of her. Wen Hui, you guys got here fast. A guy with blonde hair driving the car greeted them. Hey Dandan, long time no see. You look like you've gotten even prettier. Is that your friend? Introduce us. Zhang Dandan frowned, annoyed at seeing him, but she introduced them reluctantly. This is Lin Zushan, my best friend from Dongning Martial University, a level 2 martial artist. Lin Zushan nodded slightly. After introducing Lin Zushan, Zhang Dandan turned to Lu Sheng. He's Lu Sheng. I met him during my trip to Nuto Mountain. A good friend, she thought to herself. There were too many secrets surrounding Lu Sheng. Now that she thought about it, she still didn't really understand him. The blonde guy looked at Zhang Dandan and Lu Sheng with a hint of jealousy. Wen Hui heard the introduction and walked over to shake Lin Zushan's hand. Wow, a level 2 martial artist? That's so impressive. Nice to meet you. I'm Dandan's best friend too. My name is Zi Wenhai. The blonde guy chimed in as well. I'm Cao Mingliang. If you're Dandan's friend, you're a friend of mine too. You must be tired from the trip. Get in the car first. I'll wait for you guys to get back to the capital, and then I'll take you out for a spin. Suddenly, Zhang Dandan spoke up. Wait, your car only has 4 seats. We'll just grab a ride ourselves. Lu Sheng quickly added, No need. My friend will be here in a bit. It's perfectly fine. Wen Hui tried to persuade Zhang Dandan. What's wrong with you? He's just a friend you met on a trip, right? Is it really necessary to treat him like this? We're the ones who are actually close friends here. Don't tell me you actually like him. We've got plenty of handsome guys around us, don't we? Cao Mingliang took out his wallet and spoke with a very condescending tone. My bad, my bad. That was inconsiderate of me. Since you're friends with Dandan, we shouldn't treat you like that. He grabbed a stack of cash and asked, Here, is this enough? Take the money and go grab a taxi. Zhang Dandan frowned, furious, and shouted, You too. What exactly are you doing? Lu Sheng saw she was angry and patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's all right, don't worry about it. Like I said before, it's fine. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in and scattered Cao Mingliang's stack of money everywhere. Lu Sheng said, My ride is here. A helicopter slowly descended from the sky, leaving everyone stunned. What on earth is that? Dong Qing stood by the door and said coldly, Hurry up and get on. We can't land on the street. The scene was incredibly cool, absolutely legendary. Got it. Lu Sheng heard her and jumped up, grabbing onto the side of the chopper. Everyone's jaws dropped. Is that a military helicopter from the Eastern Theater? He's actually flying away. Lu Sheng turned back and waved at them. Well then, I'll see you all next time. The helicopter gradually rose higher and higher before flying off. The blonde girl gasped, Good God. That guy is a total urban legend. The other guy was sweating buckets. It felt like watching an old lady on a bicycle stroll into a business office and buy out the entire apartment complex in one go. Cao Mingliang was stunned, stuttering. Dandan, who exactly is your friend? Zhang Dandan turned away with an irritated look, then grabbed Lin Zushan's arm and pulled her along. Zushan, let's just grab a ride back to Liang City. Zhang Dandan walked away, fuming, while the other two didn't know what else to say. The military helicopter moved very fast, with the city structures looking like a dense grid below. Sitting in the chopper, Lu Sheng looked down and said, This is my first time in a helicopter. Everything below looks just like a tiny Lego playset. Dong Qing smiled and asked, Do you like it? If you like it, you can join our Eastern Theater Command in the future. The naive young Lu Sheng, not knowing what he was doing, said something bold. I thought you were going to say you'd gift me one. Dong Qing leaned in closer and asked, Are you dreaming? I meant you'd be able to ride in one every day. If you reach the Grandmaster rank and become a Major General in the Eastern Theater, they'll automatically assign you a personal helicopter. Dong Qing frowned, thinking to herself, This kid seems to have gotten even stronger. I really can't see through him at all anymore. She said to Lu Sheng, All right, let's talk business. 3 days ago, all the provincial training camps in the Eastern Theater announced they had concluded. The chosen candidates have been decided. I've looked through the documents carefully. Her expression turned serious. This batch of participants was stronger than any before. Qin Xiaojun picked up a stack of papers and said, Hey, if it weren't for you, I'd really have to step into the ring myself. Over 80% were martial arts geniuses, including one who specialized in elemental control. Moreover, one person has already passed the level 2 Spirit Master assessment. There are over 20 geniuses with strength at level 3 or above. And in the end, there's even a monster with level 4 strength. Lu Sheng listened without any worry or tension, just letting out a casual, oh. Dong Qing forced a smile and said, Hearing about how strong those people are, don't you feel anything at all? Lu Sheng put on a very fake expression and said, that's really over the top. I'm incredibly shocked. Qin Shaojun pointed at him and laughed. You're being so fake, kid. I knew that for a monster like you, no matter how impressive others are, you wouldn't feel a thing. Just tell him about the rewards already. Hearing the word rewards, young Lu Sheng's eyes lit up like stars. His spirit instantly lifted. Dong Qingshui began to explain, I knew you'd be interested in this. This year's selection is very special. The commanders of the Eastern Theater will all be there to watch. Also, this selection won't just be about two sides drawing lots to fight. Both of them look serious. It will be done in a different way, fighting against exotic beasts. Lu Sheng listened intently, looking at his own hands, wondering. Exotic beasts? They were the strongest enemies in the world right now, appearing from fissures in the ground and the sky. Exotic beasts were infinitely powerful and incomparable. It was the strongest enemy the world had ever faced, emerging from rifts in the earth and the sky. A terrifying, boundless beast unlike anything else. Even though countless warriors sacrifice themselves on the battlefield every year, it's not enough to stop humanity from slowly losing its living space bit by bit. Lu Sheng got straight to the point, saying seriously, I didn't expect the military region to expose students to exotic beasts this early. It seems the situation on the front lines isn't looking too good. Seeing he understood so quickly, Dong Qingshui explained, exactly. All of our nation's powerhouses are looking for a way to break the deadlock. That's why the higher-ups decided that for future talents like you with high success rates, we won't be using the gentle, gradual approach anymore. Instead, we'll have you face the pressure head-on, using it as fuel to propel your martial path forward. Lu Sheng sat there listening intently. Qingshui continued. As some great figures say, only through blood and fire can one forge true top-tier martial arts experts. Don't be discouraged by the selection process getting tougher. The rewards have become much richer as a result. Lu Sheng let out an intrigued sound. Let's hear it. So, just making the top 10 gets you a portion of exotic blood, and top 3 gets you direct entry into the exotic blood pool, and if you top the Kimming rankings, you get into the exotic marrow pool? Lu Sheng was a bit puzzled by this. Exotic blood and marrow? What's so crazy about that? Dong Qingshui explained, it's a massive extraction of energy from the bodies of exotic beasts, far superior to the meat you ate at the training camp. That was just the most basic processing. Exotic blood is extracted from the beast's cellular fluid. Exotic marrow is their spinal fluid. The rewards the Eastern region has put up this time are all from beasts above level 4. This is unprecedented. Qin Shaojun, who was sitting nearby, suddenly stood up and said, people in the top 10 get a portion, maybe a few hundred milliliters, but those in the top 3 get into the pool. That's a whole reserve of nourishment. It's practically unlimited supply. I know you've got a big appetite, kid. This time, you can suck up as much as you want. A single portion of level 4 exotic blood sells for at least 50 million on the market. An entire pool of exotic marrow. That's easily worth at least 10 billion. Lu Sheng was interested but also surprised. Such precious stuff, and it's unlimited? He thought to himself, the cultivation of my indestructible golden body from the astral body refining technique requires a massive amount of energy. If I just keep using marrow cleansing pills and spirit blood broth, who knows when I'll finish the first stage. If I can get that much energy from the exotic blood or marrow, I can definitely shorten my cultivation time significantly. This is a golden opportunity. After a moment of thought, Lu Sheng said confidently, I understand, Instructor Dong. It looks like we've arrived. This is the Eastern Military Region. Looking down, the base is surrounded by thick, sturdy walls. Qin Shaojun, standing next to him, asked, so, impressive, isn't it? Lu Sheng didn't seem to think so. He thought to himself, impressive? What's there to be impressed by? The martial arts bases 10,000 years in the future were far larger than this, yet they were still heartlessly devastated by the beasts. Maybe that's what's truly impressive. The helicopter landed on a building's helipad. Lu Sheng stepped off and prepared to head to his room. After walking a bit, Dong Qingshui called out, Lu Sheng, I'll come get you tomorrow. She looked at him and added, if you need anything, just use the terminal on the wall. Someone will help you. Get some good rest today. Lu Sheng didn't really know how to answer, so he just nodded silently. Soon after, Lu Sheng returned to his room and lay down on the bed. Before long, he drifted into the dreamscape. The scene was the same. The girl on the snowy mountain surrounded by icebergs. She stood there, majestic and powerful as ever. Lu Sheng looked at her, thinking that just standing there, watching her already filled him with fear. But then, he flashed a confident smile. No, he was going to challenge her again. He began activating his blood chi amplification, followed by the flame exchange breathing technique. Fire flared up, creating a vortex around him. His eyes burned bright. The Mingwang divine reflection, manifesting as a valiant, muscular figure, 10 times the power a massive fist was unleashed. The Grandmaster's technique, the sun and sky burning with flames. Suddenly, Lu Sheng felt a sharp pain and broke into a cold sweat. He had woken up. He sat in a meditative posture, reflecting on it. He had failed again, but having prepared thoroughly, it wasn't like he had no hope of fighting back. This battle had refined his martial arts even further, pushing over 10 martial techniques to the perfect realm. The tenfold martial path had advanced another step. Most importantly, he had overcome the fear of death. His mental state was now even more determined and pure. While lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. Lu Sheng opened it. Instructor Dong, Instructor Qin Xiaojun asked, "Hey, Lu Sheng, how was the rest?" It's fine, just a bit stuffy and hot in the room." Dong Qingxue told him, "Can't be helped. Just a few hundred kilometers straight past the eastern military region is the primary front line against the beasts. Many beasts release toxic gases, so the base is very strict about air filtration." She suddenly stared at him, hesitating. Lu Sheng saw this and laughed. What is it? Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just, you seem a bit different today compared to yesterday." Lu Sheng was surprised. "Oh?" It seemed he really gave off a different impression. Qin Xiaojun agreed with her. "Yeah, I feel it too." Instructor Dong wondered to herself. Yesterday, he was like a piece of jade covered in grit and sand. But today, that layer had been washed away, just like a piece of jade that had been polished. Facing the two puzzled instructors, Lu Sheng started showing off, saying confidently, "Maybe I just got even better looking. At this age, people grow fast. It's totally normal for my features to look sharper." Qin Xiaojun laughed until he was tearing up. "Ha ha ha. All right. Your shamelessness really is your signature style. I have to admire that." Dong Qingxue, standing there, was just speechless. Afterward, the three of them left. On the way, Qin Xiaojun asked Lu Sheng, "Hey, tell me the truth. How confident are you about taking first place?" Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, Not that confident." Just then, someone approached and spoke up. Well, if it isn't Instructor Dong Qingxue, what a coincidence. It's been a long time. Remember last time we met? Still the same? Huh. Instructor Dong replied with a calm expression. "Shangguan Ling, you're still as annoying as ever." Lu Sheng wondered to himself, It doesn't seem like these two are at odds with each other, though. Upon hearing Dong Qingshue's remark, the man gestured toward Lu Sheng and started grandstanding. "Ha, look at yourself, Qin Xiaojun. It's one thing that you're a loser, but it seems your eye for talent is just as pathetic, isn't it? Is this the kind of person you picked? Are you trying to humiliate our Dongning province?" Instructor Qin pinched his nose and waved his hand in front of his face, implying he smelled something foul. He stared at him and said, "Shangguan Ling, brush your teeth before you start talking this early in the morning. Spreading that foul breath everywhere isn't doing you any good." He opened a folder, flipped through a few pages, and sneered. "What? Does your Dongyi province actually have a genius? Oh, wait, not really, huh? Why isn't there a star on your file? Is your team at lackluster?" Shangguan Ling continued. "Oh, this is interesting. How about this? Let's make a bet. Let's wager a Tier 5 marrow extract and see whose representative earns the higher title during the selection." Dong Qingxue spoke up, trying to goad Shangguan Ling. "Ah, we have 3 people, and you only want to bet 1 share? Where's the fun in that?" As soon as she finished, the 3 of them turned to leave, with Instructor Qin even giving him the middle finger as a challenge. "Shangguan Ling, if you've got nothing to back it up, stop acting so smug. It's just embarrassing." Dong Qingxue laughed and walked away, throwing one last comment over her shoulder. "You clearly can't afford this bet. Let's go." Shangguan Ling stood there, frowning and grinding his teeth in frustration. They had only taken a few steps when Shangguan Ling called out, "Hey, wait." He held up 3 fingers and said, "Fine. 3 shares it is. Let's bet 3 shares of Tier 5 marrow extract." Seeing Dong Qingshu stay silent, he mocked her. "What? Dong Qingshu, are you scared? Was raising the stakes just a way for you to back out of the bet? So, who's the one who can't afford to play now?" "Ha ha ha." Dong Qingshu gritted her teeth in anger and replied, "Fine, I accept." Shangguan Ling smirked smugly. "Ha ha ha, that's more like it." Then he turned and patted his subordinate on the shoulder. "Zhao Lai, did you hear that? That's what I call guts. 3 shares of Tier 5 marrow extract enough to boost your fire control talent to the next level. Aren't you going to thank Instructor Dong Qingxue?" Following his lead, Zhao Lai placed a hand over his chest and said with a smug expression, "Well then, Zhao Lai naturally thanks Instructor Dong Qingxue in advance." Qin Xiaojun was shocked and yelled, "What did you say? A martial artist with elemental control talent, damn you. Shang Guanling, did you try to deceive us? You didn't even put his elemental control talent in the file? Shang Guanling laughed heartily. Ha ha. Who says everything has to be written in the file? You're just stupid for not being prepared. 3 shares of tier 5 marrow extract. Baby. Ha ha ha. Instructor Qin was so angry he was shaking, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained completely calm, and Instructor Dong seemed unbothered. As soon as Shang Guanling left, King Xiaojun dropped his facade, coughed a few times, and said, "So, was my acting good? Could you tell I was putting on a show?" Dong Qingxue walked away, muttering to herself, "Ha, everyone hides a bit of their strength in their files. Only a fool like Shang Guanling would think he's the only one who knows that secret. Elemental control, ha, impressive. I wonder how that compares to a tier 3 spirit master." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shook his head and told Instructor Qin, "That was awful. The expressions were over the top, and the movements were stiff, not convincing at all." Dong Qingxue turned her back and said to Lu Sheng, "The Shangguan clan and the Dong and Qin families have never gotten along. That man is notorious for his foul mouth. He has to throw jabs every time we meet. Also, our region has been lacking in geniuses, which is why we've been pushed around and couldn't hold our heads up. So, all our hopes are pinned on you now. Don't worry about the bet. I agreed to that myself. If I lose, I'll pay all 3 shares, and if we win, my share goes to you." Qin Xiaojun happily added, "Hey, you can have mine too." After walking a bit, they arrived. Dong Qingxue said to Lu Sheng, "All right, this is it. We can only take you this far. Someone will explain the selection rules to you shortly." "Got it, thank you." Instructors. As the elevator doors were about to close, Dong Qingxue stopped them. "Wait." She looked at him seriously and asked, "Lu Sheng, do you really have confidence in this selection? I mean, for the Morning Star title." Lu Sheng struck a pose as if he were deep in thought. A little, but not much." Hearing this, Dong Qingxue let go of the elevator door, and as the doors closed, only 2 questions echoed from the instructors. "Is that so?" "What does not much mean?" Their faces looked extremely worried, as if they saw no chance of winning. But suddenly, Lu Sheng smiled confidently and said, "About 99%. Unless, of course, I get disqualified right now, then I definitely wouldn't be able to reach the top spot." Inside the conference room, everyone stood up and saluted as someone entered. "Master Du. Master Du." He waved his hand to signal them to sit. "Sit down." This old man was the Major General and Level 7 Grandmaster Du Fei. He sat at the table and asked, "Have all the geniuses from the provinces gathered?" Instructor Dong reported quickly, "They have all gathered. The beasts for the selection have also been checked. Each contestant will enter their own designated trial path. The contestant who defeats all the beasts on their path and reaches the finish line first wins. The beasts placed on each path include 3 level 2 beasts, 1 level 3 beast, and 1 level 4 beast. At the final hurdle, they will face a quasi-level 5 beast, the golden-eye demon ape." Everyone in the room was shocked. A quasi-level 5 beast, and it was a golden-eye demon ape, the strongest combatant among beasts of the same level. "Even with a squad of officers, it takes 2 of us to handle it. Isn't this difficulty level too high for a bunch of 18-year-old students?" Dong Qingxue explained, "This quasi-level 5 golden-eye demon ape isn't meant to be defeated alone. They have to face it together. The Morning Star is a future military leader. Facing powerful enemies and pooling their strength to win is the only way forward. That goes even for their competitors." Du Fei's face darkened as he spoke. The Eastern Military Region guards the 2nd most important border of the Long Kingdom, and it's also the 2nd most dangerous front line. Yet we have consistently ranked last in the National Military Region competition for years. If even the best group of martial arts geniuses from the entire East can't even stand against a single quasi-level 5 beast, then the East, the Long Kingdom, has no future at all." His expression was grave, his words absolute, like iron driven into wood. The entire group of instructors could only hold their breath, silenced by his presence. Du Feiyu said calmly, "Begin. Let's see what kind of talent we have this year." "Yes, sir." One candidate accelerated, running at full speed. He thought to himself, "This selection is the most unique one in years. I am the hope of Haithan Province. I have what it takes to become the Kai Ming War Star." As he finished speaking, he encountered a massive, grotesque beast. The guy was startled, panic rising as the beast lunged at him. He was quickly pinned down. Furious, he cursed, "Damn you, you filthy beast." The beast slammed him against the wall. Gritting his teeth and eyes bulging, he used every ounce of strength to hold it back. "Damn it, do you have any idea who I am? I'm the strongest genius here. Don't even think about it." Looking at the situation, it was clear. this young man wouldn't make it through. The beast had mutated and gained the upper hand. Inside the observation room, Du Fei Yu watched the screen and commanded, "The Kaiming War Star is humanity's brightest new beacon. Those chosen are the country's hope. Being merely outstanding isn't enough. We need someone who transcends the ordinary." He instructed the safety officers to keep a close watch, adding that they were the future of the nation, so they shouldn't be allowed to get hurt. Zoom in on the candidates marked with stars. Let's see how the genius among geniuses performs. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the genius representative from Dongzhe Province, Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old. She was an elemental control-type martial artist. Kong Qing specialized in lightning elemental control, currently at grade 1. The second was the genius representative from Jiangzhou Province, Jia Haoren. He was 18 years and 3 months old, a grade 3 martial artist with psychic talent. He had already passed the grade 2 psychic examiner test. Next, the third was the genius representative from Shilin Province, Xingji. He was built like a tank, 18 years and 9 months old. A grade 4 martial artist capable of easily battling beasts. After finishing them off, he flashed a confident smile. He was a defensive-type martial artist. His current talent level was grade 3 iron body, and he was incredibly confident in his defensive abilities. Even the beasts were frustrated trying to attack him. One punch from him would blow them to pieces. Du Fei Yu saw this and gave his praise. Not bad, truly exceptional. These young people are indeed talented, easily handling grade 2 beasts and even one-shotting grade 3 beasts. This level of talent is eye-catching in any selection cycle. It seems there are a few. Suddenly, the old general stopped mid-sentence and zoomed in on a screen. He sounded surprised. Fire elemental control? This is also not bad. Why wasn't he given a star rating? Upon hearing Du Fei Yu's praise, Shang Guanling quickly stood up and reported, "General, Zhao Lai only recently awakened his abilities, so we didn't have time to update his file. My apologies." Du Fei Yu replied, "It's fine. Everything speaks through strength. You've done well. You've cultivated a good raw talent." "Yes, sir. That is only my duty." After he sat down, the other instructors whispered, "Humph," deliberately hiding his strength to get a high rating later. "We all know that kind of trick. He's just showing off." Then, another instructor signaled something. Du Fei Yu looked on, satisfied. "Good, very good. Breaking through to the first stage so quickly, he must be close." He was still speaking when he was startled by something else. "Huh? What is this speed? What on earth is happening on this path?" Du Fei Yu's voice echoed again. "What's going on this path? Why aren't there any red dots for the beasts? Quick, turn on the camera." Dong Qingshu quickly complied. The camera feed came on, and several beasts were already decimated on the ground. Du Fei Yu was astonished. It's only been 3 minutes since they started. Not only did he kill all the beasts, but his speed is faster than those 4 elites. He asked anxiously, and the surveillance room immediately replied, "We know who it is now." Dong Qingshu said, stunned, "This is Lu Sheng's designated path." On the screen, a profile photo of our boy, Lu Sheng, appeared. Rewinding the camera to 3 minutes ago, Lu Sheng walked into the fray step by step. This young man had pretty good luck. The moment he entered, he ran into a giant beast, a pair of blue glowing lights shining from its eyes and nostrils, its mouth dripping with saliva. The beast, hungry for meat, saw Lu Sheng and charged like a maniac. Lu Sheng remained calm, observing. In this fight, we'll see who ends up as the meal. At that moment, Lu Sheng showed his resolve, clenched his fist, and wore a super confident smile. "I've tasted your kind before. It's actually quite tasty." He threw a massive punch at it. A tremendous burst of energy followed Lu Sheng's strike. The punch shook the very space around them. Immediately after, one could only see the beast shattered on the ground, its remains scattered everywhere. The young man spoke dismissively. That weak. Just then, 2 more were crawling out from the door, ready to pounce. Seeing their companion obliterated, the other 2 went berserk and charged for revenge. One lunged close only to have Lu Sheng squeeze it with one hand, causing it to shriek in pain. The other was flattened by a single downward punch. Interesting. Lu Sheng easily finished off the beasts in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he could feel the power surging within his body. This ability was somewhat similar to the martial mastery realm, but a level higher and more comprehensive. Martial mastery focuses on concentrated power, precise strikes, and understanding weaknesses like reaching a state of omniscience. Suddenly, a dark force appeared from the wild boar's feet. There was nothing he couldn't perceive. A 3-tailed fox lunged quickly behind Lu Sheng, but he remained completely calm, feeling everything. Nothing was impossible. Lu Sheng used only a tiny pebble beneath his heel, yet he managed to kick it and blast the beast far away. This was the martial path of perfection. Du Fei Yu, watching through the camera, felt it was bizarre. Why is this contestant speed so fast? He's already reached the final gate. The other instructors agreed and discussed it. That's right, he looks completely ordinary, nothing stands out, but his punching power is incredible. Every beast is taken out in one hit. He never needs a second one. Du Fei Yu was curious about Lu Sheng and asked, "Is there a profile?" "Read it." Dong Qingxue picked up the file and read, "Representative of Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, 18 years and 5 months old, grade 3 martial artist, strength-type talent." Just then, Shang Guanling felt a prickle of worry. Could it be that he's been hiding it too? Everyone buzzed with talk. It's true, there hasn't been a single highlight. During the fight, he didn't reveal any special abilities. His physical attributes seem stronger than an average grade 3, but not quite at grade 4. Hearing the whispers, Du Fei Yu spoke up, asking, "Can none of you see what's really going on? This guy's clearly mastered at least 4 martial arts at the perfection realm or higher. Both his movement and fist techniques have reached the intrinsic realm, which is why his combat power is so exceptional." The instructors look tense, 4 or 5 perfection realm techniques, and 2 of them are even at the intrinsic realm. And he's only 18. Even if he started training in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be able to do that, right? Du Fei crosses his arms, looking pleased, and says, "It's been a long time since I've seen a martial arts genius this pure. You only saw that kind of talent during the first 100 years when martial arts first emerged. As for now," suddenly, he is distracted by something unexpected. His eyes and mouth wide open as he lets out a startled grunt. A beast is clinging to the wall behind Lu Sheng, its whole body trembling as if about to strike. Lu Sheng seems to have sensed the hidden danger. The next moment, a clone of the beast lunges forward with incredible speed. They've surrounded Lu Sheng. Suddenly, several clones of the beast pounce all at once, trying to maul him to death. But that's not going to be easy. A surge of green energy forms a vortex around Lu Sheng. This is the omniscient martial path. He continues to sense that the potential of this path is even more terrifying than he imagined. He grabs one by the neck with one hand, then gleefully uses the beast to vault himself into the air. Just before landing, Lu Sheng slams the beast down hard. That was absolutely top tier and flashy. After finishing it off, Lu Sheng walks away leisurely, leaving the beast twitching on the ground. Du Fei stands up, unable to believe his eyes. Level 4 Thailand leopard. Just like that, only now does Du Fei realize. I was wrong. This kid's fist technique isn't at the intrinsic realm, it's at the mastery realm. Qin Xiaojun strokes his chin with an intrigued smile. He says, "So that's what he meant by 99%. That level of confidence is justified, then. Haha." The instructor Shang Guanling, sitting nearby, breaks into a cold sweat as he recalls their previous bet. He grits his teeth in frustration. Qin Xiaojun flips him the bird, mocking, "What are you looking at, you stupid, foul-mouthed idiot?" At this moment, Lu Sheng walks along, thinking, that beast just now was the last one in the pathway. This test has been a decent way to check the limits of the first stage of the omniscient martial path. Standing before a gate, Lu Sheng believes he can sense a very powerful beast aura up ahead. Entering the chamber, he finds a golden-eyed demon ape locked in an iron cage. Lu Sheng begins to loosen up his muscles, asking playfully, "Is it you? Since the warm-up is over, I don't need to hold back anymore." The golden-eyed demon ape roars fiercely, looking terrifying, though frankly, it's hideous, as ugly as an ape can get. Lu Sheng raises his fist, looking incredibly cool, and yells, "Tremble before me." Standing before Lu Sheng now is the giant, level 5 quasi-boss, the golden-eyed demon ape. Du Fei rests his chin on his hands, watching the camera feed intently. Dong Qingxue, standing beside him, continues the briefing. The golden-eyed demon ape for the final stage hasn't been released yet. We'll remove the chains once the time is up and the other geniuses have arrived. As she reads the report, Dong Qingxue thinks to herself, "Lu Sheng, you've truly given me too many surprises. I knew you were strong, but I never expected you to be this strong." The star of the Kaiming General, a dream once thought unreachable, is actually becoming a reality through Lu Sheng. Two instructors whisper to each other, "With Lu Sheng's strength, as soon as the other star-ranked geniuses arrive, we'll definitely have enough people to kill the level 5 ape." But the other replies, "Actually, no. Maybe we don't need that many people. Even just 1 or 2 people assisting him would give him a chance to kill it. The total score is calculated based on the speed of penetration and the contribution value after the final ape is killed." Just then, Lu Sheng walks up to the iron cage holding the level 5 quasi-boss. The two instructors speculate. It looks like Lu Sheng is the star of this competition after all. Suddenly, while they're talking, the instructors are struck with shock. They can't believe their eyes, sweating profusely and staring in disbelief. Lu Sheng has broken the iron cage holding the golden-eyed demon ape. Even the ape itself is caught off guard. Then the ape begins to stand up. It growls as if it has something to say. Facing the giant ape, Lu Sheng looks tiny, but of course, that doesn't dampen his fighting spirit one bit. He waves his hand, taunting it. Come on then, let me see. Is there really any difference between a quasi-level 5 beast and a level 5 martial artist? Hurry up. Don't let the others interrupt our fight. The instructors stare with their mouths wide open. What? This kid intends to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape all by himself. Is he insane? This isn't confidence, it's arrogance. But another instructor speaks up. Wait, don't forget. Based on the strength he's shown so far, the intrinsic realm movement, those perfection realm martial arts, and the golden-eyed demon ape's specialty is brute force. By brute force, I mean raw punching power. As long as he avoids a head-on collision, he might actually have a chance. Immediately after, the giant golden-eyed demon ape shatters its iron chains. It roars with its mouth wide open, its eyes rolling back as if it's going berserk. It struggles to break the remaining chains, then glares and screams violently, revealing 2 long, massive fangs. Lu Sheng begins to circulate his energy, preparing for a direct confrontation with the golden-eyed demon ape. Boom! A massive sound erupts as the two clash, their fists connecting and sending a shockwave throughout the area. The 2 instructors stare in disbelief, gasping. What? He's taking it head-on? Lu Sheng's hand is so small compared to the golden-eyed demon ape's. The young man is holding his own against the ape's giant fist. The ground begins to crack in all directions. Lu Sheng supports himself with one hand while holding a defensive stance. Quickly, the ape prepares to unleash a second massive punch. The instructor Shang Guanling smiles smugly. Ha! A stupid, arrogant kid. Taking a direct hit from the golden-eyed demon ape's strongest punch. Even with 10 lives, he wouldn't survive. Dong Qingshu calls out in worry. Lu Sheng. Down below, amidst the clouds of dust, the golden-eyed demon ape is swinging its second punch, a giant fist coming down from above. The powerful fist quickly pierces through the white smoke, and Lu Sheng down below strains to block it. Lu Sheng strikes back with a punch. Another loud boom rings out, and the aftershock sends dust billowing even thicker. Seeing the golden-eyed demon ape fall backward, Du Fei can't help but exclaim, "Not bad, kid." Flames ignite all around them. Lu Sheng looks at the ape with intense interest. Oh, not bad. You took a punch with 10 times the force of a star and didn't die. You're worthy enough to be my dinner. Shang Guanling gasped, unable to believe his own eyes. A massive sea of flames erupted around the young man, Lu Sheng. He looked at it coldly, raised his fist, and said, "Take this punch, and rest easy as you die." 10 suns lighting the sky. A single punch was thrown, and the brilliant, blinding light left everyone unable to see a thing. Du Fei stared at the screen, glued to the action. Dong Qingshu is anxious yet incredibly expectant. A moment later, the golden-eyed demon ape let out a cry of agony. Lu Sheng was unleashing the full power of his punch. The golden-eyed demon ape was sent flying, the sea of flames burning it to a crisp. Du Fei couldn't believe his eyes. Looking at Lu Sheng's valiant form, he was certain. That was the aura of a grandmaster. Suddenly, he slammed his desk in excitement and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, fantastic. In all my life, I never thought I'd actually get to see someone barely 20 years old already manifest the will of a grandmaster. The path to level 7 has been opened. Just give it a little more time, and our eastern region will definitely have another grandmaster soon, Du Fei said, brimming with joy and satisfaction. A teenage grandmaster? Is Lu Sheng even stronger than me now? Down below, Qin Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief. You little brat, you really scared the hell out of me. After taking care of the golden-eyed demon ape, Lu Sheng exhaled. There's no trace of any more beasts left. Looks like this was the final stage. That's it. Kind of boring. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. If it's boring, I might as well make it fun for myself. With that, he sat down on the ground. Du Fei asked, puzzled. Huh? What is Lu Sheng doing? He's already killed the final boss all by himself, so why isn't he moving? Is he? Suddenly, he realized something and gave a wry smile. Haha, I get it now. Just leave him be. As long as he doesn't threaten anyone's life, let him play however he wants. The instructors below were also intrigued. My God, the scale of this genius selection has reached the entire eastern region. But in Master Du's eyes, that doesn't seem to matter at all right now. The only one he cares about now is that kid, Lu Sheng. What was that about not killing everyone? Does that mean killing 1 or 2 people isn't a problem? I wouldn't have dared to even think that. The final training boss, Lu Sheng, level 3 martial artist, level 3 spirit reader. Lu Sheng sat there, thinking to himself. The Star General selection is over. Now, it's Lu Sheng's playtime. While Lu Sheng waited calmly, other Candidates were clearing the previous stages to enter the final round. The young man Qingzi felt a dull ache all over his body after taking down the scaled leopard. He grimaced, thinking. The level 4 scaled leopard's strength was truly immense. His expression showed this had been a tough round. Even with my ironclad defense, I couldn't block all that damage. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the stage cleared, right? Xingji pushed open the door and stepped into the final round. It was a vast space, yet eerily silent, without a single sound. There was nothing ahead, so he thought, I must be the first one here. Suddenly, he looked up and was completely stunned. It was the golden-eyed demon ape. Once mature, these apes are the absolute overlords of level 5. In front of him, the ape had a huge, gaping hole right through its chest. Sitting on its hand was a young man with his back turned to him. Xingji wondered, who was that? At that moment, Xingji started sweating bullets, his whole body tense with caution. What kind of person could land a single punch that turns a level 5 overlord into this? Could it be? Xingji approached very slowly and carefully, cautiously bowing to say hello. Hi there. What's the situation here? Do I count as having passed the selection? Lu Sheng, sitting on the hand of the golden-eyed demon ape, only said one word, wait. The other boy jumped and looked up, asking, huh? At that same moment, the other two doors opened. Kong Qing from Dongzhe province, with her elemental control talent, and the long-haired guy, Jia Haoran from Jiangzhou province, with his mental talent, stepped inside. Both looked incredibly confident. Kong Qing was still casually blowing bubblegum. Jia Haoran stood there with his hands in his pockets, posing coolly as he asked, You're Xingji from Shilin province, right? I think I met you before. Xingji turned to look at him. Jia Haoran pointed and asked, Is this the finish line? And what's that supposed to mean up there? Hearing this, Kong Qing looked closer and seemingly realized it was the leader of the beasts, a peak level 5 golden-eyed demon ape. All three frowned in confusion. Xingji said, No way, that corpse is probably just there to scare us. Otherwise, no one here could possibly defeat a golden-eyed demon ape. Feeling like something was off, Jia Haoran immediately asked, Then what is he doing sitting on it? Xingji had a new idea and exclaimed, I get it now. That person must be the final stage guardian for our selection. If we pass his test, we'll likely pass the stage. Xingji's words left Kong Qing and Jia Haoran looking puzzled. Huh. Xingji crossed his arms and acted all tough, confidently saying, Hey, you guys didn't see that coming, did you? Suddenly, Lu Sheng stood up and held out his hand. You're very smart. With a radiant face and eyes glowing with a faint blue light as if starting a cunning plan, Lu Sheng told them he'd give everyone 5 minutes to get ready. 5 minutes from now, challenge me. Kill me, defeat me, and let me see what the candidates for this Star General selection are actually made of. Xingji put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Jia Haoran pointed at him and said, Yeah. Looks like the final stage of our selection doesn't involve dealing with beasts anymore, just dealing with him alone. Lu Sheng stood towering on the hands of the golden-eyed demon ape. He looked pretty impressive, to be honest. Seeing Lu Sheng's slender, scholarly appearance, Kong Qing said, But look at him. He doesn't even have any energy aura. His strength can't be all that, right? Hearing Kong Qing, Jia Haoran agreed. It was true. He couldn't sense any energy aura at all. Are the people from the Eastern Military District looking down on us? The three young prodigies were very confident, and for recovery, 5 minutes was enough. Just then, Jia Haoran used his spirit-reading ability to sense something, and he grew serious. But my intuition tells me his strength is definitely not that simple. What exactly is going on? Xingji countered. Even if he is strong, how strong can he be? The three of us represent the top-tier combat power of everyone under 18 in the entire East. Why would we be afraid of just one guy? Lu Sheng heard this and smiled smugly to himself. Are my acting skills better than Instructor Qin's? At the same time, via the camera feed, the instructors couldn't help but exclaim, This kid, wow, is he trying to beat up all the candidates at once? The old general, Du Fei, laughed heartily. Ha ha. This young man Lu Sheng is interesting. Truly very interesting. It seems we're in for a good show with Lu Sheng. Suddenly, an instructor spoke up. Commander, I request that you end the selection process immediately. It cannot go on like this. Other instructors raised their hands in agreement. I agree too. Seconded. This genius from Dongnan province is showing strength far superior to the others. It's highly likely he will cause irreparable physical and psychological damage. Qin Shaojun whistled and thought to himself, Dongtrak province, Jiangchao province, Fashlam province. So they are the chief instructors behind them. Ha ha. I'm starting to feel bad for their own geniuses. Getting crushed by Lu Sheng like this, it's honestly ridiculous. Dong Tin Twit also thought to herself, Ha, When they brought out the level 5 exotic beast, everyone didn't have this many complaints, but now that it's Lu Sheng, the reaction is even more intense. This just goes to show how dangerous everyone here already considers Lu Sheng to be. After hearing their opinions, the old general, Du Fei, held his ground, saying, "Fine, then, let's do this. Have the supervisors stay alert and be ready to step in to protect them at any moment. Don't let Lu Sheng beat them to death." Dong Tin Tuit promptly accepted the order. Understood. Shang Guanling was completely drained of strength at this moment. He fell backward, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The kid that Dong Tin Tuit brought, why is he so strong? It's bad enough to lose face and make a fool of myself. But now, I'm about to lose 3 bottles of premium exotic marrow. I'm done for. I'm truly done for. Back in the final stage, Xingji was now ablaze with energy, and he started with full confidence. I'm good, back to 90%. Jia Haoran chimed in, 90%. Kong Qing smirked, 80%. Dealing with him is more than enough. Even if that golden-eyed demon ape came back to life, I'd still have the guts to take it on. Lu Sheng's entire body began to radiate a mysterious green energy. He pointed at the 3 remaining candidates and laughed excitedly. Not bad. That's more like it. Everyone come at me together. If you defeat me, you'll be the Dawn Generals of this new batch. Upon hearing this, Xingji looked dismissive. Come at you together? No need. I alone am enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high into the air. Kong Qing looked disappointed. Damn it, he took the lead again. Jia Haoran calmly said it didn't matter. If he wanted to go first, let him. It was a good chance to see the true strength of the garrison guards. But then again, looking at Xingji's muscular physique, Jia Haoran couldn't help but admire him and said, that guy's strength is terrifying indeed. He must be the strongest among the 3 of us. Xingji was flaming with power, his muscles bulging. He hardened both his hands and clenched them tight, then lunged rapidly toward Lu Sheng. He immediately used his defensive talent, Iron Body, at full strength. Seeing Xingji's overwhelming power, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran had their eyes wide open as they exclaimed, this power, he's at the peak of level 4. At the same time, as Xingji charged like a rocket, the young man Lu Sheng stood calmly, watching. Xingji's eyes were burning red, full of determination to win. While Xingji rushed forward with all his might, Lu Sheng just used one finger to block him. If you're so good, then beat me. To make matters worse, Lu Sheng even let out a yawn, acting as if the fight was incredibly boring. Seeing the garrison guard block him with just one finger, Xingji was shocked and stammered, Huh, how is that possible? Immediately after, Lu Sheng gave a light flick and sent Xingji flying away. He slammed into the ground with a massive thud. His 2 teammates were naturally frozen in shock for 5 seconds. A cloud of dust rose up, debris scattered everywhere. But Xingji's situation was still unclear. Lu Sheng looked at the other 2 and said, Hey, are you 2 really not going to come at me together? Lu Sheng stood on the hand of the giant golden-eyed demon ape, waiting, while Xingji remained motionless in the pile of rubble, with dust still swirling around. Despite Lu Sheng's provocation to attack together, Kong, Qing, and Jia Haoran just stood there, stunned and not daring to rush forward. Both were intimidated by Lu Sheng's power, having taken down Xingji so quickly. Jia Haoran was terrified. He took down Xingji in one hit. He looked so young. How could he have such terrifying strength? Seeing Lu Sheng jump down from the demon ape, both of them flinched and backed away, their faces pale with fear and cold sweat, relying on their own limited knowledge. Jia Haoran explained, I once heard that some martial artists, when they were young, were too ambitious and drank supplements indiscriminately, leading to hormonal imbalances in their bodies. Their bodies stopped developing early, so even after 40 years old, they still look like they're in their 20s. This guy must be one of those people. Kong Qing uneasily let out a huh and asked, You mean he looks like he's 17 or 18, but he's actually old enough to be our father? What kind of eternal youth is that? The military is so devious. Are they doing this to catch us off guard? Jia Haoran furrowed his brow, answering tensely, Exactly. After all, this is the selection for the entire eastern region. They'll use any means necessary. But I really couldn't have imagined that this final stage would be this hard to fathom. They even found a walking medicine cabinet. Seeing the 2 of them just standing there without attacking, Lu Sheng started to lose patience, thinking, did these 2 get their brains scrambled by the exotic beasts? Lu Sheng walked up in front of them and asked, Are you done discussing? He smiled pleasantly and said, How about this? Let's change it up. How about it? If you 2 can make me take a single step back or block just one of my attacks, you pass. What do you say? Kong Qing and Jia Haoran's eyes went wide with shock. Immediately after, Kong Qing seemed to snap. Her body erupted with powerful green light, her eyes turned glowing white-green, and she shouted, Don't you dare look down on us. Jia Haoran also gritted his teeth, his body surging with purple energy, and sharp, purple-colored iron spikes appeared around him. Jia Haoran unleashed a palm strike, and the purple iron spike shot rapidly toward Lu Sheng. Seeing the opponents take the initiative, Lu Sheng looked quite happy and ready. Yeah, that's more like it. Inside Jia Haoran's head, he was mocking Lu Sheng. Hemp, you insect. No matter how strong you are, you'll regret looking down on a level 2 spirit master. Let's see how you dodge these solid iron spikes. Lu Sheng held his hand out in front of him, and powerful energy radiated from his body as he adopted a defensive stance. Jia Haoran's iron spikes were completely useless against Lu Sheng. Just like that, all those sharp needles thrown by Jia Haoran were suddenly brought under control by Lu Sheng. The guy gathered them all into a neat pile right in front of him. Then he tossed them back toward Jia Haoran. Seeing this, Jia Haoran broke into a cold sweat, staring blankly like a complete idiot, and stammered, How? How is that even possible? He couldn't even keep his footing and stumbled backward. The reinforced iron he had put his entire strength into launching had just been caught with bare hands. Ignoring Jia Haoran's frantic nonsense, Lu Sheng turned to Kong Qing, giving her a gentle smile. Your turn. Pikachu. Kong Qing had the ability to discharge 10,000 volts, a formidable power, but she stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes went wide with shock. What? Lu Sheng had grabbed her wrist with effortless ease. He looked at her and said, That's not how it's done, you know. Did your head instructor never teach you not to lose focus during a fight? Kong Qing fell back, feeling incredibly curious, wondering how he could have just grabbed her like that. What kind of speed and reflexes were those? Lu Sheng dropped a line that left her stunned for a second. All right, now go ahead and shock me. She blinked, completely confused. Lu Sheng grabbed Kong Qing with one hand while waving the other, provocatively urging, Don't you get it? Zap me. Use your 10,000 volts. If the intensity is enough to satisfy me, maybe I'll reconsider letting you pass. Kong Qing, feeling stung and frustrated, gritted her teeth and shouted, Look, I already told you, stop looking down on me. With that, she unleashed a massive surge of electricity. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing it. Not bad. This is the one. He slowly felt the sensation of the lightning coursing through his body, putting all his energy into his natural breathing technique, transforming the power of the lightning into his own. A loud blast erupted, the shockwave blowing everything away. Lu Sheng's voice echoed, Success. Hearing that, Kong Qing looked absolutely bewildered. Huh? What did I just do? The residual electricity was still crackling on Lu Sheng's body. Fourth special breathing technique, thunder breathing. Lu Sheng turned and walked toward Kong Qing, offering his praise. Not bad at all. The young man even reached out and patted her on the shoulder with great satisfaction. Very good, you've passed the selection. Kong Qing's jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh? What? What did he just say? She was so happy she turned bright red. I passed the Morning Star General selection. Just me. I'm the Morning Star General. Kong Qing was so overjoyed she started jumping for joy. Wow, the strongest combat power under 18 in the entire Eastern region. The title of the highest talented martial arts prodigy, it's such an honor. I actually did it. She excitedly turned and gave a salute to Lu Sheng. Thank you, instructor. Thank you for your recognition. Wait, did you just call me Pikachu? Well, I'm going to take Pikachu as my nickname from now on. Lu Sheng laughed and said, Haha, no need to thank me. It was your own excellence that earned my recognition. Keep working hard, Pikachu. Just then, Jia Haoran stood there with his arms spread out, looking confused. Wait, so that's it? She passed just like that. What kind of vague passing criteria is that? What the hell is going on? Xingji also asked regretfully. Is it over just like that? Was everything I worked for all in vain? As Lu Sheng was about to leave, an instructor suddenly walked in. He spoke to Lu Sheng. Had enough fun, have you? Lu Sheng from Dongning Province. The commander says you should go get ready for the Morning Star General Commendation Ceremony. Geez, why do monsters like you have to show up to compete? The three of them are seriously unlucky. Kong Qing, standing behind them, felt puzzled. Huh, what does that mean? Why would he be the one going to the Morning Star General Ceremony? Aren't I the Morning Star General? Wasn't he just the final gatekeeper for the selection? Jia Haoran and Xingji obviously couldn't believe their ears either. It's not him, is it? The instructor then pointed and explained, You guys misunderstood. He's the same as you, a contestant in the selection. He just arrived 20 minutes earlier. He pointed at the golden-eyed demon ape and said there was no such thing as a final gatekeeper. Look, the final boss was this level 5 golden-eyed demon ape, and he sent it packing with a single punch. As for what happened earlier, he was just having a bit of fun. The three of them heard one shock after another, their faces going completely blank. Hearing that, Kong Qing looked like she was about to faint on the spot. The instructor panicked and shouted, Hey, contestant from Dongze province. Where are the medics? Get over here and help." Cutting to Zhao Lai's location, the men from instructor Shang Guanling's camp were the last on the track. He was jumping toward the beast, finally catching the target. After a long struggle with the beast, he finally captured it. Damn it, a level 4 exotic beast is really tough. Zhao Lai controlled the fire element, so flames quickly roared to life. The beast screamed as it was grilled to a crisp, and he kicked the pile of charcoal with a thud to make sure. Immediately after, Zhao Lai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. That was close. I almost got stuck out here. He was exhausted, his stamina and energy completely drained. Suddenly, he smiled triumphantly. But so what? Wasn't that the first time I've ever successfully killed a level 4 beast? He ran a hand through his hair and tilted his head back, feeling smug. It's a level 4, not a level 3 or 2. I can't even believe my own achievement is this brilliant. If I'm not mistaken, the instructors are probably watching me pass the selection right now. They must be shocked and horrified by my talent and strength, right? Haha. Suddenly, an instructor jumped down from above and asked, Zhao Lai from Dongyi province, right? Zhao Lai, unaware of the situation, struck a cool pose, happily puffing himself up. Oh, scare the hell out of me. Yeah, that's me. The instructor looked at the leaderboard and said, Don't go any further. The selection is over. Pack up and get ready to leave with me. Zhao Lai's results had been successfully uploaded to the system. Hearing that, Zhao Lai eagerly replied, The selection is over. How are my results, instructor? He asked urgently, gesturing to himself. Did I get first place? Am I the Morningstar General? The instructor gave a blunt answer that felt like a bucket of cold water to the face. Huh? What kind of dreams are you having? The Morningstar General was decided half an hour ago. Hearing the instructor's reply, Zhao Lai stood there, looking completely dazed and in disbelief. The instructor continued. The selection dragged on until now mainly because the instructors were just talking about Lu Sheng's little prank. But after a moment of thought, he said, Forget it. There's no point in talking to you. The talent you're proud of didn't even make the top 5. Just get going. Zhao Lai felt like he had just fallen into an abyss. What are you talking about? I'm outside the top 5. You've got to be kidding me. I'm Zhao Lai, he shouted, bitterness in his voice. Zhao Lai was the only one to have ever killed a level 4 exotic beast solo. Seeing him go berserk, the instructor just sighed, not knowing what to say. On the screen was an image of Kong Qing. Du Fei told Dong Qing Shui to add the young girl from Dongze province to the list for the exotic blood pool. He shook his head and remarked, That girl. It wasn't easy for her. Kong Qing's instructor jumped up, immediately thanking Du Fei. Thank you, master. He was overjoyed. Only the top 3 were qualified to enter the exotic blood pool. Lu Sheng was absolutely deserving of first place. Xingqi in second was also fair, but for third place, Jia Haoren and Kong Qing were neck and neck. But after all, she's a spiritual master, which is much rarer. He was beaming with satisfaction. He never expected to get results like this. Kong Qing, the price you paid was worth it. Keep it up, kid. The scene shifted to the young man, Lu Sheng. As he walked to his room, he pondered. After getting out of the selection tunnel, they sent me right back to get some rest. I thought I'd be off to collect my rewards right away. On the table sat 4 cans that looked like soda, but they weren't carbonated drinks, they were recovery potions. Lu Sheng stepped forward and picked up one that had a human head logo on it, turning it over as he thought, I guess this is the recovery potion they prepared for me. Do pharmaceuticals from this era even have any effect on me? Thinking it probably wouldn't do much, he still cracked it open and downed the whole thing. It was basically just a high-end functional energy drink useful for clearing the mind, but not much else. Lu Sheng opened the next can, but he waved his hand, visibly annoyed by the smell. Recovery speed is just too slow. It doesn't compare at all to the medicine I refine myself. Soon, whether it was the medicine kicking in or just exhaustion, he laid on the bed and drifted into thought. I wonder how He Lingsu's spirit energy bone refining is coming along. Haven't been in touch with her for a long time. I guess I'll just practice the technique again. Lu Sheng quickly felt electric currents coursing through his body. He looked at his hands and realized his breathing. The thunder breathing combines the strengths of fire breathing and wind breathing. It's faster and has more explosive power, but it still hasn't reached the limit of either. Basically, it's a powerful, balanced breathing technique. Lu Sheng sighed to himself. Am I pushing myself too hard? My peers, Zhou Xingqi and Liu Kaiming, are still just normal students, playing games and nodding off in class. Thinking of this, his heart felt heavy with anxiety. Does everyone have to live like this? What does the development of the world 10,000 years from now have to do with me, anyway? I'll be long dead by then. Maybe I won't even have any descendants. I don't even know if I'll live a full life, so shouldn't I just enjoy it and live comfortably? But suddenly, his hand clenched tight, his resolve firming up. No. If I've seen it with my own eyes, how can I pretend I didn't see anything? If I've already made my choice, why would I give up so easily? This isn't just for the people of 10,000 years from now. It's for myself. Lu Sheng stared at his fist, determined to give it his all. Even if his bones shattered, he had to push through. Not everyone gets to see where they end up, what they see, and burn their soul for it. After a long moment of contemplation, he became resolute, his hands clasped over his chest with hope. This is definitely my choice. Enough moping around. Time to keep grinding. Lu Sheng quickly opened the system to look up his historical data. The screen displayed name, Lu Sheng, gender, male, lifespan, Marshall University, June, year 297, Marshall Path, August, year 432, strength, level 7 martial artist. The history log appeared below. At 18, became a level 2 martial artist, shaking the foundations of Baihe City. Following that, under the introduction of the Baihe Martial Artist Association, participated in the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and took first place. That same year, participated in the Kaiming General Star selection and received the title of Kaiming General Star. Lu Sheng read and pondered. The personal details aren't much different from last time, just a bit more polished. Strength is still capped at level 7 Grandmaster, and my character rating has increased. 3.5 stars. Maybe this is related to me choosing to join the Eastern Military District. But it also says fighting large exotic beasts led to me dying 20 years earlier. If I hadn't died, could I have broken through to level 8 Great Grandmaster? When he reached the family status section, something seemed off. Lu Sheng's eyes went wide. Right there was a wedding photo of him and his wife. What the hell? Instructor Dong Qingxue? Who could have seen this coming? Lu Sheng was flustered. No way. Dong Qingxue is older than me. She's almost 30, right? On the screen was a bizarre scene. Dong Qingxue was carrying Lu Sheng in her arms. He couldn't understand how he ended up married to her. Isn't that robbing the cradle? This is too absurd. Then came an even more risque photo. Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat. Wait, this isn't right. Let me think. After joining the Eastern Military District and becoming the Kaiming General Star, if I'm not mistaken, I'd be spending a lot of time with her. In his imagination, Instructor Dong Qingxue had been secretly crushing on him. Lu Sheng shivered all over. Previous relationship plus future feelings. It seems this really could happen. He groaned, damn, Instructor Dong Qingxue is going to be my wife. I won't be able to look her in the eye again. Having been called out so many times in another location, Dong Qingxue couldn't stop sneezing. Lu Sheng walked along, swaying and stumbling, still trying to get his head straight. No, I need to find someone to vent all this on. He looked ahead, his face going blank, then he calmed himself down. Calm down, calm down. The female martial god I remember is in the other direction. Over here, people had already started gathering, waiting for the awards. Du Fei and the instructors had the prizes ready. The main man, Lu Sheng, obviously couldn't be absent. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and crowded. Old Du Fei saw Lu Sheng arrive and said, now that everyone is here, let's begin. The veteran General Du Fei saw Lu Sheng arrive and said, since everyone is finally here, let's get started. Lu Sheng stepped forward. Du Fei personally pinned a 999-carat gold badge onto Lu Sheng's chest. The young man looked sharp and incredibly handsome. After pinning the badge, the general said, the material is identical to a Grandmaster's badge, only the design is different. I hope that one day, you'll be wearing a real Grandmaster's badge. Meeting Du Fei's gaze, Lu Sheng quickly replied that he would make it happen. Lu Sheng bowed with hands clasped, radiating confidence, and added that the day wouldn't be far off. Du Fei laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll be waiting for that day. Instructor Qin Xiaojun, hearing this interaction and seeing the general's closeness, thought to himself that it was bold of Lu Sheng to say such a thing, but it didn't feel arrogant. It sounded as if he were simply stating an inevitable fact. Dong Qingxue thought to herself that the Eastern Military Region produced Dawn Star generals every year, but Lu Sheng was the first to receive such treatment from Du Fei. Next came the announcement. The top 10 finishers would each receive a vial of alien blood. The top 10 contestants were absolutely thrilled to receive this special reward. Du Fei gestured and said, Lu Sheng and the top 3, follow me. Everyone else is dismissed. Xingji was ecstatic. This is it. We're heading to the alien blood and alien marrow pools. Kong Qing was just as excited. These rewards for the Dawn Star General selection were the most generous they had ever been. Jia Haoren was overjoyed, knowing that originally, Only the top 3 were eligible for the alien blood pool, but because of someone like Lu Sheng, Du Fei had made a special exception for all of them. This is amazing. Down below, Cao Lai was practically bawling. The alien blood pool. And I only got a tiny fraction of blood. Damn it. My instructor even bet that if I lost, I'd have to hand over 3 more portions. For all I know, he might even take this portion away too. That guy really has a top-tier instructor. A moment later, arriving at the entrance to the alien blood pool, Du Fei asked the guard, "Is everything ready?" The guard immediately replied, "Everything is prepared. You may enter at any time. Everyone, get in there." As they stepped inside, the group broke into a cold sweat upon seeing a massive, intimidating beast skull hanging above. The general walked a bit further and stopped. "Here we are." He approached 3 blood supply pods and said, "You 3, strip down and get into the recovery pods." Jia Haoran and Xingji were as happy as if they'd hit the jackpot, quickly replying, "Yes, sir." Kong Qing, however, was a bit startled. "Huh, strip down right here?" But the temptation of the reward was too great, and she quickly took off her clothes. Wow, this is grade 5 alien blood. Clad only in a bikini, showing off her stunning figure, Kong Qing seemed to cast all shame aside and exclaimed, "An entire pod just for me to absorb? This is so much stronger than that single portion of blood." She immediately climbed into the pod. Nearby, the general said to Lu Sheng, "Lu Sheng, follow me. I'm taking you to the alien marrow pool." Du Fei, and Dong Qingxue led him toward the pool. Lu Sheng stepped inside, looking around curiously. He asked, confused, "Is this the alien marrow pool? Why is it only half full?" "I'm a star general. Surely you couldn't be that stingy, right?" His future wife replied, "Only half. Do you have any idea how much this marrow cost? Over 1.5 billion. And that's just the base cost. If you were to sell it, it would be worth at least 10 times that." Lu Sheng was stunned. 1.5 billion? I see. So, what if this isn't enough for me to absorb? Can I get a refill? Dong Qingshu laughed, telling him to finish what was there first. No one has ever been able to absorb this much before. She turned to leave and added, "Get in there. Absorbing this marrow won't be as simple as you think." Lu Sheng nodded. "All right, let's get started." Lu Sheng stepped into the pool, revealing his muscular, chiseled physique. His future wife, or as some might call her, the heavy-duty aircraft. Dong Qingshu pressed the start button, thinking, "This kid is actually looking pretty fit. Looks like he's really been working hard." Inside the pool, Lu Sheng felt as if he had been transported to another dimension, hit by a massive surge of power from the marrow. Clenching his teeth, Lu Sheng grunted, "Ugh, this is the alien marrow? Such immense power. It feels like a living creature is crawling inside my body. So that's how it is. No wonder they say it's impossible to absorb it all. The pressure on the body is insane. Perfect. Come on, then I'll take it all." His eyes shifted to a piercing white blue, determined to claim even the power of an alien beast as his own. A majestic blue dragon began to manifest around him. The scene shifted to the alien blood pods where Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Ji were. Jia Haoran was straining to absorb the blood. A moment later, he exhaled, "Is this grade 5 blood?" Looking at the monitor, the instructor noted that the absorption rate was impressive. He's nearly drained an entire pod. Not bad for a tier 2 spirit medium. Jia Haoran wiped his hair with a towel, clenching his jaw. This alien blood is a huge gain. It's just a shame I can't absorb any more right now. "What about the others?" the instructor asked. "They haven't come out yet. You were the first. But don't be discouraged. Your strength relies on spiritual power. In martial arts, your path is just slightly different from theirs." That comment made him stiffen, but he still smiled. "Haha, I guess so." Kong Qing's pod opened, and she stepped out, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. She looked at her palms, feeling incredible. "I absorbed the whole pod. I can feel myself on the verge of breaking through to level 4. My talent has leveled up too. This is amazing." The instructor looked on with envy, absorbing a whole pod. Her talent is truly something else. Next, Xing Zi stepped out, exclaiming, "Fantastic." He was radiating heat, his face lit up with excitement. This alien blood is a true treasure. A little more consolidation and I'll break through to level 5. The instructor laughed and praised him. "Haha, you really are a genuine genius. Going from level 4 to level 5 inches just 1 year? Back in my day, it took me nearly 10 years. The younger generation truly is outshining their predecessors. Your clothes are ready. Go change and we'll head back." Suddenly, Jia Haoran ran over, pointing at Xingji and asking, "Xingji, you?" He hasn't even finished absorbing the first chamber of strange blood, and he's already on the verge of a breakthrough. Hearing Jia Haoran's question, Xingji didn't bother to answer and just walked away. The new instructor answered for him instead. He already finished the first chamber. This is his second one. Jia Haoren was stunned. 2 chambers? His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. That meant in roughly the same amount of time as them, he'd absorbed 2/3 more strange blood. Jia Haoren sighed, "Man, I was already no match for Xing Ji, and now the gap is probably even wider." Kong Qing, standing nearby, chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "Strength isn't on the same level. There's always a gap between geniuses." While Jia Haoren and Kong Qing were in awe, Xing Ji suddenly jumped back, having seen something. Before his eyes, looking at the scene inside the strange marrow chamber, he blurted out in shock, "What? How is that even possible? What the hell is the amount of strange marrow he's absorbing? This is unbelievable." While everyone else had finished their absorption, the young man Lu Sheng was still going at it inside the marrow chamber. Everyone was intensely focused, watching the situation and ready to provide support if anything went wrong. Du Fei asked, "How is it? Is it still going smoothly?" Hearing him ask, Dong Qingshui replied, "It's very smooth, sir. It's just that the marrow consumption is a bit fast. He's already at 14. Seeing Lu Sheng's impressive absorption rate, Du Fei said, "Even though his performance is better than his peers, he's still just a kid. Pour all the reserved marrow fluid in. Let's try to maximize the results." Suddenly, the chamber let out a beep. The operator panicked and reported, "It's not good. It's not good. We have a major problem. The reserved marrow fluid had already been completely drained. What's left in the chamber is the very last bit. The levels are dropping rapidly." Even Du Fei was stunned. "What? When I had my breakthrough to Grandmaster, I only absorbed half a chamber." He immediately pointed and ordered, "Hurry. Go get everything from the warehouse right now." Dong Qingshu replied, "Yes, sir," and sent people to fetch the stock. Du Fei moved closer to the machine, watching Lu Sheng through the glass, thinking, "I want to see just how big of a surprise this kid can give me." Very quickly, the marrow was replenished. Inside, the young man continued to absorb it non-stop, a golden glow rapidly covering his entire body. He was taking advantage of the moment to train his everlasting body technique while absorbing the marrow. Golden light erupted from the chamber in all directions. The marrow levels dropped fast again. And of course, as long as he didn't stop absorbing, it kept getting topped up. Massive barrels of strange marrow were poured into the tank. Inside the chamber, the levels kept dipping, only to be quickly sucked dry by Lu Sheng. Everyone was terrified at how fast it was disappearing. It was gone the second it was poured. An operator asked, "General, should we continue?" Du Fei's expression was firm and decisive. "Keep feeding the kid. Let him eat all he wants. I don't believe he can suck dry the entire supply of this massive military region. Pour it all into the tank for me." Huge, gigantic barrels of strange marrow were poured into the reservoir continuously. "This is incredible. The immense energy this marrow brings is finally helping me complete the stage of the immortal golden body. And this is only level 4 marrow, it's already this terrifying. If it were level 5, 6, or even 7, it's unimaginable." The operator asked again, "Should we keep going?" Du Fei slumped to the ground. Barely able to believe it, he felt like he might have a stroke. His hands were shaking, but he remained firm in his decision. "Keep adding more. Keep going until he stops absorbing. Damn it, if this kid doesn't join my Eastern military region later, I'm going to skin him alive. Because one bottle costs 1 billion, and I've already blown 10 billion, and that's at cost price." Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng felt the changes in his body very clearly. He felt like a volcano was erupting inside him, his internal energy hot like lava, his bones stained a blinding, radiant gold. This was internal energy. He had officially surpassed level 3 and entered the level 4 warrior rank. Lu Sheng looked at his hands, fascinated. His process of leveling up from 3 to 4 was completely different from everyone else's. They could only generate internal energy, but not only did he have that, he had also successfully mastered the first stage of the immortal golden body. This constitution signified a massive breakthrough, with his overall combat power receiving a terrifying boost like never before. The golden light flashed so brightly that the protective glass of the chamber began to crack. The staff in the marrow facility were terrified. Du Fei was shocked. Lu Sheng finished off all the level 4 marrow. The entire military region's reserves weren't enough for him alone. Du Fei looked on with high expectations. My God, is there a black hole hidden inside this kid's body? What kind of monster is he? His future wife, Dong Qingshui, could only stay silent, her cheeks turning a faint, unconscious red. Inside the chamber, the fog was thick, when suddenly, Lu Sheng sat up, a golden glow illuminating the entire room. He quickly put his shirt back on, feeling like he'd actually grown taller. Kong Qing, Xing Ji, and Jia Haoren stood outside, trembling in disbelief. Xing Ji gritted his teeth. Why? Why? Why is he so strong that I don't even have a hope of catching up? No, I mean, he's so strong I couldn't even imagine it. Even Xingji couldn't fathom it, so there was no point asking Kongqing and Jia Haoran, who were deflated and speechless. Seeing this, Dong Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Sheng, you've already surpassed me. In less than 2 short months. This is truly shocking. Suddenly, Du Fei called out to Lu Sheng, leaving him confused. Then Du Fei's voice boomed, take this, kid. The older you get, the sharper the blade. The general's strength was no joke. Waves of green energy radiated from him. Dong Qingxue shouted in worry, General. Lu Sheng, however, was incredibly confident, fire radiating from his entire body. He quickly clenched his fists and took a defensive stance, flames burning violently around him. Du Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. Good kid, you've got some of that fire from back in the day. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, sending the facility staff scrambling for their lives. A shockwave erupted with massive force, leaving Xingji stunned. Whoa, is this a clash between 2 grandmasters? The young man, Lu Sheng, was sent skidding back a long distance, stumbling as he tried to regain his footing. The young man then looked up and said, Master Du, the pressure you're putting out is way too much. I've only just broken through to level 4. The older man landed and questioned, Level 4? Haha. With golden bones and jade organs and a grandmaster level aura, your combat power is at least 500,000. Kid, and you're still telling me you're only level 4. Lu Sheng shrugged and replied, but I really am only level 4. Suddenly, Du Fei lost his patience and growled, I don't care if you're level 4 or not. You absorbed nearly 15 billion units of my mutant marrow fluid. Taking a punch from me is already letting you off easy. Do you want me to give you another one? Inside the marrow chamber, everything was in shambles, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Seeing Lu Sheng block a punch from Master Du, Qin Xiaojun clutched his head, eyes wide and jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? Master Du is a bona fide level 7 Grandmaster. His direct attack had a combat power of at least 1 million, yet Lu Sheng blocked it and completely neutralized the blow. Kongqing, Jia Haoran, and Xingji were all drenched in cold sweat. Kongqing's eyes went blank, his mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. Lu Sheng walked forward, looking sharp and composed. Jia Haoran pointed, trembling so hard he looked like he might laugh and cry at the same time. Ha ha ha. Are we actually competing against a monster like that? Never in history had there been a Dawn General star this terrifying. Kongqing looked so scared he felt like his soul was leaving his body. Dong Qingshu glanced over, watching Lu Sheng while listening to Instructor Qin. This kid, Lu Sheng, is even stronger than me now, and he's only 18. He hasn't even taken the general exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Xiaozhen's eyes widened in shock. He jumped and blurted out, wait, the general exam. Dong Qingshui pondered this for a moment. Then, looking incredibly satisfied and confident, she said, the champion of the Dragon Ascension this year will definitely be Lu Sheng. Xingzi still felt a bit uneasy. Ha! Even though I knew I wasn't as strong as him, I didn't think the gap would be this massive. A combat power of 500,000. A level 4 warrior with the power of a peak level 6? What will happen when he hits level 5 or level 6? His combat power will probably blast past 1 million. He's not just a Grandmaster, he's already leagues beyond one. Plus, he's already revealed his Grandmaster. Will his path to being a Grandmaster is already laid out. Just thinking about it made Lu Sheng seem absolutely monstrous. Xingji slumped down, wondering. Even the amount of mutant marrow he absorbed is exponentially higher than mine. Is the gap between us really that vast? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was feeling a bit awkward in front of the old general, Du Fei. He scratched his head and said, did I really absorb 1.5 billion in marrow fluid? Heh. Master Du, you are truly generous. Heh heh. Du Fei turned back, his expression serious. Pumph. Fine. No need to thank me. When you get to the front lines, just make sure to kill plenty of mutant beasts. Don't waste the marrow fluid of our Eastern Military District. You hear me? Lu Sheng showed his resolve with confidence. That goes without saying. Going to the front lines to kill the enemy is the duty of every warrior. Especially since I've consumed so many resources, I must contribute even more strength. Du Fei smiled, satisfied. Haha, someone who prioritizes duty, you're actually a bit like the marshal. He turned his back and laughed. Ha, next time we meet, I reckon you'll already be a Grandmaster. I look forward to that day. Ha ha ha. His future wife, Dong Qingshui, walked over to Lu Sheng and said, the Dawn General Star assessment is effectively over now. You can focus all your energy on the general exam. She asked with concern, have you thought about which university you want to apply to? He asked, does Instructor Dong have any good recommendations? Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't quite seem to grasp what she was getting at. She advised him, With your current strength, you can choose any martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom. In our eastern region, the best is Dongning Martial University. Since you're from Dongning Province, you'll receive massive benefits and privileges in every aspect once you enroll. The young man rested his chin on his hand, eyes wide as he pondered. Dongning Martial University. That's your alma mater, right? Dong Shui. Dong Shui continued. If it were a month ago, I definitely would have told you to go to Dongning. Dong Shui raised a finger, looking extremely confident. But now, I recommend you go to the capital, because the capital is home to the 7 sacred martial universities, the cradle of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts, a place of immense growth. The top martial talents from across the country gather there. It is the true epicenter of power. Dong Shui used her body language to emphasize her point. If you can even break the records at the Sacred Martial Tower, you might gain the attention of a martial saint. Getting into a martial saint school makes it very likely you'll reach the realm of a level 8 Great Grandmaster. Lu Sheng was deeply curious and blurted out, a martial saint? Dong Shui looked at Lu Sheng and frowned. Then she continued, martial saints are the absolute peak of this world. They possess power that defies imagination, and they hold absolute authority, sometimes even surpassing the power of the military and the state. She explained, the Dragon Kingdom currently only has 3 level 9 martial saints. They are the Extreme Martial Saint, Zhao Ji, the Bright Jade Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu, and the Dark Star Martial Saint, Lin Zhengyu. Lu Sheng broke into a sweat as he thought. According to the seed system, the highest known level in this world is level 9, which means martial saints are the absolute pinnacle. Dong Shui added, so, I cannot decide for you, because I can feel it. Looking at Lu Sheng with high expectations, she said, your future could take you further than anyone else. You might even rival a martial saint. Hearing this, Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat. I didn't expect Dong Shui to think so highly of me. His gaze turned cold. A level 9 martial saint? I possess 3 level 11 cultivation techniques. In the future, I will definitely surpass that title of martial saint. Standing nearby, Qin Xiaojun heard their conversation and thought, that's a bit of a high expectation, isn't it? Lu Sheng was only level 4, and he was being compared to a level 9 martial saint, but then he dismissed his own doubt. No, perhaps my vision is just too limited. The innate talent he possesses, it's the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. Maybe it's not impossible. Dong Shui continued. Even in the Dragon Kingdom's military, the Grand Marshal, who is the highest-ranking officer, only reached the level 8 Great Grandmaster stage. As for level 9 martial saints, we don't have a single one. Lu Sheng asked her, why is it impossible? Isn't it just a 1-level difference? Can't the military's full support help someone break through? Qin Xiaojun walked over and said, it's not as simple as you think. Creating a level 8 Grandmaster already drains all the top-tier resources the military has. We have no idea how many resources a level 9 would actually consume, and there's an unimaginable gap between level 8 and level 9. Dong Shui said with a stern face, having a level 9 martial saint is my old wish, and it's the military's goal as well. She looked at him and said, so, as a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military District, I advise you to stay in the East. That way, there's a high chance you'll join our military district later on. Our expectations shouldn't become chains that bind you. Your path is yours to decide. Hearing this from Dong Shui, young Lu Sheng suddenly remembered the wedding photo of him and her. At that moment, he broke into a cold sweat, lowered his head, and let out a sigh. Then, he clenched his fist confidently. Thank you, Instructor Dong Shui. Thank you for your concern. Just like I promised Master Du, stepping onto the battlefield to protect our country is a lifelong duty for a martial artist. I will never forget the support and care the Eastern Military District has shown me. Hearing this, Dong Shui felt very happy. Her cheeks turned an adorable shade of red, and she replied, that's good. Even I'm charmed by a guy like that. Qin Xiaojun saw the two of them facing each other with faces as red as tomatoes and was completely confused. Instructor Qin's eyes went wide, and he covered his mouth, exclaiming, whoa, what kind of scene is this that even you are blushing? Dong Shui continued the conversation with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's selection was over, and since the college entrance exam was still a few days away, he decided to head to the Psychic Association to get tested, which would make logging into the astral network easier. Lu Sheng nodded and smiled. All right, I'll pack up a bit and head out. Seeing him turn to leave, Dong Shui hesitated as if she had more to say. Once Lu Sheng was out the door, Qin Xiaojun walked over to tease Dong Shui. Heh, we've known each other for so many years, and I've never seen you make an expression like that before. Do you have a thing for Lu Sheng, or what? Dong Shui shyly pretended to tap on her tablet and replied, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't have a thing for him, though it wouldn't be a surprise if I did. Just then, two bumps appeared on Instructor Qin's head, and Instructor Dong stormed off in a rage. She ran quickly to a wall and hid behind it, her face flushed red like a tomato, and the name Lu Sheng kept spinning in her mind. Oh my god, they say when a girl says no, she actually means yes. The next day, in the airspace of Dongning Province, a helicopter was hovering at low altitude. The sound of the engine filled the area. On board were Dong Qingshu, Lu Sheng, and Instructor Qin. The helicopter door was open, and the wind was blowing in fiercely. The whistling wind and the roaring engine made it very hard to talk. Dong Qingshu stood behind him and asked loudly, Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to jump off here? Lu Sheng was already standing at the door and replied, right here, it's deserted. Dong Qingshu felt anxious for her young Lu Sheng and made a suggestion. Wait for the chopper to lower a bit and I'll drop a safety line. But Lu Sheng didn't catch the girl's subtle concern. He quickly replied, no need. With that, he leaned backward and waved goodbye. Instructor Dong, see you later. Wait boy, there was Instructor Qin on the plane too, yet he only said goodbye to his future wife, Dong Qingshu. Seeing Lu Sheng jump, Dong Qingshu was incredibly worried and, ignoring the danger, stood at the open door to look down. From high up, Lu Sheng looked like a tiny speck amidst a vast forest. Very quickly, Lu Sheng was nearing the ground. Seeing Lu Sheng's extreme daredevil stunt, Instructor Qin exclaimed, damn, is that kid tired of living? He's at least 200 meters up. He doesn't even have a parachute on his back. Dong Qingshu tried to reassure Instructor Qin and herself as well, even though she was incredibly worried deep down. It's fine. He definitely won't fall to his death. Don't forget, his strength is already far beyond mine. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun felt slightly less worried. Fair enough, but that kid is crazy. Lu Sheng dived down fiercely, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Below in the forest, a young boy and a teenager were walking by. The boy spotted this, pointed up, and babbled. The teenager next to him shielded his eyes to see what it was. The boy looked terrified, grabbed the teenager's hand, and asked, wow, is that a superhero? Lu Sheng was diving fast, his aura becoming increasingly powerful. Looking closely with surprise, the teenager in orange replied, no, that's a martial artist. A super strong one, at least level 6, maybe even a martial grandmaster. As he fell, Lu Sheng could feel his entire body, skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs undergoing a massive transformation. It was completely beyond a normal level 4. His innate defensive capabilities were far more terrifying than any level 5 or even level 6 martial artist. A raindrop falling from such a height would shatter. A rock would just crater the ground. Boom. A huge noise shook the earth, and dust clouds billowed everywhere. That was the moment Lu Sheng touched down, still encased in his glowing golden aura as the dust swirled around him. Once the smoke cleared, Lu Sheng was left standing tall, with a massive crater behind him. He looked into the distance toward Dongning City. Lu Sheng's body was in motion. After reaching level 4, internal energy began to spread throughout his body, and his internal power continued to grow. He had jumped down thinking it might take a month to fully generate, but strangely, his internal energy was golden, unlike other martial artists, whose energy was colorless. Just like what Du Fei said before, golden bones and jade muscles, the image of a grandmaster was enough to show the power of the indestructible golden body. Lu Sheng smiled with delight. The golden light effect every time he moved was pure style. It was absolutely amazing. Top-tier stuff. Dongning Province was just ahead. He'd head to the Psychic Association to finish his assessment, which would make logging into the astral network easier. Word was, if the results were good, he could even get bonus points for the general exam. With that thought, Lu Sheng sped off. The teenager in orange and the kid just happened to witness this scene. Both of them couldn't believe their eyes, mouths wide open, cold sweat breaking out all over. Too young, seriously, way too young, this just shouldn't be possible. He must have used some high-tech gadgetry to land safely like that. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than the young man, Lu Sheng, vanished from sight. The bald guy was frozen in shock, unable to process what he'd just seen, so this time he explained it to the kid in a way that made more sense. There's no superhero, kid, it's just filming. Moments later, Lu Sheng arrived at the Psychic Association. Besides the guy standing next to Lu Sheng, there were 2 young women and a bald old man undergoing the test. Seeing the bald man fiddling with a purple orb and a stream of energy, Lu Sheng mused to himself, so, this is the exam. The orb turned pink, wobbling back and forth between the old man's palms. He's trying so hard, just a little more. Don't touch it. No sooner had he spoken than the orb hit the blue wall to the side, causing it to crack. The orb then turned purple again and rolled onto the floor. The bald man clutched his head and groaned. Failed again. Xiao Li stood by, pen in hand, recording the results. The old man's eyes went blank, his face etched with deep disappointment. This is my 6th attempt already. Then, Xiao Li turned to him and said, Sir, you're at that age now. It's very hard to make a new breakthrough. Just head home. No need to come back next time. Xiao Li continued the announcements. Sui Fei, you're up. This is your 3rd try, right? Seeing Xiao Li judging her for failing so many times, Sui Fei stepped up to fire back. So what's it to you? I was a level 1 psychic at 20, so isn't it perfectly normal to fail the level 2 exam at 25? Then she glanced back at the old man and added, that guy is merely 50. It's not the same thing. Okay. Xiao Li didn't bother arguing with her and said, fine. Get started. She suddenly stopped. Who's this guy? Jing Xuan, standing nearby, introduced him. He's the one referred by Lieutenant Dong. From the Eastern Military District, show some respect. Shui Fei looked at him and exclaimed, he's so young. He's a psychic too? Good-looking guys really do get noticed everywhere. Seeing the young Lu Sheng, Shui Fei couldn't help but wink at him. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Lu Sheng with a lingering, unblinking gaze. She thought to herself, but then again, this little brother is actually pretty handsome, isn't he? Then she leaned over to greet him. Hey there, little brother. I'm Sui Fei. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be a psychic. Is this your first time taking the test? If you don't understand anything, just ask me. I can teach you. Lu Sheng replied coldly. Thanks. And yes, it is my first time here. Was that just now part of the assessment? Shui Fei quickly explained to Lu Sheng. Exactly. There are 3 stages in total. First, we use machinery to test the strength and purity of your psychic power, then it's the manipulation test. Within the time limit, you have to control a specific number of small, solid steel balls and guide them all through the glass wall without touching the glass. The glass is incredibly fragile. Even a light tap from the steel will shatter it. The person before was doing the level 1 test, so he only had to pass through 1 layer. I'm doing level 2, so I have to pass through 5. Shu Fei said, 2 of you are still level 1, so it's easy. Level 2 like mine is deathly difficult. Oh heaven, please bless me to pass this exam. I don't want to come back for a 4th time. Xiao Li called her again. Sui Fei, your turn. She walked slowly toward the test area. I'm coming. Her expression was serious. Stepping up to the testing area, she reached out toward the stone that was emitting a golden glow. The screen quickly displayed the results. Psychic power strength 11.33, purity 1.02. Shui Fei cheered, her face radiant. Phew. Passed the requirement. Xiao Li added, not bad. You've hit the basic psychic power requirement. Now for the manipulation stage. Xiao Li led Shui Fei to the next step, pointing at the marbles and the glass walls in front of them, saying, per the usual rules, control 15 solid steel balls through 5 layers of glass. Lu Sheng stood by, watching intently and listening with extreme focus. Xiao Li pulled out a stopwatch and announced, you have 20 seconds. Shui Fei blinked, showing her determination, and replied, start. Shui Fei's eyes glowed, and a source of pink energy radiated from her body. Seeing this, Lu Sheng thought, so that's how it works. Controlling 15 steel weapons simultaneously was no small burden for a level 2 psychic. Shui Fei began maneuvering the marbles through the glass layers, all while needing to stay perfectly calm and control her psychic force, or else the slightest tremor in the steel would shatter the glass. At the same time, she had to handle all 15 balls at once. It required incredibly precise operation, not simple at all. Throughout this, Sui Fei was intensely focused and determined. She was guiding the steel balls toward the glass wall. Her pink energy wrapped around the spheres. As the balls began to get very close to the first glass layer, Sui Fei broke into a cold sweat. The balls slowly passed through the first layer, and she was overjoyed. Great, cleared the first layer successfully. She refocused her determination and kept pushing forward. The second layer was passed successfully. Shui Fei adjusted her position. The third layer passed. After clearing 3 layers of glass smoothly, Shui Fei was incredibly excited and thought to herself, almost at the 4th layer, I can finally break through to level 2. Right at the peak of her excitement, while she was on cloud 9, Xiao Li threw a bucket of cold water on her parade. Time's up for the first attempt. Failed. The steel balls clattered to the ground. Shui Fei sat there panting, feeling both regretful and furious. Damn it. But she quickly regained her composure. Phew, it's fine. That was just a warm-up. Let's do it again. Shui Fei continued to control the balls. Lu Sheng watched the situation for a long while before muttering, this is actually pretty interesting. Xiao Li asked Shui Fei, are you ready? For the second attempt, Shui Fei got into position. Start. Once again, she faced the familiar glass layers. Shui Fei concentrated intensely to control the first layer of balls. Passed. She clenched her fists. All right, keep it up. Give it everything. Then she quickly controlled the balls to pass the second, third, and fourth layers. Passed. Still 12 seconds left this time. There's hope. Shui Fei carefully controlled the steel balls. The 15 spheres quickly approached the glass, threading their way through the circular holes in the pane. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the glass. Feixiu gasped, her eyes went blank, and her mouth hung wide open in shock. She couldn't even stand, collapsing onto the floor. The metal spheres clattered down one by one, reflecting her complete despair. She muttered to herself. Failed again. Li whispered, want to try one more time? But at this point, Feixiu had neither the patience nor the energy left. She hung her head in defeat and replied, no, I'm just not good enough. I can't get past it. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's voice rang out from behind her, saying, no, you actually can pass. He explained his reasoning fluidly. She clearly had the ability to succeed. Her approach was just wrong. Use your brain a bit more instead of just staring blindly, he advised. Try looking at the bigger picture. Hearing this, a curious Feixiu turned to Lu Sheng. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lu Sheng began to break it down meticulously for his new acquaintance. The way you were doing it was adjusting the position of each sphere right before the glass, passing it through, and then trying to adjust it again to align with the hole on the next layer. It's not necessarily wrong, but it takes way too long and demands far too much mental energy. This test is designed to measure a psychokinetic master's calculation speed. You have to decide exactly which hole every sphere will pass through from the very start. Hearing this, Feixiu's eyes narrowed with intense focus. Lu Sheng continued, think of every hole as a single point. Connect those points, and that's your complete path. You just need to control all 15 spheres to follow those 15 distinct paths. Feixiu was stunned. How could a first-level kid know something like this? Lu Sheng stepped closer, took her hand, and asked, doesn't that make it so much simpler? Talk about a smooth operator. Feixiu was caught off guard by his bold move, stammering. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Li, standing nearby and listening to the logic, couldn't help but interject. You're very smart, kid, but it's not that simple in practice. No one can calculate 15 different paths in such a short time, while also factoring in the distance between every hole and the required velocity. Lu Sheng countered, you're wrong. For an average person, that's a massive amount of calculation. But for a true psychokinetic master, it's nothing worth mentioning. Without another word, he decided to demonstrate on the spot. Watch closely, Lu Sheng said, leaving Feixiu stunned. He gathered all the iron spheres from the box and added, I'm only going to show you this once. Seeing all the spheres float into the air, Li was shocked. He's controlling all of them at once. Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers, his eyes glowing with intensity. Go. At his command, the spheres shot up and snapped into a perfect cube formation. They moved in perfect synchronization, gliding right against the glass surfaces. One by one, they slipped through the holes with surgical precision. In the blink of an eye, every single sphere had cleared the first layer. Lu Sheng kept control, a brilliant blue energy radiating powerfully from his palms. Thousands of spheres were moving now, not through one layer, not 10, but 50 layers of glass all at the same time. For him, it was practically child's play. He pulled the spheres back and remarked, it's a simple concept. You just have to follow the sequence. Watching how quickly he finished, Feixiu stood there, completely frozen. Lu Sheng turned back and asked, so, examiner, how many seconds did that take? Li stammered, trembling. 11. No, wait, exactly 10 seconds. Both Shi and Jingshuan stared in utter disbelief. Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips and said, not bad for a first attempt. The words first attempt made the blonde-haired Feixiu jump in surprise. Your first time? Lu Sheng turned to look her right in the eye. Well, did you see that clearly? Her wide eyes began to sweat. In her mind, she was already worshipping his godlike skills. She gave a bright, nervous laugh and replied, I saw it, but how on earth did you do that? I really don't understand. Watching Lu Sheng, she thought to herself, he's like a magician performing a trick right in front of me. Even though she had watched every movement, she couldn't grasp how it was even possible. Li wiped sweat from her brow, trying to analyze the situation in pure bewilderment. Controlling a massive amount of spheres through over a dozen layers and 1,000 holes in just 10 seconds. That's an astronomical amount of calculation. So complex, it's beyond human comprehension. Li turned to Jingshuan, shouting, quick, go get Chairman Jiang. Something huge has happened. Jingshuan replied instantly, on it. The scene shifted to the chairman's office. Old man Jiang was there, looking sour and frustrated. My hand is terrible. Being on a team with someone like that is just my bad luck, he grumbled, grinding his teeth. Damn it, having level 4 mental energy doesn't make me a card god. The assistant burst into Chairman Jiang's office, not even bothering to knock, and yelled in a panic, "Chairman, it's an emergency. You have to look at the data on the computer." Jiang snapped. "What are you so panicked about?" But as soon as he checked the screen, he gasped. "What?" The assistant whispered into his ear. "Here's what happened, and this is how it ended." Jiang broke into a cold sweat. "Are you joking?" Jing Shuan held out the screen, saying, "Why would I lie to you? That guy, Lu Sheng, is about to start the mental energy test. Just watch." On the screen, Chairman Jiang saw Lu Sheng placing his hand on the golden stone to measure his mental energy. A fierce, blinding light erupted from Lu Sheng's palm, illuminating the entire room. The two women had to cover their eyes because the intensity was just too strong. Jiang bit his nails, baffled. "What is this dazzling light?" Just then, the results appeared. Mental energy intensity 435.87 and purity 126.02. The results left both women speechless. Their eyes went wide with shock. Fexu pointed at the machine in disbelief. "Is the machine broken? These numbers are completely insane." Li, drenched in a cold sweat, thought. "The standard for purity for a level 1 psychokinetic master is 1, and even a level 4 is only 10. Our association president is only a level 4 psychokinetic, and here stands a guy who looks like a high schooler." Looking at Lu Sheng, she's completely stunned. His proficiency is over 20 times that of a regular level 4 psychokinetic. What does that even mean? Is that even possible? Haha, that's absolutely insane. President Jiang, the old man, rushes from his office to the testing room, calling out loudly from a distance, "Xiao Li." Once he arrives, he's panting heavily, pointing at the machine as he asks, "Xiao Li, take a look. Is the machine broken? Does it need repairs?" Xiao Li quickly replies, "President, the testing machine isn't broken. It just tested those two other people perfectly fine. If you don't believe me, test it yourself." Lu Sheng folds his arms and asks innocently, "Is there something wrong with the stats?" Jiang Jinian waves his hands, acting like everything is fine, though he's actually still trembling in fear inside. He says, Mr. Lu, we didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, your results are just too shocking. It's hard for anyone to believe. May I ask, are you a descendant of a level 7 Grand Master, or perhaps a student of some level 8 psychokinetic legend?" Lu Sheng answers honestly, "I don't have such a powerful family. I'm just a kid from an ordinary home." "You're President Jiang, right? Let's begin the final stage of the test, please." Jiang Jinian has to use a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead, saying, "Mr. Lu, with your current strength, is the final stage even necessary? Wouldn't it be too much of a hassle?" Lu Sheng quickly and confidently replies, "It's no trouble. It's just a simple little test." Right after he finishes speaking, the young man begins controlling the metal spheres. Seeing this, Xiao Li quickly hits the stopwatch to start the timer. It's 1.8 to 8 seconds. The spheres move rapidly, following the path marked out for the test. They snake through the air, winding in and out. They pass through the glass panes so fast, forming the shape of a mighty green dragon. The time is now 2 seconds flat. Lu Sheng is determined to go even faster. The spheres slip through the holes in the glass with ease. The time is now 4 seconds. Very soon, the spheres have all passed through. Lu Sheng looks on with total confidence. His second attempt was a bit more refined. The time couldn't have been more than 5 seconds, right? Looking at the stopwatch in her hand, Xiao Li replies, 4.5. It really is under 5 seconds. Even just holding the stopwatch makes her feel so much pressure. Xue Fei keeps trembling, muttering to herself, this run was several times harder than the last one, and yet he was even faster. Plus, the reason for the second attempt was just to get more comfortable. Haha, looking at how calm he is, this clearly isn't Lu Sheng's limit yet. President Jiang's jaw is wide open. This power is at least approaching the level of a Grandmaster grade mental controller. I feel like I just got hit in the face by 100 rockets. I don't even know how to describe it. Rockets here refers to a winning hand in poker. It means he's unstoppable. He sighs. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The waves ahead die on the sand. Damn, this kid is a total monster. That phrase means the new generation is so talented they completely overshadow the previous one. He timidly says to Lu Sheng, "Mr. Lu, your strength has been recognized by our association. I will personally prepare your certificate and issue your badge shortly." He rubs his hands together and adds, "However, we can only issue certificates up to level 4 psychokinetic here. You'll need to go to the high-level association in the capital to get certified for anything above level 4. Is that okay?" Lu Sheng scratches his head and replies, "Sure. And President Jiang, I'm just a high school student preparing for the upcoming exams. Don't be so nervous." The old man feels like he's having a mental breakdown hearing that. Xue Fei is dripping with sweat, stuttering, "Little mister, Lu, If you don't mind me asking, how old are you? The young man quickly answers, 18. How old did you think I was? Do you all think that even though I look like a high schooler, I'm actually an ancient monster who's lived for hundreds of years? Lu Sheng hops around excitedly, 18 and full of youthful energy. Ho ho ho. Shuifei blushes and asks, how did you know what I was thinking? The young man shakes his head and says, stop reading so many fantasy novels. Then, folding his arms, he says, I have the high exams in 2 months. If this psychokinetic certificate helps me get bonus points for the exams, I wouldn't have bothered coming here for a test. Shuifei looks at Lu Sheng, her expression incredibly adorable as she speaks to him. I still have one chance to retest. Should I try again? If you have the chance, you definitely should. You still have the potential to pass. Just relax. As soon as he finishes, the guy hugs the girl. What an opportunist. This act leaves Shuifei startled, blushing in embarrassment. It's awkward, but she doesn't really mind. Lu Sheng holds her waist with one hand and her hand with the other, carefully guiding her. Look, just feel the spheres like this. Seeing Lu Sheng holding her hand, Shuifei's heart starts racing. She must be thinking, this kid is so young but already such a smooth talker. After being guided by Lu Sheng, Shuifei seems to find the focus needed to control the spheres skillfully. Before long, Shuifei is ecstatic to see all the metal spheres pass through the glass layers. Yay, I passed too. Shuifei laughs, turning to look at Lu Sheng with a bright smile. The young man feels happy too and says, see, it wasn't actually that hard, it's just that your teacher is good. President Jiang joins in the joy, announcing, congratulations to you both for passing the test. Let's all have dinner tonight to celebrate the birth of the second. Level 4 psychokinetic in Dongning Province. Lu Sheng walks over to shake Jiang Jinian's hand, thanking him, but he declines the dinner offer. Then, seeing the sincere enthusiasm and hospitality shining in their eyes, Lu Sheng reconsiders. He feels compelled to agree to Jiang Jinian's invitation. All right, fine, I'll go. Both Jiang Jinian and Shuifei cheer with joy upon hearing Lu Sheng accept. Afterward, Jiang Jinian tells his VIP guest, Mr. Lu, our association has a private hotel for guests. Please go rest for a while, and we'll come to pick you up tonight. Hearing this, Shuifei excitedly declares, I have a car. Let me be the one to drive Lu Sheng. She places her hand on her chest, looking very reliable. Once they reach the parking lot, Shuifei opens the door for Lu Sheng. It's true that being handsome gets you absolute special treatment and kindness. Lu Sheng just says, okay, and gets into the car. Thank you. Jiang Jinian waves from the outside. See you tonight then. From inside the car, the young man waves back. All right, goodbye, President Jiang. The car drives off quickly. As they drove off while old man Jiang stood there waving, the car zoomed down the road, effortlessly passing other vehicles. Tai Fai blushed, stealing glances at young Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror while she drove. She secretly thought that while he looked like just an average young guy on the surface, who would have ever guessed that he was actually a level 4 psychokinetic genius, someone even the president of the Psychokinetic Association had to respect. Young, handsome, that steamy physique, and terrifying talent to top it off. After staring at the young man for a while, she clutched her head, remembering how she usually only dealt with a bunch of arrogant, bragging rich kids, truly a pile of human trash. Thinking back to them calling her Shuifei, my love, she felt nauseous. While pondering about Lu Sheng, Tai Fai suddenly noticed something. She glanced over at him, her face breaking into a sweat. It turned out that the young heartthrob, Dao Hoa, was also staring right at her with a strange look in his eyes. Tai Fai was startled, her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped as she thought, oh my god, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is looking at me. What does he mean by that? Does he? She lowered her head, feeling incredibly nervous. No way, I've barely known him for that long. Suddenly, she regained her confidence. Wait, guys in their prime usually like beautiful older women. I'm pretty cute myself, right? And my figure is totally steamy, definitely that mature sister type. It's fine. A mature sister and a younger man is a classic combo. I can totally handle this. While daydreaming about seducing the young man, Shuifei suddenly realized something. She slammed on the gas. Suddenly, Shuifei had a thought. She slammed on the gas. Yes, she had to seize this chance. Lu Sheng just sat there, looking clueless, with no idea what was going on. Shuifei really was one to never give up, whether in love or on the road. With a swoosh, the car tore through the wind, then screech. She slammed on the brakes suddenly. What a pro driver she was. Her face was flushed red, her head practically steaming from overthinking as she stammered. We're here, Lu Sheng. The guy, having absolutely zero clue about a girl's feelings, just turned toward the door, eager to get out. Oh, thanks. You've been a big help, Shuifei kept stammering. So, next. Before she could finish, the clueless guy quickly replied, "All right, you better get going now." Xue Fei was startled, her eyes wide as she turned to Lu Sheng. "Wait, what? Why should I run?" The guy quickly pointed out that she had been speeding and ran 5 red lights. "There are 2 police cars chasing you right now." Xue Fei panicked, her eyes going blank. Trying to flirt with a guy was proving to be a real nightmare. Lu Sheng added, "Well, even though you're a psychic, try to drive a bit more safely next time." Xue Fei floored it and took off, her voice echoing from the car. "Mr. Lu, I'll come pick you up tonight." The scene shifted to a hotel room, where He Su was on the television screen. Lu Sheng muttered to himself. He Su is doing pretty well for herself. The news reported that starting today, the Bak Ha Than charity pharmacy chain would be renamed Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical Co. Limited, and they were launching a new product, the White Spirit Blood Decoction. He Su introduced it as a medicine that would change the era. "It will redefine what a supplement is," she said. "The world's martial arts progress is about to enter a whole new phase." Listening to He Su's announcement, Lu Sheng clicked his tongue. He thought, she changed the name and launched a new drug without even telling me. After all, he was the majority shareholder, owning 90% of the company. Lu Sheng finally checked his phone. It was flooded with missed calls from He Su. He'd been too busy flirting to even notice. "All right, I guess this one's on me." With that, the young man collapsed onto the bed, exhausted after a long day. "Tomorrow, I'll head back to Bai City and take a quick look into the dreamscape. I want to see just how far this Ling Sheng pharmaceutical company has actually grown." A ton of information flashed before his eyes in the dreamscape. Whoa, not bad at all. He Su really has some talent. This is just basic vitality strengthening decoction, yet she managed to turn it into a multi-billion-dollar corporation and even made it a leader in the pharmaceutical world. That's pretty impressive. The young man looked at He Su with a completely different perspective now. He also seemed to notice something rather unusual. He continued on to the personal information of He Su's husband, Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military District, Lu Sheng. The young man read that and literally stumbled backward in shock. "Huh? What? What is going on here? Who the hell is digging into my personal files?" When the young man saw his own profile, he was so stunned he practically dropped his jaw. "Wait, what the hell is this?" Wife, Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military District, Dong Qingshui. Chairwoman of the Board for Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical, He Su. Highest military rank, Lieutenant General. He muttered to himself, Dong Qingshui and He Su. I have 2 wives. Lu Sheng felt like he should just bow down to the system, or rather, bow down to his own crazy life. What kind of person do I turn into in the future? Exactly. Why does the spouse section keep throwing one surprise after another? Is a 3rd wife going to pop up after a while? A moment later, he patted his chest to calm himself down. Phew, stay calm. The future is just a hazy projection. Anything can happen. It'll probably keep changing before long anyway. He then said, "Right, A. I. Search for vitality strengthening decoction." The A.I. shook its head. "Access denied. Your clearance level is too low to search for pharmaceutical formulas above grade 5. Lu Sheng chuckled to himself, thinking, my theory actually holds up. I published the vitality strengthening decoction back in the year 300 of the martial era. After 10,000 years of development, it went from some unranked, mediocre formula to a precious grade 5 pharmaceutical. If that's the case, I just need to keep releasing things from the future into the present. Human civilization's research will effectively have an extra 10,000 years of development time. I can totally push humanity to a whole new level. If I do that, will the world's destruction in the future finally change? He ordered the A.I. to check again. And sure enough, history really had shifted. The time of the apocalypse had been pushed back by over a decade compared to his last search. That meant that this one simple decoction, having evolved over 10,000 years, had bought humanity over 10 more years of survival. What about those 3 supreme cultivation techniques from the grade 11 Grandmasters? If I released those to the world, would it be enough to change the fate of human extinction? But then, a look of disappointment flickered in Lu Sheng's eyes. No. Setting aside whether releasing those techniques in the year 300 could even save the future of humanity, the moment I released them, it would cause absolute chaos. The current world order would collapse in an instant. Society would definitely fall into disarray. And my family and I would. I suddenly found myself at the eye of the storm. God only knows how this is all going to turn out. After a moment of thought, Lu Sheng tensed up. Because if even this can't save the future of humanity, then the final spark of hope left behind by 10,000 years of martial arts now resting with me will be completely extinguished. And humanity's future will be left with zero hope. Lu Sheng dropped to his knees, realizing the best approach is to wait until he has enough real power to control the entire situation, and only then slowly unveil those techniques. The fragile humanity of this 300-year martial arts era needs a proper guide. Gazing down at the city from above, Lu Sheng seemed to grasp the weight of his responsibility and that he is the only one who can be that guide. Emerging from his trance, Lu Sheng felt incredibly confident, reminding himself he had a date tonight. He got himself looking sharp, dressing in an elegant, luxurious suit. He looked so handsome, surely all the ladies would be swooning over him. Just as he adjusted his outfit, he suddenly remembered. Right, I haven't replied to He Lingsu's messages yet. He pulled out his phone, thinking he should prepare some new medicinal ingredients for her when he returns tomorrow. He quickly messaged He Lingsu. I'll be back tomorrow to have the ingredients for the 3 prescriptions ready for you. He Lingsu just stared at the phone like a lazy cat. In reality, she was scowling, thinking, this brat finally replied. The second he opens his mouth, it's about medicinal ingredients. He doesn't care at all about how the company is doing. Do you even know how hard I've been working? Fuming, He Lingsu started typing out a list of grievances, calling him an exploiter of labor, a cold-hearted devil, a money-grubbing tycoon, a hermit who only cares about cash, with nothing but money on his mind, a man of pure malice, a snake-tongued hypocrite, a stupid pig, a crooked merchant, a total scumbag, a bottomless pit of greed, who only knows how to eat, and eat. Mooching off me, damn him, she muttered to herself. But she couldn't help it. Why did she have to run into this devil anyway? He Lingsu sobbed, tears streaming down, before finally sending back 3 words, I got it. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lu Sheng walked over and opened the door. He was met by Shui Fei, who looked stunning, as glamorous and elegant as a high society lady. Shui Fei raised a hand with a radiant smile. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. The party was ready, and her sharp gaze, silky blonde hair, and curvaceous figure seemed intent on capturing the young man's heart. Lu Sheng, looking dashing and handsome, stepped forward and said, just call me Lu Sheng. Mr. feels a bit too formal. Let's go. Seeing Lu Sheng, Shui Fei was instantly smitten, her heart feeling like it had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Oh my god, he's so handsome. The two quickly set off. They arrived at the banquet. Center stage, a banner read. Congratulations to Dongning Province and Liang Cheng for the emergence of a new Grandmaster Spirit Reader. Lu Sheng scanned the room and saw it was packed. He asked Shui Fei, isn't this just supposed to be a dinner? Why are there so many people? Shui Fei replied with a bright face, don't let Jiang Jinian's usual laid-back look fool you. He's actually a huge bigwig here in Liangcheng. This is just a small, toned-down version of what he could have done. Lu Sheng grabbed a drink and replied, all right, if the old guy wants a spectacle, let him have it tonight. I'm leaving Liangzhou tomorrow anyway. Meanwhile, the bald Jiang Jinian was laughing it up among the ladies. It was unclear what he was saying about Lu Sheng, but the women were giggling uncontrollably. Is that really true? Association President, you're making it sound so surreal. He immediately retorted. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Talents truly emerge in every era. More girls entered the hall. 2 women approached from afar, and one of them turned out to be Zheng Dandan. What a coincidence, the girl with purple hair said, taking a sip of champagne. This party is no simple affair. Look over there, the mayor of Liangcheng, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Everyone at this party tonight is a big name in the entire Dongning province. She turned to her friend and continued, if we weren't incredibly lucky, we wouldn't have gotten in. The person hosting this is a huge deal, Jiang Jinian, the president of the Liangcheng Spirit Reader Association. She looked at him laughing and added, do you have any idea how much more valuable a spirit reader is compared to an average martial artist? While the purple-haired girl kept rambling, Zheng Dandan listened intently. Hearing this, she felt a bit suspicious. A spirit reader. I remember Lu Sheng saying he was going to the Spirit Reader Association. So she turned to her friend and asked, Tan Yuan, could you help me check if there's someone named Lu Sheng in the association? Tan Yuan gave her a curious, sharp look. Lu Sheng, I heard from Van Tu that lately you've been into some high school student you met while traveling. Zheng Dandan smiled brightly. No, that's not true. Don't listen to Van Tu's nonsense. Tan Yuan poked Zheng Dandan and challenged her. Haha, are you still pretending with me? You've been staying in Liangcheng all this time, instead of going back to school just to wait for that kid, right? While she was being teased, Zheng Dandan kept glancing around, searching for Lu Sheng. Tan Yuan swirled her wine glass and continued. I heard he's supposed to be really handsome, from a decent family, and has ties to the Eastern Military Region. Dandan, what am I supposed to say? Even if you dated some random poor guy from university with no background, I wouldn't object. You're young, dating a few guys doesn't matter. You'd break up soon enough anyway, just adding another name to your list of exes. She patted Zheng Dandan's head. But liking a high schooler? Have you lost your mind? Dandan replied. Lu Sheng. He's not just an ordinary high school student. Tan Yuan turned away, annoyed, and took a sip of her drink. Not an ordinary student. Sure, whatever. I'm too tired to keep track of you. Zhang Dandan tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling sad. Ever since Lu Sheng and I parted ways, I've stayed in Liangcheng because Lu Sheng said he would eventually come here. I've sent him so many messages. Are you there? Good night, good morning, or invitations to go see a movie together. But Lu Sheng hasn't replied, or even read them. Could it be that he truly doesn't have me in his heart? Suddenly, Tan Yuan tapped her on the shoulder. Dan, why are you spacing out? You're my best friend. That's why I'm telling you this. Then, Tan Yuan leaned into Zhang Dandan's ear and whispered a secret. The purpose of tonight's banquet is to celebrate the emergence of a level 4 spirit medium, someone at the same rank as Jiang Jinian. Tan Yuan began gesturing wildly, trying to make Dan understand that if a big shot like that were to stomp his foot, the entire Dong Nin province would tremble. You tell me, if we had a chance to catch the eye of someone that powerful, both we and our families behind us would basically be taking flight, right? Dan's mind was completely filled with Lu Sheng, so she assumed it was him and asked with a smile, is that level 4 spirit medium very young? Tan Yuan crossed her arms and replied, I don't know. But considering Jiang Jinian only reached level 4 at his age, I doubt this person is super young, though probably not ancient either. Just look around. There are so many women here tonight, mostly in their 40s. The scene was filled with women, with only a few men here and there, and plenty of middle-aged women in their 40s. Looking around, Zhang Dandan felt her friend made a good point and sighed. You're right. It's probably not him. Tan Yuan put her hands on her hips and exclaimed, Dan, why are you still thinking about that student? Forget about him. We have to cherish this opportunity tonight. In our circle, aside from you and me, no one else is even qualified to be here. Zhang Dandan had already had her soul snatched away by Lu Sheng, so while she was physically present, her mind was elsewhere. Seeing her friend just staring blankly, the purple-haired girl, Tan Yuan, called out loudly, Dan, I'm talking to you. Suddenly, Dan spotted something and her eyes widened. It was Lu Sheng, the sight of a young man, busily eating like a machine, looking just as familiar as before, appeared before her eyes. He was shoveling food in like an excavator, causing a nearby waitress to look at him with judgmental eyes. But the difference was that Lu Sheng looked more handsome than usual today, so he was a bit more composed. A moment later, Lu Sheng turned and waved to greet them. Dan immediately confirmed it really was Lu Sheng. Seeing that her crush was there, Dan brushed her friend off. She told her best friend, Tan Yuan, I'm going to walk around for a bit. I see a friend. Tan Yuan was confused. Dan, where are you going? Her friend called out after her, but Dan ignored her and ran toward Lu Sheng. The young man was holding a plate of snacks, and Dan excitedly stopped to call out, Luke. But before she could say Than, she suddenly had to stop. Shui Fei suddenly glided out of nowhere, draped her arm around Lu Sheng's neck, and shot him a wink. Seeing the intimate scene, the blonde girl, Shui Fei, was sharing with Lu Sheng. Dan was stunned into silence. Her emotions shifted 180 degrees. She stood frozen in place, her face darkening as she looked at the two of them, wondering, who is that girl? Zhang Dandan's expression was full of confusion. Who's she? Could she be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Just thinking about it made Dan break out in a cold sweat. She gritted her teeth, terrified that her chance was gone. Yet, she still couldn't bring herself to give up. Zhang Dan waved from afar with a forced smile. Hey, Lu Sheng, long time no see. In her head, she was likely thinking that just because a flower has an owner doesn't mean she can't uproot it. How could she just give up on such a handsome young man? When he heard Zhang Dan call out, the young man quickly turned around and waved back. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to still be in Luoyang Fan. Seeing a pretty girl, the young man was all smiles, radiating energy. Zhang Dan walked up to Lu Sheng. She stared intently at him, thinking to herself that even though it hadn't been long since they last met, he seemed more mysterious and profound than ever. It was as if there was a 10,000-foot deep chasm separating them, making him untouchable. Seeing a girl come over to greet Lu Sheng so enthusiastically, Sui Fei was also curious and asked, who is this? Lu Sheng quickly introduced her. This is Zhang Dan, a friend of mine. We met last month while traveling at New Dao Mountain. Upon hearing this, Shu Fei smiled and greeted her. So you're Miss Trin. Nice to meet you. Just then, Tan Yuan, Zhang Dandan's friend, walked over with a glass of wine and asked with a smile, Dan, who is this? You have a friend here and didn't introduce me? Zhang Dan immediately introduced them, Lu Sheng. This is my best friend. Tan Yuan, the person standing right here. This is the Lu Sheng I told you about. Tan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The young man in front of her was nothing like the image she had imagined. Oh, so he's the one? He really is handsome. No wonder Zheng Dandan is so infatuated she can't look away. Observing the situation, Tan Yuan quickly realized the person next to him was Sui Fei from the Tite family. After seeing that, thoughts of looking down on Lu Sheng filled her head. Ha! So that's how it is. No wonder a high school student managed to get in here. It turns out he's just relying on that face. She judged him harshly. A pretty boy clinging to a woman's skirts to climb to the top. After those narrow-minded thoughts, Tan Yuan offered some insincere, polite words. So you are the Mr. Luke that Dan Dan mentions so often. Meeting you today, you truly are a dragon among men. Lu Sheng heard these words and felt incredibly uncomfortable, his face turning dark because he could actually read her mind. Lu Sheng replied coldly with 2 words, "Nice to meet you." Tan Yuan took a sip of her wine and asked, "If I may be so bold, Mr. Luke, where are you from?" Lu Sheng quickly responded, "Bakha City." When asked about his background, Lu Sheng was quite blunt. Because his family situation was very difficult, the young man seemed a bit insecure. Looking straight at Tan Yuan, Lu Sheng said, "Are you going to ask about my parents next? Try to figure out my family's situation, and while you're at it, ask how I managed to get into this banquet tonight, right?" Hearing this, Tan Yuan stood there, completely dumbfounded. Lu Sheng gave a sarcastic smile and replied, "It's exactly as you thought. I'm just a student from an ordinary family. We aren't in the same social class, and it was just a pure coincidence that I ended up at this banquet." Having said that, Lu Sheng waved his hand, turned, and started to leave, adding, "All right, let's stop playing out this tired old script. If you've got time, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be going now." After walking a few steps, Lu Sheng sighed and thought to himself, "Phew, I really do hate these kinds of parties. Maybe I was a bit too sensitive back there, but my family is the thing I cherish most in this world. I won't allow anyone to insult or hurt them, no matter what." Seeing Lu Sheng's strange reaction, Zheng Dandan stood there, speechless. The 2 beauties stared at him, their mouths agape. Shu Fei was incredibly shocked and called out, "Luke, Lu Sheng." She looked at him with confusion. Why was Lu Sheng reacting so strongly today? This is so strange. It's completely different from how warm and gentle he was the other day. She glared at Tan Yuan, then quickly ran after him. "Lu Sheng, wait for me." Zhang Dandan was left stammering, unable to find the words. Watching her best friend keep her eyes glued to Lu Sheng, Tan Yuan grew irritated and raised her voice. "Forget it, Dandan. Someone like him isn't even worth your attention." Her eyes flashed with bitter resentment. I hadn't even said anything yet, and his reaction was already so intense. And what does that prove? It proves he's guilty of something. He's clearly oversensitive about his own shortcomings, lacks any real talent, yet his pride is sky high. To put it nicely, he's arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's a loser. She tilted her head toward Lu Sheng with a look of disdain. "I've seen his type plenty of times. He's nowhere near good enough for you. You've noticed the girl standing next to him, haven't you?" Watching their retreating backs, Tan Yuan introduced them. "Her name is Shu Fei. You've probably heard of the Shu family, right? Word is, she's already passed the Rank 2 psychometry exam. Among the second-generation elite in Liang City, she's a total big shot. Just look at how close they are, and in my opinion, this Lu Sheng must have used his looks or some cheap trick to bait Shui Fei into getting him into tonight's banquet." Then, Tan Yuan shouted at Zheng Dandan, "Wake up, Dandan. He's just a man who clings to a woman's skirt for status. Open your eyes and see him for the fraud he really is." Zheng Dandan didn't see it that way at all. She stepped back and protested. "What are you talking about? How could Lu Sheng be like that?" Exhausted from all the talking, Tan Yuan sighed and continued, "I know the truth can be cruel sometimes, but it's something you have to face. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you." But no matter what anyone said, Dandan's heart remained as steady as a rock. In her mind, she held Lu Sheng in the highest regard. No, that wasn't it. Lu Sheng was. She widened her eyes, gazing at the male protagonist. Lu Sheng was radiant, shining just like the sun. He was the hero who had saved her. Zhang Dandan patted her own cheeks, trying to snap herself out of it. With a serious expression, she thought, "I've really gone crazy. I actually started doubting Lu Sheng, thinking he was some kind of pushover." Zheng Dandan confidently turned to Tan Yuan. "Tan Yuan, Lu Sheng is absolutely not that kind of person." After talking until her throat was dry, she still hadn't changed her best friend's mind. Tan Yuan was breaking out in a cold sweat, completely bewildered. "Dandan, what is wrong with you?" Just then, someone in the hall shouted out, "Look, Chairman Jiang is here." Turning to see Jiang Junian, Tan Yuan's mood flipped instantly. Her face beamed as she said, "Dandan, forget about that weakling. The chairman is probably about to introduce a rank 4 expert. You should get ready. From a distance, Jiang Jinian spotted Lu Sheng and Sui Fei. Immediately, Jiang Jinian walked over to Lu Sheng and even took the initiative to reach out his hand first. Seeing this, Tan Yuan's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Why is Chairman Jiang walking over to that weakling? Did he? The chairman walked up and greeted him warmly. Mr. Lu, I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you disliked crowded parties like this. Lu Sheng replied promptly. It's fine. Chairman Jiang has a heavy burden of responsibility. Helping out a little is the least I could do. Chairman Jiang sighed in relief. Phew, thank you for supporting me. He then stood in the middle of the crowd and announced, Everyone, please lend me your ears for a moment. He pointed toward Lu Sheng and declared clearly, This right here is the new genius who has just emerged in our Dongning Province Psychometry Association. A rank 4 psychometrist, Mr. Lu Sheng. He laughed happily. Mr. Lu is only 18 years old this year. Compared to him, an old man like me is truly embarrassed to be alive. Ha! The young ladies in the hall, seeing a handsome young man who was also a rank 4 psychometrist, were swooning and making quite a scene. Rank 4? Oh my god, what? Only 18 years old? That is absolutely insane. He hasn't even taken the final exams yet. Countless compliments and looks of admiration were heaped upon their Lu Sheng. A true hero, an unparalleled talent. Watching this scene, Tan Yuan couldn't even keep her footing. She collapsed to the floor, her mouth hanging wide open in pure shock, stammering, he. Zheng Danan spoke up then. Tan Yuan, do you see now? Like stepping among the stars? A figure like the sun shining down. This is who he really is. Zheng Danan looked at Lu Sheng with eyes full of secret longing. This was the real Lu Sheng. When she realized he was a rank 4 psychometrist, Tan Yuan's head spun, and she sat slumped on the floor, her eyes wide with bewilderment and shock. She couldn't believe her ears or what her eyes were seeing. A long while later, she calmed down just a little bit and thought to herself, how could it be him? No, I have to make up for my clumsy behavior earlier. She struggled to stand up and patted her best friend on the shoulder with urgent desperation. Dan, you have to help me. Zheng Dan replied with a sad expression, do you see that crowd? Everyone is holding out their business cards, but Lu Sheng is acting like he doesn't even see them. Ahead of him, everyone is bowing at a 90-degree angle to present their cards, but he doesn't care about any of that. He's already waved his hand to turn them all away. Even those with power and status are being rejected at the door. Do you really think we have a chance? With a dejected look, Zheng Dan continued, even for me, it's nothing more than one-sided affection. He's already so far beyond our reach, this romance hadn't even begun before it ended. A while later, the young man Lu Sheng left the party and hailed a taxi. Feeling that the air was finally less stifling than at the party, he said cheerfully to the driver, Driver, take me to Bai City. With a slight headache, Lu Sheng sighed and thought, I really don't like this kind of social networking. I only showed my face to give Chairman Jiang some face. Satisfied, Lu Sheng headed home. Having family and martial arts to keep him company, that was the life he wanted. After all, he was still just a high school student from a normal family. The driver zoomed along, and very soon they arrived at Bai City, the familiar city of young Lu Sheng. As soon as he got home, his mother happily opened the door to welcome her son. Sheng, you're back. Lu Sheng's mother happily pointed toward her precious son and said, Hurry, sit at the table. Let me get you a bowl and chopsticks. His stubborn younger sister, Lu Qinghe, opened her eyes wide and asked, Brother, when did you get back? His father smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy. Our little Sheng is finally home, is he? Afterward, his sister Lu Qinghe ran over to measure her brother in total disbelief, her mouth agape. Brother, why did you get so much taller after just one trip? Lu Sheng playfully struck a pose and shot back. You're only short because you haven't grown enough. Ha ha. Lu Sheng's reply left Lu Qinghe completely speechless. Looking at his younger sister, Lu Sheng continued, School's out, right? Later, I'm going to test your skills. Don't forget the message I sent you before I left, if you haven't improved. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, raising it with a dangerous, teasing grin. Hey, the martial arts supplements I've been funding aren't exactly cheap, you know. Mom brought over a huge bowl of steamed buns and said cheerfully, Chenner, sit down and eat. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up at the sight of food. Thanks, Mom. He grabbed a bun and started devouring it. Lu Sheng looked at his dad and asked, Dad, that batch of meat and medicine I put in the fridge earlier, have you been eating it? His dad replied happily, I have. By the way, what kind of miracle medicine did you put in there? He looked at his cup, slightly bewildered. I've been drinking it instead of water every day. I feel so much stronger, like I'm back in my 20s. That must have been really expensive, right? Lu Sheng, already halfway through a bun, answered quickly. It wasn't expensive at all. A friend who owns a pharmacy gave it to me. They specialize in researching supplements for middle-aged people like you, Dad. Mom, Dad. Make sure you keep drinking it regularly. Don't switch back to regular water. I got plenty more. Little did his parents know that their future daughter-in-law would be the one concocting these, and they'd be drinking it until they couldn't possibly finish it all. Hearing that, Mom said, all right. Chenner, you've got the unified exam coming up, right? You don't need to go out anymore, do you? Lu Sheng, looking delighted, handed his empty bowl to his mom and replied, no more going out. I'll stay home and wait for the exam. Mom, can I have another bowl, please? Then came the familiar routine of him bickering over food with his younger sister. Stuffing his mouth, he mumbled, give me more. If you're too slow, don't blame me. Mom sighed, eat slowly, there's still plenty left. Dad just laughed, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe could only watch in frustration as her brother snatched all the food. Big brother, why are you stealing from my bowl? Ignoring her complaints, Lu Sheng finished the whole pot in one go. Then, he announced, since I'm free today and the house is a bit small, let's go check out our new place after we finish eating. His statement caught the other three family members off guard, and they all blurted out in unison. Huh. Lu Sheng was a man of action. As soon as they were full, he took the whole family to see their new home. Stepping inside, the whole family gasped. Wow, this is too luxurious. Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips, grinning. This is the new house I had someone pick out. What do you guys think? Dad, worried about money, said, the old place wasn't bad. This looks really expensive, son. We can't afford this. Lu Sheng replied confidently, don't worry about it. I've been participating in various events and training competitions over the past few months, and I've earned quite a bit in prize money. This is just a fraction of it. There's still some money that hasn't hit my account yet. I've got thousands, even tens of thousands of credits. Mom's head spun at the massive numbers. What? How much money? Did I hear that right? Dad looked suspicious. Little Chen, don't joke around. His sister was even funnier, asking, whoa, big brother, did you really win that much money in just 2 months? Lu Sheng ruffled her hair and said, of course. What do you think I went and robbed a bank? He continued to pat her head. All right, this new house is ours now. Mom, Dad, start moving your things in. His parents were moved to tears, overwhelmed with joy. Chenner has truly brought honor to the family. We're blessed by the heavens. We raised such a proud son. Lu Sheng grabbed Lu Qinghe by the arm and said, Lu Qinghe, come with me. There's a training area in the back. Let me see what your skills are like now. His sister shuddered and replied, yes, brother. Not wanting to wait until they reached the training ground, Lu Sheng humorously dragged her by the collar. Lu Qinghe could only struggle. Ouch, 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 stop pulling me. Once they reached the training ground, Lu Qinghe looked ready to go. Since she used to far outpace Lu Sheng in stats, her aura was quite strong. Lu Sheng remained completely calm. Stop posing and make your move. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe channeled power into her legs, leaped high into the air, and unleashed a powerful kick from above. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just stood there, looking arrogantly relaxed. As her foot got closer, he controlled her with one hand. Caught in a split, she quickly clutched her leg, face twisted in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Sheng actually started critiquing her. Stand up straight. Is this pathetic performance all it takes to be Lu Sheng's sister? She fell flat on the floor, shouting angrily. You're holding my leg. How am I supposed to stand? You're already a high-level martial artist. What am I? I haven't even become an official martial artist yet. She frowned and yelled, you're just a bully. Lu Sheng finally turned serious. Get up first. I'm going to teach you a few things. These are some techniques I've developed myself. They're extremely practical. Her fake tears vanished instantly. Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up. Really? Is it a secret martial arts manual? Lu Sheng looked at his sister's 180-degree personality flip and thought. A second ago, she was crying until her nose was running, and now she's like a completely different person. He replied, just consider it a secret manual. Do exactly as I say, but you absolutely cannot spread this to anyone else. Lu Qinghe was thrilled. She grinned from ear to ear. Yes, sir. He then began guiding her, reminding her to focus on the flow of her internal energy. Lu Qinghe kept staring at her brother, wondering to herself. No one could have transformed like this in just a few months. She felt both curious and suspicious. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, her brother going from an ordinary high school student to where he is today, step by step, she wouldn't have believed it. Stubbornly, she told herself it must just be luck. Even though everyone thought he'd suddenly had a breakthrough, she felt he was hiding a secret. Her own martial arts talent was definitely better than his, and maybe she could uncover that secret herself. She smiled confidently. With her intelligence, she'd surely surpass her brother eventually. It wouldn't be easy, though. Ha ha ha. But she didn't notice her brother looking at her with a sharp, cold gaze, noticing she wasn't focusing on the training. Lu Sheng tapped her on the head. It was meant to be a loving gesture, but it still made Lu Qinghe blurt out, "Hey, stop hitting my head. You're gonna stunt my growth." His younger sister, Lu Qinghe, was extremely diligent with her training, so much so that she was drenched in sweat. A moment later, she ceased her breathing technique and stopped the training. As soon as she let go, Lu Qinghe had to gasp for air. The workout seemed way too intense. Lu Sheng just stood there with his arms crossed, watching his sister struggle to breathe with a very amused look on his face. Lu Qinghe couldn't even stand anymore and ended up sprawled out on the floor. Lu Sheng chuckled with satisfaction and asked, "Well, can you feel the results yet?" Even though she was exhausted, her eyes lit up the moment he asked. Clenching her fists, she sat bolt upright and exclaimed, "Big brother, that was amazing. What kind of moves did you teach me? They're incredibly effective. I feel like just one session was over 10 times more potent than anything I've done before." Lu Sheng thought to himself, what should I say to keep my silly sister from blabbing about this to everyone? After a moment of racking his brain over a secret he couldn't let outsiders know, he finally came up with a plan. With a nonchalant expression, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's exactly the same stuff you usually practice, just the latest version." Lu Qinghe looked surprised. "Huh, what do you mean by the latest version?" Lu Sheng continued to explain, "Well, it's just like the phones and computers you use right now. They eventually release a 2 or 3 version, right? But in reality, at the company lab, they've already researched up to version 9 or even 10. The 2 stuff is just for the general public, basically test phase moves. It'll be a long time before that officially hits the market, so you can't tell anyone." Lu Qinghe was startled, her body glowing with heat. "Wait, are you trying to use me as a lab rat? Talk about a sister looking out for herself." Lu Sheng saw that her reaction was a bit over the top, so he pinched her cheek, pulled her up, and calmly said, "This is a great opportunity. Normal people wouldn't even get a chance to be a lab rat like this. These body tempering techniques just haven't been promoted yet, but the content is already complete." Lu Qinghe clutched her face, looking pained and worried as she asked, "But it's a little dangerous, isn't it? What if I accidentally cripple myself while practicing?" Lu Sheng felt helpless in the face of his stubborn sister's constant worrying and questioning. He stood up and said, "I'm your brother. We're born of the same parents. Our physiques are pretty similar. I've been training for so long. If it were going to cripple someone, I would have been crippled way before you." Lu Qinghe didn't stop there and continued scratching her head, pondering, "That's even worse. If both of us in this family end up crippled, who's going to take care of mom and dad? And if you get crippled first, at least I can still take care of you." Hearing this, Lu Sheng lost his cool, his face darkened, and his eyes turned red with frustration. He quickly chased after his ticking time bomb of a sister, telling her to come here so he could teach her a lesson. Lu Qinghe ran away, laughing all the while. "I'm just joking. Why are you so worked up? Don't take it seriously, big bro." After running for a while, Lu Qinghe flopped onto the floor, face down. She wondered, "Hey, big brother, if this body tempering technique is so good, how did you even get your hands on it? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Lu Sheng replied seriously, "Of course not. Your big brother wouldn't do anything illegal." Lu Sheng, being a bit of a jerk, sat on his stubborn sister to pin her to the floor and started tweaking her legs. She yelped in pain at the answer delivered through his actions. "Hey, let me go. You're going to kill your own sister, and you say you're not doing anything illegal." Lu Sheng finally let go, having had enough of her thrashing and ear-piercing screams. Lu Qinghe pulled herself up again, still curious. "If this facial muscle tempering technique is this good, and you teach it to me, will there be any trouble?" Lu Sheng put on a serious face to scare his poor sister. "Good point, right? The person who taught me this said absolutely not to pass it on to anyone. Otherwise, not only me, but our whole family will be in deep trouble." Hearing this, Lu Qinghe jumped in surprise. "What? You already taught it to me, so doesn't that mean?" Before Lu Qinghe could finish her sentence, Lu Sheng pretended to be the most caring brother ever and replied, "I had no choice. Who told you to be my little sister?" Lu Sheng's heartfelt response made Lu Qinghe blush as she touched her heart and blurted out, "Big brother." Lu Sheng raised a hand and whispered, "As long as you keep this secret and don't let anyone find out, I don't think there will be any problems. Remember, no matter who it is, your teacher, your best friend, or even your future husband, you can't tell them. This involves your life and mine, even the whole family's safety." Hearing that it was a matter of family survival, Lu Qinghe became very serious and understanding. Don't worry, big brother. I definitely won't let anyone find out." Lu Sheng, having successfully tricked his silly sister, stood up with a grin and said, "All right, I'll teach you a few more times. Once you're used to it, Remember to go back to your room and practice hard, okay? Lu Qinghe glanced at him, thinking. So that's why Big Brother has always been hiding in his room. He was practicing this. Then she clenched her fists and daydreamed excitedly. Ha, ha. I'll work hard. My talent is stronger than Big Brother's. It's not impossible that I'll surpass him later. She thought, man, my acting skills deserve a Nobel Prize. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng also smugly thought to himself, hey, my acting definitely deserves an award for Best Actor. Then Lu Sheng turned around, waved at his sister, and said, I need to go out for a bit this afternoon. Practice hard by yourself at home. When I get back, I'll teach you some live combat techniques. Lu Qinghe replied obediently. Got it. The scene shifts to the Hai Tian Shengyan restaurant. Lu Sheng arrived at the meeting spot and said to the woman, my future wife, He Lingsu, has been waiting. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting so long. He Lingsu was very thoughtful and had already prepared several plates of beef for him. I know you like steak, so I specifically ordered quite a bit for you. Lu Sheng exclaimed, oh, you're so kind. Thank you. Lu Sheng started cutting the meat, but his eyes were glued to his future second wife as he asked, how's the company business going lately? He Lingsu replied immediately. The initial market price for the Spirit Vitality Serum is set at 49.88. This price isn't exactly high, but it's still not something the average person can afford. I positioned it to target mid to high-end customers with a certain level of financial strength. Sales are going quite well. The first batch of 20,000 Spirit Vitality pills sold out in less than a week. The money-making expert, He Lingsu, continued happily. Plus, the repurchase rate is very high. I believe that after a little more time, its reputation will be renowned far and wide. The money-making expert, He Lingsu, happily continued. Furthermore, the repurchase rate is extremely high. I believe that after a bit more time, our reputation will spread far and wide. It absolutely has the potential to become a star product in the martial arts supplement market across the entire Dongnan province and Baihe City. Lu Sheng munched on a piece of beef, nodding in approval at Ha Lin too. Great work. I trust you completely with this, he added. So, are things still looking good regarding the budget? We can keep it rolling for now, but once our market share expands, we'll definitely need to open branches. I'll need a bank loan by then, because I don't have much cash on hand. The young man finished his meal and took a drink, not forgetting to flirt a little with his future wife. In a while, I'll provide you with some more funding. You don't need to worry about the money from the previous batch. Ha Lin. To nodded, I'm counting on you, then. She suddenly paused and asked, oh, right, isn't the national examination coming up soon? Lu Sheng remained calm and replied, yeah, that's right. So I won't be going out much lately. I'll be focusing entirely on preparing for the exam. I'll have to leave the business side of things to you. Lu Sheng remembered he was moving soon and reminded Ha Lin too. Oh, by the way, I'm moving in a few days. I'll send you my new address once I'm settled. Facing Lu Sheng, Ha Lin felt a bead of sweat roll down, struck by a realization. She had almost forgotten the young man radiating such intimidating presence before her eyes was still just a high school student who hadn't even taken his final exams yet. He was becoming more and more unfathomable. She sipped her drink, thinking to herself that if her past self from 6 months ago were told she'd be handing over the entire fate of the Ha family to him, she wouldn't have believed it. But looking at the current situation, it was clear her decision wasn't wrong. Ha ha, of course. Entrusting one's future to one's future husband, how could that ever be a mistake? After a moment of thought, Ha Lin stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Sure, take care. Before she left, Ha Lin suddenly remembered. Oh, right. I promoted Ma Fei to store manager. The guy was feeling incredibly proud, telling everyone, Big Shot here is finally making some real money. Lu Sheng heard this and, fully trusting his future wife's judgment, said, You're the boss. You handle it. All right. I'm off then. Lu Sheng finished his meal. Watching Ha Lin walk away, the young man thought that her company was his most important source of income and a place where he could secretly develop future supplements. As for whether Ha Lin would betray him once she became successful, he wasn't worried at all. On the surface, she appeared to be a calm, ripple-free sea, but she was actually surrounded by troubles and would sooner or later come to him for help. Lu Sheng wore a thoughtful expression. Even without those external pressures, what he gave, he could surely take back. But the most important thing, right now, was to level up his own strength. After deciding, he called the beautiful waitress over. Please pack 50 portions of steak to go. The young man clenched his fist, determined. Weapons for his spiritual power, the martial arts blade technique, the star-refining body method, and his immortal golden body all needed to reach the next breakthrough. With all that, the next time he met that female martial arts master, Lu Sheng looked focused and determined. He wouldn't just survive, he would defeat her. Lu Sheng mused to himself that in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Chiming Star General selection was over, and his spiritual reader examination had been passed. He returned home and checked his finances, using his bonuses and external income to buy his family a new house. Standing in front of the new house, Lu Sheng smiled happily, gesturing toward it. He then looked at the movers, hand on his chin in confusion, his other hand on his hip. He looked at the people from the Hong Xuan Martial Arts Hall happily moving things and wondered, how did they even find out about this? They just showed up to help me move. Nearby, his younger sister and Triu Lantone were whispering and laughing, while his parents stood there, beaming. Lu Jing glanced at him, narrowed her eyes, and casually whispered something into Triu Lantone's ear, making her blush and tilt her head to listen. They moved until sunset. Lu Sheng thought to himself, we finally move into our new home at Hoa Fu. He playfully flicked his sister's forehead, a wide smile on his face. Behind them, his parents watched their children playing and smiled warmly at each other. The little girl ducked her head, clutching it while playfully accepting her brother's teasing. In the distance, an older lady with a bag walked by, muttering to herself, a new family. How strange. Lu Sheng reminded himself, tomorrow is the day of the national examination. On the balcony, Lu Qinghe stretched her arms out, standing excitedly in front of the glass door, shouting, finally, I have my own martial arts practice room. Ha ha. Downstairs, his mother held a box of red fruits, looked at his father, Lam Trek, and smiled gently. We just moved in. We should go say hello to the neighbors, dear. Seeing this, he took a gift box from the table, smiled at her, and agreed. Hearing them, Lu Sheng looked over, smiled, and said softly, I'll go with you. Lam Trax looked at him as if to say something, then laughed heartily, raised an eyebrow, and shook his head. No need, son. You should go rest. He added, tomorrow is the martial arts exam. Get some good rest. Beside him, his mother held the gift, smiling warmly in agreement with her husband. Then, his father laughed, eyes wide as he looked up at Lu Sheng, placing a hand on his shoulder. If you become the martial arts champion, our family will truly bring honor to our ancestors. Lu Sheng looked at him, smiling and nodding silently. That night in his new room, Lu Sheng lay in bed and drifted off, thinking that his internal energy had now reached the peak of a level 4 martial artist. His body felt the unrefined energy constantly flowing through him. Lu Sheng realized he had the qualifications to reach level 5 at any moment. He confirmed that he could have leveled up earlier, but he had delayed it to temper his internal energy repeatedly. The pale yellow internal energy had turned into a rich, amber gold, flowing throughout his body. He practiced in his mind, thrusting his hand out with a massive surge of energy, brow furrowed, eyes wide as he shouted. The third tempering is almost complete. Lu Sheng figured that his power would surely multiply after this. Right after that, his strike created a massive wave of lava surging forward. Then, the trail of lava reached an area covered in ice and snow. Blocks of ice gradually stemmed the flow of lava, while snow continued to fall relentlessly from above. Moving across the lava, he approached the border of ice and fire. On the other side, Zhao Lingquan stood on a massive ice slab, weapon in hand, watching him. His body soaring through the blizzard, Lu Sheng greeted her and made his declaration. I've arrived. Hearing this, Zhao Lingquan just watched him in silence. Sharp metal gleamed on his body, and in an instant, they lunged at each other, one side ice, the other lava, creating a distinct boundary. Lu Sheng shouted excitedly, confirming the challenge. Let's start the training session with my mentor today. With that, Zhao Lingquan swiftly lashed out with her weapon. Lu Sheng quickly raised his hand to block. With his other hand, he punched the weapon. His face contorted as he thought, I can currently exert 20 times the force using the constant star technique. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes at her, his body radiated intense heat. He threw a punch straight at Zhao Lingquan's face, forcing her to grind her teeth and spit blood. Her head snapped to the side, but she quickly regained her composure. Rising onto her toes to gather momentum, ice energy surged from her. She then swung her leg, kicking him hard in the stomach and sending Lu Sheng flying back. Beneath where Zhao Lingquan stood lay a giant block of ice. Moments later, he and his icy fists were slammed into a building, triggering a massive explosion. Debris and smoke filled the air. He burst out of the blast, contemplating the special 4-gate breathing method. A sphere of lava coalesced in his palm. He frowned, hurled it forward, and kept thinking. My mastery of the flame breath is at level 2. Beyond just creating a fireball. Immediately, he dove from the sky toward Zhao Lingquan like a meteor, energy sphere in hand. She looked up at him. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng shouted in his mind, it can also trigger an explosion with devastating damage. As he drove the sphere down toward her, Zhao Lingquan quickly raised her shield to block, causing the burning energy to lash out in all directions. Spikes of ice sprouted from her body. She wore a triumphant smirk while holding her stance, shielding herself from his assault. Finally, an ice pillar formed and surged toward him, surrounded by a howling wind. Lu Sheng quickly shifted around the massive pillar. His brow remained furrowed while the snow kept falling. Below him, Zhao Lingquan was still smiling. Clutching her ice shield and weapon, she stood in the heart of the storm. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "It seems I've been coming to this martial arts master to train every single day lately." Standing in the distance, he looked at her with excitement in his eyes, smiling as he affirmed to himself, "I can finally hold my own against this martial arts master for 5 minutes without dying." His hand was frozen into a fist, his body glowing with a blue light in the blizzard. He added, "It's a night and day difference from when I got one shot at our first time meeting. The 10 Directions martial arts has truly fused with my body." One of his hands emitted fire that melted the ice, while his body glowed green and tiny sparks of lightning formed on his other hand. His eyes widened. His face hardened as he stared into the storm, thinking, if all my martial arts techniques break through to the micro level, will the 10 Directions martial arts advance even further? In the distance, Zhao Lingquan stood there, grinning at him, weapon held tight. Lu Sheng, hands crackling with lightning and fire, charged at her. Suddenly, he stopped, reined in his power, shrugged, and scowled. Glaring at Zhao Lingquan with one hand still flaming and the other crackling with leftover lightning, he declared, "All right, I can't beat you for now. But just wait until I finish the exams. My clearance level is definitely hitting 4. He calculated that. Once he did, he'd obtain the next 3 supreme techniques of the 11th grade martial arts. He thought of the water crystal official technique and the constant star body refining art he'd read about. Imagining himself holding Zhao Lingquan in the palm of his hand, he resolved that his strength would continue to break through. "Once my internal power reaches level 5, I'll definitely take you down." Lu Sheng's face turned sinister. He stared at her with a grin, a blue glint flashing in his eyes. He mused on how much he had sparred with the martial arts master. He paused, looking at Zhao Lingquan, who was watching him with her shield raised. He thought, "It makes me crave that martial art where she condenses ice into a spear even more." He reconsidered, "But hey, I've got my own weapon now." He pressed 2 fingers together, curled the other 3, and smiled as his body emitted a violet light. He unleashed the limitless blade wheel. A chain of throwing stars snaked out as he shouted arrogantly, "This is the weapon that cost me 27 billion. With one hand behind his back and the other pointing forward to control the weapon swirling around him, he maintained a calm, smug expression. Lu Sheng explained his weapon. The thick silver ore from Ox Head Mountain yielded 27 kilograms of refined silver. I poured it all into this. I mined the ore from some mountain range and crafted each link of this weapon. They get smaller and smaller." He muttered to himself, "After all that, I only have a few million left. No wonder psychics are worth their weight in gold." Ugh. Controlling his weapon while wincing, Lu Sheng felt like crying inside. This profession is a damn money pit. Lu Sheng pulled his hand back, stood with his arms folded, and watched his weapon fly off, muttering to himself, "Good thing that once I got this weapon, I only had one word for it." He shouted, "Unstoppable." Then, he pondered, even in a world 10,000 years from now, psychics are still the top tier, highly sought-after martial profession. At the same time, he raised his hand to control the weapon. It began to pulse with green light as he thought, "These past few months, I've barely managed to master one kill move from the level 5 limitless blade wheel." Finally, he yelled in his mind, "The documentation for this kill move is just 4 words long." His weapon shot toward Zhao Lingquan with speed invisible to the naked eye. Lu Sheng shouted, "A kill move that can execute a master." She watched his weapon with utter vigilance. Lu Sheng thought, if level 5 can kill a master, then what about level 6 or level 7? Then, he asked himself in confusion, if that's the case, what other psychic combat technique could possibly be stronger than the infinite blade wheel? He narrowed his eyes, clicked his tongue, and stared ahead, sizing up Zhao Lingquan. This Valkyrie's fighting spirit was just too intense. She couldn't be compared to any ordinary grandmaster. On the other side, she raised her weapon, channeling her energy to sprout sharp spikes, while the shield in her hand quickly blocked all his incoming attacks. He still couldn't break through within a 3-meter range. Seeing this, Lu Sheng gritted his teeth in frustration. With a dark expression, he gestured, controlling his weapons while screaming internally, "Damn it." His weapons were sent flying back, all crashing into the ground. He picked one up, his face filled with confusion, brows furrowed. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing with shock. The standard techniques of the infinite blade wheel didn't faze her at all. He fell into deep thought. If he unleashed his full-power ultimate move, Lu Sheng calculated that once the ultimate move was released, he would pause, and his weapon would quickly pierce Zhao Lingquan's arm, forcing her to drop her shield as their energies violently collided. Lu Sheng concluded that while he could severely injure the Valkyrie, his own psychic power would be completely drained, leaving him utterly useless. Just then, the Valkyrie's spear lunged toward him. Lu Sheng, having no energy left to fight back, struggled to clench his brows, throwing a punch in a state of panic as he realized his fate. The next moment would surely be his end, as the Valkyrie was about to blow him to smithereens. He quickly focused, channeling his wind breath to reinforce his immortal golden body. His speed was no match for her. Lu Sheng retreated from the fight, glancing back at Zhao Lingquan, who was dealing with his weapons on the ice block. He thought to himself, as long as I don't throw my life away, she can't touch me. He reflected that it was a shame there wasn't a suitable opponent to practice with. She was too strong, he couldn't test his moves. If he pushed himself now, she'd get hurt and he'd end up dead. Finally, he confirmed, without a proper rival, I have no idea how strong I really am or where my limits lie. Back in reality, Lu Sheng woke up, sitting on his bed with his hands on his knees, leaning back as he shouted in his heart, the unified exam tomorrow is the best chance to test myself. In the darkness, he stared into nothingness and muttered to himself, City Marshal Top Scholar, Provincial Marshal Top Scholar. Lu Sheng cut off his thoughts. The house was shrouded in night as he made a firm declaration, my goal. He looked into the void of the galaxy in his mind, finally smiling, his eyes sharp with determination. Outside, the morning sun began to rise, bathing him in its light. Lu Sheng knew it wouldn't just end there. He reviewed his major skills. There were no secrets. His body map, skills, and parts were all laid out. The crystal light technique was always in a passive state, grinding and upgrading his psychic power, a technique living in his mind. Then, there were his hawk-like blue eyes. Lu Sheng would use his electric voltage vision whenever the situation called for it. Next were his body cells, the star body refining technique. The solar cell refining technique allowed him to provide energy to the stars. A manual description was only for reference. This Grandmaster reserves the right to the final interpretation. Lastly, his feet, which could crush the earth, and his immortal golden body, regenerating wounds, superhuman defense, capable of functioning normally under extreme gravity, a perfect body, though he hadn't yet become an extraterrestrial ultimate life form. Then came his 4 natural attributes and his natural breathing method, which allowed him to switch between different functions based on the situation. Comment below on which element is used the least. Then, the fiery fist from the God-illuminating Mingwang Sutra, using information asymmetry to create a second body within his own, doubling his power. Next was his second body's ultimate move, 10 suns lighting the sky. Inherited from his master, the lifelong masterpiece of the eastern extreme setting sun, a move of immense power. Finally, his senses, both through his eyes and his body. Time Sense highly sensitive perception after enhancing his psychic power, allowing him to synchronize his reaction speed during high-speed combat. The next morning at the table, his mother, wearing an apron, stood to the side, eyes closed, hands clasped, whispering a prayer. May he be safe and successful. May my Shenger achieve great results. On the table were steamed buns and breakfast. Lu Qinghe sat nearby, hands on the table, watching him, and suggested, Big brother, I'll go to the exam site with you later. Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled, munching on a bun, and reached over to ruffle the little one's hair, saying, That's fine. It'll let you feel the atmosphere of the unified exam so you won't be nervous when your time comes. The girl puffed out her cheeks, took a bite of her bun, and frowned at him, grumbling, Yeah, right. I wouldn't be like that. Their mother, seeing this, clenched her hands, smiling excitedly to encourage her son. Don't be nervous. Just stay calm. No matter the result, you'll always be the son we're proudest of. Just then, a car pulled up outside. Lin Zi called out to his son, Son, get in the car. Lu Sheng turned, waved through the window, his eyes wide as he replied, Coming, Dad. Beside him, Lu Qinghe glanced over while chewing, a bowl of breakfast in her hands. On the road, the wheels hummed. Lin Zi reminded his son, Do your best, son. Whether our Lu family produces a martial top scholar depends entirely on you. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe, sitting in the back, protested, grabbing the driver's seat and squinting at him. Dad, don't forget about me. Lu Sheng just smiled with his eyes closed. Lin Zi laughed while driving, shouting back at his daughter, You've got a long way to go before you become a martial top scholar. Ha ha ha. The sky was clear that day, the exam site noisy and packed with cars. Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, looking confident. He closed his eyes, his body emitting a purple glow as he imagined his family's support. My good boy, just do your best. Don't be nervous, give it your all. Getting into a top-tier martial arts university is enough to make the ancestors proud. Do you want some water? Are you hungry, or do you need to use the restroom? Did you bring your exam permit? Goodness, how could you forget something so important at home? Taxi. Taxi, they shouted, even more anxious and excited than he was. Next, Lu Sheng took those words to heart, then opened his eyes and looked forward. With determination in his gaze, he furrowed his brow and smiled to himself. It's been a long time since I've lived the life of a normal person. Finally, I'm here like everyone else to take the martial arts exam. The things that happened over the past few months. He paused. Suddenly, his father walked up from behind, frowning as he looked ahead, and said with a smile, I remember when I took the martial arts exam here for the first time. Sadly, my talent wasn't enough, and my nutrition wasn't great either, so I had to drop out after just one segment. As for Lu Sheng, he sank into thought at his father's words, looking ahead. Then, Lindsay quickly walked up, threw an arm around his shoulder, and said with a bright, happy smile, Son, you're 100 times stronger than your old man. I won't say much else, just one thing. He paused, his other hand resting on his hip. Lu Sheng looked at him seriously, a faint smile on his face. Lindsay added, Give it your all. You're the pride of the Wu family. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's eyes welled up with tears. He gasped in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, closed his eyes, and smiled as he started walking, saying, Dad, I got it. Behind him, Lindsay watched his son with a look of pure joy. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe quickly appeared by his side, clenching her fists as she watched him go. She cheered, Good luck, brother. Dad and I will be waiting out here for you. He just walked on calmly, waving back at them. Next, the annual martial arts exam finally began. Inside the main hall, the crowd lined up neatly. The examiner held some documents in his hand, looked down at the crowd, and announced, Follow the order to enter. The first test is the blood energy measurement. The second is the combat strength index. He paused and added, Numbers 00236 to 00240. Please step into the exam room now. Beside him, another examiner spoke. Soon after, the examinees with those numbers quickly entered the room, under the strict supervision and guidance of the proctors. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The examiner's eyes widened as he frowned and glanced down at the crowd. He let out a humph, then saw everyone scurrying away from Lu Sheng, and angrily shouted, What are you kids doing? Lu Sheng just stood in the middle, radiating murderous intent, while calmly keeping his hands in his pockets. The examiner continued, Why are the rows in front and behind all huddled together like that, leaving such a huge gap in the middle? He urged them, Stand properly. One person in the crowd pointed at him, trembling, with a face full of fear as he replied, Examiner, it's not that I don't want to move forward. It's just that as soon as I get near him, he added, I feel incredibly tense. My whole body is shaking. I don't feel right. Hearing that, the examiner frowned, clenched his fists, and walked down, shouting angrily, What on earth is this? He stood straight in front of Lu Sheng, glaring at him with a frown, and let out a huff. Lu Sheng remained calm, his expression unreadable, still radiating that intense aura. Immediately, the examiner felt it too, freezing up as he thought to himself with a hint of worry, This pressure is terrifying. The examiner struggled, frowning and grinding his teeth as he looked at him, realizing in fear, this is the blood energy of a martial artist that has concentrated to the point where it naturally emits a kind of pressure. The killing intent was still subconsciously attacking him. Behind Lu Sheng, it was as if an invisible, blood-red beast had appeared, staring at the crowd. The examiner turned pale and backed away, shouting in his mind, For a normal person, just getting close to him feels like standing next to a wild beast. Lu Sheng just stood there calmly, hands in his pockets, watching him without a ripple of emotion. The examiner realized this was a self-preservation mechanism, as the human body instinctively wanted to avoid danger. He stared in astonishment, muttering to himself, then trembled and shouted in confusion, Just what kind of monster is he? Lu Sheng's expression remained calm, yet to the examiner, he looked like a predator, his eyes glowing, his entire being exuding oppressive power. Finally, the examiner coughed, closed his eyes, took a breath to calm himself, and pointed to the door behind him, saying, Forget it. Lu Sheng, you go into the exam room alone first. Go measure your blood energy. The others follow behind him. Hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered, each of them looking stunned as they rushed away. Finally, there was no one left around him except the examiner. Everyone kept looking back, thinking, That was too terrifying. Get away from Lu Sheng. Finally, we can get some distance. Lu Sheng just gave a wry smile, hung his head, sighed, and replied, All right. The crowd behind him had already moved aside, whispering about him. Lu Sheng then walked in with a dignified air, hands in his pockets. A desperate voice rang out, I didn't take any banned drugs. I didn't. The person struggled to explain, I really didn't. Seeing this, Lu Sheng looked up at him, his face filled with curiosity, not knowing what to say. The student shouted his defense once more. I only drank some chicken soup that my uncle cooked using a traditional recipe. As he was dragged away by two men, he yelled helplessly. He said it would help with the exam. A proctor behind them stood with his arms crossed, watching silently, clearly not believing him. The man with glasses behind him crossed his arms, smirked, and added, I warned you at the beginning. He added that if they had eaten anything they shouldn't have in the past 2 days, they should have said so sooner. A strictly no cheating sign appeared on the examiner's face. He then made his decision. There's no other way. I am disqualifying you from the martial arts exam for 3 years. Get out of here. As the person was dragged out by 2 guards, he continued to struggle and shout, I didn't cheat. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Lu Sheng watched him leave. Just then, a middle-aged man closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed, sigh. These candidates have no self-control. The regulations say 3 years, but in reality, they'll never be able to take the exam again in their entire lives. Besides, no martial arts university would ever recruit a student with a history of cheating. The bespectacled man beside him also crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Right after that, he grabbed the paperwork in his hand and pointed it at him, shouting. Then it was Lu Sheng's turn. He looked at them with an unreadable expression. Next, he urged him. You're the one, right? Get over here. Seeing that, Lu Sheng quickly stepped past them, his face giving nothing away. With his hands in his pockets, a sudden burst of killing intent caused the 2 men to freeze. Immediately, the bespectacled man was terrified, his eyes widening in shock. The other middle-aged man was no exception, his eyes popping out in amazement. Their bodies trembled involuntarily as he walked by, both standing rigid and gasping. This aura, it's too powerful. Then, they muttered to themselves, we're level 5 examiners, yet we couldn't even help but step back. Inside the examination room, the bespectacled man was still stunned as he picked up a syringe, his eyes bulging as he looked at him to confirm, Are you ready? We'll start by testing your chi. Immediately, he took the syringe, used 2 fingers to squeeze the needle tip, bending it, and calmly said with a blank face, I've already perfected my physique, so you'd better use a different needle for blood extraction. This needle won't be able to pierce my skin. Hearing this, the 2 men were even more shocked. Confused, they stared with wide eyes and furrowed brows, shouting in disbelief. They looked completely dazed. Seeing this, the bespectacled man quickly frowned, pulled out a pile of sharp needles, and shouted to confirm. I've already brought a stack of blood extraction needles used for high-level martial artists. The middle-aged man next to him also stepped forward awkwardly, picking up a needle, his face breaking into a cold sweat. Seeing that, Lu Sheng shrugged and walked over, grabbing a handful of syringes and glancing at them casually. He remarked that testing them one by one was a waste of time. Startled, the 2 men instinctively pulled their hands back. Right after, Lu Sheng held out his palm, slammed it hard onto the pointed ends of the pile of needles in his hand, and declared, Let's just do it all at once. Then, they looked at the bundle of needles, crushed and mangled like blades of grass in his hand, and looked up at him with horrified expressions, then looked back down at the needles and shouted in terror. This is truly insane. Just how thick is his skin? The bespectacled man trembled as he added, There's no other way. I'm going to ask my superiors for instructions. Then, he frowned, forced a smile, and pointed toward the door in front of them, looking at him to confirm. Student, go ahead and test your combat power index first. He nodded obediently, following the examiner's gesture, and finally smiled with excitement. All right. He walked slowly toward the door. Inside the combat power testing room, a guy with shoulder-length golden-orange hair widened his blue eyes and swung his fist, shouting, Hi. Then, as he punched the dummy in front of him, he yelled, Die. A blue glow flared at the point where his fist made contact. Right after, the dummy displayed a notification. Combat power exceeded 100. Hope of passing the Dongning Martial University. Hearing that, the guy stared at it in disbelief. Soon, the bespectacled examiner led him inside. The person in charge, holding documents, glanced at them and grunted. Immediately, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked the bespectacled examiner, Old Zhang, why are you here? Seeing Old Zhang's grim expression, he asked again, Has the Qi and blood index for the next person not come out yet? Old Zhang quickly stepped forward, covered his mouth, and whispered something into the person in charge's ear, causing him to widen his eyes in shock and shout, Huh, there's really such a thing? Then, Old Zhang looked over at the dummy equipped with sensors and cautioned, What's wrong with your equipment? Do you mean to switch to a higher-end model? Don't let us lose face here. We can't afford to be embarrassed in front of this person. Hearing this, the person in charge remained confident, smiling as he reached out toward his measuring device to confirm, Don't worry, this machine is top of the line. He added that the limit of this testing machine was 990,000. He looked at the number 4 test dummy with confidence and added, Even a level 6 martial artist wouldn't be a problem. before making another ridiculous remark. Don't tell me that kid is a grandmaster. Ha ha ha. As the bespectacled man stepped aside, the person in charge for this round looked at him calmly, waving his hand and laughing amusedly as he asked, "That student's name is Lu Sheng, right?" He then signaled, "Come in, it's your turn." Immediately, he walked over calmly, but the killing intent he exuded made even the bespectacled man jump. The examiner for this round was stunned, sitting restlessly in his chair. His sharp eyes looked down at him from above, with killing intent radiating continuously, making the man shrink back and look up at him. Then, Lu Sheng smiled, closed his eyes peacefully, and bowed to the examiner. "Hello, examiner. Examinee number 00565, Baihe City, Lu Sheng." Seeing him, the man looked completely bewildered, trembling as he pointed and stuttered, then asked again in fear, Student Lu Sheng, please step in front of the testing machine." Lu Sheng stood in position before the dummy, while the two remaining examiners, one standing, one sitting, watched him. The examiner, sitting down, held the information sheet, stared at him in disbelief, and asked, "Student Lu Sheng, are you ready?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng closed his eyes and replied, "Please wait a moment." Suddenly, the examiner's face went blank, his eyes widening as he stared at his aura. Lu Sheng used his flame-breathing technique, the Divine Illumination Ming Wang Sutra, to boost his qi and blood. Next, he pushed his hands forward as if channeling energy. Behind him, the shadow of a fire deity appeared. His expression was stern, and his body began emitting a blinding golden energy. Seeing this, both men shielded themselves in astonishment. The examiner for this round reached up to hold his hat, his eyes bulging in shock, and his mouth hung open as he shouted, "Huh, what is this energy? You told me this was just a student here for the entrance exam." He confirmed this with old Zhang, who was also grimacing and frowning as he stared ahead. He looked at the golden aura surrounding Lu Sheng and remarked, "He's condensing his explosive power at a fixed point. He clearly understands his own weaknesses." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained calm, closing his eyes to regulate his energy. The examiner remarked, "All-knowing and all-powerful." Then, Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, shimmering with golden light. As he shouted in his mind, "Martial arts perfection. First form." Then he stood on his tiptoes, the ground shattering from his immense power as he roared internally, unleashing 12 times his usual force. The proctor for this round quickly stared in pure shock, his face breaking into a sweat, mouth hanging wide open. As he swung his fist, a fireball with a phoenix core formed in an instant. His eyes flashed as he shouted the name of the master-level technique, flames erupting all around him. He then assessed the situation in his mind, realizing this was his first time merging every state into one. Then added, "I want to see what my current strength is really capable of." Lu Sheng smiled, his eyes narrowing with determination as he threw his fist forward, shouting in his heart, "What will the result be?" Immediately, his fire-wreathed punch slammed into the combat test dummy. A brilliant light flashed as he shouted the technique's name, 10 suns illuminating the sky. Just before that, 5 minutes earlier at the main testing building, in a private office, the sound of a chess piece hitting the board echoed sharply. Xu Yudong closed his eyes, retracted his hand, and sat back in his chair with an air of indifference. Checkmate, Director Liu. He is Xu Yudong, the overall director of the Baihe City University entrance exam and president of the Shuhai City Martial Arts Association. Hearing this, the pot-bellied man playing against him reached up to rub his head, closing his eyes with a sigh. "Ah, I've lost again." That was the director of the Baihe City Bureau of Education. Director Liu then offered his praise. "President Xu, your chess skills are truly masterful. I've lost 7 games in a row. I'm calling it quits." Hearing this, Xu Yudong laughed out loud, rubbing his chin, looking humble and delighted. He chuckled, "Haha, I'm just a martial artist. How could I know anything about strategy? I accept my defeat." Suddenly, his secretary burst through the door with a stack of files, shouting in a panic, "President Xu, there's an urgent matter that requires your instruction." Hearing this, Xu Yudong turned his head to look at her, calmly chiding her, "What's with all the rushing? Don't you see I have a guest?" Beside him, Director Liu watched silently. Xu Yudong then asked, "What is it? Speak." The secretary, clutching the files, stammered nervously. It's hard to describe," she mumbled, fumbling for words. Basically, a candidate from Baihe City came to take the test, but he broke the blood sampling needle. She quickly added, "The proctor is requesting permission to use a higher-grade needle for him." Hearing this, Xu Yudong sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. "Doesn't every testing site have a supply of high-grade needles?" He added, "Why bother me for such a small matter?" The secretary stepped forward, trembling. Well," she continued, "they're all broken. All the high-grade needles are ruined." Upon hearing this, Xu Yudong gripped the chess piece so hard it cracked under the pressure. He stared at her in shock, furrowing his brows. What? All the high-grade needles are destroyed? He asked in disbelief. Director Liu was also visibly unsettled, sitting on the edge of his seat as he looked toward the secretary. Immediately, Su Yudong lost his cool, pointing at her. The secretary stood there, flustered, as he shouted his urgent orders. Quickly, go to the control room and get the special-grade needles, and bring me that candidate's file right now. Xia Binan, who was standing nearby, looked over in astonishment. The secretary handed over the file and confirmed, I have the file ready, sir. Please take a look. They both leaned in to look at the document, their eyes widening in shock. Shu Yudong closed his eyes and frowned, his face turning grim as he breathed heavily. Whoosh! He suddenly forced a smile at his friend and confirmed, Director Liu, congratulations. Hearing this, Director Liu also smiled, bowing his head modestly. Ha ha ha, luck, just luck. He clasped his hands together and added cheerfully, I suppose it's my turn to concede. Ha ha, it's all thanks to President Shu's great teaching. I'm just catching a bit of the glory. Shu Yudong looked at him with surprise, still holding the file as he asked, Oh, Director Liu doesn't seem surprised at all. Director Liu beamed with delight. How can I not be surprised? He then admitted, but, in my heart, I already had a hunch. He recalled the glowing insignia of that military district and asked Shu Yudong, President Shu, are you aware of the annual Qiming General Star selection held by the Eastern Military District? He introduced further, that boy, Lu Sheng, is this year's Qiming General Star. He continued. Not only that, he was interrupted, but then continued with a wide grin. He's also a famous martial arts celebrity in Baihe City. Hearing this, Shu Yudong gasped in pure astonishment. So that's how it is. His heart began to race as he realized, that kid, with this kind of strength, he's not just qualified to be the top-ranked martial artist in the province, he thought with certainty. He's basically sitting firmly on the throne of the national champion. Seeing this, Zhu Yudong excitedly grabbed Director Liu's hand and shouted, Let's go. We have to see this person for ourselves. It would be a huge regret not to meet such international-level talent, he exclaimed. Right then, the table and the vase on it began to shake violently. Finally, under a massive impact, the vase shattered. Shu Yudong and Director Liu were both panicked, their faces turning pale as the building rocked. The two couldn't even stand still, staring at the shaking ground as they screamed. Once the tremor passed, Director Liu, standing behind him, looked on with wide, sweaty eyes. Huh? Was that an earthquake? Shu Yudong, beside him, glanced toward the source of the vibration and stated urgently, No. I can feel that the source of the shock isn't far away. His eyes widened in horror as he yelled, That direction. That's the combat testing room. Down below, the dust was settling after Lu Sheng's punch. He still held his fist up, surrounded by flickers of blazing red phoenix energy. The combat test dummy was heavily damaged, embedded into the wall, with craters forming in the ground. Nearby, both proctors were so shocked they fell out of their chairs. The proctor with glasses stared, completely speechless and mouth agape. Inside the room, the other proctor had already fallen to the ground, mouth wide open in pure disbelief. What on earth just happened? Ugh. The machine is still twitching, stuck to the wall behind it, sparking and severely damaged. The examiner screams in panic. That testing machine was rated for a peak, rank 6 martial artist. He then asked again in total shock, stunned that it was blown apart by a single punch. Watching this, Lu Sheng looks completely innocent, his mouth hanging open in feigned surprise. His hand is still glowing with a fiery fist, surrounded by phoenix gems. The examiner confirms it again. He just can't believe his eyes, screaming as he asks, with just one punch, did he break through a combat power of 990,000? Zhu Yudong and Bureau Chief Liu rush to the scene. His eyes widen in shock as he shouts, demanding to know what's going on. What happened here? The crowd looks toward him. The area is a total mess, covered in debris. The rounds examiner rushes over, sobbing uncontrollably as he clings to Shu Yudong, crying out, Chief, Bureau Chief Shu, you're finally here. Beside him, Bureau Chief Liu stands there, face turning dark, jaw dropped in silence. Zhu Yudong stares in disbelief at the man, who is a mess of tears and snot. The examiner quickly stammers, pointing the finger at the boy. He stutters, interrupting himself to point at Lu Sheng's innocent, blank face. He's a grandmaster. Hearing that, Lu Sheng points at himself, eyes wide, lips pursed in confusion. Quickly regaining his composure, Shu Yudong frowns and gestures to the people around him, barking out orders. Everyone else, get out. Tell the candidates outside to wait a moment. He then shouts an urgent announcement, immediately calling the Martial Arts Association to arrange for a Grandmaster-level testing machine to be brought over. Hurry it up, he urges. Hearing this, old Zhang, the one with glasses, furrows his brow, clearly panicked, and he and the examiner in the blue shirt both nod in unison as they head out. Meanwhile, Shu Yudong turns his head back to look at Lu Sheng, his eyes narrowing in genuine shock as he thinks to himself that the power of that punch was truly earth-shattering. He then adds, "This day will surely go down in history." He concludes internally, "A true young hero." Behind him, Bureau Chief Liu steps toward Lu Sheng with a beaming smile, reassuring him, "Don't worry, student Lu Sheng, no one is going to blame you." He adds, "Try not to put any mental pressure on yourself." Lu Sheng glances back at him. The bureau chief stands beside him, hands clasped behind his back, confirming, "Just prepare yourself well. We'll need you to cooperate and run the test again in a moment." He looks at Lu Sheng, sensing the thick, deep blue aura radiating from him. With clenched fists, he looks around, thinking to himself that just standing near the boy, one could feel an aura of a martial artist who has been tempered through countless trials. He confirms in utter disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that a student of only 18 years could be like this? An hour later, old Zhang's voice rings out with urgency as he points to the case being brought in. Bureau Chief Xu, have all the high-level machines arrived? He holds a document in his hand. Hearing this, Zhu Yudong quickly confirms and prepares to start the test immediately. He pulls out a golden needle, looking at Lu Sheng with a joyful smile. "First, we'll measure your blood energy." Without hesitation, he pricks Lu Sheng's fingertip with the gold needle. Lu Sheng watches the process quietly, holding out his hand. Soon, a small amount of orange-gold blood is drawn. Seeing this, Bureau Chief Lu points to the drop of blood on the needle tip in amazement, eyes bulging and sweating as he shouts in confusion. It's not scattering, it's condensing. Thick as mercury. This is the blood of a grandmaster. He then concludes, "No, it's still missing a little something. I've seen true grandmaster blood before." In his mind, he imagines the blood pearls glowing with a deep, vibrant orange-red intensity. Shu Yudong retracts the needle and frowns, examining it closely. When the blood drips, it should form perfect spheres, both in terms of thickness and cohesion. This is still a bit short of the mark. Beside him, Bureau Chief Liu frowns and puts his hands on his hips, adding, "But considering his age, this is already incredibly terrifying." He places the needle onto the machine on the table. It lets out a beep and begins to whir. Finally, the red display screen shows the result. Blood energy value, 123,356, rank 6 martial artist. Seeing this, Shu Yudong shouts in shock, "Blood energy value over 120,000, a rank 6 martial artist." Beside him, Bureau Chief Liu holds his head, eyes wide, trembling as he stares at the screen. "In all of Baihei City," he stammers, then confirms, "No, even in the entire history of Dongning Province, such a record has never appeared." Across from them, Shu Yudong quickly looks at Lu Sheng, laughing excitedly as he praises him. "Well done, very good. Student Lu, you set a new record for blood energy." Lu Sheng looks at him calmly, then shrugs, saying modestly, "It's all right, I guess." With a placid expression, he looks at them, while the examiner in glasses pouts, frowning and shouting in dissatisfaction internally. He calls that all right. He curses to himself, "Damn it, he's showing off way too hard. I can't stand it anymore." Just then, the man with glasses holds the control panel and turns to shout, "Bureau Chief Su, the testing machine is adjusted and the armored dummy is ready." Hearing this, Shu Yudong turns to Lu Sheng, frowning with a smile, and confirms, "While you're still pumped up, let's test your combat power." On the other side, the dummy is set up just for him. The man waves Lu Sheng over, thinking to himself, "This Grandmaster-level combat power tester is practically brand new, because in all of Bai City, there are hardly any people who can even use it." He watches Lu Sheng, adding, "And today, it's being used by someone so young." Lu Sheng quickly walks toward the armored dummy with a serious look, clenching his fists. He pulls his arm back, face tensing as a massive amount of power begins to gather in his arm. Immediately, the screen starts flashing a series of notifications. Finally, he throws a punch filled with force and flame, shouting the name of his move, 20 times power. Astral Force. 11 heavens. Dust begins to fly everywhere. The people around quickly raise their hands to cover their faces as Shu Yudong shouts in amazement. As he unleashed his star power, the 11th cave heaven shook, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The crowd quickly raised their hands to shield their faces. Then, Di Yudong shouted in astonishment, "Master-level intent. That is absolutely master-level intent," he shouted, eyes bulging in disbelief. "I've been painstakingly chasing this for years, and now it appears in an 18-year-old kid? No wonder everyone's losing their minds." Beside him, Director Liu frowned deeply, eyes wide with shock, shouting in utter confusion. This is clearly the path of a 7th-tier Grandmaster wide open. He finally concluded, "Give him a little more time, and he'll be a teen grandmaster." Just then, Lu Sheng pulled his hand away from the training dummy, leaving a deep, glowing crater behind. He retracted his hand, squinting with a smirk at the dummy as the dust settled around his still glowing body. The dummy flashed the results. Combat power, 160,000. Seeing this, Director Liu's eyes crinkled with excitement as he proclaimed, "The combat power has basically met the standard. Even if it's still a tiny bit off, he's worthy of the title of Grandmaster." Beside them, Xu Yudong noticed something off. He squinted, rubbing his chin and muttering, "That's strange." Before shouting, "Something's not right," he turned to question him. "Lu Sheng, if you have Grandmaster level strength, why didn't you use your internal energy?" Lu Sheng looked at him calmly, eyes narrowing. Director Liu quickly stepped forward, brow furrowed, asking with a hint of panic, "Yeah, where is your internal energy?" Lu Sheng stared at him in silence. Finally, he extended his hand to gather energy, his whole body bathed in a golden glow, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not even 5th tier yet. My internal energy hasn't formed." Hearing that, the two men went pale, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. They instinctively backed away, staring at the aura surrounding him as Director Liu shouted in shock, "Oh my god, he's not even 5th tier and he's already outputting Grandmaster-level combat power." Hearing this, Xu Yudong regained his composure, winked at Director Liu, and said happily, "Director Liu, congratulations. It's official. Your Baihei city is going to produce a great Grandmaster in the future. This is the rise of a true dragon." Director Liu clenched his fists, eyes squinting with wild excitement as he cheered, "A true dragon. A real true dragon. Ha ha." Nearby, Xu Yudong rubbed his chin, beaming. Beside him, someone else shouted, "Our Bai city is about to see a true dragon prodigy." Immediately, Director Liu turned and pointed, instructing old Zhang, the examiner wearing glasses, "Hurry up and notify Chairman Xiao and the Eastern Military Region." The guy grabbed the files, confirmed the order, and ran off. Afterward, Lu Sheng stepped out of the testing area. He reached out to his family, smiling as he called out, "Dad." The backlighting made his blue eyes shimmer. Lindsay was brimming with excitement, eyes wide as he looked at him and asked, "Sheng, how did it go? Did you give it your all?" Beside him, Lu Qinghe also beamed, clutching her hands to her chest as she urged him, "Big brother, tell us." Lu Sheng put his hands on his hips and said, "Better than expected. Getting into the capital shouldn't be a problem." His father beamed, proudly placing a hand on his shoulder. Lu Qinghe pumped her fist in the air, shouting in delight, "Does that mean you can get the top scholar title?" "Ha, I have a top scholar for a brother." The three of them quickly posed for a photo. It was a commemorative photo of Lu Sheng's college entrance exam. His dad smiled happily in the back, his sister beamed beside him, and Lu Sheng stood in the center, equally delighted. Then his personal stat screen appeared. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Martial arts age, June, year 297. Martial arts level, April, year 477. Strength, 8th tier martial artist. At 18, he became a 2nd tier martial artist, shaking all of Bai City. Later, nominated by the Bai City Association, he participated in the Eastern Ning Province Genius Training Camp and ranked 1st. That same year, he participated in the Quming Star selection and earned the title of Quming Star. That same year, he took the national exam, achieved the best score in the country, and entered the 7th St. Martial University in the capital. 2 years after enrolling, he joined the military region. Promoted to the rank of major, Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, squinting as he continued reading the red announcement board. 30 years old, becomes a grandmaster. 54 years old, becomes a great grandmaster. 60 years old, becomes one of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military Region. A lifetime of military service, legendary combat records. Died in April, year 477, at the age of 181. Historical character rating, 4.5 stars. Access to the level 4 Fire Tomb Resource Zone. He gave a wry smile, remembering his 5 wives, and frowned reluctantly. "And I have to deal with 5 wives? I really don't want that." A heart icon appeared on the screen. Immediately after, he clenched his fists, eyes blazing with determination, his power surging as he thought happily. "In this life, I've finally reached the 8th tier Great Grandmaster level." He took out some academic books and reached out with a smile, acknowledging. "Level 4 access means I can get the next 3 major techniques up to level 11. He looked at their stat sheets. 3rd tier of the Crystal Visualization Method, the Natural Breathing Method, the Star-Level Body Refinement Technique, and the 2nd tier of the Indestructible Golden Body. Lu Sheng quickly opened the manual, and a red energy orb appeared inside. He noted to himself, The star-level body refinement technique from the level 4 access covers every training stage from level 4 to level 6. He added, "This is basically a straight path to becoming a Grand Master." His body quickly absorbed the energy erupting from the book. His eyes widened as he shouted inwardly. Not only does this manual provide the second-tier practice moves for the indestructible golden body, but it also adds a special technique. Lu Sheng walked steadily toward the glowing red orb, colorful energy swirling under his feet. He returned to reality, looking at the book now just a phantom image, and muttered to himself. Luckily, Shi Qingmin is a huge fan of Wang Ha. Recalling the memory of himself chasing an idol, he muttered further, "You could say they're from the same lineage. I'll be able to connect them easily." Lu Sheng remembered the blue Grandmaster energy radiating. He looked at the path ahead and affirmed. His Grandmaster will have finally taken shape. He just needed to rely on it to boost his blood energy values, and he could easily reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Meanwhile, he stood at the foot of the stairs, gazing up at them. Finally, Lu Sheng pondered it further, but he thought of the 10 suns lighting the heavens martial art that his master had created. His master's Grandmaster path. He paused for a moment, then remembered the Grandmaster path with those phoenix jewels flying all around, and someone else using purple electrical power, adding his own assessment. An 11th grade powerhouse, Wang He's Grandmaster path was hailed as the Eastern Extreme Evil Sun 10,000 years in the future. Then, he asked himself in confusion, are your Grandmaster paths the same level? Afterward, he immediately denied it, fearing they were completely different. His expression darkened. He squinted and looked down at the cultivation manual before him with great seriousness, concluding that was their path. Lu Sheng paused, then imagined the great Tao in the boundless space and looked up. In front of him remained that same formless book. Then, he affirmed with certainty, it was not his own path. He imagined himself running on a different set of stairs than the one Wang he was walking on, and added with utmost seriousness, the Grandmaster path he wanted to take had to be based on Wang He, but it had to surpass Wang He. Finally, he reached a conclusion. His initial goal was to aim for the 30th grade, or perhaps even higher. Only then could he achieve what even Wang He could not. Finally, he confirmed that he had 3 major 11th grade cultivation manuals as his foundation. He thought of the tower and the people below, adding, the entire glorious martial civilization of 10,000 years in the future had paved the way for him. Then, he shouted with determination, this was no delusion, nor was it overestimating himself. Lu Sheng reached out his hand, standing at the pinnacle of his life. The sunlight shone upon him, and he raised his hand, smiling with excitement. His eyes filled with determination as he shouted, that is my future. Afterward, at Lu Sheng's house, 5 days after the unified exam ended, Lindsay was sitting on a ladder hanging lights, while Lu Qinghe was below, holding a lantern and handing it to her father. Beside them lay a pile of red lanterns and red paper scattered everywhere. Then, Lindsay, up above, hung a lantern and laughed happily, his eyes squinting as he said, hee, Shenger's results are coming out soon. Then he added, we have to celebrate properly. Below, Lu Qinghe looked up while handing the lantern to her father, smiling joyfully. Next door, a man with green hair, who was adjusting his clothes, also looked through the window the father and daughter below and asked, the neighbors are hanging lanterns and setting off firecrackers. He then added, looks like something good happened. On the other side, the woman who had previously looked down on Lu Sheng was also quickly putting on her earrings, narrowing her eyes and frowning as she asked, something good. Ever since they moved here, nothing good has ever happened. Next, she arched her eyebrows and gritted her teeth as she looked at them, declaring, house prices here are truly too cheap. Some nobodies from who knows where can just buy their way in. Finally, she tossed her hair back with contempt. Look at how poor they look. When they first moved in, they kept yapping and yapping, so annoying. Then, recalling something, just this morning, I ran into them at the door. I was getting into my car and saw that guy Lindsay picking up oranges he dropped on the ground, looking so pathetic. She covered her mouth with her hand, frowning with disgust, and yelled at her husband. He tore his orange bag on the road and just dawdled there for half a day. I don't even know if he got my car dirty, she added. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Hearing this, her husband squinted and glanced at his wife, frowning as he warned her. Hey, why are you speaking so harshly? Then he added, no matter what, they are our neighbors. Hearing that, the woman flared up, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to him and shrieked, what? You're my husband, and you're actually taking the outsider's side? Suddenly, a loud horn sounded from outside. Covering her ears, she glanced out, her mouth wide open, and shouted in annoyance, ah, who's making all that racket? Are they crazy? Those poor neighbors must be trying to get back at me. She stared out the window, hugging herself and yelling indignantly, isn't it just running over a few oranges? Later, I'll call a truck to come and dump right in their yard. Just then, a motorcade glided down the street. Her husband's eyes popped out in shock as he yelled in a panic. "Wait, that license plate!" He was interrupted. He shouted as he looked at the first plate in the motorcade, East D001. He then announced, "That's the provincial governor's car." Immediately, he rushed toward the window and rubbed his chin, his face full of shock as he shouted, "The provincial governor came in person." 9 trumpet blasts to congratulate the Denglong. The governor must be here because of the Denglong martial top scholar. His wife, seeing this, was stunned, her face stiffened, her eyes wide, and she asked her husband with a silly grin, "What?" "This year's martial top scholar Denglong is from Bai He City, and he lives in our neighborhood," she continued, then turned to look at the motorcade below, declaring, "This is truly our ancestors blessing us." She then confirmed, "We have to get close to them." Humph. Meanwhile, the motorcade parked in front of Lu Sheng's house. Lindsay saw this and looked at the door in astonishment, his face filled with panic as he asked, "Qinghe, what is going on? Why is such a terrifying motorcade stopping in front of our house?" The girl turned her head, still holding a lantern, and replied blankly, I don't know." Immediately after, Lu Sheng's father, mother, and sister were quickly invited out to meet the people in the cars. Xia Bingnan stepped out, bowed, and spoke first. "My apologies." He added, "Sorry for the intrusion." The 3 of them looked at him in total confusion. After stepping out of the car, Xia Bingnan stood up straight, smiling kindly as he looked at them and asked, "May I ask if this is the home of Lu Sheng, the Denglong martial top scholar?" "I am Xia Bingnan, the governor of Dongning province and a martial Dao grandmaster." Beside him, the driver opened the door, stood there with his eyes closed, and bowed. Hearing this, Lindsay's eyes nearly popped out as he shrieked in a panic, "Di Denglong? Shenger is the Denglong martial top scholar." Behind him, Lu Qinghe heard this and was equally panicked, her eyes wide as she covered her face. His mother, standing beside him, beamed and covered her mouth in surprise. On the other side, the female neighbor froze completely, eyes wide, staring at their house as she screamed, "What? And wait, even more shocking, how can the national martial arts top scorer be the son of that family?" The girl quickly clutched her head, her face twisted in shock as she squinted and shouted, "Ha ha aha." Then she started muttering to herself in a panic, "I'm done for. I'm totally done for. What have I done?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was still sitting in his room, legs crossed, head tilted back to circulate his energy, with his hands resting on his knees. He looked down at his arms and noted to himself, cleansing the marrow and washing the veins. His body was starting to show brownish streaks. He realized that after obtaining the second stage of the indestructible golden body cultivation technique, his previously stagnant physique was beginning to strengthen once again. Lu Sheng wiped himself off and stood up from the bed. Right then, his phone chimed with a message notification, and the screen lit up. He unlocked it to see a message from Xiao Qinghuo. She texted him, "Big brother, you're ranked first in the entire country, the national martial arts top scorer. You're the top scorer." She sent a cartoon sticker and urged, "Big brother, there are so many people at your house, why aren't you up yet?" She reminded him again, "Big brother, the provincial director, and a grandmaster are there. How could you keep a grandmaster waiting for you to wake up?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Sheng read the message while wiping the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, "The provincial director? At my house?" He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, trying to verify the situation in his mind. "Let me take a look." A purple network of energy instantly formed in his mind, scanning the house, while his hand tightened around the phone. Downstairs, his parents and younger sister were sitting with 3 other people in the living room. Lu Sheng sensed the energy and realized, that's President Xiao, right? He also noted that someone sitting next to her had a blood energy level just as high, clearly a level 6 quasi-grandmaster. He quickly focused his attention on a person radiating a blazing red aura and noted their presence. Lu Sheng paused for a moment to take it in. This man's entire body felt like a blast furnace. Even that level 6 expert seemed like nothing more than a speck of dust near a roaring fire. Suddenly, the man glanced up toward him. Lu Sheng was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "This is a grandmaster." The man, Xia Bainan, looked up at him with a warm smile and chuckled. "Looks like our national martial arts top scorer has finally woken up." Beside him, President Xiao looked on, dazed, while his mother glanced over, equally confused. Lu Sheng then began walking down the stairs. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward him. He calmly placed a hand on the railing and greeted them. "I'm truly sorry to have kept you all waiting." Seeing this, Xia Bainan looked toward him, his eyes narrowing slightly in a probing smile as he thought, quite a lad, so young yet already harboring such powerful energy. Beside him, Xiao Yuhei looked at him with a joyful smile. Xia Bainan looked at the powerful energy radiating from Lu Sheng and thought, it's like the rising sun piercing through the morning mist. Lu Sheng continued to walk toward them with a calm expression. Xia Bainan mused to himself. It really is hard not to feel that the younger generation is truly surging ahead. Lindsay quickly walked over to his son, placed a hand on his shoulder, and reached out toward Xia Binan with a smile, squinting with pride as he introduced him. Shenger, you're finally up. This is the provincial director of Dongning Province, Xia Binan. He then pointed to the person beside him and added, and this is the mayor of Bai City. Finally, he pointed to Xiao Yue, who was smiling at him, and President Xiao Yue, whom you already know. Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled and walked towards Xia Binan, reaching out to shake his hand in greeting. Director Xia, it's an honor to meet you. The director reached out with a warm, calm expression and replied, "Ha ha, greetings, student Lu." Everyone then took their seats. Lu Sheng sat opposite Xia Bainan, who looked at him and explained, I came here unannounced today, mainly to congratulate you, student Lu Sheng, for achieving the top score in the entire country as the National Martial Arts top scorer in this year's university entrance exams. Hearing this, Lindsay looked at him, confused, and asked, Are the entrance exam results already out? Xia Binan answered honestly. Technically, the system has finished processing, only the final rankings are left to be verified. He added, but there is no doubt that student Lu Sheng is ranked first. Upon hearing this, Lindsay's face lit up with joy, his eyes widening as he jumped out of his chair. Behind him, Lu Qinghe stared at her brother in shock, her eyes wide. His mother covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes brimming with happiness. In the middle of it all, Lu Sheng listened calmly as Xia Bainan continued, and that is without even adding in the academic scores or any bonus points. He concluded, if we wait until the system calculates the final tally, it is very likely you will become the martial arts top scorer with the best record in history. Xia Bainan held out his hand, and his secretary behind him quickly stepped forward to hand over a gift box. Xia Bainan looked over at the box, smiling casually as he confirmed, I came here as soon as I received the news. Just to meet you, student Lu Sheng. He added, I am also here to represent Dongning Province and present you with some rewards for being our province's top talent. He opened the box to reveal a silver card and a property deed. Xia Bainan explained, this is a prize of $50 million. It isn't much, but it's a token of the province's appreciation for you, student Lu Sheng. He continued, and this is a house over 400 square meters in the center of Dongning Province. While it may not be as spacious as your current home, the location is excellent. There are many professional martial arts facilities in the area, perfect for a martial artist's cultivation. They all stared into the box, too stunned to speak, as Lu Sheng, his mother, and his sister peered inside. His mother quickly took the box and closed it with a smile. Xia Bainan looked at him and added, Student Lu Sheng, I hear you have already reached the strength of a level 6 martial artist. Behind them, Lu Qinghe heard this and stared, her expression twisting in utter disbelief. Lu Sheng just looked back at him calmly. Xia Bainan continued, you can choose any martial arts university in the country. Have you thought about where you want to go yet? Hearing that, Lu Sheng quickly looked at him and replied, I've made my decision. He looked at him with a determined expression, confirming the St. Martial University. Immediately after, Xia Bingnan quickly took out an admission letter, eyes closed with a smile. Behind him, his secretary respectfully placed the letters into his hands. Xia Bingnan nodded, adding, I think so too. He then continued, It just so happens that I also have the recommendation letter for St. Martial University that I was asked to give you. Next, with a wave of his hand, he displayed 7 red-lettered, green background files. He looked at him with an excited smile and added, These are for all 7 St. Martial universities. I'm not biased, so I won't say too much. You, student Lu Sheng, can choose for yourself. Seeing this, Lu Qinghe, beside him, was stunned, eyes wide, speechless, screaming internally in shock. This was the holy land of martial arts that countless martial arts students across the country dreamed of, and he could actually choose freely. She finally exclaimed in her mind, is this a manhua or a novel plot? Lu Sheng sat straight, hands on his knees, looking at the letters in front of him, at a loss for words. He quickly moved the recommendation letters closer together and organized the rest. Xia Bingnan washed his hands, somewhat surprised by his choice. Moments later, he picked up a letter from the messy stack and spoke. Interrupting the silence, he confirmed, This is it. He then looked at the seal on the envelope, his eyes flashing with certainty. The 7th St. Martial University. Hearing this, Xia Bingnan was taken aback, eyes widening in surprise. He forced a smile and thought to himself. He had expected Lu Sheng to think it over carefully. He added, I never expected this kind of decision. What a unique style. Then, he smiled, signaled to put the letters away, and said, All 7 St. Martial Universities were built based on the legacy of martial sages. Although the 7th St. Martial University isn't as prominent, the quality of its instructors is not inferior to the other 6, he added, though the credit requirements are more dangerous. You will need a cold weapon you're comfortable with. Beside him, he held the letter and listened to him. Then, he presented his gold business card before him and stated, "Once student Lu Sheng has chosen a suitable cold weapon, you can call me at any time." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised, staring down at the glowing card, looking a bit confused. Xia Bingnan confirmed, "For any cold weapon below Tier 6, I will personally provide it for you as a congratulatory gift for student Lu Sheng becoming a rising dragon." Hearing that, he quickly took the card, looking at it with wide eyes and a smile. He thought, a Tier 6 cold weapon? That can't be cheap. He then told himself, refusing the kindness of a provincial director, who was also a grandmaster-level martial artist, would be extremely impolite. He then confirmed to him, "Then, I thank the provincial director." Then, the group quickly stood up, smiling warmly. Xia Bingnan stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "All right. Today I've bothered you enough by coming all the way to your home. Mainly, I heard that our Dawning province had produced a true dragon, so I was genuinely excited and couldn't help myself." He added, "I hope everyone understands." Across from him, he and his family also stood up. Lindsay, hearing that, reached out with a happy smile and replied, "Not a bother at all. Not at all." Lu Sheng and his family stood at the gate, waving goodbye as Xia Bingnan's motorcade departed. Immediately after, Lindsay looked at him, eyes crinkling, brows knit, hands clenched tight, shouting in joy, "Ha ha ha, this truly brings glory to our ancestors. Glory to our ancestors. Who would have thought our Lu family would have a day like this?" Right after, he urged his wife, "Honey, go to the market quickly. We're having a celebration feast tonight." Beside him, Lu Qinghe was also excited, holding a red string. His mother, hearing that, turned around and ran into the house, replying, "Got it." Seeing them so happy, he looked on with a gentle smile. Elsewhere, a man looked at his file. He hummed, then remarked, "That's quite interesting." Immediately, someone beside him glanced at him and asked, "Oh, is there something that interests you, sir?" Then he exclaimed, "That really is impressive." The person standing in the shadows leaned over, holding his file, and said, "Perhaps this year will be different from the others." This was Tan Zhongyu, the Mingyu martial saint. A few days later, his classmates looked at him, faces tear-streaked. Lu Sheng and his friends congratulated each other on passing the exams and said their goodbyes. Notably, Liu Kaiming was sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down. Then, before departure, he said goodbye to his family and stepped into a new journey. He hugged his parents and sister goodbye at the airport. Lindsay looked at him, brows knitted, feeling both sad and proud. Next, Lu Sheng quickly boarded the plane, reached up to stow his luggage, and thought to himself, the 7th St. Martial University is the school I will be attending next. The main reason was. Lu Sheng paused, then squinted while stowing his luggage, and thought to himself, the 7th St. Martial University has a complete set of Martial Saint inheritance, and furthermore, it has the one-of-a-kind Martial Saint Tower. After he sat in his seat, he was startled to see someone familiar. He thought to himself, the 7th St. Martial University I chose was founded 57 years ago. But it was interrupted. The founder was Tan Zhongyu, one of the 3 current martial saints of the Long Kingdom. He then recalled that Tan Zhongyu had only become a martial saint for just over 60 years and was now over 100 years old. He imagined the image of that person standing in a painting with the tower and a large sword. This is the 7th St. Martial University's new creation. He then noted, I heard the lifespan of a martial saint can easily reach over 300 years, far beyond the lifespan of an ordinary person. He confirmed, the martial saint experts of this world are all relatively young. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, closed his eyes, and imagined a bearded old turtle man, with white hair holding a sword, pouting as he thought, like some mythical longevity. He then recalled that in the history of the Long Kingdom, there were a total of 9 martial saints, a path for dragons paved by those before him with countless martial arts to practice. He then confirmed with a sense of regret, it's a tragedy. Over 100 years ago, countless martial arts masters at the saint level perished in the Great War against the beasts. Those colossal monsters tore through cities and slaughtered people, turning the battlefield into a bloodbath. Lu Sheng added that many also died due to internal conflicts between nations, as humanity's elite turned on each other in a brutal, fratricidal struggle. He mused that their own twisted schemes caused both sides to lose so many saint-level warriors. The brightest talents of the human race were wiped out by their own internal attrition. A mighty blue dragon and a white lion lunged at each other in a fierce clash. Lu Sheng noted that the Dragon Nation and the Lion Nation were both so obsessed with claiming the title of the world's strongest martial power that it was truly pathetic. Then he added, but let's not talk about the outcome. He cut himself off. Moving on from the results, he continued, the Saint Tower was built after the war. The Dragon Nation designed it based on the various states of each martial saint. They aimed for a perfect recreation. The Saint Tower represents the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation's martial arts, fused with advanced technology. A skyscraper born from cutting-edge tech stands in the heart of the city. Lu Sheng observed that those who enter the tower must face trials based on difficulty levels. He pictured the tower's floors like the stages of a human life. The first floor is like a child, the second like a middle-aged adult, and the final floor like an old man leaning on a cane, while the challenger stands outside, just a level 1 swordsman. Lu Sheng confirmed that. The more floors you clear, the better your chances of randomly encountering a martial saint or even being taken in as a disciple. Next, his mind drifted to Than Tam, who, with a glowing golden halo, was watching the challenger below. Snapping back to reality, he imagined himself holding a sword and challenging a saint, causing the master to look flustered and pout. He glanced at his digital cultivation manuals and shouted in his thoughts, "Even though I don't care about becoming a saint's disciple, because I already possess legacies left by level 11 powerhouses." Then he mentally verified the cultivation techniques he held. The crystal visualization method, the natural breathing technique, the divine illumination sutra. He finally concluded that he had more than enough to cultivate, so why would he even want the legacy of some 9th level saint? Right after that, he looked at his total score card with a list of mandatory training modules: Module 1, Module 2, Module 3, and a pile of other requirements. His face tightened, and he broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the Dragon Nation's rigid requirements for training martial arts, talent, and the fact that you need a certain score at the university to even reach the battlefield, he wouldn't bother. Back to reality, he said with anticipation that he had already reported to Du Phi Duck, and then thought, well, it doesn't matter anyway. Behind him, a girl was packing her bags, complaining about something. Lu Sheng smiled and sank into his thoughts, staring out the window, shouting internally, "Once I'm there, I'll take on enough missions to hit my target score early." He concluded that, maybe in about a year, I'll graduate from the Seven Saints Martial University. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Lu Sheng, calling him Duong Dian. She leaned over to look at him, beaming with a bright, joyful smile, and asked, "Hey, what a coincidence. Are you flying to the capital today too?" The truth behind this coincidence was a text from his sister, Lu Qinghe, to Duong Dian. Lu Qinghe had messaged her, "My brother's flight is at 12 noon tomorrow," and then encouraged her. "It's fine," Duong Dian told herself, gathering her courage. "I already gave up on Dong University to head to the capital for his sake." She excitedly fanned the flames. "What else is there to fear? Come on, future sister-in-law." Returning to reality, she quickly sat in the seat next to him and flashed a radiant smile. Lu Sheng, caught off guard, bashfully smiled and confirmed, "What a coincidence." The two shared a laugh. As the conversation hit a dead end, Lu Sheng felt awkward and scooted away from her, cowering slightly. He quickly regained his composure, shot a glance at her, and wondered why she was here. She just smiled at him, full of joy and sincerity. Seeing that, he quickly looked away. His face was a mask of confusion as he forced a smile, black lines of frustration appearing on his forehead as he shouted in his mind, "No way. Don't tell me this is another wife-to-be." 2 hours later, the plane touched down. He and Duong Dian quickly got off. He pulled his suitcase, looking around. Behind him, Duong Dian excitedly dragged her own luggage with a smile. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "It's no wonder this is the capital city. The energy is so intense, it's practically flourishing." Just then, a person jogging at an insane, godlike speed, wearing headphones, zipped past them. Lu Sheng watched her hopping onto the streetlights high above while running, and muttered to himself, "Maybe base 1359, the glorious place for my dreams before it was invaded, looked just like this." As he walked below, he remarked, "Even the cleaners outside the walls are hidden experts, huh?" High above, a person was clinging to the glass like a lizard, cleaning the windows without any safety ropes. At Jinghe University, a huge crowd of students streamed inside. He turned to Duong Dian beside him and smiled, confirming with her, "We're at Jinghe University. I'll help you get settled first, then I'll go report to the St. Martial University." She blushed, shyly avoiding his gaze as she replied, "Okay." The two quickly pulled their suitcases into the school. Duong Dian couldn't help but imagine. "This feels just like a student couple going to enroll together," she thought, then added, "If only I could study at the same university as Lu Sheng, that would be perfect." At the school gate, two guys, one with brown hair slicked back with gel, the other with dyed blonde hair, were teasing some girls. Suddenly, the blonde guy looked at him and Duong Dian. His eyes landed on the girl smiling brightly next to Lu Sheng, who was also laughing. He shouted, "Holy crap, look at that stunner." His eyes lit up with heart-shaped icons as he clenched his fists, shouting, "Nobody better get in my way. This freshman girl is mine." Beside him, the guy with the gelled hair looked at him with pure disdain, narrowed his eyes, and snapped, "Get lost. You're dreaming, aren't you?" The gelled hair guy immediately walked over to Duong Dian, put on a smile, and reached out to greet her. "Hey there, freshman. Here to enroll at Jinghe. Let me help you with your registration." The blonde guy quickly stepped in behind her, smiling as he confirmed, "Yeah, let me help you carry your bags." Duong Dian looked flustered. He paused while pulling his luggage, glancing at them. Then, he quickly grabbed both suitcases and thrust them into the blonde guy's hands, leaving the students staring back in shock. The guy with the spiked hair behind also looked back at him, his face beaming as he eagerly chimed in to confirm, "Then we'll be happy to help." Meanwhile, Yang Yan quickly stepped back, looking a bit flustered by his sudden actions. Hearing this, the blonde guy took the luggage, while frowning at him in confusion, and asked, "Hey Junior, are you a freshman at our Jinghe University too?" Seeing that the guy wasn't intimidated by him, Lu Sheng confirmed to himself that he had finally learned how to conceal his inner vital energy. He took a moment to reassure himself. Looks like normal people can't sense it. He then crossed his arms, smiled casually at the guy, and replied, "No, we're just classmates. I'm just helping her get here for registration." Yang Yan, standing behind him, offered a sheepish smile to the blonde student. Hearing that, the blonde guy lifted the suitcase and winked at his burly friend nearby, whispering, "Phew, judging by the way the junior girl is acting, she's definitely into him." The other guy quickly leaned in, hands clenched, and whispered back with a smirk, "Good thing we aren't at the same school. We'll have a better chance at catching her interest." The burly guy then smiled, gesturing toward the school buildings, and proudly puffed out his chest to introduce the place. "Even though our school is a Tier 2 university, our facilities are modeled after the top-tier martial arts academies," he added. "We've got every type of cultivation room you could need, and it's super close to the martial artist's path. Plus," he yelled out for emphasis, "you get 3 chances every month to enter the St. Martial Tower. You won't regret choosing Jinghe." Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes at him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Wait, even regular martial arts universities can enter the St. Martial Tower?" Beside him, Yang Yan looked over with a confused expression, while the guy stood with his hands on his hips, head held high, eyes closed in proud confirmation. "Of course, the St. Martial Tower is a treasure of the entire Dragon Nation. Why would it only be for students of the 7 St. Martial Academies?" The blonde guy holding the suitcase tilted his head toward the burly guy and added, "It's not just regular schools like ours. Even independent martial artists can enter the tower as long as they get approval from the Martial Artists Association. It's just that the process is a bit of a hassle." He then started imagining the difference between his school's entry process and the one that didn't require extra paperwork, comparing the two. Students of the 7 St. Martial Academies just have it easier. They don't need any special permits and can go in whenever they want. The blonde guy then rubbed his hands together and leaned toward Yang Yan, flashing a wide grin as he offered some advice. "Junior, let me tell you the first rule for living in the East District of our university town. You can mess with anyone you want, and there will always be someone from the school to back you up. No fights will happen." Yang Yan recoiled, startled, and stared at him with wide eyes. Her expression quickly darkened, filled with a mix of warning and genuine fear as she pointed a finger toward the sky and whispered, "But whatever you do, never, absolutely never provoke anyone from the 7 St. Martial Academies. Do not mess with them." Lu Sheng, feeling confused, rubbed his chin and stared at the guy, asking him why. The guy suddenly stood straight, looking startled, then gritted his teeth and glared at him, thinking to himself with intense annoyance, "Why is this brat here again? Stop getting in the way of me talking to the junior." He composed himself and explained, "Because the students at the 7 St. Martial Academies are all lunatics. They start dealing with dangerous spirit beast missions as soon as they enroll." The blonde guy recalled the intense brawls those people got into and added, "They start drawing blood from day one. If you fight them, there's a good chance you'll get killed." He shouted for emphasis. "And their strength? It's absurd. Every single one of them is terrifyingly strong." He pointed a finger at Lu Sheng, his face twisted in frustration and gritted teeth, as he hissed, "Got it, Junior." Lu Sheng, standing nearby, just smiled, unfazed by the guy's attitude, and nodded, "Got it." Shortly after, they arrived at the campus square where a crowd had gathered, along with signposts pointing toward the freshman registration area. Lu Sheng turned around, made a call me gesture with his hand, pocketed his other hand, and smiled at Yang Yan. "All right, I'll leave you here. If you need anything, just give me a call," he added firmly. "Don't hesitate to reach out anytime." She looked at him with a mix of joy and shyness, nodding slightly. I will." He turned to leave while Yang Yan waved from behind. Seeing them like that, the burly brown-haired guy remarked, looks like we've got no chance now, huh? The blonde guy scurried over and snapped. Use whatever means it takes. You get it. Do you even understand? The burly guy shielded his eyes to watch Lu Sheng, grimacing as he concluded. Damn, that kid is seriously arrogant. The blonde guy agreed, eyes rolling and teeth gritted in annoyance. Exactly. Telling her to call him anytime. Who does he think he is? He then rushed back to Yang Yan, nudged the suitcase, and leaned in to ask, Hey, Junior, which university is your friend at that makes him so cocky? She kept her face cold, eyes locked on Lu Sheng's retreating figure, and replied flatly, The 7 St. Martial Academies. The two guys were instantly stunned, faces pale, mouths hanging wide open as they stared at Yang Yan and gasped. What? She continued pulling her 2 suitcases, eyes closed and head held high with pride. That's right. He's from Baihe City. His name is Lu Sheng. The two of them froze instantly, their faces turning deathly pale as they trembled, looking at each other in sheer terror, whispering in sync, Lu Sheng. They grabbed their heads and screamed, He's this year's top martial arts prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng kept walking toward his school with a smile. Lu Sheng's suitcase rolled to the school gate. He stopped, looked up at the looming structure, and calmly confirmed to himself, I'm here. This is. He cut himself off, staring at the glowing golden sign above the entrance. Standing before the massive gates, he exclaimed, The 7 St. Martial Academies. Inside was the campus. Outside, Lu Sheng stood still, watching silently. He smiled, his eyes narrowing with determination as he gazed at the central tower, thinking to himself, 7 Saints Martial Academy. The words Martial Saint caught my eye, and the massive wooden tower stood before me with an overwhelming, majestic presence. A master holds mountains and rivers in their mind, and a martial saint keeps the universe in their heart. Even if I'm just here to broaden my horizons, this trip to the university won't be a waste. As soon as I stepped inside, I saw a small booth with a long table, some people, and a sign indicating the orientation area for freshmen. Lu Sheng handed over his invitation letter and asked, Excuse me, is this where I register for the new semester? The 3 people, 2 women, and 1 man looked up at him. I'm here to report in, he added. Upon hearing that, the blonde girl behind the desk dashed over, grabbed his referral letter with a smile, placed her hand on the table, and asked excitedly, Oh, a newcomer? Just give the notification letter to me. I'll check it for you. The person sitting at the table stared at her in shock, and Lu Sheng couldn't even react before the letter was snatched away. The blonde girl's eyes widened as she read the letter, and she shouted in alarm, Wait. This confirms you're this year's top scholar, the Dragon Martial Scholar. The girl next to her turned, looked, and exclaimed, Wow, that's truly rare. They carefully read Lu Sheng's referral letter and started whispering among themselves. This is the first time our 7 Saints Martial Academy has recruited a top scholar, and on top of that, he's a rare hunk. Hearing this, the man behind them, who had been cleaning his weapon, froze. He squinted at them, not saying a word, his brows furrowed in annoyance. Suddenly, he leaped up with a loud thud, startling all 3 of them. He landed right on the table in front of me. A loud crash echoed through the air. Lu Sheng watched quietly, expressionless, as the guy crouched down, sword on his shoulder, wearing a haughty look, scowling at me. An orange-red aura radiated from his body as he asked, Are you the one? I remained calm, gripping my bag strap, looking at him with a composed face while a blue aura emanated from me. The guy asked again, the so-called Lu Sheng. Hearing that, I gave a friendly, wide-eyed smile and confirmed, That's right, it's me. I then asked him, Is there a problem? Seeing that, he smirked and glared at me with murderous intent, his hand quickly swinging his sword, his eyes flashing as a blade of fire slashed toward me. He remained kneeling on the table with one leg, while I stood perfectly still, calm as can be. The sword struck my shoulder, but it didn't leave a scratch. It felt like a mosquito biting stainless steel. I just smiled calmly at him, the sword still resting on my shoulder. Faced with this, the senior holding the sword froze in shock, his eyes wide and brows knit in disbelief. He tilted his head, looked at the tip of his own blade, frowned, and pointed toward the direction I should head. I followed his gaze, looking in the direction of the blade. The guy then slowly lifted his leg from the table and added, The path is clearly marked. The dormitories for students are easy to find. I quickly turned around, closed my eyes, walked away, and confirmed. All right, thanks. Leaving behind the stunned, wide-eyed swordsman and the 2 girls, I waved without looking back. The blonde girl stood there, stroking her chin, watching his retreating figure with excitement, and remarked, Wow, such poise and calmness and that aura. He's truly more outstanding than the seniors. If only he were my teammate, that would be great. Beside her, the senior with the sword stood up straight, hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder, rested his hand on his hip, looked in my direction, frowned, and asked the other 2, Does anyone know what his entrance exam score was? The girl with glasses, who was checking her phone, opened her eyes wide in surprise and said, I'm looking it up right now. She finally concluded. Nothing. I can't find it. She gasped, staring at the screen in disbelief. But I heard his blood energy level has already broken through to level 6. Hearing that, the senior panicked, his brow furrowing as he looked at her. The blonde senior beside him was so shocked her eyes were trembling, while the girl with glasses continued. He's broken quite a few records too. There's a high chance he's the strongest top scholar in history. Seeing this, the senior frowned, narrowed his eyes, looked in my direction, and laughed with interest. Is that so? Then things are definitely going to get interesting later on. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng held his suitcase, observing his surroundings carefully as he thought to himself, wow, a capital city location with this much space? No wonder it's called the Holy Martial Academy. He then asked himself, puzzled, it's just a bit too quiet, isn't it? Where did all the students go? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Hey, classmate. Classmate up ahead. A chubby guy ran toward me, smiling enthusiastically as he said, Ha, Wiu. I finally bumped into someone. Lu Sheng turned his head to look at him. He asked me, is this your first day here for registration too? He then introduced himself. I'm Lin Zi, also a freshman. He scratched his head, looking at me with an embarrassed smile, and asked, could you show me the way to the student dorms? He added, I'm naturally directionally challenged. I've been walking for half the day and still haven't found it. Hearing that, I looked at him friendly and confirmed, sure, I know the way. I urged him, this place is really huge, let's go. The two of them pulled their luggage to a crowd of people. Lindsay cheered happily, phew, finally found the place. This area is ridiculously huge. Beside him, I looked on, confused. Why are so many people blocking the entrance? What's going on? In front of them, a group of students were grimacing. Suddenly, someone flew into the air, and screams rang out in warning. Hey, watch out. Dangerous. Get out of the way. Lindsay and Lu Sheng both looked up, confused. Huh? Just then, the person slammed into the ground, groaning in pain. The people nearby stared in shock, and from above, there was a round of applause, followed by someone walking out with an arrogant, praising tone. Not bad, he said. Xu Xiaoming, this year's martial scholar from Nanjiang province, right? The person on the ground, still surrounded, sat up while gritting his teeth. The guy with the blonde lion-like hair clenched his fist, put his other hand on his hip, stared at his own fist with arrogance, and laughed. That was pretty sharp. Out of everyone here, you're the only one who could handle 2 of my moves. He added, keep at it, kid. A little more breakthrough and you might actually make it. By the door, someone with long hair was sipping bubble tea while watching the drama, one foot propped up against the frame, looking down at the crowd with a smile. Below, a person with blue hair frowned, looking incredibly nervous as they nudged their friend and asked, Huo Dong, what do you think? Are you confident you could win if you fought him? The person in question just looked up in silence. The surrounding students clenched their fists, teeth gritted in frustration. Huo Dong, hearing this, also furrowed his brow, looked up, and replied, no confidence at all. This was Huo Dong, the top martial arts talent of the Jingdu province in the 5th National Comprehensive Exam. He added, feeling helpless, I've only just entered grade 5, but that guy, he's probably already at the peak of grade 5, his chi condensed to perfection. Up ahead, the blonde guy was still crossing his arms, looking down at the crowd smugly, his entire body radiating killing intent. Huo Dong confirmed, I'm afraid I wouldn't even last 3.